bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, let's do it. Yeah, I keep stepping on Jalen Reed. I forgot that we added him to that montage at the beginning of the show. Good stuff. Good to be with you. Welcome in Friday
Reed.
morning. Oh.
If Jalen Reed has becomes a notable player in the NFL or with the Houston Texans, even if it's just for specialty, almost especially if it's just for special teams, I swear he could make good money just going to make appearances as a guy that hypes things up at the beginning of something, or just comes in at a surprise party. Just have him run around yelling, "Let's do it!"
Yeah,
and then he can leave. $2,000 for 5 minutes work.
That's it. Dude,
max.
That's the secret sauce. Appearances like that, 5-minute appearances and mailbox money. Those are the two best ways to get rich if you're not going to be independently wealthy. Yeah.
He's got to go ahead and slap a trademark on the "Let's do it."
I was just going to bring that up. Can he pull a what is it? Michael Buffer I don't even want to say the phrase because the guy that says the big thing before boxing matches. Right.
His team is aggressive, and they go after radio stations and people that even use it in satire and make millions off of that. So we get 3 emails a year, usually after somebody screws up, about somebody who says something similar to what Michael Buffer says.
It's cost people jobs. So I'm not
that's what Jalen Reed. I want Jalen Reed to cost people jobs for his own personal gain.
Right. He hasn't trademarked it yet, so hit it one more time, Ben.
Let's do it.
Let's enjoy it. Smoke him while we got him.
That's it, man. That's it. One more. Give it to me. One more time.
Do it.
Exactly. Let's do it on a Friday. How you feeling today, my friend? How you doing?
I feel good. You know what? And I predicted this and I called this, that after Game 4 of the Rockets series, and this tends to happen in playoff series in the NBA. It feels like you'll never win again. You have a bad loss, and it just feels like, this team just doesn't have it. And I said then, I will make no apologies for being down in the doldrums then. After Game 5, I'm ready, Sean.
You're ready, yeah.
These guys are ready. These guys are ready to go and build on what they did. Yeah, and you might say, Seth, can't expect a lopsided win like that again. I can against a bunch of haphazard old men like the Golden State Warriors.
Oh, yeah,
who
man.
Can't keep up with the big man lineup. They can't keep up with Fred VanVleet draining threes like he is. They can't keep up with Jalen Green just being calm, cool, and collected and not freaking out and basically just driving his car off the road when things get a little tough. Yes, I trust and believe in all these things.
I said take these first 5 games is the Rockets are the better team. The better team is losing this series right now. Like the better team roster-wise, the better team over the aggregate. If we were judging this like a prize fight, we were just judging aesthetically quarter by quarter. It's just there's a couple games where the Warriors have had Steph Curry and the Rockets have not, and the Rockets haven't been making free throws. It sounds weird to say. Of all the things you want to say in a 7-game NBA series where there's so many chess moves going on between 2 very, very good coaches and star players, certainly stars on the Warriors side and up-and-coming stars on the Rockets side, then I think the biggest thing the Rockets need to bring with them from Game 5 to Game 6 is shooting 85% from the free throw line. I would pick that over any other this matchup, that matchup, this guy's got to play well. Because you're getting to the free throw line. Make your GD free throws, man.
If you're so that's the achievable thing. That's not nailing all your free throws or anything. Making 85% of your free throws is really not a big deal.
I'll take 80.
Unless they're sending Adams to the line. If they're employing Hacking Adams or Hack a Kiwi, as we like to call it, then so be it. I think Fred VanVleet in his three-point shooting is a big one, though, too. I mean, he was 21% from 3 in games 1 through 3.
He was terrible.
67% in the last 2 games. Okay. That's a big one.
It's going to settle somewhere in the middle, probably.
Right. Well, no, he didn't need 67% to have the lopsided victory.
I'll take 40 from him. You know what I mean? I'll take 40.
50% is something that you can say, okay, 50% is a good night, but it's not extreme or weird.
That's a great night, yeah.
Yeah. It's not out of the realm of possibilities.
For sure.
The one asterisk I would put on you saying that the Rockets are a better team is that in the postseason, the experience matters.
Oh, yeah.
The Rockets are a better team when they keep their crap together. When they don't cower in front of the moment. And they did that. They did not cower in the moment in Game 5. That was a crucial backs against the wall. You got to do it. You're in that same situation mathematically now, but on the road. If they keep their crap together, and I include that in the free throw shooting. You know, you're an NBA team, and your non-centers were shooting less than 50% in that game. Like you can't be that team. So on the road, do now what you did at home in Game 5.
That's what too. Like just in the box score, missed free throws and missed free throw, but some of them are really infuriating. Like after a technical foul, missing a free throw. Like that's one that I think almost has a reverse effect. Like Draymond gets called for a technical foul. Everybody's perplexed on that Warriors side over it. They're angry. And Jalen Green steps up to the free throw line and misses the foul shot after a technical. It almost invigorates the Warriors. Alperen Şengün, like, barely grazing the front of the rim on free throws. That's indicative to me of in those games where that's happened, of a mindset, you know, like that he's short-arming things. So, yeah, like aesthetically, like they're not all created equal. And there have been too many in this series where it's like, man, that's not where it just bounces in and out. That's a team that's either nervous or lacking focus, or
the quotient. How timid? Who's going to be more timid? And Dylan Brooks, boy, this could either be brilliant or blow up in their faces. Dylan Brooks said that they got Steph to a point where he was playing timid, and Steph Curry could take that as bait and just end up going off and hit 15 threes tonight.
I'd rather he not said that.
I kind of like it except I know this isn't the case. You're not going to bait Steph Curry into being an inefficient guy. Steph Curry is totally comfortable being a guy that doesn't score at all as long as everybody else around him is eating.
I will remind you, Dylan Brooks has a history of saying the wrong things about the wrong people at the wrong time.
Yeah.
AKA hashtag LeBron James in the playoffs back in the day. So now,
the biggest thing with Steph, honestly, it's that, yes, they've done very well against him defensively in the last 2 games. Just don't lose track of him in the offensive rebounds. Just don't. This is the old bugaboo is, Steph Curry's the most dangerous guy over there. Not a one of us knows where he is right now.
Right.
And on the offensive rebounds, that was the one thing that you can fix and you can hem up, that you've got to realistically be better at this game if you want to beat them.
Yeah, I think of the star players on the Rockets, you know, we're talking about what the Rockets need to bring to Game 6 that maybe they brought to Game 5. Free throw shooting for sure. I'm with you on Jalen. Man, Jalen, you don't need to be the guy. You don't need to be the guy going out and getting 38 like you did in Game 2. Just don't be the guy you were in Games 1, 3, and 4 where you were negative out there. You know, don't do that. To me, usually doing what he's done, but add in making the makeable shots. He's had so many. His box scores look fine. He's had so many games where he could have had another 10 points if he's just not short-arming shots he made during the regular season. So there's that with him. And then to me, among the star players, the one that is not negotiable is the version of Amen Thompson that showed up, particularly in the first half of Game 5. Where he had 5 steals at halftime, where he was a menace at ball, and he was good offensively too. That's on the road. That is the non-negotiable one. The version of Amen Thompson, peak Amen Thompson, who defended really well. Steph Curry didn't have a good game. He was good. Amen was good offensively, and he had a bunch of steals, which allowed them to get out and get easy baskets. That has to show up tonight.
And Steph Curry has, in the past 2 games combined, he's got 30 points. Now, he didn't play 1.5 quarters in that game, but still, they've produced the worst version of Steph Curry these last couple games. Whereas in the first game, he was doing the classic, well, that's a circus shot for anybody else, but it's probably high percentage for Steph Curry on this night.
Yeah, and that's the scary thing is that, like, they're circus shots because he was actually being defended pretty well. You know, that's the thing about Steph is you can defend him well, especially at home where the crowd, you get that momentum going. Like, we've watched it for 10 years. Like, Steph Curry can still bury you under 2 or 3 3-pointers in 45 seconds,
I like the way you phrased it in our show prep for Jalen Green, that he's got to be non-masochistic, Jalen Green.
Non-masochistic.
Yeah. Sometimes where Jalen looks like he's on social media for the first time. And wait, hey, whoa, how come everybody's coming after me? Man, you got to just settle down, breathe a little bit, okay? Yeah, they're going to come after you. but you can step away from the app, okay?
Yes, yes.
And that's what you do. Step away from the app. Hand the phone to Fred. Hand the phone to Şengün.
Yeah.
Hand the phone
Give
to
it away.
somebody else.
Right,
Yes.
right.
You don't have to deal with all the haters, all right? Yeah, you got all these people coming at you, actually going after your family and whatnot. No big deal. Just let it go.
That's funny.
Pass the phone.
I love that. Rockets are text messages flying in early here. Rockets are losing because of Jalen Green. Jalen, this series, if we do stock up, stock down, if we were to do it right now on this series, like with players, I feel like Alperen Şengün even, Jalen Green definitely stock down. Fred VanVleet probably stock up just based on the last two games. I mean, he was outside of the an out of body experience level shooting threes the last couple of games.
Well, you know where I am with Jalen Green. It's that I think as long as you reset your expectations for what you want him to be, then Jalen Green, especially with some of the growth and maturity that he showed in the regular season, and within this playoff series, because we've seen very good Jalen Green, we've seen abysmal Jalen Green. Mm-hmm. It's that if you were to bring somebody else onto the team that can score, that can shoot, whoever it might be, that you can get the best version of Jalen Green. Just don't ever expect him that at some point he's going to Mamba mentality or what have you. He can be a really nice player.
If we come in on Monday and the season's over, that is the guy the spotlight's on heading into the offseason.
It's just, it's confirmed for me that he's not untouchable. That's all I've thought this series. And, Fred VanVleet had a really nice quote where he was trying to support Jalen Green, and people turned it into, wow, Jalen Green's saying some really good stuff about Devin Booker here. Basically, he was saying other than, Jalen Green has the potential of these other guys, and then he pointed out some other guards that.
Oh, VanVleet did, yeah.
Yeah. What did I say?
You said Jalen Green said nice things about Devin Booker. Yeah.
What the hell's wrong with me?
That's okay. I kind of knew what I thought I knew what you meant, but I wanted to let you kind of
ding in the hole. That's a pretty big mess up. I'm too damn excited.
I know.
Fred VanVleet said some nice things about Jalen Green.
Yeah.
And in doing so, he mentioned other guards around the league.
Who could be
and
a Rocket.
Of course, the headlines are just what he said about Devin Booker. Or whatever he said about somebody else.
That's
he was
funny.
comparing him. He was comparing Jalen Green and pointing out how young he is.
Yeah.
And then bringing up other guards and as things that Jalen Green could become.
Yeah.
That gets reframed as Fred VanVleet really wants Devin Booker.
God, the world sucks now, man. You can't say something nice about somebody.
You can't. It's honestly, I feel bad for athletes in that you can't even say something nice about somebody without somebody somewhere making a huge, bold headline that goes viral that makes it look like you're trashing that person.
Oh, my God. All right, on a Friday, going to be a good show. We got a lot to get to on the show today. Speaking of untouchables, I was thinking about this yesterday. Seth just said it. Jalen Green, not untouchable. I've got 7 untouchables in Houston sports right now. Does your list match my list of the untouchables in Houston sports? We'll get to that coming up next.
Ownwell.com.
American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, good to be with you on a Friday. Man, I was just thinking during the break, Seth, this has the potential to be a really fun basketball weekend because we got Rockets Game 6 tonight. James Harden forces a Game 7 last night in that Nuggets. We got a Nuggets-Clippers Game 7 on Saturday. I'm assuming Saturday night. And then if the Rockets win tonight, we get a Game 7 on Sunday to pair with Lance McCullers' return after 2.5 years. Like this weekend has some really strong potential to it.
Yes,
for being outside of football season, this is like near max level potential for excitement. So I'm very pumped.
In terms of total viewing excited, this will be better than most Super Bowl weekends.
Yeah. I just laid it out. That's like a good 12 hours worth of viewing right there.
Yeah,
for sure.
And I mean even Sunday itself, just with the Astros and the Rockets alone. It's nothing better than a Game 7. You take a Game 7 for one of your local teams over any random Super Bowl any day of the week.
A random a Super Bowl,
right.
Yes, not involving
a
the
random,
Texans.
not involving your own team.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, for 100%, 100%. So that'll be this should hopefully got to win tonight. You got to eat what's on your plate. I'm confident tonight. I haven't looked to see what the line is yet on the game, but the Rockets made a big impression in Game 5. We'll see. We'll get to J.J. Redick had some things to say yesterday that are really have kicked a bee's nest out in L.A., which I'm all for. I'm all for teams not named the Rockets wallowing in turmoil and their coach taking passive-aggressive shots at their new superstar. We'll get to that in just a minute. You mentioned the word untouchable in the open, Seth. We went kind of deep on that topic yesterday just because even after a win, there's sort of this hedging that's going on with Rocket fans, I think. That it was cool that they won last night. They still got to win 2 more games, and there's reasons why they're behind in this series. And so people are keeping an eye on the offseason and whatnot and who could stay, who could go, that kind of thing. I don't even know if the favorite right now is that they make a big trade like that. If I had to guess, just on base things the Rockets are saying, that they're gonna do their best to roll it back with this group. I think they really like this group, and they're maybe afraid of trading away a guy who could become a superstar.
It is. It's also dynamic and wondering exactly where he is now and what he can be. It's unfortunate that he banged knees in Game 5 because he was doing everything you would want him to do. He was being careful with the ball. He was kicking the ball out. He was calm, cool, and collected in traffic. So he only scores 11 points, but it's when none of the starters played more than 2.5 quarters, and he had that injury as well. So the Jalen Green upside is still there, and I'm guessing the team is more optimistic than a lot of us are about it.
Yeah.
But it's I don't know. Going against the Warriors, who have a very, very good defense, is probably skewing me a little bit more towards the negative than it should.
Mm-hmm.
The series versus the Grizzlies, I think we'd obviously be feeling a lot differently than these guys.
That's a good point.
About a lot of these guys.
Yeah, that's a good point, dude. Yeah, is he getting downgraded? Now, eventually, you got to do it against the best, and you can't score in single digits. But that's a fair point as who they're going against. I think this was in an article by Tim McMahon that we dug into yesterday, and that's another reason this topic came up. We went into this article where it was a pretty extensive interview with Patrick Fertitta, Tillman's son, who's involved in the day-to-day operations of the team, where in that article, Patrick didn't say this. He wasn't quoted as saying this, but Tim McMahon had this in the article that based on his conversations with the Rockets, Amen Thompson is the one guy who's out of the conversation when it comes to trading for any of these guys. Kevin Durant, Giannis, whoever. We're not trading Amen Thompson. And I agree with that. I think Amen Thompson's got the most potential of any of the players on this team. It's a 7. I agree with that one. He's the only. Yeah. Şengün is an up-and-coming all-star. He is touchable. You know what I mean? He for the right trade, I would trade Alperen. The right trade, and it's got to be the right trade. It's right. Alperen Şengün and Jalen Green. Yeah.
You know where I am with Şengün and Jalen Green is, by and large, any trade scenario I see where you trade both Jalen Green and Şengün is a non-starter for me.
Yeah.
As a package, they're untouchable. In terms of just, you can't lose both of them. The idea of losing both Jalen Green and Şengün is that's untouchable. But either one of them for the right price, I'm totally open to it.
Yeah. So Amen Thompson's the only Rocket. It got me thinking, yesterday. Okay, so who are of the Astros, Texans, and Rockets? Who are the untouchables? Like how many hang up the phone players do we have on our teams here? Amen Thompson's name comes up. Rafael Stone hangs up the phone.
Yeah.
I've got 6 more aside from Amen Thompson. You tell me if you agree with these. And
Okay.
audience weigh in as well on our text page, 713-572-4610. I think the Texans, there's one easy one. C.J. Stroud, they'd hang up the phone on any trade talks with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, and really, obviously there's the absurd comparison. Like if all of a sudden the Chiefs wanted to trade Pat Mahomes or something, like that's just
absurd. I'm not
absurd.
reasonable, yeah.
But reasonably, there's no, even a package of players wouldn't do it. Like if you could come up with a ridiculous package of players to trade for C.J. Stroud,
Yeah,
I suppose important position in sports, and that if you're left without a quarterback, we've seen time and time again. Cleveland Browns doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't. You can have an incredible. The Browns have had some stud rosters over the last few years. They just haven't had a quarterback. So no way, no how, Mister.
I think Will Anderson is untouchable. I don't think they would trade. I think they view Will Anderson culturally the same way they view C.J. Stroud on the offense.
Very much because of the same reasons that they were willing to be so aggressive in trading for him.
Yep.
And that's a gamble. It's always a gamble when you do it with a college kid. That gamble paid off. You don't then just throw it away by saying, oh, yeah, we wanted to sacrifice everything for this guy who's just a prospect. Once he delivers on it, and all the culture stuff is very much 100%. I think the production is one thing. They traded for the culture side of it, too.
Yeah.
And he's very much delivered on that. So, no way in hell.
I don't think they would trade Will Anderson for 3 first-round picks. I don't. Yeah, I don't. Derek Stingley Jr. I'm putting in here. He's the best at his position in football. It's not as premium a position, I don't think, obviously, as CJ, and maybe not as Will either. Like, the league has spoken. Edge rusher is viewed as more important than lockdown corner. Stingley makes $30 million, or his extension was $30 million a year. He's the highest paid by a fairly substantial margin in new money. And rush ends are getting $41 million now. Part of the reason I have Stingley in there is you can't move. Like the contract that you just gave him makes him like you'd get whacked with some dead money with signing bonuses and things like that. But I don't think the text, like the real spirit of the untouchable player, I don't think they would entertain talks for Derek Stingley Jr.
This would be if we take the contract stuff out of it, because that's annoying. Yep. Let's say something happened to this player and on his team, or I don't know, maybe the coach sleeps with this guy's wife or something. Yeah. Just something where the guy's got to get out of there. Yeah. It has nothing to do with him individually, but somebody wronged him, and it's time for him to go. A guy that's never missed more than a game in a regular season. Yeah. Patrick Surtain.
Oh, if they
straight up for Derek Stingley, if they were like, okay, hey, listen, we really screwed this up with this one up with Pat.
I don't think they do it. I think there's part of Stingley's personality that is a really good fit with the tech. I think they view him as a guy. His
personality is a really good fit, but the injuries are still a huge question mark. He's only stayed healthy for 1 year, whereas Surtain's been healthy.
They are in the spirit of this conversation. I would say Surtain's untouchable for the Broncos.
Yeah.
So we can't have hypothetical.
That's why Payton shouldn't have slept with his wife.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, they got to get him up and out of there. Okay. Derek Stingley. Okay. Wasn't anticipating this.
Anybody just tuning in, that didn't actually happen. There have been situations where very good Hall of Fame players have been traded away because of situations like that.
Yeah.
Because another player perhaps had an affair with a player's wife.
Yep.
But, that's about it. That's pretty extreme and probably unlikely.
Yeah. So those are my 3 for the Texans. This is interesting because on the text page, people are like, I'm assuming this person who's just listing names is listing these names because these are previously untouchable players. Uh-huh. And I'll get to the 3 Astros in a second. Deshaun Watson, James Harden, Alex Bregman, Kyle Tucker. That's the text. Just
Harden
4 names.
Harden was untouchable and remained untouchable until he decided to touch himself. He got himself traded up out of it.
He did. He started in January. Deshaun Watson and James Harden both within a week of each other started touching themselves.
He came in singing that old catchy song
by the Divinals.
I think about you. Yes.
Yeah.
I trade myself. Oh, I get fat. I mope around.
Else.
I won't even cross half court. I trade myself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. When I think about Daryl, I trust it. Yeah.
And Bregman left in free agency. Like, they wanted to keep Bregman. Tucker.
Bregman is another guy who touched himself.
Yeah,
he traded himself.
Well,
yeah, he was. Yeah.
And Kyle Tucker. By the way, I know the Astros back in the day had Kyle Tucker as an untouchable player when he was a young player. Back then, he was. Things change. Like if he's not going to stay with you, and you're only going to get a year out of him, and you get offered 3 players who you control for a total of 14 years, you make the trade. Yeah,
do better. That's a lazy list that you texted in there, right? Because yes, they were untouchable when you still had their careers in front of them.
Yes.
Once they decide to push the boundaries and don't want to come back via free agents,
it changes. I'm assuming that's the gist of the text. All they did was list 4 names. The 3 Astros.
Who was the last one on that list?
Tucker.
Tucker. Okay.
Yeah, Tucker. All right, the 3 Astros who are untouchable. I know he's not off to a good start. But between what he's been, who he is, what he represents, and what the lineup would look like. And his contract. Well, you said contracts are annoying, so I saved that for the very end.
Well, I mean, this is an easy one, though. Yeah. Without getting into he's got a really good contract.
He's got an amazing contract, and he's here through 2028, something ridiculous. Yordan Alvarez, untouchable.
Yeah.
Yes, the contract matters in that one. I think Hunter Brown is untouchable. I think you hang up the phone on any Hunter Brown talk. A guy who's under team control for 3 more years who might be the best pitcher in baseball right now. This goes back to the trade deadline last year where people would mention Hunter Brown, and you and I would say, no, that's the kind of player you're looking to get in a trade if you're the Astros. You're not
right now in terms of things that are untouchable. If you say one of those guards at Buckingham Palace where you can do whatever you want to him but just don't touch him.
Yeah.
That Hunter Brown is untouchable.
He's untouchable. Yeah.
Framber's a Buckingham Palace guard who's maybe got a little bit of all right, maybe the other go ahead and touch him a little bit.
Framber's 100% tradable for the same reasons Tucker was 100% tradable. Yes.
It's just, but I mean, the big question is it would have to go in hand with the Astros falling apart before the trade deadline, and or a very very rare player for player trade where you're getting some offensive stud that's coming back on an expiring. It comes back to you on an expiring. Last year, if Kyle Tucker had been playing for another team last year, and you said, you know what? Astros, you guys need hitters, or you guys need let's see. Well, Kyle Tucker's on the other team.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you would have swapped something out like that,
Framber for Tucker, you don't see trades like that a lot. But yeah, that is like Hunter Brown. I don't care what the Astros' record is. They could be last place. They could be first place. You ain't trading Hunter Brown. Jose Altuve is the last one, and that's obviously a very nuanced one. He's not what he used to be, but They ain't ever trading Jose Altuve. They're just not. Unless he asks.
Unless Altuve traded himself.
Unless he asks, unless he asks.
If he did,
they'd trade him the next day, I think.
It would be and it would end up being one of those situations like it was with, who was the hockey player that got traded out of Boston?
Ray Bourque.
Bourque, yeah.
Yep.
And they had a parade for him in Boston after he won a championship elsewhere.
In Colorado. I was living in Denver. That was the first year I lived in Denver. That was so fun rooting for a team that won the Stanley Cup. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, the thing that was different about that was Bourque had never won a championship before, and it was late in his career, and he got traded away or he left, and everybody in Boston was happy for him. It'd feel a little bit different with Altuve because it was like, oh, you just wanted to stack more on top of your already prodigious number of ALCSs and World Series.
And we definitely, if he went somewhere else and won a World Series, we would not celebrate it here, I would imagine.
No. We'd be like, good for you, Jose.
Good for you, but we're not. But you're right. Like, Seth's not exaggerating. They had a big rally in Boston celebrating Ray Bourque winning a Stanley Cup with another team. It was very strange. Very strange. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
Heartwarming.
Except I hate the Bruins back in the day. I was a Hartford Whalers season ticket holder, by God. All right, do we have time to get to the J.J. Redick? Let's save it for headlines, because this is making headlines. The J.J. Redick on Luka Doncic, and we'll get you ready for Rockets Game 6. Astros, this is a big weekend for the Astros. Big weekend for one Astro in particular. We'll get to that in headlines coming up next. Also, we want to mention that we're proud to partner with the Insperity Invitational happening at the Woodlands Country Club tournament course this weekend. Stephen Alker, David Duval, Ernie Els, John Daly, more, the PGA Tour champions best are on the course right here in town for an incredible weekend of championship golf, and they're teeing off today. You can go watch it for free. Entry is free. For score updates, tee times, weather notes, and more, head to InspirityInvitational.com.
Underdog, one of the best places to make picks during the basketball playoffs, especially because you can do it in Texas. That's right, you can play pick'em in Texas during the playoffs. One of the leading places to make all of your sports picks. You can play in Texas. They've got millions of fans who have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? And you can do it today. All you have to do is download the Underdog app and choose whether a player is going to go higher or lower on one of their stats, points, assists, and so much more. For instance, tonight I've got Steph Curry having lower than 25.5 points. He's had 30 total points over the last 2 games. Fred VanVleet, higher than 1.5 three-pointers made in the first half. And then I've got Alperen Şengün having higher than 21.5 points. My $10 turns into $60. The more players you add, the more fun it gets because the more lucrative it gets. Download the Underdog app and sign up with the promo code SETHP. You can play with as little as $1 to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. That's promo code SETHP. Must be 18 plus, 19 plus in Alabama, Nebraska, and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/extend.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncbgambling.org.
The Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit rolls on this afternoon. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley at the Annex Craft House from 2 to 6 for cold drinks, good conversation, and mud bugs by the pound. It's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit. Brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. We'll see you there.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713-CALL-LEE, 610 West Loop southbound at Post Oak, the right lane is blocked. West Sam Houston Tollway, northbound at West Road, right lane blocked there. Rain for us today, expected 86 is the high, 72 right now. I'm Val, Sports Radio 610.
Captain Mickey here for Angler U for weekly fishing reports from up and down the coast from some of the best guys with decades of guiding and tournament experience. They cover wade fishing, kayak fishing, boat fishing with educational and instruction videos covering speckled trout, redfish, flounder, and tarpon. From seasoned anglers to the novice fisherman, Angler U can improve your game. Go to angleru.com to move your fishing skills. It's a game changer.
Do you want to feel unstoppable again? Hey, it's Sean Pendergast for the Men's T Clinic, where I've been going for over 5 years now to feel unstoppable every day. For me, it was my testosterone level. For you, it might be something else. Get with the experts at the Men's T Clinic so they can customize a plan for total wellness optimization for you. Whether it's testosterone, libido, hair loss, you're not getting the results in the gym that you want, they can help you at the Men's T Clinic. Get in touch with them today. Make that initial consultation at one of their 5 Houston area locations at mensteclinic.com.
Running a fleet is expensive. So what happens when you cut the fuel bill by 10% with a Coast Fleet Card?
We're saving money and time, which means we're able to take better care of all of our vehicles and our techs, plus our bottom line. Coast has been a real game changer for us.
With Coast, you get smarter spending, stronger security, and real support when you need it. Set spending limits, track purchases in real time, and stop unauthorized transactions before they happen. Coast works anywhere Visa is accepted, so you're not limited to overpriced or out-of-the-way gas stations.
The customer service is way above the company that we used before. Along with the extra security, it's worth saying again, total game changer for us.
Go to coastpay.com/sports and learn how to save an average of 10% on your fuel bill with Coast. That's coastpay.com/sports to save 10% on fuel with Coast. coastpay.com/SPORTS.
Coast card products are issued by Celtic Bank. All card accounts are subject to credit approval. Actual savings may vary. See terms at coastpay.com. The spokesperson and characters in this ad are accurate portrayals.
Hi, everybody. It's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Podcast. It's likely you've heard of the show. show if you're base pitch. But I'm not here to talk to those 3 listeners. I'm here to appeal to people who haven't heard this show. Along with my co-host Kristen Joy Hoadley, we're taking a deeper look at the topics that are affecting our youth today. Like, who are the people who are dating ghosts? Where did all these pickup artists come from? And why doesn't my preacher have a nicer private jet? We understand that these are the issues you really want to get to the bottom of. The commercial break is now available on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from,
We can be twinsies,
to,
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
What? All the budget has to be used now? And we can use all the media buy?
Javier's marketing firm just got its dream funding.
Okay, ideas. Bobbleheads? No. T-shirt can. I seriously need some help here.
He needs to find marketing managers who are worth every dollar.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsoring a job on Indeed gives it a visibility boost, so you can hire faster. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Captain Mickey here for Angler U for weekly fishing reports from up and down the coast from some of the best guys with decades of guiding and tournament experience. They cover wade fishing, kayak fishing, boat fishing with educational and instruction videos, pounder and tarpon. From seasoned anglers to the novice fisherman, Angler U can improve your game. Go to angleru.com, that's angleru.com, and improve your fishing skills. It's a game changer.
Watching Clorox cleanup spray dissolve tough grime in the shower feels like...
Wait, this really just happened? I'm shocked. Underwear and everything?
It feels like being able to zip up your overpacked suitcase on the first try.
Smooth.
With Clorox, clean feels satisfying. Clean feels good. Use as directed.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Exclusive furniture. Where low prices live.
A men's tea clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines. Rockets Game 6 is tonight in San Francisco. Game 6, Warriors, Rockets. Rockets trying to even the series. Seth should drive a lot of confidence tonight that you got the best version. The last thing we've seen, other than the bench, if I had to guess, I would guess if the Rockets build up a 25-point lead in the third quarter, they're not going to bring in the bench guys this time around. Even if Steve Kerr waves the white flag again, they eventually will, but not in the middle of the third quarter or towards the end of the third quarter like they did this time. Maybe for the last 5 minutes of the game, but keep your foot on the gas.
Yeah, you cannot risk that or take any chances with it until it's almost mathematically impossible.
I hope this is a talking point.
Yeah.
what to do if they have a 20-point lead.
Yeah, I hope we get to talk about that sometime at the end of the third quarter. So many X factors, including obviously Jalen Green. As long as he comes out and hopefully his knee is fine after knocking knees in Game 5, but playing the way he did was exactly what you need out of him. The big man lineup and its effectiveness and how Udoka's been, going back and forth between man and zone and really flummoxing the Warriors at times. Continue with that, double down on it, or just keep operating at a high level. The thing that coincides with that is that, when the Warriors try to just take their opportunities on the perimeter, you got to lock down. I say lockdown by Steph Curry standards. Yeah. Steph Curry. Steph Curry's got 30 points in the last 2 games combined.
Yep.
He's just not been nearly as effective from 3 as he was in games 1 through 3. And don't lose track of Steph Curry on the offensive rebounds.
Right.
Whatever you do. let's add on to that, and let's not lose track of Steph Curry on the offensive rebounds.
Stay sticky with Steph Curry.
You don't need to give him extra opportunities to get it going.
Yep. So that'll be tonight, trying to force a Game 7. John Halliburton will not be attending any of his son's games for the foreseeable future. Who is John Halliburton? He's Tyrese Halliburton's dad, who was last seen taunting Giannis Antetokounmpo after a series-clinching win in Indianapolis earlier this week. He walked out onto the floor, kind of waving a little jersey, standing about 10 feet from Giannis and kind of showing a jersey, the back of a jersey to him, it looked like. And Giannis, to Giannis's credit, didn't decapitate John Halliburton. Did walk over to
Why isn't Mr. Halliburton going, since obviously he's not going to have any more confrontations with Giannis?
The decision was made by the Pacers front office that it'd be best that he stay at home for these games.
That sounds like that he's had a history of perhaps being a little bit of a distraction.
Maybe, maybe.
There's a one-off, and there's never anybody a situation before like that. This is, okay, man, this is on behalf of your son and his teammates. We just need you to settle the hell down.
To his credit,
I wish that more little leagues need to do this.
Oh,
Some parents just need to be banned.
Yeah.
Not just kicked out for a game. And honestly, my bar would be very low. For it doesn't even have to be an altercation or anything.
Mm-hmm.
If you're just annoying, okay? Mm-hmm. You're out of here.
Yeah.
Your son doesn't like having you here. It's embarrassing for your son. Get the hell out of here.
What's more annoying, the parent who argues incessantly with youth referees, or the parent that is like from parent sideline, not the team sideline? This parent is not a coach, but they're coaching just their kid. You know, you see that in soccer a lot.
The parent who's coaching other people's kids.
Oh, yeah.
Aggressively, and they think that they're Vince Lombardi.
Yeah.
That's a classic, and almost universally, those are the kind of people whose first go-to defense is, I was just saying the truth. I was just telling the truth. I was just telling the truth.
Yeah.
Here's the truth. You're about to get your ass kicked, buddy. Okay?
Yeah. Now, to John Halliburton's credit, reportedly, he took the news fine. He understood. So,
he gets it. He had apologized. His son had apologized.
Yeah. So he'll be watching at home. The other news in the NBA, the other news making the rounds, J.J. Redick and Rob Pelinka, the head coach and GM of the Los Angeles Lakers, had their exit interview with the media yesterday, their exit media session with the media. And J.J. Redick, when he was asked about, what needed to change or what they can improve upon to try to make a deeper playoff run next year, this was interesting considering Luka Doncic is one of his best players.
The work that's required in an offseason to be in championship shape. And, we have a ways to go as a roster. And certainly there are individuals that were in phenomenal shape. There's certainly other ones that could have been in better shape. That's where my mind goes immediately is we have to get in championship shape.
Okay, he's saying, Luka, you're a fat ass.
Which is valid. And actually don't fault him for that, but we're also doing this. You got to remember the context is that J.J. Redick played his starters the entire second half of Game 4.
Yes.
And I'm just wondering, are you expecting your 42-year-old LeBron James and Doncic, even if he's in better shape, if Doncic gets himself in the best shape of his life, is it still appropriate to play your starters the entire second half?
Right.
Stop deflecting blame, J.J. Redick, okay? Accept that you're a rookie head coach. You're going to make some rookie head coach mistakes. Yes, guys can be in better shape. But, my God, stop getting so testy about the fact that you screwed the pooch on that one.
It is it's very interesting, the Lakers, because they get knocked out in 5 games in the first round, and the biggest topic isn't LeBron James. The biggest topic isn't Luka Doncic. The biggest topic is J.J. Redick. And that was before he said what we just played right there. Between how he handled the pregame going into Game 5 when that reporter asked him, hey, are you going to lean on your assistants when it comes to your rotations in the second half? And he took great exception to that. He took such great exception to that I bet money line on the. He made me like $150, J.J. Redick, by acting like an a-hole in that pregame press conference. I'm like, that guy ain't winning this game. He is wound way too tight.
We've got some audio later. Windhorse was talking about how Reggie Miller had to calm Redick down.
Miller, what's
in the broadcast booth or in the broadcast meeting that they have before the game? Redick is just he is string tight right now.
Yeah.
Or he's wound very, very tight.
Yeah. We'll have some of that a little later.
Heavy metal tight
yes,
is what he is.
Yeah, big time.
His sphincter, you couldn't squeeze a toothpick in there right now.
No, man, no.
He probably hasn't pooped in 7 days.
Lump of coal turns into a diamond in there, man. Absolutely. Astros have the White Sox this weekend. The White Sox are awful at baseball again this year. They've won 8 or 9 games. They're not good. Lance McCullers pitches on Sunday. That's the big story in this series this weekend, Seth, and I am very excited for this. I'm hoping that if there's a Rockets Game 7, it's in the evening and not like that middle of the afternoon game at 2:30, because I want it to be like it was a couple days ago, where you get, hey, Astros in the afternoon, couple hours to unwind, and then the game at night. But my excitement level is I feel like mine is higher than everybody else. I feel like most other people have a lot of trepidation. They don't want to get too excited about McCullers coming back because he gets hurt all the time.
Get excited about him on a game-by-game basis.
Yes.
It's his injuries that you have to worry about. And know also that the White Sox have only won 8 games, and it's not because their pitching is bad. Their pitching is so-so. They're an abysmal offensive team. They can't hit. So it's a good opponent for Lance McCullers to have his first outing versus. So it'd be like he was pitching to the Astros.
Right.
You know?
Right. I'm curious here. You like that I need to hear this. You just typed this. You have a grilled cheese analogy for me going to break.
Oh, you had okay. So we were 20 seconds before we were supposed to take a break. Leaving the last segment, and you asked Ben, "Do we have time to play this audio thing?" Well, no, Sean, we don't, because you know the way this show works. If you play a bit of audio, then we're going to end up talking at least 3 minutes afterwards. Yeah. So to me, it reminded me of, like, you're the captain of the Titanic. Yeah. You're 100 yards away from an iceberg. And sometimes you're like, just let me finish eating this grilled cheese sandwich, and then we'll start turning the ship. Like, no. It takes a long time to turn this ship.
You're proud of me?
Yeah, put down the sandwich, damn it.
You're proud of me that I put my sandwich down and took us to break.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, sometimes we'll be 30 seconds before a break, and you'll say, here's a text that'll really piss you off, Seth. And I'm like, well, all right. And then we're going to have a meeting later about how we got to get to breaks on time. All right.
It's so true. It's funny because it's true. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
I'm ranting along 5 minutes past the break, and you're just sitting there nibbling on your Mickey Mouse shaped grilled cheese sandwich.
I love grilled cheese. Mariners play the Rangers. We could finish the weekend in first place. Yeah, the Mariners are in first place right now, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so are we? So are you telling me we got to root for the Rangers this weekend? Can't we just root for the asteroid?
You can root for the
iceberg.
You can root for the Rangers, but because the Mariners play particularly poorly, you do it in that fashion.
There you go.
Astros are 2 games behind the Mariners right now.
Okay.
Rangers are 3 games back, so you got to do that. You got to hope the Rangers win their series.
Like win 2 out of 3. Yeah. Okay, keep sending these in. We're getting texts. We were talking in the previous segment about what Houston athletes are untouchable in a trade time. Which Houston athletes does the team hang up the phone if their name even comes up in a trade? Amen Thompson, Yordan Alvarez, C.J. Stroud, etc. People are texting in things around Houston that are untouchable. Mattress Mac, untouchable. No, we will never trade Mattress Mac. Bluebell, untradeable, someone says. Text those in. 713-572-4610. All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Seth, Execanon, we've got anonymous executives dishing on all the AFC teams' drafts.
Sweet, juicy, anonymous takes.
We love that on this show. So we've got the Texans. What is Execanon saying about the Texans? And what are they saying about the magnificent Gladstone in Jacksonville? We will get to that coming up next. But first, Daily in Black.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
These are doing good on the text page. We were talking about Houston athletes that are untouchable in trade talks, and y'all started sending in things that are untouchable here in Houston. Good job. Whataburger, that's an easy one. Papa Dough. Bun B, untradeable. Paul Wall, untradeable, untouchable. No, we're not trading them to the West Coast for any West Coast rappers. No. Screwed, baby. Yeah.
Somebody earlier had said, hey, James Harden was untouchable at one point in time. And then you and I were talking during the break about James Harden. James Harden had a good game last night and ended up having a really good game. So that was, what, Game 6?
Game 6,
and,
yeah.
And you said, well, let's see, the Clippers fans might, let's see how they feel about James Harden. James Harden already did have a disastrous Game 6.
Yeah, I said
5 and 6 last year.
He did. Okay, yeah. I said that I said this is cool. Another fan base will get a taste of elimination game Harden here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, last year, Game 5 versus Dallas, he was 2 for 12.
Okay.
And then Game 6, he was 5 for 16.
Okay.
He was 0 for 6 from 3 in Game 6 last year.
So they've got a taste. Okay, so they're actually like kind of playing with house money that he even got them to a Game 7 right now.
Yeah, no, they already know. They know the full James Harden experience of collapsing.
Fair.
At the end of the
Okay,
series.
good. I'm glad you looked that up. Frenchie's Chicken, somebody says on the untouchable list here. Frenchie's Chicken's really. Someone says, unfortunately, the Astrodome appears to be untouchable and indestructible. Yeah, no, dude, the Astrodome is like what Jose Abreu is right now on the Astros competitive balance tax sheet. You know, it's just like, yes.
If we have a nuclear. If we have a nuclear Armageddon at some point where just everything is just leveled,
yeah,
and just whatever humans remain, from Australia or wherever, some pocket of the world where they make it through. They say 3,000 years from now, archaeologists will be poring over this entire continent, and all they'll be able to figure out is that this culture worshipped this huge concrete dome.
Yeah.
The only thing left standing in the wreckage was this gigantic concrete dome that must have been the holiest of all holy things in this culture.
Just a bunch of cockroaches smoking cigars, hanging and staring at the Astrodome. That's all that's left, man.
We don't know how they even did it with their limited intelligence and technology, but they built this.
Yeah.
Probably aliens from outer space, yes.
Yep. What about the OG, the first Houston Texan to ever get a safety, Seth Payne, untradeable? That's a text.
Yeah. That's not a unanimous opinion.
Well, there's a second one here. Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast, untouchable. That's
Sean Tenderass. Yeah.
I got hit with that a lot back in the day. All right, Execanon, anonymous executives. I know some shows feel like put your name on it, man. Not this show. We like when you don't put your name on it.
As long as it comes from a writer who's known to be legitimate and actually doesn't, some writers I don't publish the anonymous quotes because I feel like half of them are made up.
Really? I talk about all
the
of
bona
them.
fide ones that I know are tied in and what have you. They're the ones that are
You're way more selective than me. If it says anonymous on there, it makes it into the show prep for me. But this is a good one. This is, I believe, Mike Sando. If it's The Athletic, let's see if it's one of our guys here that we trust. Mike Sando. So Mike, he's at the far end, the trustable end of journos that go get anonymous executive quotes. He's very, very good. He might be the OG when it comes to this stuff. All right, here's what they're saying about the Houston Texans. We'll get to a couple of the other teams. Sando says this: with so much focus on the Texans' O-line, Houston pulled a bit of an end around by remaking the receiver room. Early reviews were positive. All right, this is what one executive says. Quote, they have Tank Dell coming off of injury and lost Stephon Diggs, but man, when Dell gets healthy, adding the receivers they got, Higgins, Knoll, to go with Nico Collins, wow. C.J. Stroud is going to have weapons galore, this executive.
That's pretty optimistic. I think with Tank Dell,
is the most optimistic part of that the part about the two rookies being impactful, or Tank Dell coming back healthy to be impactful?
I think that Tank Dell coming back healthy and the same version of himself. And I'm not saying it can't be done. I think there's some people that just don't want to believe that was a really devastating injury, and I get that. But for this year, let's just talk about this year. That would be awesome. It would be an incredible story if he came back and was productive this year.
At any point.
It's really hard for somebody whose calling card is their quickness and their speed and everything else to come back from an injury like that in less than a year. So I'm putting him on the shelf and just hoping that he takes that he has all the time that he needs to recover. So I'm not really thinking about it. I think the two receivers, I mean, it's pretty. You hear people that cover the draft talk about Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knoll, that those guys are both very much guys that they had them slotted where they did, but they really, really like them. And some of them just either didn't play in high-profile offenses, or in the case of Jaden Higgins, he's a guy that just improved steadily throughout his career. Jalen Knoll, there's the speed and explosiveness alone really tantalizes a lot of people. The fact that the Texans got both of them has a lot of the draft nicks saying, like, oh, okay, good on you. And a lot of it, anonymous executives and whatnot.
I have yet to see. People have their various grades on these guys, whether Higgins is a second or a first rounder, whether Knoll is a. There's people that had him at the back end of the first round in their drafts. A couple of people, anywhere from first to third. I have yet to find anybody who says either of those guys were a sketchy pick. Like they have been universally praised for those two picks. In my opinion.
The nice thing about Knoll is that playing slot receivers, it's tough for rookies. There's a lot of nuance that goes into it, and you can line him up on the outside. It's not like he's going to be exclusively slot, but just by having that level of speed and explosiveness there, he doesn't have to be a part of every single package or in every single situation. There's times where just getting his speed on the field is going to make a difference and open things up for other people.
Yeah, I guess for context of what you're saying about the slot receiver, Cecil Shorts used to say that. Cecil was a slot receiver. Cecil said that slot receiver, outside of quarterback, slot receiver is the next most, like, the most put on your plate, play-to-play position in terms of the intellect.
Up and a lot of it's having a natural feel for it, but then really studying and learning where the soft spots in the zone are, like how teams are rotating their coverages, all that. Because if you want to get open quickly, and you think it's going to be cover two, but all of a sudden it's man, you got to make adjustments really, really quick.
Yep. Execunon on the Texans. Let's continue. Sando says Collins and Higgins. He points out they're both 6'4". One executive, the same executive, added this. You don't have physical enough corners to cover two 6'4" wide receivers. And that's interesting, Seth, because I've thought about there was this notion with a lot of people before the draft, well, Higgins is too much like Nico, so why would you want two receivers that are the same? I'm like, too much like the guy who's really awesome? Like that makes and my other thought was it seems to be working out okay for the Cincinnati Bengals who have T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, who are very similar wide receivers.
I very much go with the Daryl Morey philosophy on this is don't overthink it. Daryl Morey's philosophy is get as many good basketball players on your team as you can figure out the scheme based on what fits you and what suits you.
Yep.
And likewise with Jaden Higgins, I don't worry that there might be some redundancy in having a big, tough, physical X-type receiver. Just figure out a way to make it work.
Yeah, because I think similarly, like Nico, and I think similarly Jaden Higgins, they're not one-trick ponies. They're not just guys that use their size to box. They're not power forwards. Like they can get open too, and they've got deceptive speed for guys their size.
They have now both of them athletically. Their profile is very, very similar, and that. Okay, on some of the shorter stuff, they're not as shifty. They're big guys. It's harder for them to really get low on their breaks and their stops and everything. But that's why you got to have speed with the slot guys underneath. So, to take it to an extreme, arguing that you don't want a guy who's the same type of receiver as Nico Collins, taken to an extreme, would be like saying, well, we can't have both Andre Johnson and Calvin Johnson on the same team.
Right.
That's we're going to have spacing issues. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
That makes sense. Yep. So Sando points out the Texans move back out of the first round to 34 after the Vikings took Donovan Jackson. 2 more offensive line go off the board late in the first round, as we've heard Nick talk about on Texans All Access, and we'll have Nick on the show next week. We're still working on what day. But they did try to trade back into the back end of the first round after they had moved out to possibly, presumably to get one of those offensive linemen. Houston then maneuvered in the second round, Sando points out, up to 48 to take Arianti Ursary at 48 overall, in between Higgins and Knoll. Another anonymous executive says this about the Ursary pick. They got out from under the money of Tunsil. Ursary surely is not Tunsil. He's a stiffer, taller guy who they can probably get by within their scheme with what they're going to do. They don't need a downhill physical left tackle, end quote.
Yeah.
The one thing there that I think is maybe real quick to maybe scratching the surface on it, they got out from under the money of Tunsil. It wasn't just under the Army situation. You know what I mean?
If you're genuinely happy with your left tackle, you make the contract work.
Yeah.
You don't get out from underneath his money.
Yeah.
You get out from underneath somebody else's money on the team. Yeah. The left tackle isn't the guy that you do it with.
Yep.
So, there's way more to it. The other part I take issue with there is, nobody knows exactly what the scheme's going to look like.
Mm-hmm.
And it's weird because he says he's not like Tunsil, athletically. But then he also says, they're not going to be a downhill scheme where he needs to be big and physical. I think they hope that he is that type of guy. He played in a scheme in college that was an outside zone-based scheme and did really well with it for a guy that's 6'6", 330+ pounds. He moves really, really well. The run blocking in the gap scheme and the power type stuff, that's going to be a work in progress. But he has all the physical traits that suggest he should be really good at that.
Yeah.
But yes, you can never project that a guy's going to be as good a pass protector as Larry Tunsil. He's really good at that.
He's really good. Yeah.
Yeah, and the other part about Ursary is that I think by and large what Jeremiah said when the Texans drafted Ursary is probably accurate. Some teams had him as a late first-round guy. Other teams thought he was a third-round guy.
Mm-hmm.
He is very much a whatever your favorite flavor is type of player. I think some people watch him and see that he's stiff-legged and think, all right, no, there's no upside there. Other people watch him and say, okay, he's stiff-legged, but he's still moving way more athletically and faster than a lot of the really strong. And it's kind of a personal taste almost in what you're really looking for in your left tackle. And I think the Texans they tried to be as practical about it and said, look, he might be stiff-legged, but he still moves faster than a lot of the more supple athletes.
If that's one of the main criticisms against him, is it possible to become less stiff-legged as an athlete when you get into the NFL? Like, is that just something he's going to be the whole time? Is it possible to become, is this just something we've got to live with? Like, this is just who he is.
Yeah, and I'm cool with it. At offensive tackle, at guard, it's a little trickier, but at offensive tackle, there's plenty of guys, as long as you're massive.
Yeah.
If he were 6'6", 305 pounds, he'd be done.
Yeah.
But as long as you're Trent Brown's a good example. Trent Brown doesn't have great knee bend, and he's 6'8", but he uses his size and his mass really well. And that's maybe he can increase his flexibility and his pad level somewhat, but it's not a necessity as long as he knows how to use his mass. Because he's got excellent mass.
Yep, gotcha.
He's like he's Jupiter, Sean.
He's Jupiter.
Nobody ever accuses Jupiter of not being big enough.
No, that's true. It is always very,
Never.
very big. Yeah, no, that's a bad take. You'll show up at 9:00 on Fridays if you have that take.
Anonymous scout. He's not as big as Jupiter's not as big as everybody says.
Anonymous astrologist. Astronomist, I guess. Astrologist would be if they were talking crap about Aquarius and whatnot. Last exec compared the Texans to the Bengals because, this is what I just said, because both teams have prioritized weaponry over the back is going to have an 8 to 10 year relationship with those two Iowa State kids, and I think he's going to have a great year. Higgins can play outside the numbers in press coverage and win. The way he times his jumps, makes contested catches, wins on fade balls, jumps over guys. I love him. Noel is all business, end quote.
All business.
He's all business, yeah.
People have gushed about Noel's personality and football character and all of that. And with Higgins, there was Higgins did an interview with, it was a guy on NFL on NBC. I can't think of his name right now, but anyway, at the Combine. And they asked him who he likes watching, and he said Keenan Allen, which was a little bit of a surprise. Keenan Allen's he's 6'2", but he's not one of these 6'4" type guys like Jaden Higgins is. But it's he likes the creativity of Keenan Allen's releases and route running, and you see a little bit of it in Jaden Higgins' game. He's got a little dead leg here. He does a little. You don't want to get too funky with that stuff because you try to emulate Keenan Allen completely, and that's not necessarily what you need to do.
Right.
But I think he seems very much like a student of the game, and that a lot of the things he needs to refine, he understands the assignment, and he's been working on it already. He's just got to keep building on that.
They have some anonymous quotes in here about the AFC, so we'll hit a couple on the Colts and the Jags here in particular. It's interesting. Tyler Warren fell to being the second tight end in this class after, for most of draft season, it was him and then Colston Loveland. The Bears take Loveland at 10. The Colts take Warren at 14. They're obviously both very, very good players. This one exec says a tight end taken number 10 by Chicago is a dynamic athlete who can get open on his own and really affect the passing game. That's more valuable to me than what the Colts are getting because Warren is not running away from anyone, including middle linebackers, end quote. So nice little side swipe at Warren's lack of athleticism compared to Colston Loveland there.
Luckily, he's got a quarterback who's definitely going to lead him properly, and
he'll definitely lead him.
I don't spot to really. Properly.
Yeah, properly is the key word. Yeah,
he'll lead him by a good 7 yards.
Yes. Yeah.
Tyler Warren, you got to stretch out for that, son.
Here's another one. Says this about Tyler Warren: they're going to have a lot of they're going to have a lot of hats that you have to account for in the run game. He doesn't create all his separation with athleticism, but he's really big at the catch point. He can adjust. He's going to make contested catches. He's strong. You can do a lot of things across personnel groups with that guy.
So he's not Dallas Clark in terms of as a receiver, but I think he's more of a complete tight end perhaps. But he also doesn't have Peyton Manning throwing him the ball.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be much more of a Kobe Fleener type experience for Tyler Warren. Unfortunately,
I took under on all of Tyler Warren's prop bets for the upcoming season.
Yeah.
550 yards, I went under. 50, I think it was 51 catches, something like that. I went under on all of his stats because of who's playing quarterback for him.
Some of it might have to do with whether or not Jonathan Taylor stays healthy. If Jonathan Taylor is the guy that will we've seen Daniel more snaps as a starting quarterback. We've seen what having a Saquon Barkley can do for Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
Without Saquon, he was just nothing. So likewise, maybe Daniel Jones, if Jonathan Taylor is healthy, then Tyler Warren, I would take the over. If it's Anthony Richardson and then Jonathan Taylor is banged up and injured a lot, then no, I would definitely take the under. I mean, I don't think people who don't follow the AFC South closely really don't understand how bad Anthony Richardson is.
Yeah.
They don't get it. Now, on any given Sunday, as we know, I'm terrified of him.
Mhm.
Any given Sunday, he can go off,
Sunday,
and he can make a couple of incredible throws and beat you with his legs. But game in, game out, he's just an atrocious quarterback.
Agreed. All right, do you want to hear what the anonymous execs are saying about the magnificent Gladstone and his bold move to get Travis Hunter? Let's do this.
The general manager of the Jaguars who's changing football as we know it.
Yeah.
Everybody get ready. You're not even going to recognize this game they're playing on the field when they come to NRG
This
Stadium.
sport that we love is going to get changed by the magnificent Gladstone. He's magic like that. One exec says this, quote, I can't name, this is talking about Travis Hunter, obviously, I can't name a dual threat guy who played both ways at the level they are drafting him at. Deion Sanders, Rod Woodson, they all settled into whatever their position is. This is my exact feeling right here. This sentence right here captures exactly how I feel about it. This exec says, as soon as he gets one injury and is out for 3 weeks, he's going to be on one side of the ball moving forward.
Yeah, that's
a very precarious experiment they're conducting.
Never say never.
Yeah.
Never say never. Shohei Ohtani did something that nobody had done since Babe Ruth. So never say never. The difference is
until he needed Tommy John surgery.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Shohei Ohtani did something nobody's ever done before and currently isn't doing it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, precisely.
You get the equivalent of a Tommy John surgery in the NFL and you're out for the year. You're not playing the other side of the ball either.
Yeah.
I think that's where, realistically, he might play more snaps than anybody's played in recent NFL history, but I will be dumbfounded if he's playing 120 snaps a game like he did in college. Personally, I think it's likely impossible to do it for an entire NFL season. And if you draft Travis Hunter number 2 overall and you trade all that stuff up to get him, I think you're deluding yourself if you think it's going to be – you got to draft him based on either how you project him as a receiver or how you project him as a cornerback who can do some extra stuff.
And they did this because of both. And I think there's all kinds of quotes from Gladstone after this draft that said – he had the one quote where he said he's a first-round pick as a corner, he's a first-round pick as a wide receiver, which tells me like that's justifying a lot of the capital they gave up for him. And he had this to say when he was introducing – Travis Hunter at his introductory press conference earlier this week.
You know, as we sit here, Travis Hunter is a Jacksonville Jaguar, and really what comes to mind for me, right? Thinking about the sport of football and really the power of the game itself, right? Its capacity to ourselves, belief in others, right? Belief in achieving what many may deem impossible. Travis Hunter, he embodies belief, right? He's a rare person, he's a rare player, but he's also a reminder that the boundaries of the game of football were built to be challenged. And so the decision to select him was actually a statement for how we plan to move, who we are, and we want him to be nothing more than him. Because when he is, he elevates the space around him. From the football field to the city to the game of football itself.
No pressure.
Travis Hunter is who we've been hunting up. Couldn't be more jacked to be sitting right here beside him and introduce you all to the man of the hour.
Okay. Let's get our applause in. Yeah,
good job, press conference crew.
Yeah.
Like the guys clap. Good job. That's great reporting.
Way to go.
Him basically. It almost sounded like a eulogy for an all-time great who had died or something.
It did.
You know, like we've been thinking he's had a lifetime to build this up. He's very happy with himself for changing the game of football. Mostly making it about himself. The biggest thing, one of the dumbest things I saw on draft weekend was Booger McFarland was making a case that in some respects it'll be easier to play both ways in the NFL because the tempo isn't as fast because you've got more time to rest between plays and what have you. Like, all right, but on average, you're also covering every single week a better wide receiver. Even when you're playing the worst teams, you're facing better wide receivers every week than you faced in the vast majority of your games in college. Not to mention, this simple part, this is if he's playing defensive back. So if he's playing wide receiver, which that's going to be his main position, but also defensive back. From the defensive back side of things, you also don't have to cover as long in college. You're covering inferior receivers, and the ball is coming out so much faster as you're playing a heavy dose of zone. It's just not the same physical challenge.
Seth,
God, I hope they try to play him. I hope they play him 120 snaps.
I think there's a chance that that's what they're trying to do here. And in some ways, you almost need to justify what you moved up to go get him. That's a lot that they gave up. There's a good chance. I know the Texans gave up a first to get Will Anderson, and everybody's saying, well, that's going to be a top 5 pick. The Texans are going to be terrible, and then they weren't. So I do want to acknowledge that there's a possibility that first-round pick next year that they gave up to get Travis Hunter, the Jags could be a 10-win team this year. We don't know. They may very well be. Maybe Liam Cohen helps Trevor Lawrence figure some things out. But the whether they're a 12-win team or a 5-win team doesn't change the amount of stress that it puts on Travis Hunter to have to play that amount of snaps. Everything that's coming out of Jacksonville leads me to believe that they're treating him as at the very least, a rotational player on both sides of the ball, if not a full-time player.
Honestly, I've seen this so many times over and over again. Just when you take a guy with incredible physical talent, the absolute textbook thing you need to do is first get him comfortable in his main position, his chosen position. And don't put anything more on his plate until he gets comfortable there. Maybe the long term is that, they really expect him to go 120 snaps. I hope they try to have him do it all at once right from the get-go. I mean, I saw this with Mario Williams. Mario Williams, his rookie year, they were having him play defensive tackle on third down. They were having him play left end, right end, all of this. And he just never got comfortable. And these coaches, and especially rookie coaches and first-time coaches like Liam Cohen, they get eyes as big as saucers, eyes as wide as the Sphinx, Sean, and they just want to do it all right away, and it's just not the right thing to do. But I hope that's what the Jaguars do.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess the question, the Shohei comparison is interesting because the Dodgers gave Shohei Ohtani $700 million. It's going to be spread out over the course of like the next 20 or 30 years, but they gave him $700 million. And when they gave that to him, it was presumably because he was going to be pitching and hitting. Like that's $20 million more a year than anybody had ever gotten to that point, probably more than that, because he was going to be a two-way guy. To this point, he's not been for the Dodgers, but when he's been doing the one thing he's been asked to do, he wins MVPs. Like he's elite at both. I guess that would be the question with Travis Hunter. Seth, like the unprecedented give to go get it would be all those draft picks. Like you're trading your second, another first next year to go get a guy who's not a quarterback.
Right.
And the question would be, okay, well, if the time comes, which could come sooner rather than later, to this executive's point, if Travis Hunter starts to get banged up, you cannot have him playing both ways. You just can't. Is he good enough at one of those things to justify that? And that's a real big question mark for me. Like anybody, is any cornerback or wide receiver good enough to give up a 2 and a 1 next year to go get? A guy who does both may very well be. And if you need butts and seats, that's a whole nother thing. But just as a player, may very well be. A guy who does just one of those things, boy, he better be either Calvin Johnson as a wide receiver or Deion Sanders in his prime as a cornerback.
And honestly, I think they're doing a disservice to Travis Hunter. This is all me wanting Travis Hunter to fail specifically because he plays for the Jaguars. Yeah. But just think about the way they're presenting him in that press conference. Like this is what did D'Amico talk about with C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson? He wants to take pressure off of those guys.
Yeah.
You don't need to heap more pressure onto them. They have enough self-generated pressure on their own. The expectations from others are very, very large. That D'Amico's felt that his job is to take pressure off of those guys. And with a lot of great athletes, it's young athletes, you're trying to get them to relax a little bit. The Magnificent Gladstone is sitting in there promising that this guy's going to revolutionize the game of football.
Not just
Yeah, just so you know, we're expecting you to revolutionize the game.
Yes.
All right?
Yeah.
Let him learn the playbook first, Magnificent
pressure.
G.
No pressure. Oh. No pressure. Well, the Athletic had an article. It turns out the Magnificent Gladstone has a little bit of Ryan Poles in him, where he's not afraid to allow the media into his
embedded media
into his into his ecosystem.
It's a smart strategy.
Yeah,
people have been calling Ryan Poles brilliant for years without winning anything. Just because he's got embedded journos with him all the time. Yeah.
So he had Michael Silver was in the Jags war room for the draft. That's the big thing, man. You allow a journo into the war room, like the sanctity of the war room. You have a friend forever. Seth, I don't know if you knew this, but you are intangibly rich. You, Seth Payne, are intangibly rich. The Magnificent Gladstone's descriptor of what he looks for first and foremost in a player is guys who are intangibly rich. Tony Pacelli is quoted in this article. On draft day, he said this, and Pacelli is hook, line, and sinker in on the Magnificent Gladstone. He loves the Maggie G, man. He says this with Pacelli. There was a clear understanding, talking about the Jaguar teams that you were a part of, Seth.
Right.
There was a clear understanding of who was in charge and how things were going to get done. It wasn't always fun. It was a grind, but you knew where you stood. We weren't the most talented team, but to use a term that James loves but didn't exist back then, we were intangibly rich.
Yeah. We weren't intangibly rich enough to win a championship. Couldn't beat the Titans intangibles themselves, apparently.
You were intangibly homeless.
Oh, no, yeah. I was totally. I wish that term had existed back then. My career was a constant battle between coaches and scouts, I think. Coaches loved me. Personnel guys were like, what the hell, this fat white guy? And like, no, Dom Capers or Tom Culver's like, you just got to trust me. The kid's he's intangibly rich. He's intangibly rich.
Right, okay, yeah. So you didn't have, it was strictly the physical stuff that the scouts were like, what the hell?
Oh, yeah. I didn't check off enough boxes on their little clipboards.
They were wrong.
Yeah. But the coaches loved me.
They were wrong.
Because I got the job done, Sean.
Hell yeah, man.
Gummit,
Hell yeah.
With my intangible riches.
You didn't even know at the time. You were intangibly rich. You were exactly what the Magnificent Gladstone would have been looking. As we make fun of him, know that you were exactly what he was looking for.
I walked in, and I didn't have a lot of classic swag, but I had a large invisible pendant of intangibles around my chest at all times. Yes. I had a gaudy, I just had a gigantic, not plated with anything because it was intangible pendant around my neck. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. That's my swag.
I'm just picturing it.
Was it Cutcliffe? It was the Duke coach that said Daniel Jones.
Yes.
They know at Duke that the best swag is no swag at all.
Yeah, David that's David Cutcliffe to a T.
Swagless.
Apparently, the Maggie G has labels. They have a big board where they've got the very unconventional categories.
Yeah.
Beginning with, these are the categories. Math changers, which only Hunter and Ashton Genty made that category.
Tip the tables. They changed the
Math
mathematics
changers.
of the whole situation. Okay.
Reliable starter. Starting talent, buyer beware. Ooh, that would have been a fun list to look at.
So these are the Jaguars.
Jaguars.
This is how they category. Okay.
These are their buckets. Yeah, math changers.
Buyer beware. So that would be like character issues or something.
Yep. Early contributor. Intangible. This is a bucket name. Intangibly rich enough to contribute early. That's the name of a category for this guy. Only the Magnificent Gladstone can have a category with 6 words in it. Intangibly rich enough to contribute early. And then the last two. Talented enough to contribute early, less refined. That's a category.
Talented enough but less refined.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have the intangible riches or the whatever else
Maybe
it
needs
is.
some smoothing off, I guess. He's a little raw.
So you can be in multiple buckets there, I'm guessing?
I don't
know.
know.
It sounds like you could be in some of the – okay.
I don't know. I don't think so. That's not how buckets work, man. Not fit for us was the last bucket, which I guess that would be a fun list to look at. Who does the Magnificent Gladstone think is not intangibly rich at all?
Yeah, I wish those would leak more often.
Yes. Yeah, it was great when they used to people would take a picture of the war room and Jerry Jones, that happened to a couple times. Like his whole big board's behind him as a picture's getting taken.
Who gave them an F? Tell me who gave the Jaguars
Austin
an F.
Mock. Austin Mock. He's the guy from The Athletic who does. We did an article about him last week on this little computer, and it spit out the win totals. So he's a guy this is very like value-based stuff, and he does his report cards on a curve where there's only It's because which is the smart thing to do. It's a zero-sum game. Like if you give everybody A's, like it's not going to be that way. So he's got like 4 A's, 4 A minuses, all the way down to F. And the Magnificent Gladstone got an F from Austin Mock in his report card article.
Basically, it seems like he gave them an F almost exclusively based on them being too aggressive in
the value of the trade.
Travis Hunter.
Yes.
I feel like that's a little harsh. I feel like you got to bring more to the table. Yeah. I mean, you can. Let's say you're taking a test in actual school, and maybe there's 4 questions worth 25 points. Mm-hmm. All right, if you score 0 points on the one that's worth 25 points, you can still salvage a passing grade if you do it well enough on the others, I guess. And I wouldn't grade it as 0 out of 25 for trading too aggressively up for Travis Hunter. To take him at a spot where most people expected him to go. Yeah. I can't grade them that harshly for him. I admire the aggressiveness and boldness of the decision. It could easily blow up in their face. But I don't think, given that Travis Hunter might very well be a unicorn, okay, you're swinging on a unicorn. Yeah. The same way you swing for the fences on a quarterback.
I'm not. Are you more nervous about? Well, you may not be nervous about either of them. I'm not super nervous about either. But are you more nervous that the Magnificent Gladstone's aggressiveness to go get Travis Hunter is a sign that they're going to do things that make them a contender? Or are you actually because that guy in Tennessee?
I'd be more nervous about Cam Ward. Yeah. I think that, for one, that's the more normal thing is that, a guy taking number 1 overall at quarterback. A lot of times it doesn't work out, but a lot of times it does work out. And the Titans, given what they were last year as a team, their defense was way better than the stats showed, as we know and as we saw. And I think there's still – I think they made improvements kind of – structurally on the offense that if they can do right by Cam Ward, and he is indeed, if he does end up being a good NFL quarterback, that the overall scenario for the Titans I actually feel better about than whatever Travis Hunter can give them in the short term with Jacksonville.
I wonder what that dynamic's going to be in that quarterback room. It's very similar to what the Texans experienced over from 2021 to 2023. They drafted Davis Mills, granted in the 3rd round, not the 2nd like Will Levis. But they handed the keys for the most part, other than a little bit of yo-yoing in and out of the lineup with Davis Mills. Like he was their anointed starter going into year 2, and it wasn't good either year. They were bad. There's a reason they were picking 2nd. Bring in C.J. Stroud, and Davis Mills is still in the building and seems to have settled in as a backup quarterback. I just wonder if Will Levis is going to go as quietly into the night as Davis Mills did. With Cam Ward's going to be their starting quarterback, right? I mean, they're going to hand the keys, number 1 overall pick. They're going to hand the keys to Cam Ward in Tennessee. Does Will Levis accept that role the same way Davis Mills did here?
I don't. I think with Will Levis, as much as I've piled on him over and over again, mostly because he's just so dumb when he runs with the ball, and the hits that he takes into a position that I don't think he ever looked comfortable in because he wasn't supposed to be there as a top 5 pick and everything else that goes along with it. He also, that fanfare was kind of a brief scenario. So, I think he's probably been humbled enough that he gets it. Yep. I don't know. I think there's probably a place for him in the NFL as kind of a journeyman, career backup fringe starter type if he develops.
Same way there is with Davis Mills. Yeah, for sure. Someone says that we need to bring in Drew Hodgson for the anonymous executive bit. Do you and Drew hit the executive?
Yeah, Drew and I will hit the anonymous. Yeah, I haven't done that with him in a while. My former Texans teammate. Drew's awesome because he's very cynical about everything always. So
so he's perfect for the executive. Yeah. That's great.
He loves pointing out how stupid everybody is all the time.
Okay, maybe
he's very funny about
it. We'll take that under advisement. I like Drew. I'm all for bringing him in. All right.
Drew's got a lot on his plate right now. He's got some manufacturing company.
Yeah, I was going to say, isn't he trying to single-handedly revitalize the manufacturing industry?
Yeah, well, yeah. Orders have all of a sudden dried up. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, maybe Execunon might not be the thing to do right now. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we roll on here. We're going to circle back to the Rockets at the top of the hour. The Rockets, by coming back from down 3-1, they could be reliving some magic here. We got an anniversary coming up on some 3-1 match. Coming up next, Mike Florio has his new cause célèbre in the NFL, and it has to do with prank phone calls to NFL football players and how the numbers were gotten. We will get to HOA Florio coming up next. But first, Daly and Black.
flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Magnificent on the text page every time. Am I wrong for wanting to throat punch the magnificent Gladstone? You're going to hear him again. You're going to hear him again in Take a Mania at 9, just so you know.
If you saw him say it with his little trendy blazer with a hoodie underneath and everything, it makes it that much worse.
Yep. Someone says
he's the kid. You know who he is?
Who is he?
You know, in any kind of like study group or section, you know, any TA-led section in college or something, if it's 40 minutes long, he's talking 30 minutes. At 39 minutes, he's like, well, you know, I've got an interesting point to make about Woodrow Wilson, actually. It's just insufferable. So impressed with himself and his intelligence.
Oh, yeah, no, the Travis Hunter pick was all about him, for sure. Now, this texter promises that Travis Hunter, the newcomer, is going to come in and steal the show.
You can't have a newcomer come in and steal the show.
Jags lady, man. Jags lady. She must be pumped.
He's got to make it through the temptations that are everywhere in Jacksonville that come from being a large enough city, but still a very big fish in a very small pond, where a lot of times the football players are treated almost like high school players. And the adulation and attention and things offered up to you are just they're pretty, you know, he's just going to be careful.
We'll see if he can do it, man. We'll see if he can. Supposedly, he's very, fishing and football are like his two things.
No, and he is. Yeah, that's honestly, I liked piling on Magnificent Gladstone, but Travis Hunter, I wish he'd gone outside the division. You know, a good kid. That was for anybody that was like trying to act like it was all Dion and that's the reason people didn't like Shedeur. There was zero things negative said about Travis Hunter and his personality or anything. He was Dean's List as a psychology major. It wasn't Dean's List in basket weaving or anything. Like he checks off every box for what you want out of a football player. And I just wish he wasn't in the division.
I do too. But it'll make the games. It'll add a little more juice to the games. That part will be fun.
Ideally, what happens for Travis Hunter is the Jaguars woefully misuse him, and he ends up getting traded in a ridiculous trade, and then he goes off into the NFC somewhere becomes Shohei Ohtani of
deal with him
NFL.
Once every 4 years. And then that said, I'm excited to watch him go up against Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter. I'm excited to see if he can match up with some of these receivers the Texans have. That'll be fun. So we know that the prank call to Shedeur Sanders came from the defensive coordinator's son of the Falcons. The Falcons DC, Jeff Ulbrich, his son Jax, 21-year-old, took the number off of an open iPad of his dad's, wrote it down, and then proceeded with his buddies from Ole Miss to prank call Shedeur Sanders on day 2 of the draft and tell him he was getting drafted by the Saints until they broke the news that he was not getting drafted by the Saints. It was a prank phone call. Mike Florio has taken a very different angle on this story, Seth, but good for Mike Florio. I'm curious. Sometimes Florio stands on the table for things and you just laugh at it. Other times I'm like, all right, he's got a pretty good point on this one.
He's got a point. Yeah. He's annoying. He's kind of got a Magnificent Gladstone element to him to where you're like, just the fact that you're saying it makes me not like what you're saying.
Yes.
So you got to separate the message from the messenger sometimes.
Okay, so here's what he says in an article earlier this week about this situation. He says, this whole thing only came to light because the prank happened, the whole taking of the phone number, and it blew up. But for the reaction to the prank, no one ever would have known that Jax Ulbrich had misappropriated inside information. And that's the key, Florio says. Inside information. The Ulbrich situation is a reminder that, 1, inside information exists, 2, it can be easily obtained, and 3, it can be used for gambling.
Oh, okay, so let's see. All right, so as opposed to the previous centuries of both business and sports where apparently people didn't get inside information for anything, I guess that's the question. I guess it's a reminder that, some of this stuff can get kind of, people do dodgy things, and if they can find information, then they might be. Jax Ulbrich could have used something he found on the iPad to bet the futures market or to bet the futures bet
or during the
prop bets or something.
Or during the season, his dad leaves his iPad open at home and he sees some game plan things on there that he's construed as like, all right,
I always think prop bets, especially with that. If you're looking over or unders on various players, if you see the game plan or whatever, it happens. I mean, okay, like news alert, it happens. This was 2,000 people had that number. So it was confidential.
They sent it out in an email, like a mass email to 2,000 people.
So it's not, at the end of the day, it's okay, a prank call happened because of it. It's not the end of the world. It's embarrassing. They shouldn't have done it, obviously, but it's not the end of the world. Yeah, likewise in business and in sports, inside information seeps out. By and large, it doesn't end up being a huge deal, but sometimes it does. So, I don't know. Everybody stay alert, head on a swivel. There's insider info out there.
Yeah, there is. I mean, I guess the message was clearly sent to Ulbrich, like, hey, you need to do a better job of preventing it. Like, close your iPad when you're not.
What does Florio sum it all up as? Is he forecast doom for America?
I'll read it for you. From the moment the gambling goal, would it shock anyone if a 21-year-old would be trying to finagle inside information that he and his buddies could use to get an edge on their betting apps? I would answer no. That wouldn't shock anybody. From the moment, this is Florio, from the moment the gambling gold rush started nearly 7 years ago, it became obvious that the NFL isn't nearly as concerned as it needs to be about how its inside information can be misused by those who hope to tilt the odds in their favor. The Sanders prank call proves conclusively that the means for getting it exists.
Right. No. So this is where Florio is wrong. They've always.
Can I read the last couple sentences?
Yeah.
And the clock keeps ticking. The NFL button things up before it happes.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Has there never been a gambling scandal in sports before? The likelihood that there will be more gambling scandals, yes, probably increases because there's more gambling going on now.
That's true. The sheer volume of gambling, yes.
So the likelihood of it, but I mean, there have been gambling scandals in sports before. The NFL has always been very aware about it and very vigilant about it. That's why the injury report exists. Yeah. The NFL is always very careful not to admit that's why it exists. But the reason that they publicly put the injury report out there is because they want to lessen the incentive for people to go digging about injuries, because gamblers especially, if they can find out some inside intel on whether or not the QB is going to play or something like that, they got a leg up. They've always been concerned about it, and for Florida to act like the NFL was just whistling along, being like, yeah, we're going to invite gambling in, and no, we don't have to change anything. They've always been concerned about it, Florio. Stop it.
No, that's true.
It's not, and I'm not saying it's not a problem or a concern.
Right.
But it always has been.
Yeah.
It's just more volume now than it was before. And this was a phone number, Florio. Like, this wasn't, I'm guessing that this wasn't guarded with, and it didn't have the same scrutiny it does as anything like game plan info or anything else like that.
Yeah. I guess it's just how far Jax Ulbrich wanted. If he wanted to gamble, how deep does he go digging? How deep does he go digging on his old man's iPad to find out the folders with the game plans? I personally think the iPad of the training staff is more dangerous from an inside information standpoint than the coaches. Like, injuries to me are to me a bigger thing than game planning. You can watch a team play and know 95% what it is they're going to do game plan wise on any given Sunday. But the injuries, even with the injury report that they put out, they at least try to tip their hat to the gambling part.
And that's where that was already in place. Yeah. Like, they still have. That's why the injury report exists. And yes, there will be gambling scandals in the future, just as there were in the early part of the 20th century. That there will be gambling scandals.
Do you think Florio?
Good job, Florio, in predicting that something that has happened in the past will continue to happen in the future.
Do you think he'll take a victory lap when this inevitable, what he calls the inevitable scandal happens? Like, hey, man. Told you it was going to be humid in July. All right.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Here
what
it
you're
is.
saying. Like, hey,
it's 98 degrees, Sean, just like I wrote about 3 months ago. Yeah.
Sean, inevitably, somebody's going to commit a crime in Houston today. It's what this has all been leading to.
Okay.
Somebody's going to commit a crime in Houston today.
Mark that, so that when Seth's wrong about a crime being committed in Houston today, I can throw it up in his face.
I told everybody it would happen, and then it did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's what Pope Zaza does. An entire Gladstone clip is too much. Stop it.
Yeah.
I disagree. Travis Hunter didn't even revolutionize college football. That's a text message. Oh, okay, that's debatable. He
didn't revolutionize his team to the degree he should have.
No, and others have done what he did before, but very few.
Or I should say he didn't do it with his own team the way he could have.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Rockets Game 6 tonight. Huge game. This is a theme for the Rockets in the postseason throughout their history. 30 years ago and 10 years ago. Can they do it this year? Coming back from down 3-1. The last time they were in a Game 6 like this one, oh, man, we got to relive some of that. We will do that, and we'll get you ready for Game 6 here in the 8 o'clock hour coming up next. And this I can promise you as well. I don't need Florio to predict this one.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Game 6 tonight for the Rockets, 8 o'clock tip, trying to even this series at 3, bring it back home for a Game 7. That would be a very fun Sunday. Lance McCullers return for the Astros and a Game 7 for the Rockets. We pray for that. That would be fantastic. As far as keys to this game or keys to this series, I'm just looking. You and I have scratched a bunch of notes down here, Seth, about this thing. One of the ones we didn't touch on early in the show when we were talking about this, and I think this is one that you had in here, and I think it's an interesting X factor, that this is the stage of the series where there's only one day in between games.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cross-country travel going on, be more agreeable with younger legs than older legs. And the most important legs for the Rockets are the younger legs on this. They've got some older guys. Obviously, the three most important guys for the Warriors are all well above the age of 30 right now. So does the travel, the lack of off days, the fact that from an intensity standpoint, this is not a great matchup for an older team because the Rockets play you all 94 feet of the floor. They're very intense defensively. Effort's never an issue for the Rockets. Is that something that eventually catches up with the Warriors here? I think it's probably something to watch tonight. In a way, the Rockets blowing the Warriors out the way that they did in Game 5, in a weird way, may have done the Warriors a small favor, wherein if you're going to lose, at least lose in a way where your main guys aren't playing the last 18 minutes of the game running up and down the floor. They got a lot of rest, you know?
It's the playoff experience and history of performing in clutch time that the Warriors have versus the youth and exuberance of a lot of the key younger players. And that's where I think the X factor in a lot of ways just comes down to Fred VanVleet. I think the youth and aggressiveness, and then Steven Adams is part of the big man lineup, but obviously is an older guy that can only play so many minutes. But when you use the big man lineup, having Şengün and Jabari Smith Jr. and their ability to make life uncomfortable for the Warriors offense, and then Jalen Green and whether he plays the way he did in game, it's still the Jalen Green side, the youth can be either a benefit or a deficit. Mm-hmm. It can either be that, man, he's got all that energy, he's fresh, etc., but he's just got to stay settled down and play the way he did there. Fred VanVleet was shooting 28% from 3 in the first 3 games, and now he's been at, 60% over the last couple of games, high 60%.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be in the high 60s, but Fred VanVleet is a guy who's not wasting shots, and is a guy who can be effective offensively and just run the show. That's probably the biggest X factor. I expect a lot of the good things the Rockets did in Game 5 to continue in Game 6.
That's a good one. Like, who's the barometer for the team? And it might be Fred VanVleet in that if he has, he had a great game. They all did in Game 5. He had a great game in Game 4, and if they can make some free throws, they probably win that game too. You know, that also, not Game 2, but that game also.
VanVleet was 21% from the three-point line in the first 3 games, and then 67% in Games 4 and 5. And he didn't have to be 67% in those last 2 games to have the blowout win in Game 5.
Right.
But it's just having, if he can be above average or even average from 3, and as long as Jalen Green plays exactly the same way he did in the first half before his knee got banged up, where he didn't turn the ball over at all. He made good decisions on when to kick it out. He didn't panic or freak out when he got blitzed. All of that's all he has to do. He doesn't – there's got to be zero part of Jalen green that goes to be on
Gotta
him,
be the guy,
or
yeah.
that he needs to be a hero, or that he needs to drive into traffic at all costs. He's just got to do exactly what he did in Game 5
Yep.
and in Game 2.
Yep. Okay, so this screamer at the game the other night.
Oh my gosh,
I only saw this on the internet yesterday. I watched the local feed, the Space City Home Network feed.
I think it was on both feeds.
Yeah, I didn't hear it.
It wasn't as loud all the time as you're about to hear, but it was constant throughout the game, or at least in the first half. There was somebody screaming in Toyota Center, and it was honestly the most annoying sound I've ever heard at any sporting venue. I would include that train whistle guy in New Orleans. I would include
what about the drums in Oakland back in the day?
I like the drums in Oakland.
You do? Even though they're playing it the whole game, you like it?
Yeah, I like those. It was kind of let you know you were watching the A's.
You
yeah.
disgust me. Okay.
I liked the drums.
You did?
It wasn't annoying. It was kind of, especially a lot of times when you're watching the A's, like what else? There's not a lot other else to get excited about.
No, that is true.
Okay, so for those of you, I apologize to those of you who have heard this, and various people have told me they had to turn the game volume off during free throws.
Wow.
This was going on pretty much the entire first half at least.
Dennis. Well, Spiro and Candace, I love our conversation game, but now per our conversation with Steve, you're fighting with those guys being seated so long, Candace, so now they're a little stiffer and not in the flow of the game. I don't think Steve can definitely.
Okay, so.
Well, you couldn't hear that?
Well, I couldn't.
It was just, Sean, once you identify it, it's impossible to ignore it.
Yeah. No, I mean, I heard like a pitchy noise in the back. Just sounded like a long, like.
Yes,
Yeah,
because you don't think it takes you for a while. That's where it gets your attention. You're like, is that a human or is my TV screwed
Can
up?
we do it one more time? If I'll apologize.
Yeah,
in
I'm
advance?
astounded that you didn't identify, immediately freak out over it.
Okay.
Dennis. Well, Spiro and Candace, I love our conversation game, but now per our conversation with Steve, you're fighting with those guys being seated so long, Candace, so now they're a little stiffer.
I got it. Okay, I was expecting more of like a shriek that was not as constant. That sounded like a test signal on TV. That just
it was like when you woke up at 2 a.m. back in the day and the bars were on your TV
the
screen.
rainbow bars.
You can't keep sleeping through that.
Do we know the identity of this person? Do we know if it's a man or a woman?
I thought that the person. I'm assuming it was a woman.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a child. If it was a child, I don't want to expose the kid or anything.
Yeah. Right.
It was a lot, man. I don't know about anybody sitting near the person in the. And I'm trying to think. I was like, okay, maybe I'm not watching often enough with the sound on that this is common. And no, people are. It was really annoying, and yet few people made this point. Whatever was working at Toyota Center was working.
Yeah, that's true.
The clip that we just played, it was somebody had put it on the internet. It was when everybody, the Warriors and Rockets alike, were standing. Somebody on the bench was like looking behind him. What the hell's going on? Yeah.
Okay, well, this is where...
I'd like input from our listeners. Is that just only a few select ones of us that heard it and were annoyed by it, or was it as widespread as I felt it should have been?
Well, you know, Seth, that when I'm at sporting events, that I am the hero that everybody needs. That if there's something going on negative in the radius around me, I'm not afraid to go find an usher or somebody to say, hey, can we put a stop to this, either smell or behavior here? If you recall, I was the one who... sitting right behind the bullpen at then Minute Maid Park. A couple 12 or 13-year-old youngsters came down, sat in empty seats next to me and Amy and several other people there that were not their seats, and they smelled like they hadn't bathed in about a week. They stunk, and I wasn't the only one that noticed. What did I do? The hero that I am, and I know several of you called me a Karen after I did this, but I went and got the usher and said, they shouldn't be sitting in those seats. Those aren't their seats. I didn't make any comment about that they stunk, and if they had bathed, I probably would have let them sit there. So my question is, should the screamer be allowed to remain in their seats if they're being that big a distraction to everybody
it's
there?
It's a dicey one.
They're affecting the enjoyment of thousands of people at that moment.
Do you penalize a fan for being too exuberant? That's a tough one.
Is that even exuberance? They're just screaming at the top of their lungs, like with no context.
When I posted it, a lot of Rockets fans, Zepp1978 said we had to put the game on mute during the stream.
Yeah.
Drew Miller says literally had to mute every Rockets It's free. Yeah, for me, I just I don't know what to do about it other than just complain about it on the radio and hope that somebody exerts some gentle pressure on that person to please give your vocal cords a break for your own sake. That can't be healthy.
Right. I mean, hopefully this is an issue soon because it means they got to a Game 7. You know, like if they lose tonight, then who cares? Yeah.
Are our texters weighing in yet? Did other people notice that wide scale?
I'll check right now. Someone says, bring the noise. Someone says, I heard her the entire time. It was definitely widespread. I thought my radio was messing up. It was so loud.
It's on the radio, too.
You can hear it on the radio, I guess. Obnoxious behavior. I heard it the whole game. These are all different texts. This is not one long text. She was so damn annoying. I absolutely heard it, and hearing it at the end of the fourth quarter when the bench is out taking free throws was ridiculous. That's my thing. If you're screaming like that when it's 30 when there's not a single starter in the game and they're shooting free throws.
And when other people are yelling. Yeah. You know, in the fourth quarter, I didn't watch in real time for most of the second half. I had to get to bed to do a radio show. Yeah. And I perhaps foolishly just assumed that the Rockets
I was going to say, you missed an intriguing fourth quarter. Yeah.
I took a leap of faith, yes.
Yeah. Someone said it sounded way worse on the local broadcast. I didn't hear it. It's weird. Maybe it's a dog whistle kind of thing, you know?
You multitask a lot while you're watching games.
I do.
You've got multiple screens on and everything, so you don't. You don't pick up on a lot of this stuff.
It's
sometimes.
True. You
didn't even know about the existence of river dancing. That's how the television.
I was so focused on preparing for my radio show, I would ultimately get 25 years later after the river dance was a thing.
Well, right, whatever you were focused on at the time, you were looking at your race sheets or what have you.
That's probably true. I probably had my preseason football gambling magazine out, and my buddies.
I got Johnny Knickers in the third tomorrow,
my buddies that I was living with at the time were probably standing next to me doing the river dance, and I didn't even notice. That's funny. A lot of people weighing in on. Boy, a lot of people weighing in. I heard her the entire time. Very annoying. I'm throwing my beer on her. Well, don't start anything with her. You know, that's my question. Is that? I don't know what the answer to that is. Is that something? Is it? I guess you start with politely requesting, ma'am, the screaming's a little much. I'm speaking for everybody around me here. The screaming's a little much, and then you hope that doesn't start anything. But then with some people, it could go either way. She either stops or she starts doing it even more, you know?
Or then she gets belligerent about, you don't want me to show enthusiasm? No, I want you to show enthusiasm, but in the appropriate way.
Yeah.
You know, in a way that 99.99999% of other sports fans do, which is not screaming like a banshee in the most annoying tone ever. You're Jim Carrey in Dumb and Dumber.
Yes.
It's the most annoying sound in the world. No, don't show enthusiasm that way.
Sean tells people.
It's like when you're a dictator and you're like, I'm going to just show my patriotism. How are you going to do that? By invading other countries and killing 10% of my own population. It's a Mao Zedong. You're no better than Mao.
Text message. Sean tells people to sit down at playoff games. All right, if this is going to turn into the Karen things that I do, tells people to sit down at playoff games. No, I'm not a tell people to sit down. I am somebody. I'll stand up, but I think standing up is a thing that is only done at appropriate times as well during games.
I need feedback on this.
Okay.
I feel like this is the problem that has entered society in the last 10 years that is silently destroying many of us.
Wow. Okay.
For those of you who still go to movies, okay, this is hard. We have a movie theater right across from our studio. We're very lucky in that regard.
Yeah.
It's really one of the reasons I chose this station to ply my trade. Yeah. So, and my show is over at 10.
I was going to say, and morning radio, yes.
I like to go over and watch a matinee now and then, especially for movies that I know Brandy's not going to like. I'm just going to go, I'm going to get a tub of popcorn, and I'm going to enjoy a movie the way it was meant to be enjoyed. So when you go to a movie at 1 p.m. in the afternoon on a weekday, there's not many people in there. But now with movie theaters, they have assigned seating.
Yeah.
So you go, you select your seat. Yeah. Okay, there I am, smack dab in the middle of the theater. And there's only 7 people in the theater, whatever.
You can see which seats. Yeah, you can see all the seats that are already taken, right.
So I go in, and this has happened multiple times. There's somebody sitting in a seat, either my seat or just directly next to my seat, which clearly they're not sitting in their assigned seat. My first thought, I think like most people, is, all right, no big deal. It's not the end of the world. I'm not going to make a big deal out of this. I'll sit somewhere, then I'm going to be sitting in somebody else's seat potentially that's going to walk in, and then maybe they do have an issue with me sitting in their seat.
Right.
Or they just really wanted that seat, and they're not going to make a big deal out of it. And I get very I get torn. I don't want to be a Karen in that regard. No. But I feel like, come on, man. You had a chance to pick your seat. Yeah. Were you just so lazy about it and stupid that you couldn't just pick the? It's as you're pressing a button on the screen.
Yeah. This is
what
where
do I do?
I would say, okay, you're right. That person is being a bad person by just not sitting in their seat or selecting a seat right next to somebody. Like, even if that is their seat, like, what are you doing, dude? Like,
yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah, maybe they selected that seat after I had selected mine, which is still, it's unlikely they'd be that stupid.
Yeah, I think it is I think it's a percentage of the theater that's filled. If it literally is only like 6 people in the theater in a 200-person theater, I would just go find another seat and not worry about it too much.
Okay, but now this is where I am actually starting to get kind of PO'd at the person themselves because usually I picked the seat that was dead center where I want to sit. And if you want the benefits of an empty theater, it's like, okay, I want to be able to sit where out of farting range at least. So I don't have to worry about anything.
Yeah.
And then okay, now I'm going to be sitting in a seat that all I did was press a button on the screen, and that's my seat.
Yeah.
But you decided to supersede that and go in and okay, now I'm pissed.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to get, all right, I'm totally going to care.
Now, the funny thing would be, now here's the thing, in a nearly empty theater, and you choose to walk up and say, hey, that's my seat. The excuse I would give is this is the view that I chose right here. I like sitting right here.
That's a good way to put it. This is the view I wanted.
Of the screen.
I selected it.
Yeah.
Why are you here?
Why are you sitting in this seat? Now, the risk you run is that they only move like 2 seats down from you in a nearly empty theater.
And then you're in a hole.
Like, there is a certain distance they then need to move to where I'm comfortable. Like, at least 7 seats away from me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Farting radius is a valid thing. I hadn't thought about that. But that's
the most uncomfortable situation I ever had in a movie theater was Brandy and I were in a pretty packed theater. We came in and sat down, and there was a woman who had her foot up between on the armrest between Brandy and I.
Yeah.
And I just turned around and I was like, would you mind moving your feet, please? And she did, and with a harumph said, after I turned back around, said, could have sat anywhere in the theater. Oh. And I'm looking around. I'm like, I turned around. I was like, hey, ma'am. No, we couldn't. There's quite a few people in here. Yeah. And B, if you had found somebody to come watch this movie with you, I think they would agree with me.
Yeah.
She was alone.
She was by herself. If you had any friends, that's how you really stick the knife in. If you had any friends, you would. Yeah. That's good. All right, movie theater etiquette. Help Seth out with this. I don't have a great answer for it, but what do you do?
I've already, you know what? I don't need the advice. From now on, I'm doing it. I'm just going to say, listen, man.
My seat.
I wanted to sit here. I chose this seat because I was in the middle.
That's what it is right there. All right, Charles Barkley is worried about his good friend Bill Belichick. And this is, okay, is this out of bounds? Kirk Minihane is a host up in Boston. Used to be on the radio. Now he streams. Called Michael Lombardi on the phone to ask about Bill Belichick's girlfriend. Mike Lombardi is Bill Belichick's GM at the University of North Carolina. Is this out of bounds? Wait till you hear how this call went down. We'll have that for you coming up next.
The Texans brought in 9 new
SportsRadio.com.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland. On the south, take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I wonder if I'm in trouble. My wife just texted me, Seth. Amy just texted me. I had told you I had not heard the screamer at the Rockets game. Like, I just didn't register
It was
with
driving me and many of our listeners insane because it was shrill and it was nonstop.
Yeah,
yes.
and I said to you, well, that's news to – it was news to me until I saw it on the internet yesterday. Just got a text from my wife. OMG, I commented about the screamer to you. Every time the Rockets would be at the free throw line, she was screaming. I even tweeted out that I would punch her, and she sent me a copy of the tweet where she threatened physical violence on the screamer. So apparently my wife, who was sitting 3 feet away from me while watching the game, commented to me about the screamer. My reply to her, because as you point out, Seth, I watch the game with other surfaces open. I have my laptop and my phone, and I'm multitasking. I said, see how focused I was on making sure I'm successful? She laughed. She thought that was funny.
Yeah, she's
she knew what she was getting into. We were dating for 8 years before we got engaged. She knew what she was getting into, Amy did.
What was the other thing that I had brought up once that was news to you, but was something that Amy had actually had I had brought up Tillman Fertitta's plane. And what is it? The Astros are flying. The Astros jet is the Rockets'
Tillman's
old jet.
old jet, yeah.
And I had said that, and you were like, "Oh, Amy texted you that you and Vanessa Richardson had an actual conversation about that.
A long conversation at Lizards about that. Well, that's where I just plead drunkenness on that one. That's, But yes, we did. She's like, you, me, and Vanessa talked about the new plane for a good 10 minutes the other night. It's tough getting old, man, I tell you. People are weighing in on your movie theater situation. We will get to that in just a second. Seth had a situation. Charles Barkley, Bill Belichick. This was interesting to me. There's people that are legit concerned about Bill Belichick and this Jordan Hudson, this girlfriend of his.
It's not just this most recent thing where there was a contentious interview with CBS, the CBS News or CBS Morning Show, whatever it is on the weekend, that people around UNC have kind of started to raise an eyebrow about how involved she is with the program. And the way in which she's involved.
Yes, even
she seems to be like one of these overly aggressive types.
Big time.
That is a PR type person that just wants to try to control the message all the time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Charles Barkley was on the Dan Patrick Show. He's worried about his friend.
He's been a great friend for me for a long time. We've been friends since he coached for the Browns. I think he got to be very careful right now. This is starting to be on a very slippery slope. He's the greatest football coach ever for him and Nick Saban, for college Nick Saban, for Bill to NFL. Yeah, I from what I'm hearing, it's starting to be a very slippery slope. And I never talk about people like that, but I will admit I'm a little concerned with some of the stuff that's going on. And I might actually reach out to him and make sure everything's good. But I am concerned from what I'm hearing because it's not a good look right now. I'll admit that.
That's funny. I wonder how many friends are reaching out to Belichick just like either via text or phone, like, "Hey, how you doing, buddy? How you been?"
Yeah. I don't. Is she? It'd be tough because the Patriots have already broken up.
Yeah.
But she's got a bit of a Yoko Ono vibe going on here.
No doubt, yes.
Man, this guy is just not operating the way he typically operates, and he's got this constant presence by his side that just might genuinely love him, and yet doesn't seem to be operating in the best manner for John Lennon or Bill Belichick. I know the comparison between those two is a cliche at this point, but still.
Yeah, that's what people have been doing for years.
Between John Lennon and Bill Belichick.
Yeah, for years. Well, what's interesting about that too, Seth, is as Bill Belichick reinforced in his statement that he put out yesterday, I think it was, maybe 2 days ago, where he was taking up for his girlfriend and saying, hey, CBS really chopped up that interview in a way to make her look bad. He did point out that they've known each other since 2021. Which is when Belichick's decision-making seemed to start going a little astray. Two things in Belichick's life: losing Nick Caserio and picking up Jordan Hudson is what those are the things that coincidentally Bill Belichick started to do things like spend here a two-headed Joe Judge, Matt Patricia as his OC, and all of it led to the demise of the Patriots dynasty.
I was texting with a friend of mine whose father had a much younger girlfriend later in life, and I he's like I'm not, and I said I'm not saying that Belichick can or can't or should or shouldn't have a younger girlfriend, but there's a way you can go about it in which she doesn't disrupt your entire life. That's she's becoming for a guy who was all about eliminating and avoiding distraction. It seems to be like she's one gigantic distraction over the UNC football program.
Yeah.
She's become larger than the football team itself.
Yes.
And Bill Belichick in a lot of ways.
She is the most famous person associated with that program right now.
She could be 56 years old. If she's acting this way, they wouldn't be getting as much, Instagram attention and everything. Although, Belichick's previous girlfriend up in New England, she was more, I guess you might call it age appropriate or whatever. And that was on social media a lot.
Sure.
But this is weird. It's really weird. I would be concerned about him. If you see a guy, you start worrying about, like, dude, you haven't changed your will yet, have you?
No.
Like, you haven't. Just please tell me you haven't. Please tell me you haven't done anything drastic.
You know that there's a lot of people in his inner circle asking that question. All right, we got to get to this Minahan. Kirk Minahan, who used to be a radio host up in Boston. Now he streams, I believe, up there. Very successful.
Very kind of psychotic in the appropriate way for online presence. He's very, productively psychotic.
He's very on edge all the time.
He's hilarious.
Yeah. So Mike Lombardi, who is former executive with the Patriots and other teams, now he's Bill Belichick's GM at North Carolina. Minahan decided to call up Lombardi and ask him, get his take on what exactly is going on with this Jordan Hudson up there. Literally calls him on the air.
Hello?
Mike, it's Kirk Minahan from Barstool Sports. Mike, it's Kirk Minahan, Barstool Sports. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
What's up, Kirk?
Live the tape. We have questions. We're trying to figure out. We've been talking about it. We talked about Portnoy a minute ago. Can you explain to us what this woman's role is with UNC? We're just confused.
Actually, I'm in a meeting right now going over recruiting, so that's kind of what my focus is right now. So.
How significant a role does she have with the recruiting at this point? Is she the lead recruiter or no?
I'm in recruiting,
and
I'm working on that. So that's about it, Kirk. Thanks.
All right, Mike, hang in there. Good to talk to you.
Hey, got a good Chuck exclusive. Yeah, you got to laugh. He picked up.
Old enemy of mine, but I think we ended okay.
Okay, so there you go. I think we ended okay.
He did say live to tape at the beginning.
Barely.
He said it very fast.
Yeah,
he said it very fast. Yeah.
That's like the fine print. That's like the fine print on an advertisement that is in font size .001.
Yeah, that's the protocol that for those of you it's to explain it. The protocol is you never call somebody and just act like you're having a casual conversation,
right?
And then put it out there. And illegal if you did it on the radio.
Live on the radio.
He said live. He said live to tape. Very quickly.
Barely. Ben, play that first 5 seconds. Is this an appropriate warning to tell somebody that this is going to wind up on the internet?
I'm good.
Good. We're live the tape. We have questions. We're trying to figure out.
No, Ben, play it with. I like it with the ring included in it too, because that just goes to show you,
Hello?
Mike, it's Kirk Minahan from Barstool Sports. Mike, it's Kirk Minahan, Barstool Sports. How are you?
I'm good.
Good. We're live the tape. We have questions. We're trying to figure out. We've been talking.
You're Lombardi. You barely hear the live the tape right there.
The whole thing is though too. He's saying we have questions.
Yeah.
That would suggest. And Lombardi knows to have his head on a swivel when he's. Minahan's gotten Lombardi before on prank.
Oh, has he really?
One time he had him on a podcast, but Minahan pretended he was like a teenage vlogger. And,
really?
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
Whatever Lombardi's book was titled is called something like Football Genius or something. And
wow.
Minahan was. Here, I'll tell you what it was. Gridiron Genius, a masterclass in winning.
Okay.
And Minahan was like, what? So why are you a genius? And
a lot of people might have that question.
Yeah, I don't think. Lombardi's not gonna. Lombardi knows his meal ticket.
Oh
is
yeah,
Bill Belichick.
The
He's
laugh,
not
the
gonna do
uncomfortable,
anything.
the uncomfortable laugh though might be a little telling if we're looking to read into behavior. CIA agents just trying to read behavior and voice, kind of voice intonation and uncomfortable laughing and things like that.
The biggest thing about all of this, where you might think, okay, people are trying to dredge up stuff that doesn't make any sense or what all. No, Steve Belichick, the defensive coordinator and son of Bill Belichick for the University of North Carolina Tar Heels, his wife publicly went back at Nikki Glazer saying that Jennifer Hudson was being not Jennifer.
Jordan Hudson.
Jordan Hudson.
Yeah,
Jordan Hudson was basically being unprofessional and storming out of the interview. So I'm sure she has had discussions with Steve Belichick about it. It's a distraction. You got to do something. The odds that are out on this are fascinating.
Yeah.
Jimmy Shapiro sent this to us. What will Bill Belichick do next? The favorite is get a tattoo.
Yeah,
plus 180.
Plus 180. Yeah.
Dye his hair blonde.
Now that would be something. Would that be the final straw? We're like, come on, bro. Like
that would be awesome. Mullet hairstyle. His son has a mullet,
and he could pull that off.
Or at least used to.
Belichick's still got a good head of hair. He could pull that off, I think.
I think honestly the go-to is pierce his ear.
Yes.
Or ears.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pierce his ear, just with a small one. Nothing ornate. Just like a tiny stud in one of his ears.
Remember when Harrison Ford got an earring?
I do.
And it was a very, very tiny one. I didn't. I feel like if you get your first earring at an advanced age, you got to go big or go home.
Yeah.
You got to get both ears. Because if you're trying to be like the problem with getting just in your left ear, especially if you grew up in the 80s, your left ear.
Yeah, just left ear.
If you get in one ear as an older guy, then it looks like you're really like trying to be a version of a young person in 1980. You just got to go big pirate hoop earrings in both ears.
Big hoop earrings on both, huh?
Yeah.
So you feel like there's value in plus 500 for piercing the ears there.
Yeah,
I think that's a way better chance of that than certainly than dye hair blonde. At plus 250, I would take
dyeing the hair blonde would be epic. Though.
Oh, that's the one I'm rooting for. I'm rooting for the dyeing the hair blonde. Yeah.
If he dyed his hair blonde and then also grew out a beard and dyed it jet black.
Jet black or with like tiger stripes, like with a blonde strip down the middle, but the rest is like a black Fu Manchu kind of thing.
This is honestly though, realistically, I think the most realistic one might be that he's going to wear his trademark shredded up sweatshirt.
Yeah.
But it's going to be stylishly ripped.
Oh,
it's going to be. He's going to be out there, and with that, or you're going to catch him wearing like ripped and tattered jeans, but done so stylishly.
Yeah.
The Jordan Hudson paid like $500 for a pair of ripped jeans or something.
Sure, the jeans is happening. Like ripped jeans.
She's going to tell him. She's going to like, listen, I know that's your trademark and everything, but let's just, you got to appeal to a younger generation now. Let's have you stylishly ripped and tattered.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We will go back to our text page here in a minute because some of you have advice to Seth for his movie theater issue. We'll get to that. Is this how you passive-aggressively treat a star player? We will get to that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What were your
tell.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, here was, this is the audio that's been making the rounds the last 24 hours in the NBA. This was J.J. Redick yesterday in his postseason, kind of a post-mortem to the season after the Lakers got knocked out of the playoffs press conference. And see if you can figure out who he might be referring to here when he talks about what the team needs to change going into next season.
The work that's required in an off season to be in championship shape. And, you know, we have a ways to go as a roster. And certainly there are individuals that were in phenomenal shape. There's certainly other ones that could have been in better shape. That's where my mind goes immediately is you know, we have to get in championship shape.
We have to get it.
So he's talking about Doncic.
Absolutely,
At the very least. At the very least, it's Doncic. It is amazing when you watch Doncic in that James Harden, who would have accusations about not being in shape at various times in his career. It's interesting because for him, it's by guard standards, kind of a muscular physique. You know, as fast as he is, he's still like almost. He's not stocky, but he's a bigger guy.
Yeah.
That even when he might put on some weight, but at least it still looks like a basketball player. Doncic, especially when he's just hanging around before an inbound or something, like he looks like a guy.
He looks tired.
He just looks like
all
a guy.
The time. He looks fatigued.
But his physique, he just looks like a guy.
Yeah.
That you can get away with if you just look like a 6'10" guy. You know, it's not like Dirk ever looked like he was in phenomenal shape or anything.
Oh, he's skinnier though. Yeah.
But he's right. Yeah. But with Doncic, it's funny. It's not like what he needs to do is run a bunch of suicides after every practice or anything. He just needs to stop eating whatever he's eating.
Yeah.
He just needs to switch up his diet a little bit. It's as simple as that. And maybe cut back just a beer or two, perhaps, every now and then.
It doesn't help him either that he's in a sport where your shoulders and the backs of your arms are exposed. Like that is a part of your body like that it's very underrated in terms of if you lack definition there. If it's just a straight curve down from your shoulder to your elbow, if it's smooth, to use a word you like to use, if you're smooth, then it's a bad look. There was a video that popped up.
It also doesn't let up 38 points defensively. There's
plenty of that going around on the internet.
Yeah.
Like, geez, look at Doncic.
The actual play.
Show some pride, my God. But there was a video I saw this morning of early Doncic, like rookie year Doncic, and he looks like a lot of players do from their rookie year, but this is not in a good way. Like Steph Curry, if you go back and watch Steph coming into the league, he was very spindly and skinny. Like they didn't have a great weight program at Davidson University. But he since then has, like, Steph has put on a lot of good weight. Like he's, for his physique, he's got decent muscles. CJ even said last week he's kind of swole, Steph is.
Who was it we were talking about yesterday where I said, what if he came to America and got put on the standard American diet?
I don't remember.
Ben might remember this.
Yeah, I don't remember.
It was whoever it was. It was going to be a different version of that app.
Ben's got nothing, he said.
One of our listeners will remember.
Okay.
But I think likewise, you could probably blame a little bit of it on Doncic coming over to America and getting the heavy dosage of just mass quantities available at any place you go. It's just the land of plenty we are.
Barbecue and Tex-Mex, checkmate. You're done, pal. Yeah, you eat wrong off of those menus, and this is what happens. You end up grabbing the bottom of your shorts there and leaning over for the entire third and fourth quarter of NBA playoff games.
He's got a plumber's butt.
He does.
As an NBA player.
He does.
Now, this is where I have an issue with Redick, though, too, because Redick's faced a lot of scrutiny and criticism for playing the starters the entire second half of Game 4.
Yeah.
As he should. Does Redick expect that at some point he's going to have a team full of guys, which include one basketball player who's in his 40s in LeBron James, that we need to be in good enough shape that I can screw up the rotations and substitutions and have the guys play the entire second half of a free. Like, okay, stop trying to deflect blame by fat-shaming Doncic, okay?
Why are the Lakers,
he's got an issue.
Why are the Lakers drafting cross-country runners? This is very, very strange. Why are they doing this? They need to be in good shape.
Do we have any reports of athletes using Ozempic or any of those similar types of drugs?
Yeah, I don't know. Not that I know of. But
I would imagine at some point some offensive lineman's going to try it.
I would think so, right?
You know, the tricky thing with Ozempic is that people, they don't get enough protein a lot of times because you don't have it. So they're not eating nearly as much, but you got to take a lot of care to really be sure you get enough protein.
Yeah.
So I wonder, even for overweight athletes, they do need a genuinely high baseline of calories. They're just not as much as they're consuming. But a guy can be taking in 5,000 calories a day. And that's what you need to actually stay lean as an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
It might be tricky to balance that out, like, because people just don't want to eat when they're
Could
on
be
it.
on the banned list, right? Because some guys might need it, like, they might need it
You're
medically.
make a medical exemption.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and it's not like a testosterone like hormone or anything.
Right.
I don't know. There's a lot of stuff on the banned list that isn't a stimulant or a hormone.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yep. Okay, we got people weighing in. Seth brought up an issue earlier. You like to go to matinees because we have a movie theater right across the street from the studio here, and it's reserved seating. And sometimes you go to watch a movie in the middle of the day, and there's like 8 people in the theater, but sometimes there's a person sitting in your seat or at least like right next to your seat.
Which I selected because it's smack dab in the middle where I experienced. Yeah. And I still feel awkward in an empty theater telling somebody, hey, you're in my seat.
Yep.
And yet, it's not like I'm going to sit right next to him or right in front of him or anything.
Right.
I go off to so I feel weird. I feel like it's Karen-ish for me to say something, but I feel more and more like, no, next time I'm actually going to say something.
Yep. These are the texts that we're getting. People are garbage, Seth. Happy Friday. Irwin says, I'd like to see the guy who has the balls to ask Seth to move seats. Well, Seth would never do that, though. He wouldn't have to be asked to move because
no, that's the other part of it, though, is, okay, that guy's in my seat, but then I have to go and sit in somewhere else where I might be in somebody else's seat.
The ripple effect, yeah.
Even if I'm not right in their seat, I might be in the general area, and I hate it.
Someone says this happens a lot at the rodeo. Oh, yeah, I see this at the rodeo. Committee members get in free with their badges, but they don't
and then they just go sit wherever the hell they want.
They don't have an assigned seat, right. They're always sitting in your seat, and if you want to side-eye...
twats.
Yep.
Can I say that? Probably better dump that then.
I don't know.
Yeah, dump that. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say that or not.
I don't know.
They're entitled jerkos.
Yeah, you can say that, I would say. Seat stealers can go die. We got that one.
Okay,
right.
good.
Yeah.
I feel, you know what? Yeah. I feel emboldened. I'm ready to do it.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's saying you're out of line on this one. I watch matinees all the time by myself. I pick my seat for a reason. I want my seat.
Right, exactly. Okay, yeah, I don't know why I'm always even overthinking this.
You paid for the seat that you paid for. Get them out of your damn seat.
Yeah.
Sitting next to another person at a theater where there's lots of empty seats is the same as urinal crowding, where there are 8+ open options and a guy comes next to you in an empty bathroom and uses the I max distance urinal-wise, yes.
Did I ever tell you the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me, other than the conventionally weird things that sometimes happen in a men's restroom? But the weirdest thing that ever happened was I was at an airport. It was in winter, and I was at a urinal. Some guy came in and took the urinal next to me, which was fine because it was crowded. It was O'Hare. You know how crowded O'Hare gets.
I do.
And he takes his winter coat and he drapes it over the partition between us.
Oh, jeez.
The point where his coat is rubbing up against me. And I had so many questions. I felt invaded.
Yeah.
I felt like my personal space had been invaded. And I also just wanted to ask him, what the hell are you doing putting your coat on this filthy urinal partition?
On the filthy urinal partition, and here's the thing, too. He does not know what your splash factor is when it comes to urinating in the urinal.
Right,
you know what I mean?
I might have had like a 3-hour transcontinental flight that I've been and drinking beer and everything.
I
might be spraying up all over the place.
There's a good chance the entire right bottom side of the entire right bottom quadrant of his coat was covered in Seth Payne pee. There's a decent chance. And whatever else is hitting off the backsplash of the urinal you were. That's disgusting. That's awful.
I felt violated.
Oh.
I really felt violated. I felt like I needed to Me Too this. What did I do? I cowered. I didn't say anything. think?
No, you need to start sticking up for yourself more in these situations.
Yeah, I'm way too polite.
Yeah.
I am way too. I never want to be like whatever. I'm trying to live and let live, in my later years, Sean.
Right.
I'm on the back nine,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
And maybe I'll get a few years over 100. Who cares? I don't care.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to live and let live.
Right.
And so there's these times where I'm like, I don't want to get upset. I'm not genuinely not upset about it, but I mean seriously, come on.
You're doing this all wrong. As you peep into the future, to when you're my age now, you forget about live and let live. You only got so many left on this. I am not living them uncomfortably. I'm sitting in my seat that I bought. Get your damn jacket off the partition, and you smelly kids that are sitting in seats that are not yours, get the hell out of here.
I don't want to be a grumpy old man.
Not grumpy.
I really don't want to.
You're doing the right thing. Look, grumpy because you're sitting in the seat that you bought?
Yeah.
This is going to be
an empty theater.
It's going to be a new Seth, I'm telling you right now.
I guess part of it, too, is the weird thing is if I were somebody that if I were in that same position and somebody came up to me, it's not like I would – if somebody came up to me and said, hey, you're in my seat, I'm always like, I'm so embarrassed when I sit in the wrong seat.
I am too.
I feel so awful about it.
Yep.
So it's not like I'm even defending that person or anything because I would be in the – so you're exactly right, damn it.
Yep.
I can't wait for this to happen again so I can come back with a report to everybody.
Me too. Yes. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. 9 o'clock on Friday, it is time for the horrible takes of the week. Take-a-mania. And speaking of Luka, defending champ is Nico Harrison. Right now. Warning, there's a lot of Shedeur Sanders takes in the next segment for Take-A-Mania this week. We've got that for you coming up next.
The Sports Radio 6. LTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, quick note from our friend Derwin, a loyal listener, Derwin, who actually has run movie theaters. He's a movie theater manager, and he said, I feel like this is a good opinion to get on what the proper etiquette for you to do, Seth, on telling people.
So when I go to a matinee and it's an empty theater, but I've selected a seat because that's the way you do it these days. I go in and I've selected a seat in the middle of the theater, right in my favorite spot, there's somebody sitting in my seat or right next to it. To where I know they didn't select the seat right next to mine. I've always felt uncomfortable about saying hey, that's my seat because it is after all an empty theater. Mm-hmm. What does Derwin say?
Derwin says, all caps, say something. Most of these people.
Oh, okay. Now listen. All right, listen. I'm not. Far be it from me to criticize a youngster that decides to try to see 4 movies in one day, like so many of us have
we've all been
in the past. But if you got the temerity to sneak into a theater and then take the best seat in the house, no. I might actually call the manager. I might call the manager.
Call the Derwin.
Yeah, don't be an idiot.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, just go. If you're going to sneak into the theater, go sit up in the back row or down in the front or whatever.
Seth.
Well, not the back row because, some people select that row for a different reason. So just,
People
don't
still do
sit
that?
smack dab in the middle of it.
Is the back of the movie theater still a high intimacy
I don't know
area?
about still, but 30 years ago it was.
Yeah, definitely was.
I would imagine it still is,
Yeah,
I don't sit back there. I don't need to be sitting on anything.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point. All right, take a mania time.
I like to keep as little DNA as possible on my clothing.
Okay, all right. I know. Yes. All right, take a mania. We do this every Friday at 9 o'clock. The worst takes of the week going up against the defending champ. And the belt has been passed around quite a bit. We've had a new champ, I think, each of the last few weeks here, ever since the long run that Angelo Cataldi had on top, talking about Andy Reid. But that's in the past. Our champion, our current champ right now, is Dallas Mavericks general manager Nico Harrison, who in his post-season, day after the playoffs ended for the Mavericks, play-in ended for the Mavericks, press conference, had this, not realizing how much Dallas fans loved Luka Doncic when he made the trade.
I did know that Luka was important to the fan base. I didn't quite know it to what level, but really the way we looked at it is, if you're putting a team on the floor that's Kyrie, Clay, PJ, Anthony Davis, and Lively, we feel that's a championship caliber team, and we would have been winning at a high level. And that would have quieted some of the outrage. And so unfortunately we weren't able to do that. So it just continued to, go on and on.
Okay.
Horrible take first and foremost just because he said he didn't realize how much the fan base liked Luka, despite attending games all season long where the only jersey in the house is Luka.
It's a 10,000 Luka jerseys, yes.
Just a horrible take by a GM who should know better.
Yes. And I think the second part of that was we thought that this core, and he named all the guys, the new team, with Anthony Davis, would be a championship caliber team. You made the finals last year.
Right.
With Luka on your team. Yeah.
Right. You blamed Luka for not winning the championship while also being the guy that got you there. And then you were you're upset that Anthony Davis wasn't available, even though he's usually not available for large chunks of the season. He gets injured all the time.
Got hurt the first game as a Mav. He got hurt against the Rockets.
Yeah.
So that's the champ right now. So here are the challengers.
There's a lot of contenders this week.
The magnificent Gladstone and his introduction of Travis Hunter fan base.
As we sit here, Travis Hunter is a Jacksonville Jaguar, and really what comes to mind for me, right? Thinking about the sport of football and really the power of the game itself, right? Its capacity to ignite belief, right? Belief in ourselves, belief in others, right? Belief in achieving what many may deem impossible. Travis Hunter, he embodies belief, right? He's a rare person. He's a rare player, but he's also a reminder that the boundaries of the game of football were built to be challenged. And so the decision to select him was actually a statement for how we plan to move, who we are, and we want him to be nothing more than him. Oh, okay. Because when he is, he elevates the space around him. From the football field to the city to the game of football itself. Travis Hunter is who we've been hunting up. Oh. Couldn't be more jacked to be sitting right here beside him and introduce you all to the man of the hour.
Do you realize he led the Colorado Buffaloes to 9 wins last year?
And I hate this. I hate this because I really do like Travis Hunter, and I'm intrigued by what he might do in the NFL.
Me too.
In doing everything that a first-time coach or GM will do, which is make everything way more dramatic than it needs to be, while also piling a boatload of pressure on, instead of, hey, we just want to get him in here and have him play football and whatever happens, happens. He is right now proclaiming that this young man who hasn't even signed his contract yet is going to change the game of football. And I'm the one who brought you here. Yes, emphatic win over Nico Harrison.
Okay, we got a new champ, and it's the Magnificent G.
For now.
For now. Pin that man. I mean, we might have multiple champions. We might have multiple title changes today. We don't know, right?
It feels so much like the guy that gets up and gives a big spin. You know, when you watch any fight video on the internet, the guy that's making the best ones are the ones that the guys that are getting up and puffing their chest and almost like trying to bait somebody into a fight, and then he gets tapped twice and he's out.
That's it.
Yeah, that's what the Magnificent Gladstone feels like.
All right, Magnificent Gladstone, the current champ. You got the strap, buddy. You're the champ.
And I say that with no ill will towards Travis Hunter. It's not your fault, Travis. It's not your fault.
This is a Gladstone take, not a Travis Hunter take. All right. Don't know how many of these you've heard, Seth. If this is the first time you're hearing these, then I'm excited, even if you've heard them already.
I consciously don't listen to most of the ones that I know are going to be in Takeomania. When I see it on social media or something, I'm like, nope, not going to listen to it.
Okay, good. This is Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin talking about Shedeur Sanders getting robbed of $50 million, and at the end says, shame on you, NFL.
The $50 million robbery of Shedeur Sanders, because that's what I just witnessed. Everywhere we've seen, everything we've seen, said he is the one or two in this draft. I love Cleveland picking this kid early on. But I can be mad at Cleveland if they played the cards and picked him up in the 5th round. But I surely would like to know how they knew he would still be there in the 5th round. I've been on that stage for years and years and years. I've never seen them position the cameras and give forewarning about who's about to be drafted. I wonder if Cleveland got a call from somebody in the NFL saying, we got to draft this kid. You just robbed this young man of $50 million. And it wasn't on his playing ability. Wow. Shame on you.
Okay. All right. Boy, that was way worse than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
There's so many things that were wrong in there. I know, you've been watching the NFL draft a long time, Michael Irvin. Does Michael not realize that multiple people, including those on the internet, know who the draft pick is before they announce it? Dude, what the hell are you talking about? I've never seen. What are you talking about, Michael Irvin? He's claiming that part of the collusion and conspiracy was that somehow the Browns were clued into this. So because they had cameras on stage and they knew who the pick was. The woman walking up with the pick is not the only person in all of NFL who knows who the pick is, Mike. Everybody said that he was a top 2 quarterback in the draft. That's not true at all. What happened was the people who suggested that Shedeur Sanders might better be a 2nd-round pick were loudly shouted down before the draft. and ignored. The anonymous quotes that came out about his meetings and what have you were shouted down as nothing but clickbait and a smear campaign and what have you.
Yeah.
All of the people who were saying it before the draft, including a lot of the people that do the scouting that said, hey, in a normal draft, Shedeur might be a second rounder, but in this draft, he might be a first rounder. No, they were all shouted down. Lots and lots of people said it. So no, he was not robbed of $50 million. New champion.
New champion. Oh, this is the first time this has ever happened. Take a mania. Gladstone pinned by Irvin. We got a new champion. And by the way, Seth, purely on the numbers end of things, I'll point out the number one pick in the draft last year was Caleb Williams, number one overall. And I'm not even. Let's say Shedeur could have gone number one. He was 4 years, $39 million. Like if we're just sitting here, like we're just making up numbers at this point that he lost $50 million. Like
that he lost 50, and that he was a slam dunk for
he was probably a second round pick who landed in the fifth round. Still, that's a lot of money, but it ain't $50 million.
The other thing, too, like people love to bring up Shedeur's stats as to why he was a slam dunk number one overall pick because his stats were better than Eli Manning. Let me just read you a smattering of some of the top 10 all-time leaders in single-season touchdowns, all of whom had more single-season touchdowns than Shedeur this last year. Bailey Zappi, Colt Brennan, David Klingler, go Cougs, B.J. Simmons, friend of mine, Dowdy, Graham Harrell, Case Keenum, yes, go Cougs, an awesome dude, but not a first-round draft pick. Yeah. Like, just settle the hell down with this. Like, oh, he had a season unlike any others.
Colt Brennan might be my favorite one out of all those. I don't know why. All right, Seth, I'm going to tell you right now, I know you haven't heard this one. You may want to brace yourself. This one is just I don't know where Luther Campbell, old Uncle Luke from 2 Live Crew, had his Miami bucket hat on doing this take.
Yeah.
This is some weird comparison he makes of LeBron James protecting Bronny and Dion protecting Shedeur. I'm just going to let's just play it.
And you motherfuckers were mad at LeBron James for protecting his son who he know can play in the NBA. You motherfuckers was mad when LeBron told y'all that his son is playing in the NBA with the Lakers. Now you see. So Prime should have took a job at Dallas so his son don't get but he didn't do that. My. So all you sons of a bitches, call up LeBron James and issue him an apology because this is a direct parallel to what the happens to celebrity kids.
I don't know what he means.
Bronny didn't, I give Luther Campbell a pass just because it's not a traditional sports venue and what have you. It's just weird.
It's just weird. Because LeBron knew he could play in the NBA. No, the criticism of LeBron was Bronny does not belong in the NBA.
Or that he's seeing it. I think I see where he's going with it, but he gets a pass. Michael Irvin should know better than to think that part of the conspiracy was that somehow people knew that Shedeur Sanders was the pick there.
I need someone to explain the new Luther. I don't get. So Prime should have taken a job with Dallas so he could protect Shedeur. I guess and take a job with Dallas so he could tell Jerry to draft him. I have no idea.
And it's not clear that he ever actually had the opportunity to take the job.
Correct.
In Dallas,
correct. Yeah. All right. So that was just a weird take. All right, so last one here, Mel Kiper. Here's Mel Kiper's take on the NFL and their ability to evaluate quarterbacks.
The NFL has been clueless for 50 years when it comes to evaluating quarterbacks. Clueless. No idea what they're doing in terms of evaluating quarterbacks. That's proof. There's proof of that.
How many
they say we know exactly what we're talking about with quarterbacks. They don't.
Okay, new one. New winner. New
Again,
winner.
3
new winner.
wins. Kiper pins Michael Irvin. Boy, that's an interesting visual. Mel Kiper hooking the leg of Michael Irvin and pinning him. Yeah.
The one at the bar at the end where he said, they don't know, we do. Like, dude, you've got so many receipts out there. Bringing yourself in there and trying to puff your chest.
Yeah.
Like you actually have a better track record of selecting quarterbacks and that you know what you're doing. Come on, Mel Kiper. This is too much.
There will always be bad takes. So Kiper won't be champ forever. But will those last 5 seconds be for him what the last 5 seconds of Cataldi's 2-month reign as champion take was, where at the very, it's a take and you understand it and I don't agree with all of it, and then at the very end he says, Andy in the history of American sports.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That's what kept
really
him on
puts
top.
It over. Yeah, you get a strong finishing move really helps you out a lot. So, yes, that was because of that. Now, I got to say, we do a tournament at the end of the year, and there's at least 3 from this week's edition that you need to save for the tournament. This is a brilliant week in Take-A-Mania history. This is really good.
It was good.
And we still got one more to go.
Well, we got a bonus Mel Kiper. I don't know. Like, this is I don't know if this qualifies. This was a take he had before the draft when he was on Jimmy Traina of SI.com. He was on Jimmy Traina's podcast, and Jimmy Traina asked him if he thought Deion would be a negative in Shedur's NFL assessment.
I'm going to make a statement, and you tell me if the statement has some validity or if it's completely ridiculous. A team may have an issue drafting Shedeur Sanders because they don't want to deal with the circus that is Deion Sanders.
Completely false.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why, Jimmy. Deion was a great teammate, not only a great player, one of greatest corner of all time, but a great teammate, a great worker, prepared as hard as anybody, worked as hard as anybody, practiced as hard as anybody. Players in the NFL that played with him loved him. He went to the Major League Baseball, and all the Atlanta Brave players in the organization loved him for the work. He didn't come there. He didn't bring any circus. Yeah,
but this is him as a father.
He knows you don't want to do. He knows there's none of that going on with Shedeur.
I don't know. Okay, so this was from somewhere along the way. Deion realized, wait a second, I'm doing more harm than good. When he went out and said that there's specific teams that we won't let him go to or we don't want him to play for, he backed off of that somewhere along the way. The biggest mistake Deion made was in thinking, and I think genuinely believing, that his son was a slam dunk top 3 pick.
Yep.
And then he conducted it like that's what he was. That's where, and Deion somewhere along the way realized that they'd screwed that part of it up, and he stepped back. But by then the damage was done.
Yeah, too
you
little,
tell
too
multiple
late.
teams that nope, my guy's are going to change the culture. He's a top 3 guy. We don't want to go play for a bunch of these teams. That was a lot. I think that scared a lot of front offices about just exactly how involved Deion would be.
Yeah. So Mel Kiper kicks out of the finishing move of Mel Kiper.
Yeah.
This happened last week. Deion on Deion last week. Yeah. So Kiper. The new champ is Kiper in his notion that nobody can evaluate quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yeah.
Like he can evaluate them better than they can.
The format was tough here, too, this week. This was the hardest week we've had. Because I go back, and if I had to if I took the best, if I did a consolation round here, the Magnificent Gladstone and Michael Irvin would get right back up there into the finals.
They would be going for the bronze medal. The consolation game.
Well, or back up if they could play their way back into the championship round.
Yeah, dude, I'm keeping the ones that you've told me to keep for the end of the year. We're already up to like at least 12 takes, and it's just turned. The calendar just turned May.
It's gonna. Irvin, if he hadn't said that thing about the fact that the cameras were on stage for the Sanders pick and acting like it was his experience in the NFL that tells him that, no, that's not normal. Yeah, it's not normal because this is a high marquee pick that's getting selected in the 5th round, and it's been the talk of the draft. But it is very, very normal for many, many people to already know who the pick is before it's announced.
This is going to be... I mean, we had Corey Alexander on Cooper Flagg's parents. We had Cataldi. We had Acho saying Shedeur and Deion were going to revolutionize the NFL. How bad is that? That one, we should almost work that one back in and see if it can retake the title.
They kind of did revolutionize the second day of draft broadcast.
They did.
The second and third day.
They made it watchable. Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right, a good take, Acho. All right,
watchable is debatable. A lot of people watched. For some of us that were over on the NFL Network, it was unbearable watching all of this Shedeur. It wasn't even debate. If they had been debating Shedeur Sanders on ESPN, I would have wanted to watch it.
Yep.
But it was Riddick and Mel Kiper just going on a constant rant every time a player was selected about how it wasn't Shedeur that was selected.
Do anonymous executives like the NFL or like the Texans draft? Anonymous executives weighing in. How'd the Texans do according to Execanon? We'll have that for you coming up next.
Oh, does your mother...
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We did earlier in the show, in the 6 o'clock hour, we read the assessments of the Texans draft class from anonymous executives via Mike Sando of The Athletic. This is the show in Houston, I think, that loves anonymous quotes more than any other. And
we embrace them. While others scorn them, we embrace them.
We embrace them.
Yes.
We highly recommend them. We encourage them almost. And because they were so positive about the Texans, I want to make sure that the 9 o'clock hour audience gets that sprinkle of positivity into their lives as they head into what could be a phenomenal weekend of sports here in Houston that we will also get you ready for in the final segment of the show. So let's get to this here. And we'll touch on a couple other teams here, too, because it sounds like, Seth, you just saw – did you just see an anonymous quote in this article about a player?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the Ravens. We'll get to that in just a second. But let's get to the Texans first and foremost here. It is very apparent here – this is me talking right now, not Mike Sando or the anonymous execs. People – it is hard to find somebody who drafted the two wide receivers that they did. People love the Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel picks. They're getting very positive reviews. For example, this executive says the following. They have Tank Dell coming off injury, and they lost Stephon Diggs. But, man, when Dell gets healthy, adding the receivers they got, Higgins and Noel, to go with Nico Collins, wow. C.J. Stroud is going to have weapons galore, said one exec.
Yeah, the big if in that is always, hey, they both got to work out. But I think what the Texans did a really good job with in this draft is it's hard to find the previous, before the draft, anonymous quotes from scouts and executives and what have you gush about the football character of Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel and Ariante Ursary as well. Minnesota's got a history of churning out offensive linemen of like the right kind of guys. They've done a good job with that program there. So I think they very much leaned into let's be sure we get guys that are going to do things the right way. You're not going to have to teach them how to be a pro for the first 3 years of their professional career. I feel good about that part of it. And then, just strictly on the film side of things with those two receivers, there's so many. When you watch them, you can see exactly why people get excited about it. But they were both kind of those dark horse favorites or the darlings of a lot of the draft media world. In that, man, this guy's probably going to go in the second round, but he's got a lot of first-round traits. And they said that both about Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel.
Yeah.
So a lot of approval around the. Now, remember, after the draft, you pick all of those draft nicks that you don't respect. But when they say something positive about
they're your guy.
Like, hey,
yeah.
Matt Miller, I've always thought he says exactly the right thing all the time.
That is so true. Well, I will say this about the receivers, and we'll get to the other quotes here in a second, is that, there's overall hope with the team, right? There's the macro hope of, okay, the Texans hopefully take that next step and go to what D'Amico calls new heights this year, get to the AFC title game. And I've got hope that my hope direction is positive right now. But then within the roster, there's little micro hopes. You know what I mean? And like my hope with the offensive line is trending positive, but is not tremendously hopeful just because there's not a lot of sure things in there. There's a lot of faith being placed in the coaching staff and so forth there.
I just, where I have to have a little bit of a reality check myself and a micro hope is, all right, Woody Marks, man, boy,
that's a good one.
As a receiving back, that could help out CJ a lot. It could help out the offense a lot. And as I always caution you, man, you got to be careful with running backs because every single one of their highlight reels looks incredible. Any of the guys who got drafted, I'm watching I'm watching Woody Marks, and I'm like, oh, whoop, here we go.
This kid's got something. How did he get to the fourth round?
But he was a fourth rounder.
How did he get there, Seth? I'm looking at his highlight reel. As far as the micro hope of the receiver room, it's trending much more positive for me than the offensive line room, and I think the biggest bummer out of the tail end of the year was the Tank Dell injury, without a doubt. Not just 2024 season and the postseason, but because you might have lost him for the upcoming season, and even when he comes back, there's a good chance he's never going to be the Tank Dell that we saw his rookie year, and that's a bummer. The drafting, particularly of Noel, because there's some similarities to their game, have made, and I hate this because I love Tank Dell, but it's actually made me forget about the angst over the Tank Dell injury a little bit, giving me hope. I know he hasn't even practiced yet as a pro, but I'm just talking about hope. And those two guys, Higgins and Knoll, as I think these executives are expressing, the Texans took a wide receiver room that was looking very Swiss cheese because of who they lost, and now all of a sudden that plus Christian Kirk in that room now, it looks like it's back to being a strength, not a question mark on this team.
You know what I like about Jaden Higgins is that size is size, and you can't coach size. He has size, but he also has a ridiculously low drop rate. He's got sure hands. So when you start talking about the 50-50 balls, yes, you've got to do it with more physical play in the NFL week in and week out. But he has very good hands, and he's shown a willingness to work on his route running. As a bigger guy, it's always more of a challenge to really get really crisp with your route running. But I think I'd be really surprised if Jaden Higgins doesn't provide something.
Yeah.
Does he end up being worth the pick and all of that? We won't know until we see it. But I think that just by virtue of size and having really good hands, you're going to get at the very least some production out of him.
Let's do one more from the Texans, and I want to hit on the particular team that you touched on coming out of the break, off air to me. But here's what they out to the offensive lineman out of Minnesota. Another exec says this. They got out from under the money of Tunsil. Ursary surely is not Tunsil. He's a stiffer, taller guy who they can probably get by within their scheme with what they're going to do. They don't need a downhill physical left tackle. There's a lot in that one, Seth, that feels a little questionable to me.
Well, it's a little bit weird just in that, first of all, we don't know exactly what the scheme is going to look like.
Yep.
Second of all, in a lot of the ways that Ursary isn't like Laramie Tunsil, one of them is that he is a 6'6", 330-pound guy who you can envision developing into a downhill offensive tackle. He played in a scheme in college that was very outside zone run-based, and he was really, for a 330-pound guy, he did a really good job with the zone blocking. I think with some of the more power type of stuff and the road grader type of stuff, he's 100% has the physical potential to do it. He's not just big. He's really, really strong. I saw John Harris on the Texans YouTube channel with Drew the other day, just talking about his squat and some of these other things. He's not a big fat dude.
No.
So yeah, I don't quite understand that take by that anonymous executive.
Yeah. So we'll see how that plays out. I want to get to this Baltimore one.
The Baltimore one, the unnamed, and you don't even really need the unnamed executive in here just to point out the weirdness of it.
Yeah.
So Mike Green, the edge rusher, was taken in the second round by the Ravens. He's got 2 sexual assault allegations against him at this point. Allegations have you.
He's denied them, obviously. Yeah.
I thought it was interesting that John Harbaugh, who had previously declared that they have a zero-tolerance policy for any kind of domestic abuse or sexual assault, he said it's not fair to link Mike Green to Justin Tucker, the kicker who currently has 16 claims by massage therapists against him.
Yeah.
In doing so, did he unknowingly just basically say, yeah, Justin Tucker did it? Like, it's not fair to link Mike Green to Justin Tucker.
That's interesting.
2 different worlds.
That's interesting. Yeah, I've only seen the exec reaction or read the exec reaction to the cut. I haven't seen the Harbaugh clip, so I'm always hesitant to comment on something I haven't heard or seen, only heard about. But that's an interesting notion. He actually, when Harbaugh made that comment about them being a zero-tolerance organization, it was when he was asked about Deshaun Watson back in the day in 2022. And since then, he's got a kicker whose life looks very similar to Deshaun's right now, back when Deshaun was getting sued.
Might have more of a paper trail behind some of the complaints.
Yes. Yeah. So it's if I were to give John Harbaugh the benefit of the doubt, I would say he's just trying to take heat off his new rookie than he is admitting anything with Justin Tucker. But
I would say that if I were to do, I like doing honest replies from coaches and GMs. If somebody asked him that in the press conference and he said, and he wanted to give an honest answer, we're like, look, 2 things. One, it's always a sliding scale. There's zero tolerance for some. There's a little bit of tolerance for others, depending on talent level. Look, The guy's a first-round talent that we got in the second round. We're taking a flyer on hopefully he didn't do this stuff, okay?
Yep.
And, if it turns out that he totally did it, then we're going to – then maybe we'll have to readjust.
That's the honest answer.
We saw the value might be that, look, it's first-round talent in the second round for a reason, and we've done our due diligence, and we feel good about it.
Another exec says about this Mike Green choice by the Ravens, who, by the way, was in the first round of most mock drafts and dropped all the way to 59 or whatever it was, or 57 maybe, says you can drop a guy like that into a sound culture easier than at a place that is rebuilding without leadership, which I think gets said every year about the Ravens. For all the lack of high-level winning they've done since they won the Super Bowl back in 2012, they do still get held up on a pedestal as being a place that will take guys that get passed on in the draft by all these other teams, take them and then turn them into Pro Bowlers. They do that quite a bit, no doubt.
We played earlier in the week Brandon Beane, the GM of the Bills, going off on those sports radio hosts who had been criticizing the fact that they didn't get a wide receiver.
Yeah.
A couple of executives weighed in on that, and it's interesting. One guy said, reading and listening to everything that is said about your team and collecting receipts is exhausting. Let it go. In Brandon Beane's defense, he was sitting there waiting to do an interview with these guys, and he heard them saying this stuff right before he came on.
He doesn't have a reputation for that, I don't think.
No, right, yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Somebody else said if it was anybody but a handful of GMs, I'd say it acted up. When you do that, you earn that. Their fan base and media are a little spoiled. Don't forget how bad it was before.
That's true. It was real bad for a long time there before Brandon Beane got there.
Yeah, and I do think the one anonymous executive probably didn't realize the circumstances.
Yeah.
That, he was – I mean, sometimes it happens when a guy is just sitting – like the guy's on the phone and we play the programming while the person is on hold so they can hear. So that's what
happened.
That's on the hosts themselves, too, for not realizing that, or maybe intentional, that he was listening in.
Yeah. Or they're just being honest, and Brandon Beane disagrees with them. But, yeah, he was
well, they should have anticipated it if he was sitting on hold. Like, okay. Like, I'll give him credit, for being honest and everything. But,
I'll say just about that, and then we'll go to break here and get you ready for this weekend in Houston. I listened to, the first 6 minutes of that interview. It was pretty cordial after that. Nobody got really the most pissed off person during that whole 6 minutes was Brandon Beane coming out of the chute in that first minute at those guys. And after that, it was kind of like a back and forth. It was fine.
I feel like sometimes Nick gets pissed at me because I'll bring up a topic or ask a question where I'm actually on his side.
Yeah.
But I think as soon as he hears the topic, he's arguing against everything everybody else has said. But I feel like I'm taking the brunt of it. And then I don't want to interrupt them and be like, hey, no, Nick, actually, I'm on your side here. I just let him go.
Yeah. Well, this week you're going to define need for him, right?
I am going to define drafting for need.
Drafting for need, that's it.
Both, and I'll have artificial intelligence define it as
okay, good. ChatGPT, baby. Let's partner with the Insperity Invitational. It's at the Woodlands Country Club tournament course this weekend. It tees off today. Steven Alker, David Duval, Ernie Els, John Daly, and more. PGA Tour champions best are on the course right here in town, I would imagine right now as we speak. Entry to the tournament is free, so if you're up in the Woodlands, you want to go check out some very famous and good golfers, go check it out. For score updates, tee times, weather notes, and more information, head to InsperityInvitational.com. We get you ready for the upcoming weekend. This has a chance to be a Friday, Saturday, Sunday clean sweep of awesomeness here in Houston. We'll set it up for you coming up next.
Hey, you want to really have an incredible weekend? Start getting your
for tickets.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, big weekend coming up, man. This has the potential to be a whole lot of fun. With the Astros and the Rockets, obviously Rockets, you got playoff basketball. It doesn't get any better than that. Game 6 tonight, 8 o'clock tip. And if you're going to split the screen, you got a little Framber Valdez action on the mound. Framber, who is, I would say, of the things that are concerning with the Astros early on, I don't know that I'm concerned about Framber yet, but other than a couple of starts, I think it was his first start and his third start, he was good. He pitched like 6 shutout innings and 7 shutout innings. The other ones have been anywhere from kind of shaky to really shaky for Framber so far. Like, he's not been the hammer. Certainly, few have, but he hasn't been the hammer that Hunter Brown has been at the top of the rotation.
This is where it still feels a little bit precarious, is that we don't really know what we have in Ryan Gusto. We don't really know what we have in Wisniewski. And then Blanco and Framber aren't really being the best version of themselves. And so it still feels like then the wheels could come off the wagon. If they come off the wagon in the wrong direction a little bit, this incredible pitching that they've gotten over the first month or so of the season doesn't do as much for you, especially if the offense doesn't get in gear. To an extreme degree.
Framber 1-3 with an even 4 ERA. His WHIP is okay, 1.19. It's not, that's. I don't know how that stacks up to Framber.
1.2 is about historic. Yeah. It's better than average, but it's not as.
It's not him. It's not it's not Framber level. Framber 1 point. It's not bad. He's not awful. He's just not been. He hasn't been great yet. And this is a team that look. I know we're only a month and change into the season. This looks like a team right now that is going to be more carried by its pitching than it is its offense. If I had to guess. So. Now, the good news is you are getting some reinforcements here. Spencer Arrighetti's going to come back pretty soon from his injury. You've been without him. And then, the other thing, we get to see what Lance McCullers has in store for us on Sunday.
You know what? His whip is actually it's almost 1.2. He's usually about a 1.1 or a little bit above that. So it's not.
So he's in the neighborhood.
He's not been way more traffic-y than he typically is.
That's good. Yeah. So he's, again, and I think that's reflective of my level of concern, but they're going to need a better version of Framber if they're going to do what they want to do.
The biggest thing, honestly, is ERA plus. Like the average, it's standardized so that the average pitcher is a 100.
Yeah,
he's at a 99 right now, where typically he's in the 130s. That, if you want just one single stat that kind of shows, take everything else out of it, he's not himself.
No, and some of it's the opportunity cost too. Like, okay, well, if we held on to you and kept from trading you for premium prospects, so that we get the version of you that you've been the last 4 years, So there's part of that too, when he's just average,
Maybe Framber, now that he's a made man in so many regards and he's been so good for so long, but now all of a sudden he finds himself in this weird year where you don't exactly know what the future is. Maybe it's as simple as that. He's just a little uncomfortable with being in this situation.
That could be, man. No, some guys respond to being in a contract year better than others. You can't dismiss that.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a bad theory at all.
His sports psychologist needs to probe and get in there and find out if that is any part of the issue right now.
Yeah, man, you're here for a reason, sports psychologist guy. All right. Boy, I'm getting excited. They're showing highlights on the screen right now of the Rockets just smothering the Warriors in Game 5. Amen Thompson picking Steph Curry's pocket at midcourt. This will be a big deal. That might be the thing I'm most interested to see tonight. Is the Steph Curry dynamic. For whatever reason, I know the thumb has been a big topic the last 48 hours because Dylan Brooks unabashedly went after the thumb, didn't apologize for it in the postgame or anything, just said this is basketball. Really, guys get injuries in certain parts of their body, and within the boundaries of the rules that you can go after it, or even outside the rules if you're willing to accept the penalties, you go after those things. For whatever reason, ESPN decided to put a graphic at the bottom of the screen during Get Up where it said, Steph Curry, in parentheses, thumb, expected to play tonight.
Expected to play.
I didn't know there was a question about him playing or not tonight.
Steph has scored a combined 30 points in the last 2 games.
Yeah.
And I'll read this from the San Francisco Chronicle because I like to go behind enemy lines, Sean.
Yes, you're the best.
San Francisco Chronicle says this. If the Warriors lose Game 6 on Friday, we all should have seen the warning signs in Game 5. How Amen Thompson dominated Curry, how Golden State's defense wilted, how its offense sputtered amid Houston's relentless pressure.
Yep.
Those three things, I think, by and large, is what most Rockets fans, if you have to speak in generalities, limit Steph Curry the way you did in Game 5.
Yep.
The Golden State's defense just fell apart. The Rockets just keeping the pressure on and taking the ball, taking the fight to them. And then the big man defense, especially the big man defense for the Rockets, really making the Warriors uncomfortable, shifting back and forth between man and zone, and just not letting them get a beat on how to attack the Rockets. If that's all you got to do, just do those three things. Simple.
Yeah.
It's simple.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's
I'm joking when I say it's simple.
No, but the San Francisco Chronicle isn't. They're not breaking news as to how the Rockets react to it very well at all in Game 5 at all.
I just enjoyed the prose, the writing there. I thought it was good.
It was good.
It sounded good for the Rockets.
It did.
Amen Thompson dominated Curry.
It did.
Golden State's defense wilted.
Yeah.
And then its offense sputtered amid Houston's relentless pressure.
Sputtered, wilted, dominated. Those are good verbs, man.
Oh, you cucks. Golden State, sputtered, wilted, dominated. That's our headline coming in on Monday morning if the Rockets pull off what I thought seemed impossible after Game 4.
Indeed. Peak Amen Thompson showing up would be a good thing again. If the first couple, 2.5, 3 games of this series, Seth, was Amen Thompson kind of shaking off whatever rookie jitters there were about the postseason, and the version that we've got in the last 2 games really is what we're getting. That's bad news for Golden State. I would sign up right now for 75% free throw shooting tonight without knowing what's behind door number 2. Door number 2 might be a night like they had in Game 5 where they shot 85% or whatever it was. But it also might be what they normally do, which is in the mid-60s. You give me 75% free throw shooting tonight, and I feel good about them winning this game. There's at least one, obviously Game 4, and if not 2, one of those other 2 games that they lost by 10 and 9, where there got to be margin at the end of those games that the Warriors. Those are all close games where they were piling on more at the end. You make some free throws, and the game pressure is a little bit different during that game, and I think the Rockets win 1 or 2 of those games.
Well, Game 3 is the one where it came down to the wire, and it felt the Warriors have been in this situation before. The Rockets do not look like it because the Warriors had the Rockets were down to their third option on that play by the time Şengün was driving to the rim, and he pulled up short.
Yeah, it was Game 4.
That was Game 4.
Game 4,
okay.
yeah.
That's right, and pulled up short with Draymond in his face.
Yep.
Like that's where it felt like, man, if it comes down to the final minutes, you got to really show your mettle on the road and show that you've figured and learned some things out over in your first playoff series.
No doubt at all. So we got that, and then Saturday we've got Hunter Brown. We get a Hunter Brown start on Saturday. We get a James Harden Game 7. That's a big topic on TV today. Is James Harden up to snuff? Is he up to the task in a Game 7? Familiar territory.
So James Harden was really good in the Game 6, got him a win.
Yep.
But the Clippers fans are no strangers. They're not. It isn't new to them that James Harden wilts in Games 5 through 7. Games 5 and 6 last year when they lost to the Mavs, he was a disaster. He was shooting like 25% from the floor.
I've forgotten about that, man. I forgot how utterly horrible he was. And then man, Sunday. Hopefully a Rockets Game 7 and Lance McCullers on the mound. It's a good weekend.
Look, personally, maybe this will come back to bite me, and I apologize if it does, Rockets fans. But there's a part of me that I want James Harden to have a magnificent Game 7. I'd like for him to get over this obstacle. It's the thing that's really kept him from being the player he could be if he could handle that simple obstacle of actually winning playoff series with clutch play and clutch games. That's all I'm asking. Yeah.
I would bet if I had to put up a poll, and I don't know, I'm curious to get Reggie and Luke's take on this. If I had to put up a poll about that, like, are you rooting for James Harden in this Game 7? Knowing that my audience on social media is mostly Houstonians.
Yeah.
I would guess that no would win, but not by nearly as much as all the Harden haters out there would think. Like, I think you pointed this out, Seth, like the vitriol towards Harden either seems to have subsided, or it's a different type of vitriol than it is maybe towards other guys who have left or that Houston people don't like.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's long in the rearview mirror for me, and I just now that the Rockets are back on track, I guess the wound isn't open anymore.
Yeah.
And I can kind of appreciate Harden from a distance and remember the good things. I remember the good times we had, Sean. It's like when you get to be comfortable with your ex-wife, I suppose.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, I can speak to that.
You can
for
be
sure.
happy for her if she's found a new guy, as long as he's not better than you in many regards.
That's impossible. That'll never happen. So what are your Reggie, you were nodding your head along with me as I was saying some James Harden things.
Yeah, for me personally, I've been fond of James Harden, but when you were talking about the idea of the Houston contingent not being happy for him, I immediately took my brain back to the way that he made his exit from Houston. And I was like, I don't know that people are going to be all that forgiving of that. But I also, as I was thinking about it, I was like, I'm trying to figure, because Seth, I think you're right. There's some, for some people that access these baby Rockets to some degree, but I feel like there's not going to be a lot of forgiveness there. And as I was going through those two kind of polls, I was like, I don't know what it would be, so I would love to see a Pender poll.
Yeah, okay, all right. I'll do a Pender poll today.
The ideal situation is that Harden has a great Game 7, gets over, kind of puts a dent in that narrative a little bit, but then at some point the Rockets beat the Clippers in the playoffs. And they do it in 4 games, so James Harden doesn't even have a chance to be in those moments. And then it's so much easier to be magnanimous in victory. And I would say, look good for you, James Harden, little fella. And then I'd tussle his hair.
His hair, he would love that.
Tussle his braids. That would have to happen in the final, in the Western Conference Finals.
It would, because they're not meeting him next. Yeah, it's Minnesota's who's waiting right now.
I am very much in line with you there, Seth. If for no other reason than I like the very nice outcome.
Yeah,
I'd be tussling his hair as I would a toddler. It wouldn't be in that in that white lady asking a black lady if she can touch her hair.
No,
not that way.
I appreciate the clarification.
We knew where you were going. Crosstalk, by the way, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. What's up, Luke? Good to see you.
Yeah, hey, it's good to be here.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
This is another shape-shifting John Lopez, by the
way. I'm trying to look. Brandon Scott, Luke Moore. Eventually, it just morphs back into John Lopez.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Good to see you. All right, so the question of the day.
That's right, the question of the day. Actually, in some ways inspired by a frequent viewer of our YouTube page, Kicks Rocks.
Okay.
Yesterday, we're 2 weeks out from schedule release, and he's like, never really been a big fan of that. And then, Kentucky Derby is this weekend as well.
Yeah.
And I was like, what thing or event are you just not in on? Do you just not rock with?
Oh, you know what? Before I get into my personal one, because I've got a very easy answer to that, the one, as far as the schedule release, by far the most annoying thing was on the first night of the draft. Was it the first night when they went out and they announced when they're going to announce the schedule?
The first night, yeah.
And I know the pick was already in, and I was trying to ignore my feed. I wanted to learn about the picks on television, but I knew the pick was already in.
Yeah.
And they came out and they dragged it out. It looked like the Country Music Awards with the 2 women they brought out.
Yes.
They were just like heavily, and they dragged out the announcement of when the announcement of the schedule would be.
Yeah, that made me, and I love the schedule release. It's one of my favorite days of the year. Like whoever Kicks Rocks in the YouTube stream.
Yeah.
I'm the opposite of Kicks Rocks. I
tell them to kick rocks.
Go live up to your name. Exactly. Yeah. So I love the schedule release. All right, I have the benefit of already knowing what this question was, so I have 3 things.
Okay,
on my
very
list
good.
Here. One is anything having to do with tennis, like when tennis creeps on.
Like Wimbledon, because that's going to be the biggest one that has to step in.
Wimbledon.
Figgy, why are you booing? You like tennis.
I know.
Yeah.
That's why I'm booing you.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
No, but especially if you're not a tennis fan, like they're asking you to now appreciate tennis on grass. Ooh.
Yeah. I'll confine it to Wimbledon. I actually have more than 3 Olympics.
See, that one,
I'm thankful that Luke is in for John Lopez today, because I don't think Lopez would let me leave the room without hitting me with a sock full of pennies.
I might be a close substitute, because I feel like the Olympics is like sports, but more accessible because you don't actually have to know a ton about the sports.
No, but
that's true. Yeah, it relieves the pressure. You're just like you're talking about the stories. You get to brag about the Houston gymnasts.
This is as a father of somebody whose daughter ran for Team USA at one point late in her high school career. I don't get into into the Olympics. I'm into her stuff, but I'm not into the Olympics.
You're into being a father, but not into the Olympics.
Yeah. It's just not my deal.
It's lost a little bit of its luster because there's zero hint of amateurism anymore. I guess that's part of it. And I don't think going to staggering the summer and the winter, it made the Olympics feel less special.
Yeah.
It's like almost you finish one and then all of a sudden you got all the storylines for the next one coming up.
All right, the last two, the royal family. Any of you out there that are into the royal family?
Good answer.
Yeah, like
100%. Yeah,
Stop
it's un-American.
Oh,
yeah,
stop it.
It's disgusting.
And I'm not a big fan of award shows. Like the people at the Grammys and the Oscars, and they have their parties for this.
All
and
right.
that. Not into that.
You're not allowed to have that take because you are numero uno fan of MVP awards and stuff like that.
Right.
You love those types of awards.
No, I'm
but
talking
you don't
about the pretentiousness of the award show. It's all celebrities. It's masturbation in a room is what it is.
Yeah.
It's all there's no regular people in there. You know what I mean? It's all just people
So
from
the actual Oscars and everything you don't like watching.
Not my deal, man. Yeah,
Okay.
it's just the Oscars. Yeah, like
okay.
Yeah, it's you know what? Yeah, actually enjoy. And the sports
That
ones.
is insane to me. I'm sorry. I cannot hold my tongue.
The sports ones.
The ESPYs are like the worst award shows that we have ever, because we have the actual MVPs and stuff for them. Like, why are we having these additional awards on top of the regular awards?
I don't go out of my way to watch it, but I don't. There's something about the Grammys and the Oscars and the Emmys that I'm just like, these people, man. Yeah.
That's why Ricky Gervais a few years ago taking a
that was
blowtorch
the
to everyone.
greatest monologue of all time. I'm like, yes, finally, somebody said it for 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I like the Oscars. My only favorite, my moment that I can't miss is when a child actor wins it, because I love seeing the people who have spent their entire lives sacrificing relationships and everything else, and are genuinely like people that are really, they've been in it and they've been waiting there for their Oscar for a long moment, and then some 11-year-old wins it and gets up, and then the 11-year-old gets up and says, my entire life I've never thought I could achieve it, but I did.
It's true. Yeah. The nominees are George Burns, Art Carney, and the winner is Macaulay Culkin. Yeah. All right, fellas, we have taken up too much of your time.
I think it's just enough.
Look forward to today's In the Loop. Luke Morrow in for John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, Figgy Fig. That was Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. The aforementioned Reggie Atatula, Luke Morrow, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop. Seth, antibodies to you. I'm doing everything out of order.
My event next week, I guess. So
you really did filibuster,
nobody else
didn't
gets
he?
excited about it or anything. Yeah. See you later, everybody. Because it really wasn't worth getting excited about.
What was it, Seth? What was your thing?
No, you don't get that from me now. No, goodbye.
A nice marital spat to go into the weekend.
Finish off the weekend as a jerk. All right, we're done. We're out of time. In the loop.
I've got 7.
That is true. Oh my God, I hogged it. I'm still doing it right now. All right, we're done. See you next week. In the loop. Now.
Yes, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. And don't worry about it, Sean. From the 832, does Reggie even know how to hold his tongue? No, I do not.
Awful teammate right now.
Don't worry. I enjoyed it, and I feel like a lot of people enjoyed it. And if they didn't, it's cool, because it's a Friday, baby. It's a Friday headed into what should be a really fun week of all sorts of sports as relates to Houston. Luke Morrow in for the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. Get involved with the program by texting in to the show, 713-572-4610, or catch us on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers live streams.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on Twitch, 610 Houston. How you living, brother?
Doing well. Good to be here. As you said, I mean, it's an exciting weekend to be to get ready for in the sports world. Always love hanging out with you on a Friday and talking, especially tonight, about the Rockets. Warriors.
Yes.
Last time I was with you, we were talking about the start of the series, and now today, let's hope we can talk about continuing the series.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's jump right in immediately. Tonight, we have basketball, 8 p.m. Central Time. Is it Standard? Central Time. And we will see if the Rockets can continue to stave off elimination in this series. And you mentioned it 2 weeks ago. Just 2 weeks ago, we were asking the questions headed into Game 1 of the series. Now let's ask some questions heading into Game 6. Like, what can they apply from Game 5 going into tonight? What are some of the other things that you're interested in, that you're curious about in this Game 6 in this series?
Yeah, when I look back at that game the other night, I don't take much from the offensive side because it was just, I don't want to say the word flukish, but it was just such an anomaly and such a great performance from the Rockets that I don't anticipate that carrying over to the next game, which of course is tonight, let alone now carrying over on the road after playing so well at home. I almost compare it to, Jalen Green's big game in this series where he made a career-high 8 threes. And it's like, well, that's kind of the outlier. We've seen the Rockets play all year. If they had this offense all season that we saw the other night, you'd put them right up there with OKC as the team to beat in the West.
For sure.
But we know what this team is. They're not going to shoot 70%, from the floor. So offensively, I really don't take much. But I do look at the defensive side of things because The Athletic put together a really good piece of breaking down the Rockets' defensive performance in that Game 5 and showing how prepared, how ready they were, so it seemed, for what the Warriors were trying to do in that game. And they did such a good job on Curry and Jimmy Butler in that game that you hope that that's something they could take with them. That maybe as the longer this series goes, they start to figure out some things. And I know on The Athletic they compared it to almost like a software update with overtime.
Right.
You hope that's the Rockets' defense the longer this series goes. And I would also, the advantage for the defense in this series, of course, would lean towards the Rockets. So I guess that's the case, is that's my hope. That's what they carry with them. I don't take anything from the offensive side, but maybe defensively, maybe they've started to crack the code a little bit. And when you go back and you look, I won't bog you down with all the examples, but when you look back at all the 3-1 deficits that teams have overcome in the NBA playoffs, maybe it's a chicken and the egg discussion, but you always see the teams that jumped out to the 3-1 lead scored a bunch of points early in the series, and then when the other team erased that deficit, it's because they were playing much better defense, holding the team to fewer points. The Rockets did it in 95 to the Suns. And I think that's just a sense of you get to figure out your opponent over a series, you make the right chess moves, and you start getting some wins.
Yeah, and that was going to be, if this Rockets team was going to win this series, it's going to be on the strength of their defense. Hell, if the Rockets are going to win any series, the way that they're constructed right now, it is a defense-forward team. This team, absolutely, when you talk about their strength, Ime Udoka, when you want the identity of this team to be defensive. So I think you're right in that regard. And I think you're kind of highlighting one of the things that was big about Game 5, but in a way almost on the opposite side, which is that the Warriors kind of got uncharacteristic offensively. One of the things that they were trying to do is they were doing a lot of hunting of Alperen Şengün, trying to get some cross matches, some mismatches with him on the floor, and he held up pretty well. I'm interested to see if the Warriors do the thing where they go early, because there's this thing that happens in playoff series at times that really boggles the mind for me, where, and I understand, series are fluid, things change with, your opponent, so that does affect the way that you have to play. But it felt like the Warriors in Game 5 moved away from some of the answers that they had previously offensively. And I wonder if the confines of being at home, if having, more threats when we talk about playing at home and your role players playing better, if Podziemski maybe being more threatening because he's at home, if Moses Moody being more threatening off ball because he's at home, if those guys get going, does that then make it more difficult on the Rockets, a Rockets team that clearly has put so much of their effort towards Steph Curry, as you have to do, a decent amount of effort towards Jimmy Butler, and they've left some of those others saying if they are going to beat us, then so be it. What happens if you get that where, Brandon Podziemski steps up and he's knocking down shots again? And does that shift the way this goes? Especially because, as you stated, you cannot expect that you're going to have that same type of offensive night that the Rockets did have in Game 5.
Yeah, and that's always the fun thing about these series, is it is that chess match, and so then you make an adjustment, the other team has to make an adjustment, and then now for the Rockets tonight, they have to try to stay ahead of that and try to make their own adjustment or react to whatever they anticipate from the Warriors. And that's something to take it to another sport. In football, they always tell you, from a gambling perspective, always bet the team in the rematch that lost the previous game. And actually, we see this a lot in the NBA, too, the zigzag theory of you just alternate wins. One team wins and they lose the next game. But the to the team that lost, because they're the one that makes the adjustments. The team that won figures, we could just do this. We just beat them by 15, and it wasn't even as close as that final score would indicate. We could just go do the same thing. And the team that loses figures, well, we got to change something up. So then as you get ready for tonight's game, to your point, you wonder about the Warriors either going back to what they did a little bit earlier in the series or throwing out some other curveballs to shake off that terrible taste from Game 5, and then having to wonder, can the Rockets handle whatever Golden State throws at them? Another aspect, too, to me is, and this is like a kind of like a loser attitude. I almost like hate myself for even saying it. But
okay.
The fear that the Warriors kind of handled it almost like the whole gentleman sweep thing.
Yeah.
Veterans, 3-1 lead. They're heading back home for Game 6. Obviously, Kerr pulled his starters, midway through the third quarter. You never want to say in the NBA, especially an elimination game, like, the Warriors, they didn't care about that game. But I do wonder if the intensity, obviously I think at home the intensity will be different, but just if you see a different version of the Warriors where they got a little comfortable the other night and now they're a little more locked in at home tonight.
No, I think it's a fair point to make. I understand where you're coming from there with the disclaimer. I think that is fair.
Yeah.
But like you hear kind of NBA folks talking about the idea that was something that they anticipated for Game 5. Now, of course, it's convenient to say that afterwards. Maybe and it also feels a little disrespectful to the Rockets to be like, yeah, we expected them to Warriors to come out and not really play that hard in Houston. Mm-hmm. But one thing that you could say, if you had that perspective, that would be some level of support for that perspective. The Warriors were real lackadaisical with the basketball of those 5 Amen Thompson steals as just the Warriors being lackadaisical. No, he went and took some of those. He picked some pockets. He took some cookies in that way. And I guess that brought me to the idea of how much of that portion of it, especially when it comes to Steph Curry and the ways that they were able to fluster him, do you anticipate carrying over, particularly because like that transition offense, like being able to steal the ball and go get some pick six type scores, like Amen Thompson did in particular. Those also add into the offense, and that's especially valuable for a half-court, a team that's so deficient in half-court scoring in the Rockets. Like, do you foresee that also carrying along? Because that does still fit in with the defense that you're talking about and the ways in which, Amen Thompson has kind of bloomed as this series has gone through.
That he's the one guy I was going to highlight earlier. That's the one thing I do take from the offensive side of Game 5, that he's played a lot better these last 2 games. He's gotten better each of the last 3. But I also think, anyone that's played basketball, like when you make a great play on defense, it revitalizes you on the offensive end too.
Yeah.
You just feel good. You have a confidence about you. So when he's making those plays on defense, I don't think it's a coincidence that he went off and had such a good game on the offensive end too, that they just play off of one another, especially confidence-wise. So you hope to see a similar performance from him tonight on both ends of the floor, of course, and they're going to need it. But that's really the only thing I take from the offensive side is what he did, and it was great to see him in with the performance the last 2 games. I've seen some people also point to like fatigue for the Warriors.
Yeah.
Talk about the whole travel schedule. But, that of course favors the Rockets, and that could continue on now in Game 6 of the season. I've seen people use that as an excuse, but I would almost think that that's more reason to be optimistic for the Rockets. Even though the Warriors starters got to sit a lot to try to refresh those legs, still it's a flight, it's 1 day off. The Rockets would certainly benefit from any fatigue the longer this series goes.
Right, and also, they're also dealing with their star player having this very noticeable injury that became a subplot of Game 5, as people claim that, that Dillon Brooks was out here and intentionally trying to further harm him or aggravate that injury, which Dillon Brooks did not do very much to dissuade. In fact, he kind of just copped to it like, hey, y'all keep talking about what y'all talking about. That's fine. So yeah, I do think that is a continued portion of this is like what Warriors team or how much do they have in the tank as the series continues on, as the Rockets' physicality, they've been aggressors in this. And actually that ties in nicely. I know Matt Young of the Houston Chronicle was kind of throwing up some things that the Rockets need to do in order to survive through Game 6 and give a Game 7 and Sunday. It's kind of funny to think we're going to go into this weekend not knowing if the Rockets will be done in 6, be done in 7, or if they have a whole new life by the next time we get on air.
Yeah.
But some of the things he talked about was pester Steph Curry, which is, that's just been foundational and fundamental to this series. He also talked about the double bigs and continuing to see that, and we've talked at length about that. It feels like one of the things I've been impressed by is that they've been able to use it, and to the extent that they've been able to use it, keeping their cool is going to be an interesting one because it's going to be absolutely necessary. I feel like Draymond Green is going to be as empowered as ever. Like, if he did not he's not received the level of punishment that it feels like he should have. On this same court that they're going to be playing tonight was where he had gotten the maximum egregious and still didn't get thrown out. I do wonder if he's going to be emboldened to do all of those shenanigans again. and if a elimination type circumstance would put the Rockets on the edge and how they will handle that circumstance.
I think it's a safe bet, and I like all three of those points. I agree with them. I think the last one that you were just talking about is the biggest one because that's been the test for this team. I mean, the Warriors obviously are so much more experienced, and I heard them talking about it, Seth and John earlier about when you watch this series. I mean, the Rockets really have looked like the better team. The difference is just that experience. The Rockets have outscored the Warriors.
Yeah, I was like +5, isn't it? Or is it 15 or something to that over the entirety of the series, even though they're down 3-2?
Because a stat I've heard you reference in the series was those clutch minutes. Like they outplay them for the majority of the game, but then at the end of the game, they just can't execute well enough to pull out these close wins. So now you really ramp that up tonight where it's in their building. Elimination game. It's a little different playing at home the other night to playing on the road. That's why I'd asked also earlier this. I was thinking about, does that game the other night change the pressure for the Rockets heading into this one? Because now you go back on the road, you feel good coming off that win the other night. But yeah, absolutely. That's the big thing for me is how do these young guys handle this moment? You mentioned it earlier. Role players always play better at home. That's the big difference between stars and role players. And the Rockets, I'm not going to call them a team of role players, but we know they don't have that go-to guy that can carry them. And so tonight, you're going to have to get some big performances from these guys, and we're going to have to find out if they're capable of doing that in really the biggest game of their careers.
Yeah, that's a great point. We can dig more into that. The one thing I want to ask you real quick before we go on a Thursday, when it comes to Jalen Green, he's been such an interesting bellwether of how things go, or, at least he's been up and down in his performance, and I think that you could probably call Game 5 a generally good performance. I know statistically it does not look great, but I think that he played a much better brand of basketball. And he also took a knock at one point, right, with his knee. I think he actually knocked knees on a drive, and that caused him to sit down. Just, I guess, quickly, do you anticipate good Jalen or bad Jalen in a way to oversimplify the analysis of what Game 6 looks like for him?
I would lean more towards bad, and I guess just based off of what we've seen this series, that's the safer bet, at least in terms of the output for points. I don't expect a huge night from him. I do think Amen Thompson will have a good night. Alpe's been great all series, but no, unfortunately, I'm out. I was already out on Jalen Green, and now this series has just really confirmed it for me, which is why I think clarity sometimes can always be the best thing. And that's something I think a positive you could still take from this series, even if the Rockets lose tonight, is I think you have the answer. At least I believe I have the answer on Jalen Green, and it's that I can't count on him in these moments.
Man, excited for Game 6 of this series. The Rockets continue to try and stave off elimination and push this thing to a Game 7 as we're just getting going. It's going to be a fun weekend in Houston sports, and we're considering all of it right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, at the risk of doing the thing that we did last year, the five-headed monster thing, is it possible that the Texans now have the best wide receiver trio in the AFC? 713-572-4610. Let's consider that next.
The sports rolls on.
610.
Biggie, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
Your sport leader, Sports
Happy Friday to you. We're making it through the week and headed to a fun sports weekend. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Luke Morrow in for the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atula. That is Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, making it sound good. Let's keep going on a Friday as we move towards what is going to be a very fun Game 6. I am speaking that out into the ether. Actually, would you prefer if it's not fun? Because I did see someone yesterday, especially watching, which one of those games was it? Was it, oh yes, it was the game where a team was eliminated yesterday in the NBA.
The Knicks and Pistons?
Yes, Knicks Pistons, where they were like.
That was a crazy game.
I saw someone on Twitter like, look, Rockets, decide early if you're going to win or not. Don't do that to me. So I guess let us know, 713-572-4610. Would you prefer it to just be one way or the other where you know, or do you just want to have a crazy game that goes to the end?
Pretty much. Do you want Steph Curry to hit a three to take the lead with 15 seconds left?
It doesn't have to be that way, but yes, fair enough. That is what way.
That's
you can
pretty
say
much what happened, man.
That is what happened.
Jalen Brunson.
Bad man. Maybe we'll talk about that. But yes, fun weekend. But I kind of want to go and talk about the Texans. Obviously, nothing immediately pressing when it comes to things on the schedule for the Texans at this point. But we now have rookies in. We have we're starting to get a feel for what this roster will look like coming up. Obviously, there's still going to be camp and mini camp, rookie mini camp, mind you, starting next. Still got things that will help us determine what the actual 53-man roster looks like. But at the very top end, you kind of have an idea of what it looks like. And thankfully, especially for the likes of our guy Larry and Stafford and people like him who were like, get CJ weapons. They did that. There are weapons. The likes of Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel come in wide receiver-wise. And one of those guys basically steps in as wide receiver 3 into the starting lineup with, I imagine, right? I don't think it'll be Mechie or Hutchinson, but I guess I should not assume that. But, you know, one of those large group of guys steps in wide receiver 3, and you have, with Nico Collins and Christian Kirk, a pretty solid 3-man wide receiving core, wide receiver trio. Luke, where do you think that stands in the AFC? Because it feels like you have some real high regards for this.
Yeah, I think it might be the best, or have the chance to be the best. I should say that, because I do think there's a wide variance for both the wide receiving core and even the offensive line for the Texans. You know, maybe Kirk continues to have injury issues this year, and Higgins maybe takes a little time to develop. And, you know, you never know with rookies. Obviously, they could go either way. They could be really good, or, of course, they could be bust. So there's just a wide range of outcomes. But I think the ceiling for the Texans for this wide receiving core is pretty high, and high enough to the point where it's not unreasonable to have the conversation. In fact, they might be the answer for the best trio in the AFC. I know, I think it was Jameson Williams, somebody on the Lions said, we got the best receivers in the NFL. Yeah, maybe, but that's over in the NFC. In the AFC, could be the Texans. And it sounds ridiculous. It sounds like a homer take, but then you sit down and you think about it. I mean, who are even the best duo? And then you try to extend that one further to the top 3. And I don't know who else you could come up with. Now, Mike Clay at ESPN put out a ranking of the best units in football, every unit. And even he put the Texans for wide receivers, he has them 3rd in the AFC, behind the Ravens and the Colts. So maybe those are 2 teams to look at. But I think it has a chance to be the best trio in the AFC if these guys do hit their ceiling this year.
Yeah, it's interesting. It seems like Ocho also weighing in. He's got Bengals and Dolphins in there when you talk about trios. But, yeah, Ravens and Colts both. What immediately stands out to me in a distinction and difference from what the Texans have, and I guess the Texans being in a better place, is just the high end is different. Where you talk about the best wide receiver of the trio, the one who's probably going to carry the most respect and maybe bend the way that defenses play them, is Nico Collins, and it's head and shoulders above what the Colts and the Ravens are going to be putting out there when you talk about. I mean, who are you even considering that for the Colts in that instance. But, I mean, with the Ravens who, like, Zay Flowers, I don't mean to say that in such a tone as to dismiss him. I just feel like we are talking about very different atmospheres of player if you're comparing him in any way to Nico Collins.
Yeah, for the Ravens, you have Flowers, Bateman, DeAndre Hopkins would be their three. Yeah, I agree. I think that's a good point, though, that Nico is the best of the bunch for those teams mentioned. I would take him over anyone on the Colts. I would take him over anyone on the Ravens. And most teams in the AFC. So, and then if the other guys meet the expectations, then you really do have a solid blend of three guys you can rely on. And you have good size at the wide receiver position, which, of course, is important. You have a game changer in Nico Collins, and then you have the depth. I mean, you check all of the boxes. I think that's the difference, where you look at some of these other teams, and they might not check all of those boxes that I just laid out. They might have one guy, or they may not have the high-end talent, but they have some depth. I think the Texans have a chance to have a top-5 receiver, and then if Christian Kirk can get back to where he was his first couple years in Jacksonville, and if you get something out of one of the rookies who could have a good year as a number 3 wide receiver, you really certainly could be looking at the best trio. The Colts, by the way,
Michael Pittman probably is who you go for.
Yeah, as the number 1. Pittman, Pierce, and Josh Downs, right? I mean, if
depending on how you feel about A.D. Mitchell and within that, if you want to kind of make him in there, but yeah, I'm the top end just does not do it for me. No. But I guess in this instance, when you say a trio, it has to be the way that they all fit together. And we got some kind of anonymous scouts talking in. I think Mike Sandel put this together for The Athletic about various teams draft and kind of getting perspectives into it. And one of the things that I found interesting when they were talking about the Texans, and one of the execs talked about how last year or this year you have Tank Dell coming off the injury, Stephon Diggs not there. When Dell gets healthy, which maybe this season, may be the season after, you pair the receivers that you have with Nico Collins, and C.J. Stroud has weapons galore. He goes further to say you don't have the physical enough to cover 2 6'4" receivers, and I think that's the thing that really opens this up for me is like the dynamic way that this wide receiver core is built right now. Where I think myself and B. Scott were talking about it maybe in a break yesterday because someone had texted in. Maybe even if you go 4 wide, a decent amount. And I was like, I don't know how much you'll go 4 wide, but if you go 4 wide, and let's just assume that you go with locked-in guys in Collins and Kirk, and then you add in the 2 rookie wide receivers out of Iowa State, you talk about Higgins and Knoll, right? You got basically mirrored situations there where I got 2 6'4" dudes that are pretty smooth and athletic and great hands, and then I got 2 dudes that have a great amount of speed and can probably route you up a decent amount. And I go, who has the personnel to handle this? And I think that is the place where it gets a little bit different than what the 713 is implying, because you're not wrong, right? They said literally the exact same conversation as last year, and it didn't pan out the same way. And I think there's some things that are different, and obviously one of those will be the offense and the way it's called, but I can't say that.
What kind of offense?
Yeah, yep.
What's the offense we got?
Question mark. And that's the thing I can't say definitively, but I do think it'll be different. Now, what does different mean? I can't tell you, but the thing that I know will be different is the profile of guys that you have and the ways in which they should be able to test a defense. And I think that gives me some optimism, some very significant optimism that this will have a better chance of going off than it did last year.
I'm with you, and it should provide that optimism. I think you should be excited for this bunch that they've put together. And I get the point, the perspective of that texter, and I would agree, but I'd also look back at last year compared to this year, and I don't know, maybe this is a hot take, but I think if we're talking high-end ceiling, I think I would take that over Stephon Diggs going into last year.
Ooh.
I think that would be a better output than what Diggs was expected to give last year. And I think, again, maybe a hot take, if, say, Jaden Higgins hits his ceiling, and these might be big ifs, but I think he could be more productive than what Tank Dell gave you last year. So I think that's why I've been couching this whole conversation, because it does depend on if these guys hit that. I don't worry about Nico Collins, but I worry about Christian Kirk. I worry about, of course, the rookies because they're the unknown.
And the only way you worry about Nico Collins is does he have enough support to where defenses can't just completely throw all their attention on him.
True. So that's why I think there's a wide variance. Because if worst case scenario, if everything goes to crap and these rookies need some time to develop and Kirk is still banged up and you can focus on Nico, which affects his output, that wouldn't be a good thing. But high end, all these guys perform as well as they could be capable. I think it's a better wide receiving core than it was last year. And to the texter's point, we can have the same conversation again because I just don't think there's a lot of great wide receiving cores in the AFC still.
No, and I mean that's going to be okay. So ultimately, the thing about it, and I understand where that skepticism lies, and I think one of the undercurrents of that is all of the output is so dependent on other things, right? Typically, a wide receiver, just in general, their output is dependent on a quarterback. You're not worried about the quarterback himself, but what the quarterback looked like with a bad offensive line was a problem last year. What the quarterback looked like with a scheme and a system that did not feel like it was malleable enough for the circumstances and the situations was problematic. And so I think ultimately, even this question, I know that you're leaving the room open for, the possibility of ranges of outcomes. Those outcomes still feel dependent on, did you figure out enough? Did throwing a whole bunch of offensive linemen at this fix the problem? Did getting Nick Caley in and having Cole Popovich ascend to the role of offensive line coach, the head offensive line coach, does that solve the problem? Because if it does, I think then you have the opportunity to really play with all the toys that you've been able to assess. What's the right word? Assemble. There we go.
Assemble, yeah. That's it, yeah. No, and I'm with you on that, too. It all comes back to that offensive line and even whatever scheme we are going to get from the offensive coordinator. I don't know if you can consider the quarterback in this conversation, but I think that's another advantage for the Texans that obviously give me Stroud over anybody on the Colts. I would take Stroud over Tua in Miami. That was another team that was mentioned for the wide receiving core. So it's not only about having the talent at that position, but then also having the guy that can cash in and capitalize on that talent, and that helps the Texans in this conversation, too, because Stroud, again, if he's at his ceiling, is right up there with pretty much any other quarterback, most of the quarterbacks in the AFC.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Luke Morrow in for the OG John Lopez here on a Friday. Coming up next, I saw Rob Torres on the YouTube ask, what's the question of the day? I got it for you. Coming up next is time for the question of the day. We got some of those events in sports coming up that are very popular, but I also very much know that some of my contrarian friends are like, I'm not in on it. So in honor of that, what is a thing or an event that is just really popular and you're just like, nope, I don't rock with it. I don't really enjoy it. So let's be contrarians together next.
The Texans. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
A great point on the text line about our last segment where we were talking about the Texans having a top of the AFC type wide receiver trio. They made the assertion that the Texans only have the second best wide receiver trio in the AFC South when you talk about the Jags having Calvin Ridley, Ryan Thomas Jr., and Travis Hunter. And it does feel like Travis Hunter will primarily be a wide receiver. The question I do have is just how many games does he get to play? Like the physicality of it, of doing both at the same time is going to be interesting.
You said Calvin Ridley?
Yes, isn't it Calvin Ridley out that way? No.
I can't. No, I don't know. I forgot he was on that team if he was.
Because I was like, Calvin Ridley made his way to Tennessee, didn't he? Is he still there?
Yeah, I think he's still. Let me check.
Yeah, I think he's still with the Titans. Anyways, let's get into the question of the day. Let's be haters, because what I'm finding out about my co-host for the day, Luke Morrow, Luke got some hate in him. All right, so I just want to be a little bit of a hater, but inspired by a little bit of the Kentucky Derby is this weekend, and it is an American sports cultural touch point. And I'm going to be honest, I am always fascinated that we as a collective sports media talk so much about it, just because I don't know how much it actually lands with the general America sports viewing public. And so I wonder who was talking about the schedule release, and he's like, I just don't get the appeal. So in that honor, the question of the day has to do with, those things or events that you just aren't in on, even though they're really popular. 713-572-4610, because the Kentucky Derby is one of those for me, 100% absolutely. I'm just like, it's cool. And then here's the tough thing about it, right, is even if I was a gambler, which I think if you listen consistently, I'm not really a gambler, but also the actual event takes like a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Except NBC got a broadcast going for, I think the actual time is about 17 hours on that day. And it's just like, why are we doing so much lead up to this? I don't need to see Tom Brady's suit for this particular event. Like, why do we have so much of this?
Yeah. It's kind of like your first time in bed. It's like 16 years of lead up, and then it's just a couple minutes. And
that is a wild comparison, but okay, yes.
And you're like, wow, this is what all the build up is for?
Yep, that is fair.
Am I alone on that? So you don't
no
watch?
Comment.
You don't watch the Kentucky Derby, or do you watch it?
Well, I try to tap in as close to the actual race as I can.
Yeah,
for
sure.
I'll put it like this: if I miss it, it won't hurt my feelings. Well, I'm just like, all right, well, that's fine.
That's fair. I do gamble on it every year, and that's really the only reason, for the most part, why I'm into it. So I guess that's fair. But I do like the Kentucky Derby. I don't watch the build-up. So, ironically, that's one of the things that I am into. But I don't know. There's a lot of other things. I agreed with Sean's list earlier. Award shows, certainly, that's come up. Those are terrible.
Terrible, huh?
Yeah. Oh, terrible. Do something else for your Sunday night.
What?
Yeah.
See, the thing I will say about award shows, I feel like some of them, like especially if you're looking to them for validation at times, it can be problematic. I do appreciate getting like the insider's perspective on something, especially considering I'm not able to tap into everything. And I think this probably speaks more to the film aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
And not to say that they're always great about it. In fact, I think there was recently some discovery that some of the folks in the Academy have admitted to just kind of taking the screeners that they have and hitting play on them. Just like you do with your work training videos where you're like, I'm not actually watching this. I'll hit play on it so that they could see that I watched it, and then we'll do that, which would probably do a little bit to invalidate some of the results. But I do appreciate, all right, well, this thing clearly has a level of respect amongst his peers. Maybe this is worth checking out and watching. And so sometimes that'll be a valuable thing for me. Also, just the entertainment value of a cultural touchstone. But yes, I think that it is fair to then talk about how this might be a little overrated.
I don't really like. I'm kind of out on birthdays. I don't really like birthdays.
What?
Yeah.
Like birthdays in general?
Like birthday parties?
Like the whole celebration of birthdays. Come on. Enough with that. And then when it's your birthday, it turns into a job. You spend the whole day having to respond to everybody.
You are kind of cooking with this one.
Yeah.
Like,
Let's turn the birthday into a job.
This is good hating right
so
here.
So you wouldn't have a birthday party for yourself?
No, never.
And I agree. I never have a birthday party.
I'm down with that. Yeah,
because I don't want to do the planning. That is a fair point. Because it is like, all right, well, I'm doing something for my birthday. Like even if it's just like we're gonna. I made reservations. I need a head count. How many people are trying to go? I need to put in this reservation. I'm always just like, I don't want to do it.
I'm at a point where I don't want to celebrate me. I want to make it about me.
Yeah.
Like, hey guys, my birthday, and this is where I want to go, and I don't really care for that, man.
It's the worst. I hate when people even just put it out there. Like they'll tweet, today's my birthday. Where you walk around the office and they'll not. Like, who cares? Everyone has a birthday. You have a birthday every year. Like, what's the big deal? Why are we? And so I don't like making my birthday about myself, but then I also don't like having to plan someone else's birthday because the pressure on that. So I'm just out on the whole. Let's have birthdays. We can have cake. We can say happy birthday. Get a card. That's all good and well, but we don't need these big, extravagant celebrations.
We got to put some money on Luke when it's birthday. Just pin some money on you.
Oh, yeah, and get him like one of them birthday hats. We got to just make it a big deal just to annoy you.
Yeah.
And I imagine also no flowers for birthdays as well, just like first dates. Yes?
Maybe by like the third birthday we're together. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Not the first birthday. Come on.
Yeah, that's right. No flowers in the whole first year. What are you doing? Figgy, do you have something that is popular but you're just not in on?
Yeah, I got a couple things. These are some smaller things. This one is not an event, even though they're trying to make it an event, but the whole pumpkin spice thing.
Yes.
Ooh, that's a good point.
Yeah, I'm out of I'm good on that, man.
Amen.
I feel like now it's becoming a season where around September, I think they making it a little earlier now, especially as it's that time of the year, pumpkin spice. And I'm just like, nah, I'm out of that. Another event that is one of those, to me, those celebrity events where I don't know what to call it, but the Met Gala.
Ah, yes.
I just don't understand it at all, man. They be wearing some stupid stuff, and people just build this up so much. It's like, I don't even give a damn about this. Like, I do not care. I don't care if you rocking a fish tank on top of your head. Like, I do not care about that. But the one that I'm probably going to piss people off with this one.
Okay, all right.
I'm not a fantasy football guy, man.
You're just not buying the hype there.
Like, I understand it, but I just feel like I don't feel like getting into it. I don't know if it's a thing just being lazy, but the one I really don't like is
you had a list.
What I think talking about it is like when ESPN talk about it, they make it like a whole event, like, this is
fantasy.
I'm just like, I don't want to sit here and look at Adam Schefter on who I should draft if I'm playing. To me, that's just overboard, man.
Yeah, I think that's fair, especially if you're not invested in it. But yeah, I think also it's probably more that it's become kind of the kind of center of the conversation as opposed to being like, this is a fantasy football thing over there. It's like, no, this is a whole block of hours, right?
ESPN is trying to make it like a big event, like like let's make this look like the NFL draft and all the kicker and all this other stuff. I'm like, man, I ain't trying to watch that.
From the 832 weddings, now I got to go buy a suit and a wedding present for a decision that you made. Wow, that's real hater stuff right there.
But you can make the argument for the other side of it. Like doing a whole wedding, like paying for people, like that stuff is expensive. Like all of the meals and the plates. Like, I gotta do all this because I want to get married.
I do think that we have crossed the Rubicon when it comes to weddings at times. Like I very much would imagine that we probably could keep this a little bit lighter when we go to a party that we're trying to do to celebrate this union. We don't have to go as extravagant, or we don't need to do like the multi-day event, right? Like we don't have to do a festival wedding or what have you. Like we can make this a little bit more rainy.
Yeah, it should. Yeah, you doing all of this for everybody else.
Absolutely. You're throwing a party for
and
everyone
like,
else.
and I'm wondering. I'm sure some people that got married do have a good time on their wedding day, but are you really having a good time to spend all of that money?
Yeah, worrying about your relatives and everyone getting along, and this person has a request.
Like, are you actually sitting here eating the meal, or are you just sitting here? Thank you for coming to my wedding. Thank you for coming, hugging everybody. Like, are you really having that much of a good time?
I would say the meals would be what I would put on the list. The meals at these weddings, they're never great. It's always about you got to have a good cocktail hour with some good appetizers, and then it's all about the dessert at the end. And the wedding cake, too. Wedding cake stinks, too. But you got to have a good dessert table or cart.
That is fair. A few weddings where the catering has been good, but I think by and large,
it's just the dry chicken breasts.
Yeah, come on.
Well, I don't even know if it's dry, but it's just like the occasion is not such that you come. Like, it's not one of those where you go, I'm coming without having eaten nothing because I'm ready to dig in at this wedding. Like, that's just not how this thing is ultimately going to be played out. Some other ones that have come in here on the text line. Somebody said that they are out on all golf events, especially without Tiger. And I feel like at the very least, the Masters is one where it's big enough, like it's beautiful enough, where I think that I mean, even if I was like anti-golf, I would still tap in. But I kind of understand that perspective. It's a very niche sport, right? Yeah. Like, I think that I understand anybody that's like, hey, the niche sports, when they get their particular jump up, right? Some people have like the Daytona 500 as one of those, right? Yeah. The big event for a relatively niche sport, right? I get how jumping into that and trying to pick up all of the very unique to that sport stuff when you're just parachuting in can be like unflattering at times.
Yeah, one thing I'm out on festivals, just music festivals.
Interesting.
Yeah, to me it don't look fun going.
Yeah,
because there's so many people, so much traffic, no bathrooms, and everything is high. Mm-hmm. And even just watching online, it just don't sound good.
How far do you take that to? Because you could bring that to some concerts as well. So
yeah, I'm not a stadium concert.
You're not
guy.
A concert guy. Okay.
I'm not a stadium concert guy. I like smaller little venues, more intimate. But if one of my favorite stadium, I'm like, man, I don't feel like walking up these ramps and being up high in the nosebleeds and all this other stuff.
Fighting traffic on the way out.
Yeah, it's too much, man.
Yep. Gender reveals also, put that on the list. Terrible.
Someone said they're out on bowling. Are you out on like going and bowling or watching bowling? Because I feel like being out on the activity of bowling is crazy. Like, that's probably one of the best American like Friday night staples. Like, just going to the bowling alley.
Yeah.
What?
Even if you suck, it's still a good.
It's a great time.
It's a great time. Yeah.
Some would argue it's more fun bowling when you have a whole bunch of people that are bad at it.
True.
Yeah.
For sure. And unfortunately, though, bowling's kind of been hit pretty bad by, I guess, inflation. It used to be so cheap to go bowling.
It's so expensive to go bowling.
Now you go bowling? Oh, my gosh. They give you the worst shoes, and you got to pay like $20 just to wear them for an hour. Terrible.
Yeah.
Somebody said parades are the worst. Huh.
Yeah, I don't like parades.
Yeah, I hadn't really considered that, but especially like you in this one spot, catching this go by. And usually like the real exciting part is, a short period of time. You spend all this time getting out here.
There they go.
Unless it's
right. Then it's gone. Yeah.
But the parades that are different are just like championship parades because it's not necessarily about seeing the team go by. It's about the jubilation
just
of
being
all these
there.
people.
It's a big party
in the same space.
Yeah, it's like a less exciting Kentucky Derby. All the build up, and then it's just like, oh, okay, it was over in 2 minutes.
Yeah, I guess that is fair.
And there was no winner.
Bringing that back around.
Yeah.
that going in 2 minutes. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I very much want to circle back to the fact that Luke Morrow is just one of the life, and he's unrepentant about it. It's very good. But coming up next, let's go around the NFL. We'll talk about some of the things that are happening in the NFL, including we have post-draft power rankings where the Texans fall. We'll do it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What were your thoughts after this draft?
I love the fact that they pick guys that are either going to be plug-and-play starters, they're going to be competing for a starting spot, and we will not be surprised if they are a starter, or they're going to be, without a doubt, heavy rotational players, and they did that with their top 5 picks.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
From Attorney Hughley Traffic Center, 713-CALL-LATEST. This is brought to you by FranklinTeamInc.com. Minor issues, not bad. North Sam Houston Tollway eastbound right before Bammel North Houston Road. Had a problem there off to the side.
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Round the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here on Sports Radio 610. Luke Morrow in for the OG John Lopez, Reginald Adetula, and Figgy Fig hanging out with you. Some things that are going on in the NFL. One of them for the Texans, just to make this note before I forget it. And I told Luke before this that I was at risk of doing something, and I'm remembering it now to make sure I don't. The Texans have waived defensive tackle Jaden Peavy, not to be confused with Jake Peavy, as I thought I would. The former pitcher that used to play for the Padres, in my memory at the very least. I know he pitched some other places as well, but the Padres always the big one for me. Not that guy. Jaden Peavy, defensive tackle, been waived by the Texans. That happened yesterday, and so that creates a spot on the 90-man roster that, he played a couple of games, I think, for the Titans in 2022 and 2023. Didn't appear in any games for the Texans, but as you're starting to kind of put some people in that particularly the defensive tackle room, like the defensive line room, that kind of opens up some space for the, rotation of guys that you've had in that space with Settle, Autry, Mario Edwards. I guess Autry slides in, but Rankins, Togiai, Heinisch, and now Keontae Hamilton, who was drafted as well. So how have you felt about this defensive tackle room, Luke, just especially throwing Hamilton 7th pick that you got just a little while ago, like just over a week ago in the draft? Like, how are you feeling about the way that this looks?
I mean, I feel fine. I have not been as concerned about that unit as maybe some other Texans fans. I know the talk this offseason, was addressing that position and putting it up there towards the highest of needs. I always looked at it as wide receiver, or really offensive line first, then wide receiver, and then a big gap before you got to that defensive line. I think the rest of the defense is so strong that, especially on the edges there, that can help improve or help carry the interior. So I like, I'll say I'm optimistic. I'm not overly concerned about that position, and I hope the bunch that they've conjured up can, have a good year.
Yeah. So just a small little transaction. I don't think that it says a lot, but it just continues to make it interesting to see what that ultimately looks like, and it feels like Sheldon Rankins steps back in as a starting potential. I can't wait till camp, right? Like, there's so many of these places on this team that camp will give us more insight into as to what they look like. As we continue around the NFL, one of these things, actually, it's kind of been there for the entirety of this week, but the Saints quarterback Derek Carr, interestingly enough, I know that last week, there were some conversations about the shoulder injury that seemingly came out of nowhere, and people were wondering if this was like an injury that he had for a while that he was now kind of playing up as if to like maybe have some, leverage against the Saints, or just like as a level of spite or petty versus the Saints. He actually at a church was basically pleading his case, saying that he has an MRI report to prove that he has this shoulder injury, and that he is in constant communication with the team, saying there's nothing wrong, they'll figure it out. Where have you fallen on this Saints situation, considering that they have obviously Derek Carr, but you don't know if he'll be the guy? They do still have Spencer Rattler there as a guy, and then obviously the new draft acquisition that they throw in there when it comes to, Tyler Shuck, that they have in there as possible starter for quarterback.
I mean, I do like Shuck, his potential. Yeah, to a certain degree. I don't know if he's going to be a star, but I feel somewhat confident that he could pan out to a certain extent and be a starting quarterback in the league. But no, I mean, the Saints are just a mess. This organization has been so poorly run and built and constructed here in recent years. I don't know what they've been doing at that position. And the whole Carr thing is weird. I mean, the rumor was he was doing this to try to get traded, but then I don't know how that helps your trade value when you make up an injury. And if the other teams know you're lying, wouldn't the Saints know you're lying? The whole situation's been very odd. And now he's talking about, this reminds me of like when you used to skip school or didn't do your homework, and you had to bring in like a doctor's note into school so they know like, oh, he really was telling the truth. There was some sort of doctor's appointment or something for the reason why he wasn't here or he wasn't able to do the homework. It's just, this whole thing is very odd.
It's very strange, but it's kind of Saints-like because this organization in recent years, really since kind of the ownership change, has just kind of been in the toilet.
Yeah, and it's funny because they constantly have been a team that's operated at least salary cap-wise like they're contending, but then you have nonsense like this where they have a quarterback that I don't know anybody believes in with Derek Carr, who's working with the injury, a couple of quarterbacks that are, I guess, supposed to be developmental, but also I don't know what the upside is when you talk about Spencer Rattler, and then Tyler Shuck being that old, and honestly, I personally don't believe him to be that particularly good when we talk about development. I just go, what are they trying to do? But thank God that they're there, and they are not anything, the Texans rather are not anything like that. Well, speaking of the Texans, as we continue around the NFL, Pete Prisco of CBS Sports has put together his post-draft power rankings, and Luke, I would like you to guess, and go ahead and guess as well, Figgy, where you believe that Pete Prisco has the Texans after the draft when it comes to power rankings.
I feel like because this is coming up, I feel like it's more swaying towards the negative. So I will say, let me just pick a number. I'll say he has him 15th.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say middle of the pack. I was going to say, I'll probably say like 16 or 17. I'm going to say 17.
Did he move you off that number because he said 15?
Yes.
All right, well, you both would have been correct. He has them at 15.
Oh, wow.
Here is Pete Prisco's blurb when it comes to the Houston Texans. Quote, they are rebuilding the offensive line, which needed it, but letting left tackle Laramie Tunsil go might be a move they regret. Then again, can the line be much worse than last year? And ultimately, that came around, and I was like, what is that supposed to mean? Like, what does that mean, Kobe Bryant? Like, yes, yeah, they let him go. And okay, yes, but what does that tell me about what you have with this team? He has them behind the Niners. The Vikings are 13th. The Bengals at 12th. Like, do you just kind of agree with that sentiment? Because it feels like it's not just Pete Prisco. I did read his, but I've seen others where people have had the Texans post-draft at 18 or just in that general middle of the pack range as a team that, fought really, played into the divisional round of the playoffs last year with all of the offensive line issues that they had. It feels like there's been kind of a lost sight of how good this defense is and how good this team generally is.
Yeah, I saw NFL.com put them 14th, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I disagree with these rankings. I'm certainly higher on the Texans than it seems the general public. And I think the whole Laramie Tunsil offensive line thing is one of those classic examples of kind of like the local versus the national storylines and just kind of helicoptering in or looking at it from the outside and not following the team on a weekly basis or a daily basis. So that perception is a lot different. That's a move that's really celebrated around here, but all of the national media, that's what they always point to. Even those anonymous quotes from executives who are talking about that loss for Tunsil. Outside of Houston, that move is viewed as a real big risk for the Texans and a big step back and a rebuild. And I think just the idea around here is that it was a necessary move and there's more optimism for this offensive line. So, no, I'm higher on the Texans. I would not put them 15th in the league. Back of envelope, they feel like a top 10 just off the top of my head. But I also don't put a lot of stock into Pete Prisco and his rankings or really any of his thoughts to begin with. I think he rated as having the 24 as well. Not that he's a big draft guy like some of these others, but
right.
But no, it's good to read, I guess, but I don't really care.
I love it. We found another Luke hates. Another situation, Luke.
That's right.
Hating. I love it, man. This is the type of energy that I'm on a Friday. But yeah, man, it's been kind of wild to see those. But I mean, there are still reasonably some question to be asked of the Texans. But it's kind of amazing the way or the levels that some of these NFL evaluators will go to when it comes down to the way that they go about this. We're talking about still, evaluating the fallout of the draft, various different places. Obviously, Shedeur Sanders' conversation continues and all that. But one of the things that is always fun about the NFL draft and just the NFL in general, everybody is real proud of where they're from, right? And so with that being the case, there was 257 draftees. Which states do you believe produced the most that played high school football in those states, gentlemen? I would like you to I would kind of want to play a guessing game here between the two of you. Which states do you think had the most players drafted from them?
Ooh.
I always jump to the big three immediately.
Yeah, I was going to say
Florida, Texas, California. The three.
Yeah, Cali. Yeah.
Okay. Which one do you think had the most?
I'm going to say Florida.
You got Florida.
I'll say California.
You got California, and somehow both of you are incorrect. It is Texas.
Really? Okay.
37 of the 257 players that were drafted last week played high school football in the state of Texas.
Dang, okay.
Most
I wasn't familiar with your work.
That's right. On the state of Texas, and the ways in which they produce NFL caliber talent as evidenced by the 2025 NFL draft.
Are those the only 3 teams on that list, or is it some more?
There are more states.
Okay.
All right, so you have Texas as number 1. You both failed on that account. Who do you have as the second highest producing NFL talent state?
This whole premise may be incorrect. I'm going to go, I would say California.
Okay, California locked in.
I'm
here.
going to say California, too.
You say California as well, and somehow you got it wrong again, gentlemen.
Oh, man.
The state of Florida has 26 NFL draftees in the 2025 NFL draft, 11 down from how many Texas put in there. So, all right, let's see if you guys can get back on track with the third one. All right, third, the state with the third most. Okay, you ready? How are we? What's the confidence level between you two fine fellas?
I'm below 50 at this point, man.
Yeah. It's got to be California.
Yeah, I was about to say, if it's not California.
Show me California.
Texas 1, Florida 2, the state that has produced the third most in this draft. You're going California again?
Yeah.
Okay, you sure?
Me too. Yeah.
California again?
Yeah.
We're locked in?
Yeah.
Gentlemen, 0 for 3. Guys, what are we doing here?
What's up with California, man?
Then not as nice as you think. It was the state of Georgia.
That was a common one.
California.
I don't know why I didn't think of Georgia.
California 4th with 16, and then Louisiana with 10.
Oh, wow.
Virginia with 10, Alabama 9, Michigan 9, and South Carolina 9.
Wow.
Louisiana is low-key a sleeper, too.
Sleeper. It's why like LSU continues to be a crazy good program. New Orleans in that area particularly, but Louisiana State in general has a decent amount of talent for its size. And then there's no in-state rival. Like, think of all of, especially like let's just keep it to the Sun Belt in the SEC, country. Like, pretty much every state has at least an in-state rival that they have to contend with for talent. LSU is just like, no, we will get all these guys from this area, and there's no one else who's going to actually contend with us for them.
Hey, don't sleep on Louisiana Monroe.
I will sleep on them a lot, like very often. And yes, Axe, on the text line, Texas high school guys had like 5 guys drafted in the first round alone. Yep. So shout out to the state of Texas. Keep doing you, and all the high school coaches and all the high schools out there. Keep churning them out, because we're leading the pack in a way that nobody else can touch. And real quick before we go around the NFL, I got 2 things for you real quick. I want to talk about people who really messed up. One of those just being the Atlanta Falcons as a team. Because, as you remember, earlier this week, they were fined $250,000. And, of course, Jeff Ulbrich, the defensive coordinator himself, was fined $100,000 for the kind of information breach that led to the prank that happened on the NFL draft. Nate Tice kind of reminded me of this. Over the last decade, the Falcons have been fined, obviously, $250,000 plus $10,000 for that prank call. They've been fined $250,000, and they were docked a 5th-round pick for tampering with Kirk Cousins. You remember this when they ended up getting him? They were fined $75,000 plus another $25,000 to the head coach for an injury violation with Bijan Robinson with the report. And they have been fined $350,000 plus a 5th-round pick for illegal crowd noise being pumped into the stadium. You recall that? Like, why are the Falcons like this?
That's right.
Why are they like this? They are just so bad at running their organization. Because you could kind of understand some fines that happen naturally in the course of doing things. Sometimes you do business in a way that's a little tough. Maybe you could say the tampering one, that happens sometimes. Injury reporting, pumping in crowd noise, prank calls, like the Atlanta Falcons. They just are an unserious organization. As unserious as they come.
Man, I love Arthur Blank too, but that's bad. You got to run a tighter ship over there.
Buddy, if there was in the not running a tight ship rankings in the NFL, the Atlanta Falcons are where? Because they're high up there. I feel like maybe the Bengals high up there in not running a tight ship.
Yeah.
What are the I feel like we're talking about the highest seeds. We got the elites of the elites there in not running a good ship in the National Football League.
It's true. I guess it should be expected because Arthur Blank, he's the Home Depot guy, right?
He is. He is the Home Depot guy.
That play, I can never find anything in Home Depot. It's so unorganized. Right?
Anything or anybody.
Yes, that is true.
That's right.
That is true.
Should have expected this, I guess.
And shout out to you for capping off around the NFL with a little bit of hate as well. He's just like, Home Depot, you get a swipe too.
Yeah.
I personally kind of like Home Depot.
Really?
Yeah. Because and it might be the same reason that you dislike Home Depot, because if I don't know what I'm looking for and I don't know where I'm at, I don't want you to come over here and talk to me because it makes me feel uncomfortable. You know what I mean? Like, I'll come find you if I need your help.
That's fair.
Yeah. And so 281, Dirty Birds is in the name. That is fair. That is absolutely fair. And they live up to that particular nickname. All right, on Friday, gearing up for Game 6 of Rockets Warriors. And we were talking earlier about some of the things that we're anticipating and not anticipating for this. And I asked you, are you going to get good Jalen Green or bad Jalen Green? You don't seem convinced on something. So allow me to do something. I would like to try and make the case for the possibility of good Jalen Green tonight as the Rockets try and stave off elimination. Let's do that next.
The Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit.
Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Luke Morrow in for John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you on a Friday, headed into what is going to be a really fun weekend of sports, both Houston and I think sports landscape. Like we're looking right now on ESPN, Pat McAfee out there broadcasting from Times Square, where there's a whole boxing match supposed to happen tonight, although it does look like there might be some rain, so I'm a little worried about if it happens, but there's some fun stuff happening there. But of course, the big thing, at least immediately, before anything else, is the Rockets being back in San Francisco tonight, Game 6 at the Chase Center versus the Warriors, to see if they can level the series up at 3 and force a Game 7, a deciding Game 7. That begins tonight. And so I see you. Is it Isaac? I don't know how to say your name properly. I apologize, but saying that Brooks will stay doing his thing. Şengün is good. Liked what they saw from Amen Thompson and Fred VanVleet. Jalen Green needs to tap into whatever skill set he used to score 30+. And I don't think I can convince you that here comes a 30+ game, right, Luke? I feel like you're very much you're a man of good sense and a man of taste and a man who enjoys basketball, and also you're a man who hates in a very strong capacity. And so I don't think I can get you to that place. However, I would like to try and make the case for a good Jalen Green tonight on the road in Golden State in this instance, because and I understand that this is an uphill battle for me because he had I guess, I mean, let's say it. He had a bad game in Game 1 at home. Game 2 versus Golden State is where he really showed up and played incredibly well. 38 points. We all saw that, 6 assists. And that's the most assists that he's put out, right, in any of these games. And, he even though he scored 11 in it. And so, like, he had that one really great game, and I think other than that, he's had some decent games. But I think that you can have a good Jalen Green performance in this one. And I'll start in reverse by pointing to the idea that he got involved in the rebounding aspect of it. He got involved in the physical aspect of it, almost like a role player, because I know that you were talking about this is a team that maybe isn't a lot of star power, but guys that just know their role and do it incredibly well. And it feels like he has done a better job as the series has gone along of finding the places where he can impact the game, which I think is more indicative of a player that is playing good basketball in any of these any series, what have you, is if my offense isn't going, how do I impact the game? And then I think that that's typically the thing that leads you back to good play. If you're just like, well, within the flow, if I don't got it going, can I get rebounds? Can I play solid defense? Can I help move the basketball around or what have you? And I think that you saw that a lot better in Game 5, and I think that is going to be something that maybe leads him back to some better play in Game 6.
That's fair, and that was encouraging to see, because that was one of my knocks on Jalen Green, was just that, like, what else does he do other than score? And I don't think he was consistent enough in scoring, or even high. I would have liked to see even more of an output in that category, and I'm talking going back to the regular season or throughout his career, not just this series. And so then when you're not scoring, what do you bring to the table? So I guess it was good to see him at least up the rebounds the other night. But I guess I would just ask, for you, what would qualify as a good? Could you?
That's a fair point. That's a fair question.
Yeah. Could you try to? Would it be possible to quantify? Like, what would be good? Reference that, oh, yeah, you know what? Jalen had a good game tonight.
Well, I mean, I've had a lower bar for what I thought was a relatively consistent or relatively good Jalen game. I was like, hey, can you give me in the high teens to the low 20s, right, relatively consistently? Now, unfortunately, that ship has sailed, right? We haven't gotten anything near that. Mm-hmm. It's been single digits in a 38-point game, and then last game an 11-point game. Now, I will say that probably looks a little bit different if he doesn't bump knees and he gets a few more minutes in that game, because I don't think he got played off the floor in Game 5 like he did in Game 4. But, yeah, probably let's say something like 17 and hopefully maybe like 4 or 5 assists would be like a good game. And one of the reasons why I also get to that place is I think offensively the Rockets have started finding some things to make the Golden State Warriors have to help defensively. When it comes to like the pick and roll, especially when Alperen Şengün is involved, the defense for the Golden State Warriors have been playing 2-on-2, right? They have been in this instance where they're like, hey, we feel like we can contain this and not have to help off anywhere else and force your guys in that action to do something special against what we have. And I feel like as the series has gone along, the Rockets, whether it's, getting some pick and rolls higher up on the floor, right, almost at the half court line, or doing some other things like that, have kind of made the Warriors have to get into their defensive rotation a little bit more. Also moving a little bit earlier in the shot clock, and so creating some actions that make the Warriors work, I think has allowed them to swing the ball around, shots in the corners and stuff, as well. I think that helped them knock down shots just generally. I think that the things that the staff has learned in the early parts of the game is going to help the entirety of the team, but specifically Jalen Green, because when he's going his best, he is probably the best option on this team to be the pick and roll ball handler, getting downhill, attacking the paint. And if he's also doing his job well, he's passing out of that to the guys in the corner or to the guys in the dunker spot, or and doing that. And I think that is something that we've seen progress for this Rockets team, and I think will help him in Game 6, because I think they'll continue that. And he should be better on task in order to utilize that to get him better play.
I hope so. I do agree with you on that last point. And I would love, what'd you say, 17 points, 5 assists? Absolutely, sign me up. That'd be great to see tonight. I don't know if we'll get that, but I hope so. It is crazy for a guy who averaged 21 points per game that we're kind of hoping, just getting double digits scoring this series. But credit to him, because I did just look this up to kind of bring the numbers to the front of mind. And not only the rebounding, but he had 8 rebounds in Game 1, 6 assists in Game 2, 5 and 6 in Game 3, and then last game 8 rebounds. So it is a credit to him that he is finding a way to still contribute in other ways when the scoring is down. But I think for the Rockets to try to be the team that they hope to be, and if you want to go on the road and beat the Warriors, I think he has to be more of that go-to scorer. And to your point with playing off the whole pick and rolls, I've always felt that as much as I love, what Alpe's been doing, fan of his game, but I don't think – I think we kind of saw it with that last second shot in Game 3, where it's just hard to go through the big guy. So that's where you need to have someone like Jalen Green playing off the pick and roll, to drive and dish, do all those sorts of things, to run the offense through is always more successful. And he's your best option out there, more so than the smaller Fred VanVleet, who's played so well the last 2 games. So you need Jalen Green tonight on the road to try to close this out. I just don't know if he has it in him.
I think that's fair. And I'm pulling at some, I don't know if I'm going to say pulling at straws, but I'm pulling at real chances as opposed to certainty that this will get done. But I think also you alluded to a few of the guys that I think will help Jalen Green be better in this game, and that's Alperen Sengun has been a menace, especially with the ball in his hand when they're not playing zone against him, which, the Warriors have not been able to do very much. And it's in part because Fred VanVleet is also knocking down shots. I think those two guys being threats continually make it so that the Warriors can't just, not try and knock Jalen Green out of his rhythm, which unfortunately has been easy enough to do in this series. But I think that those attentions that are going to be taken, especially being able to pick and roll and give that pocket pass on the short roll to Alperen Sengun and him make something happen out of it, is going to make it so that he's going to have just a little bit more leeway, just a little bit more room to, I think, get busy if he is going to get busy on this night. So I think those are the reasons that I come to it. And also I want to finish out with this, and this maybe we can expand this out to the entirety of the game. Sometimes I think pressure can be overrated in playoffs, who has pressure, who doesn't have pressure. But you could tell, and Jalen Green about this, Fred VanVleet has alluded to it as well, the pressure of being a new team and a new player in this circumstance. And I know there's people that'll wipe this away, and I understand why people want to do that. But, being at home for the first time in the playoffs, just in general, being on the road for the first time in the playoffs, all of those things are gone. And I do think that in addition to, the places in which he just did not deliver, right, I want to acknowledge that those things were there. I think that those added pressures definitely showed up. I think that he is finding a little bit more comfort within this. So I think all of those other things are able to land a little bit cleaner with Jalen in this game, hopefully, because I think he can get a little bit more comfortable in this. There's maybe going to be a little bit of a reckless abandon in this one, and maybe that's not the great thing to say considering he had a game where he had a good amount of turnovers, but I think you understand what I mean. There's not going to be as much clenching in this situation because you can go out there and play freely.
Yeah, I like that. I like that idea. That's true. You could be a little more loose and not play so tight. It's like the guy who's always afraid to make a mistake because his coach is going to pull him out anytime you commit a turnover, and that's always so hard to operate that way. I also like the idea of the attention, right? The attention should not be on him tonight from the Warriors' perspective. He was terrible in Game 1, and then he came out and had that great game, best game of his career in Game 2, and got off 18 threes. And, with Fred VanVleet, with the way he has shot the last 2 games, that will also create more opportunities for Jalen Green tonight. So hopefully he can cash in on the opportunities because they should be there. The focus is not going to be – he's not public enemy number 1 or 2 for the Rockets, probably not even – or I should say for the Warriors defensively, probably not even 3. So when you have those opportunities, hopefully he could take advantage of, some of the open looks he might.
Impactful he does because, as we mentioned, right, I know that Tari, Jabari being better. I know our guy Lacey on the text line has pointed to those guys. Those guys getting more impact, or just seeing the likes of Dylan and Fred making as many threes might not be as plausible. So having one of the guys that has been one of the few offensive, I guess creators of sorts be better in this game is going to be important to make sure that you have an opportunity to play again on Sunday in this series. Again, 8 p.m. is when this game gets going on ESPN tonight in San Francisco. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including the Insperity Invitational Tournament is getting going. So talk a little bit about that. And also, we're a month into the baseball season, basically. And, we've done a lot of it's early talk. I want to take stock of what it's early means for real. We'll do that more next.
The Rockets. 768-98. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'. Brought to you by the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club. May 2nd through 4th.
Hey, today's May 2nd. So, yeah, the Insperity Invitational is getting going today. Absolutely, man. And we're proud to partner with them as well. It's happening at the Woodlands Country Club tournament course. Steven Alker, David Duval, Ernie Els, John Daly, and more of the PGA Tour champions' best are on the course right here in town for an incredible weekend of championship golf. Tees off today. In fact, teed off today. And you can enter the tournament for free. Just entry to the tournament. I don't think you can enter the tournament, actually. It's an invitational. That'd be wild if there was somebody was like, all right, I'm ready to play. What's my tee time? Who am I teeing off
I would
with?
do it just because. I'll be all in the way.
Have you played golf?
I never played golf. That's
that felt like a really wild question to ask because you might have been like, of course, but
nah, I never played.
I'd want to see it. I'd like to see it. You don't want to see me though. I'm very bad. But yeah, if you want score updates, tee times, weather notes, and all that information, head to inspirityinvitational.com. Obviously, I mentioned one of the big names is John Daly, looking to try and get his second win on the PGA Tour Champions Tour, and the reason why that is interesting is because literally his first win was in 2017 at this very tournament. So, like, it's his course per se. You know, it's not like that's how this works. However, it would be cool to see him kind of get his second win in that same space.
Yeah, for sure. I heard him on the station earlier this week. I know everyone loves him. I kind of had a bad experience with him. So,
please tell. Hate.
It was nothing. He was just kind of a jerk when I met him once.
Was he smoking his cigar?
I don't think so. It was at a golf course, but it was during like the pro-am. It wasn't during the tournament, so it's like one of those pro-am where it's supposed to be light and fun and everything. And he wasn't very interested. He was kind of cold and.
So was it a pro-am before? Like, was it a pro-am that was before another tournament or something?
Yeah.
So he was. It
was the week of a tournament.
His mind was probably in competition mode.
Maybe, but he's golfing with like Chris Berman over here. Like, come on. I mean, how serious can you be?
Bark. All right. So yes, that tournament is going on in the Woodlands. InspirityInvitational.com. A good text came in. We were just talking about the Rockets heading into Game 6. I was making the case for a good Jalen Green in this one. I'm still crossing my fingers on that. But a question was asked, and it seems like a simple one from the 832. When was the last time the Rockets won a Game 6? And I was like, I feel like that was relatively recently, right? And, of course, that's probably that's probably a wild place to start just to begin with, because when was the last time the Rockets were in the playoffs? It's been a little while, obviously. But as I was looking through it, I was not comforted by by what I was seeing, right? And I think I was going back, and, of course, as soon as I want to return to it, I lose my. It was literally the Clippers in 2015 when they came back from down 3-1. Literally, the last time they came back from 3-1 is the last time they won any Game 6. It's either been winning in 4, or losing in 6, or what have you, or winning in 5 rather. Winning in 5, losing in 6. Those types of circumstances for the Rockets. So I guess technically a Game 6, a nominal Game 6, they have not won since 2015.
It's crazy. I know. Hopefully they get it done tonight, right? And the first time in a decade. But
well, I mean, if you're trying to come back from 3-1, might as well follow the full track of what the Clippers did and what the Rockets did to the Clippers in 2015.
Yeah, but I know a lot of people have drawn parallels to like the 2022 Memphis Grizzlies, and in that series, the Grizzlies against the Warriors, the Grizzlies blew out Golden State in Game 5, but then lost in Game 6 to lose the series. So hopefully that doesn't play out tonight for the Rockets, and you get that rare Game 6 victory.
Yeah. So hoping to see it tonight. Some other things that are happening or popping. We got a weekend series for the Astros against one of the worst teams in baseball in Chicago at Wright Field. It's the Astros versus the White Sox, and it's probably the most fun that you could have when you talk about 3 pitchers lined up for a series. You got Framber Valdez tonight versus Jonathan Cannon. Not a very good pitcher. You probably could have guessed that. 4.50 ERA for him. And then on the weekend itself, the actual days of the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, 1:10 p.m. starts for both of these, with Hunter Brown going on Saturday, and then the return of Lance McCullers Jr. on Sunday. And what is fair to expect? What are you expecting from Lance this weekend in his debut for this season. First time since the World Series in 22.
Well, I've always said anything you get from him is gravy at this point. It's the icing on top. So anything we get from McCullers is just a treat. But I think Sunday in particular, this is the perfect return for him because the White Sox are just so bad. And they have maybe the worst lineup in baseball, certainly bottom two. So this is a great opportunity.
Respect the Rockies, please, and their attempt to be terrible.
It's true. Both of them. I think the White Sox
gotten more than 4 wins yet. Sorry.
Yeah, I think they just got one the other day.
Good for them.
I think they got their 5th. But this White Sox lineup is just bad. The White Sox, they have some pretty good pitchers. They play really good defense. They have an unconventional manager, but the lineup just can't hit. So I think it's a great opportunity for McCullers, especially Sunday. Last games of the series typically are lower scoring. Day games as well. They just want to move on. It's a travel day. So I think it's a good opportunity for him against such a bad lineup to get his feet wet. I saw somebody make the joke about this is almost like his next rehab start. He's facing another AAA team, just happens to be with the Astros this time. And that's pretty much true. But for McCullers, I think he will have a little extra giddy up because of just how excited he is to be back on that big league mound. I know his velocity's been down a little bit since the injury, and rightfully so. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little extra pick me up on Sunday just because he's so jazzed. Give me 5 innings against the White Sox. Bad, and that would be a perfect return.
Yeah, I was literally looking at OPS plus, and the Rockies are the worst with a 71. Remember, 100 is average, so yikes. Mm-hmm. Pirates are second with the 79, and the White Sox third with an 81. They're tied with the Royals. Dang, I didn't realize the Royals' offense had been that bad. But yes, not a very good offense at all that he's going up against. So yeah, that's a great point. And if you're the White Sox, you got to be looking at the Astros coming into town like, really? It's this part of the lineup that we got to see.
Yeah,
right. Framber Valdez, Hunter Brown, and then a return of Lance McCullers Jr. Like that they got to be sick. Not that they are probably just sick no matter who is coming to town, considering the way that thing is shaking out. But this was Lance McCullers. We played a little bit of the audio of him kind of talking about it when he let us know that Sunday was going to be his return. But this was him kind of talking a little bit about if at any point in the return process, if he had any doubts about being able to make it back to this point.
Well, quitting, I don't think quitting would quite be the word, but yeah, there was definitely times that I felt like my body just wasn't going to be able to handle the necessary volume to get back to this point. I've had Tommy John, and sometimes guys, when they come back from the first Tommy John, if they do, they're not around very long, and was very successful after my first one, and then obviously had another one plus a full flexor. And it's been a long road for me. My faith has been the rock for me throughout this whole thing. My family, of course, my wife, my kids have kind of given me that motivation. There was at least once or maybe even twice where I felt like, I don't think I'm going to be able to do it, and it would have been a pretty sad ending to my story, but that's what God had in store for me. That was what it was, but we're back to this point, and we'll continue to see how his plan develops for me.
So there you go. Lance McCullers. We'll see him on Sunday. Excited to see what it looks like. Some news that actually just came in not too long ago, doesn't relate to the Rockets, but a team in their division. The Spurs have announced that Greg Popovich is going to end his coaching career, but he'll become the president of basketball operations for the Spurs. So he will stay within the organization, but that'll be the end of an incredible tenure at the helm basketball-wise. 29 seasons as the head coach. He amassed 1,422 regular seasons wins, which is the most in NBA history. Like, easily can be regarded as one of, if not the greatest coach in basketball history. And it's kind of wild to see. In a selfish way, I'm kind of happy that he is not going to return it, because it seems like they're putting together a little group of monsters themselves, when it comes to Wemby and some of the guys that they've surrounded him with, and the assets that they have to maybe add in. But obviously, kind of a bittersweet day to see it kind of end in this way with the whimper, not really with kind of like a resounding celebration for one of the best to ever do it.
Yeah, you always want to go out on your own terms. So it's sad that from that perspective, this is kind of being, I assume, forced upon him just because of all the health issues he's had.
Yeah, he had made it clear. Figure, you remember this? We were talking about it. He had made it clear that he wanted to return at a restaurant where he collapsed.
Yeah.
And I think we at that time were like, I don't know, man. It feels like this is going to be tough. And it is. Like, he's just not going to be able to coach basketball.
Yeah, so it's unfortunate when it's forced upon you to have to step aside. At least he'll still be involved with the organization as expected. I don't want to kick a man when he's down, but I think from a performance perspective, it is long overdue.
It has been going down a little bit, to be completely honest.
I've always wondered about Popovich, why he's Teflon in the sense that we always put down Belichick about the end of his career.
It did stink.
But you never say a word about the fact that the last time Popovich was in the playoffs, coronavirus was just a bad hangover after drinking cheap beer. And the Spurs, his winning percentage is 45% without Tim Duncan in his career, which is similar to what you could say about Belichick without Tom Brady. And I never got why we hold that against Belichick, but nobody ever says anything about Popovich.
Hate. I love it. He's like, I will hate at any point. That man is stopping coaching because of health.
Reality.
I think it's you stunk anyway.
He said not to kick a man while he's down, but
but you're not wrong. I do wonder if like there's more of an acknowledgement in basketball that stars are necessary. And once you get out of that, you looked at the kind of the rosters that the Spurs were able to put together, and they weren't great.
I would also say quarterbacks are pretty necessary, though. And, you had Cam Newton and Mac Jones and Matt Castle and Bernie Kosar without Tom Brady. I never got how we treated Popovich differently than Belichick with that conversation.
Woo!
I think the conversation about Belichick is ridiculous, so let me say that. I understand why we don't.
No, don't walk it back now. You were cooking.
I understand that way. However, if we are going to do the same for Belichick, why not for Popovich?
I mean, I think you got a point, though, because I felt like we never even brought up the conversation like, should they move on from him?
Yeah.
It was just like he was just set there in stone. Like, he ain't going nowhere, so no matter how bad the team is.
And by the way, they had their best record in 5 years this year when he wasn't the head coach.
That's right. And I guess the one thing I can say as well, though, with him now no longer being situated as the head coach of the future, I do think that they're in a space where they have an opportunity to get into this coaching market, and it actually is a good one, right? You talk about Michael Malone being out there, a dude who's been fired from 2 jobs. When I looked up and I was like, hey, you might not should have done that, right? When he was fired from the Kings job, and then obviously recently with the Nuggets. There's Taylor Jenkins, who a guy I believe he was on that Spurs staff, so that could be one of those things where it's a culture fit as well. There's some good coaches out here.
Well, they actually hired their interim coach.
Did they officially hire the?
Yeah, they officially hired Mitch Johnson as the franchise.
Did that just come through?
About 30 minutes ago.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
so
it was shortly as Shams reported.
Never mind then. Okay.
Yeah, that one is a little questionable to me.
That is exactly, especially because it feels like there's some coaches out there that you could go and get.
I know, but it feels like they always love to keep things like within that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So just try to continue this Spurs way.
Wow. Yeah. Hold that, Pop. Overrated. Be better, but also feel better. Obviously, there's from the human perspective.
Yeah, of course, feel better.
He had a great career, so
I mean, he tanked his way to done.
Are we saying that was tanking? You don't think that there was some cold envelopes or anything happening there?
Could have been.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's circle back around to the Texans, because I think you ask an interesting question here, Luke, and it's been one that's kind of been in the back of my mind that I haven't vocalized. Could it be possible that the Bengals are some sort of cautionary tale for the Texans? We'll explain what we mean next.
It sounds like the Texans draft played out about how Nick Caserio expected this. WLTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Reginald Atatula, Luke Morrow in for John Lopez on the day. Dropping bombs, man. It's been fun. It has been fun to just turn, but it's not like he's wrong. Like, if you could tell me he's wrong, let us know. 713-572-4610. You can't. It doesn't happen. Or maybe you feel like he's wrong in this regard because we were actually just now we're ranking quarterbacks, but because it came up of the kind of thought of looking at a team like the Cincinnati Bengals and the ways in which they had a relatively meteoric rise when they were able to draft the likes of Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow. But they've gotten to a place where they have not reached their ultimate goal. And it feels like they're in this nebulous place where you saw a little bit of a downturn. Is this going to be able to turn back up? But ultimately, for our purposes, do they exist as a kind of a potential cautionary tale for the Texans offensively here? And Luke, it seems like you maybe have some feelings to that way.
Yeah, it was just a thought I had. I'm not saying this for certain, but I was thinking about this just yesterday. Yeah, if the Bengals are that cautionary tale. Now, look, there was the highest of highs where they made the Super Bowl. They made an AFC title game the next year, should have won. But the Super Bowl ended on a sack. The AFC title game essentially ended on a sack. And then since then, they've been 500 these last two seasons, haven't made the playoffs, while Joe Burrow's been sacked an average of 47 times per season the last 4 years. He got injured 2 years ago. And when you look at the way the Bengals have been constructed, it goes back to that Jamar Chase draft pick where I can admit I was wrong, but I wanted them to go with Penei Sewell, and I think it's worked out for both teams.
It sure has.
Yeah. But I thought the position they were in, that was after that rookie season, Burrow got beat up and the offensive line, and it felt like kind of a selfish move. No, let's get his college teammate and get him another weapon here, and I thought it was silly. It's worked out for both. However, moving forward beyond that, it feels like the Bengals still have ignored the offensive line too much and continue to pour in resources to the offensive weapons for Burrow. And while he's played really well and the offense has put up some gaudy numbers at times, and look, the Bengals defense is not nearly as good as the Texans.
That's the understatement of the day, just because they had some nice young talent, and in the way that the Texans went and added on to that with some free agency and obviously continued to draft, the Bengals actually went the other way and just added nothing to it, and are currently still in a level of a contract dispute with one of their better guys that still remains on the defensive line when it comes to Trey Hendrickson.
When they made it to the Super Bowl, that defense was very good. But the defense these last 2 years,
they had drafted really well at that point, interestingly enough.
And then, then the checks kind of come due and everything. You have to make some tough decisions, and you pay all your monies to your quarterback and your wide receivers, and you have to let guys go. But the point being that they've been 500 the last 2 years, haven't made the playoffs. Burrow's getting sacked, like I said, on average 47 times per year. He's dealing with injuries every season, and you wonder if the Bengals still have not done enough to address the offensive line and just continue to build the weapons around him. And then I look at the Texans, where this offseason in particular, I know they've brought in a lot of bodies for the offensive line.
Correct.
But I would say, and you can disagree, tell me if you disagree, I thought the biggest swing on offense this offseason, the biggest move was Christian Kirk.
That's the one, at the very least, that you go, the one that you can as close to guarantee or most guarantee that will hit for you. And what's funny is, I think when it came to weapons, yes, you needed some weapons, and it was nice to have a guy that you feel comfortable will hit for you. That's generally the idea of going and acquiring in free agency. It felt like if I was going to pick, going in, at the end, the season ends, right? You lose to Kansas City, and I'm like, all right, looking forward, what I need this roster to look at and where I'm going to apply. Like, if I knew that I had one token that would hit, I would absolutely have applied it to the offensive line, and they definitely went the other way.
Yeah.
So, I agree with the sentiment there, and I do think that could be a cautionary tale, and I would have loved for them to be instructive in the way that they've handled this. They seem to very much believe in the ways that they've operated and the things that they've constantly said. The undertones of that all points to the idea that they do not believe that it was a talent issue on the offensive line when it came to it. They believe this is a coaching issue. They believe this was a schematics issue because the two people who are not here from they kept damn near everybody offensively and coaching-wise outside of Bobby Slowick and your previous offensive line coach in Chris Strausser. Like, those are the guys who are gone, and obviously Laramie Tunsil, Shaq Mason go, and they've done a lot to tell us that the Laramie Tunsil move was more just circumstance and obviously, it seems like cap management. And if you were to take them at their word, which you don't have to, but if you were to take them at their word, that would all point to the idea that we think that all it takes is better coaching from the positional place and better offensive schematics. And I'm not certain that that's the way that I go. I'm not in love with Zach Taylor, but I do think that he has a pretty solid situation there when it comes to the scheme and making sure that you have these things. But we've seen the ways in which Joe Burrow and pressure has hampered what they've tried to do.
For sure. So, yeah, I think the Kirk was the big one. And then, in the draft, you trade out of the first round. Your first pick's a wide receiver. You go 2 wide receivers with just the 1 offensive lineman. For the record, I did like the draft, and I like what the Texans did. I do like the Christian Kirk move. I like that. As I've said on these airwaves before, I didn't really love how they did, address the offensive line this offseason in terms of the people they have brought in to try to improve that offensive line. But, yeah, I was just thinking about it yesterday. And that concern of splitting the pie on offense, where too much of it is rationed for the wide receiving core, specifically this offseason, I guess, and just not enough still being done on the offensive line. And C.J. Stroud is similar in the sense that guy gets beat up and battered and pressured and knocked around and, has to play beat up just like Joe Burrow. And you just worry about these guys, a la like an Andrew Luck, of just how much they can take over the course of a career. And I look at basketball, offense in basketball, and building football the same, where I like to work inside out. Right? With basketball, I always like to get a post touch, and then you work it back out to the perimeter. Although I know the game's changed.
That's real 90s basketball.
Yeah, I know the game's changed.
I was like, I know exactly what era Luke wants to be in.
That's right. And for football, similar, where I think you have to start with the offensive line and defensive line, and then you build out that way, and should prioritize offensive line before the skill positions.
What's interesting about that perspective, though, is I straight philosophically in a good way, but when you start getting into the nitty-gritty of it, I think it kind of changes it, because the investment of those weapons, I don't think, tanked them when it came to the draft capital investment. I think the tank was when you started having to have the contractual investment, and I think that's one place where you look at the Texans, and they've actually been very good in that regard. You have Nico Collins on a phenomenal deal that you got done early, right? You have basically the other wide receivers that you're looking at on their rookie deals, and especially your 2 rookies that are coming in out of Iowa State. And then I guess maybe the guy that you look at and you go, maybe he costs a little bit more, is Christian Kirk, which I think that was a necessary position to get to. I think so. Like, I don't know if I look at it that way when it's like, are they not investing in the offensive line because of the weapons? But I do think that there probably should have just generally, in a general sense, been more of a focus on that, because we've seen, especially recently, the cautionary tales load up. Even a team as great as the Chiefs, and maybe this doesn't hold up because the Chiefs have found a way to win outside of that with their defense being a forward first situation, so maybe that's what's leading them that way. But we've seen the ways in which the Chiefs have faltered when an incredible talent in Patrick Mahomes just isn't given enough time to allow that talent to flourish, while not having the weapons to get the ball to. So it does feel like it is a cautionary tale, but the one thing I would hope is that you are not in a place where I can compare you to the decision-making matrix of the Bengals.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of things where we look at the Bengals organization, and I don't think that I would feel the same way about the Texans.
That's true. I'm with you there. No, the Texans certainly are better operated. Nick Caserio does a much better job than the Bengals. I think, who's it? Duke Tobin. They don't even know who's running that team over there. And the Bengals, by the way, they've screwed up both with the contracts, but also the draft. I mean, they didn't draft a lineman this year. It's the 3rd round. You go back to 2023, they didn't draft a lineman at all, but took 2 wide receivers and a running back, so on and so forth. They just haven't committed the draft capital to offensive linemen either. But to your point, not only with the Mahomes situation, but then the other side of that coin, the flip side is, you look at what the Lions have been able to accomplish, and they have some good weapons too, even though they weren't maybe necessarily all the biggest names coming out.
Right.
But they do it just from a great offensive line. Jared Goff's untouched. They have a great run game. They play off of that. The Eagles have been successful. Jalen Hurts, I don't think, is a top 5 quarterback. They do have some weapons, but they have a great offensive line. They work off of that. The Packers have always had a good offensive line, helping Rodgers and now Jordan Love. So offensive line can clean up things
can disguise. It can be some of that makeup for the rest of the lack of weapons on offense, where vice versa, if you have the weapons but you can't give your quarterback enough time, the weapons can become meaningless, which at times is the case with the Bengals, where they got a lot of talent on that offense. Sometimes it's still not enough because you just can't protect Joe Burrow.
Yeah, and I mean, that is the continual concern for me, and that the idea that you're just going to put 5 offensive linemen together, and yes, them melding together matters more, but I mean, one of the things we're also maybe not talking about enough is that you are still putting 5 dots together in this offensive line, right? You don't have continuity of years past, and yes, and then you're also throwing in guys that I would not say is top end talent on the offensive line. Let me ask you this, because this text came in on the text line 713-572-4610. You can always get involved with the program there. Do you think the Nick Caley hire is being underestimated by the media when it comes to the O-line improvement, which I would say that if you were inclined to believe that, I'd be in that group, or do you think the team is overestimating the change? Like, I think
Good question.
I'm in that place where I would say just to the average, because we can't know, right? Like, that is an unknown. We won't know it until you actually see it in practice, what the results are, unfortunately, or even seeing some of the process, because that's, again, something I will bring up about the Nick Caley. The unknown is that we don't even know what the process looks like, what the actual ideas of the offense are supposed to be, even if they're not executing and hitting the notes that they want to. But, yeah, man, like, if you're talking about what is reasonable to expect, I don't know that, like, the outcomes that they're anticipating fit in that range of what is reasonable to expect. A first-time offense coordinator coming in, and a Cole Popovich, who was in the building but is now there, to then take 5 guys who have been starters, but maybe the last times we've seen them starters, or at least a majority of them be starters, they weren't all that great, and then get them all to get one band, one sound to a place where now we're playing beautiful music well enough to run the football well and then also have an explosive offense. I think that you're making a lot of assumptions on a lot to that point, and it does feel like the team is overestimating what the outcomes will be with these circumstances.
That's the camp I would be in. I like that question. I think it's a good question. It's hard to say now because we just don't know. The team doesn't even know. They might have an idea, but until they actually go out there week 1 and throughout the season, you truly don't have an answer because we just have nothing to base it off. We haven't seen it. But right now, where I am, I certainly lean more in that direction, that I think the team is overestimating this change because it is a first-time guy in Nick Caley. Like, if you brought in, I don't know, an experience, I'm not even going to throw out a name, but just say, just for the sake of argument, just say like a Gary Kubiak's coming in to run the offense. Somebody ridiculous. I know, that's what I'm saying.
Just saying the name got some people excited, even though we all know that's not what's going to happen.
Honestly, like, even with Bobby Slowick, like, he was the first-time play caller too. But you still had some type of idea, like, okay, he was under Shanahan, so you're gonna bring some type of Shanahan thing. But with Caley, he was in New England most of the time. He went over to Sean McVay, but you still have no idea what type of offense he's bringing. So I think that's a little bit of the scary part to me. Like, we have no idea.
Yeah, it's just the fear of the unknown.
Yes, and there's a lot of unknowns, right? Yeah. And I recognize you putting it in those terms is fantastic, because the fear of unknown is one of those things that gets me in particular, but I think us as a society a lot. But I think that you probably want to operate in some knowns, especially in the mode of attempting to contend that you are, right? Where you are trying to contend, and I do respect, to be fair, I do respect people that can operate in that place of ambiguity, right? In that space of, I don't need to have the absolute certainty because I believe I have the convictions in this move. It's just I recognize that I'm not there. I'm happy that D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio can operate in that space. One thing I will say is they better hit. Like, it better hit. To that end, as we're talking about kind of the people that matter in making this work, because we're talking about Caley, we're talking about Popovich, who would you say is the most important player to this offensive line and their success this season? Because, I mean, that's ultimately what we're hinging on here in this conversation is the cautionary tale with the Bengals is like, it does not work on the offensive line, and that hurts what is, I mean, very obviously great players around them, including the quarterback, right? And if you want it to work, who is most important to getting that to that place?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know. I'm kind of torn. I'd like to say Cole Popovich because he's the coach that's overseeing it, but we've seen the Texans run through offensive line coach year after year after year, and it hasn't really made a difference. So I think at the end of the day, it's kind of more about the players. And circling back to that question real quick, I think that's the hope of the Texans, is that at least the offensive coordinator and the offensive line coach will be on the same page. They can gel, and then hopefully that allows the 5 guys on the offensive line to gel, and that's something that they missed last year where the coaches were as cohesive as they expect this year. We'll see if that's the case. But if I had to pick one person or player, I think I would say Titus Howard, because I think he is probably the best offensive lineman they have and play multiple positions and is going to have to, he's kind of the linchpin, I guess, that brings this all together, where they're going to play him. And then also, I guess, of the guys that they have, he should be the one that is the biggest leader of that group, because some of the other players are coming in, whether it's a draft pick or Cam Robinson, they're just coming into the organization. Titus has been here. So I think he's the guy that should and probably needs to hold that offensive line together. And as much as I hope the coaching changes help and work, I think at the end of the day, it comes down to the actual players and making sure they get on the same page and they gel and they perform well. So I think I'd say Titus Howard.
Yeah. That, what that made me think of is, I never remember, do offensive linemen do the thing that wide receivers and coaches do, or quarterbacks do, where they get out hey, let's go throw some foot. Do they have these bonding moments? Because I do wonder, especially with all of these new faces, if they're and we've heard a lot about how there's guys in the building already. Before obviously guys have kind of returned back for non-mandatory activities and stuff. That there was a lot of guys working out in the building, but are they going to be able to gel on that interpersonal level as well to maybe help along the performance on the field? I'm excited to see that. And a fair point from the 832. Grass is always greener. Everyone wanted a new offensive or more offensive linemen. Nobody names them. I would not say that that's the case. We talked about various players that have a level of experience and had played recently at a high level that you would like. One of the immediate ones that came to mind was Kevin Zeitler, who went to your in-division rivals, to the Titans. I thought that was a guy who you probably wouldn't have to pay a ton from acquisition, a guy who had played well recently with the Lions, because I think that is a distinction between the likes like a Laken Tomlinson, who, yes, he was a starter, but he had not played well this past year with the Seattle Seahawks. Yes, you could probably say Zeitler's older. Is he going to fade? I feel better about him playing well than I do about Laken Tomlinson. That is the type of thing where, yeah, you could say there's no names being said. We talked about some of these types of names that would give you some confidence paired with the young talent that you would bring in. And I know that, the board felt in such a way during the draft where maybe they weren't able to get into that first class of linemen like they wanted to, like they talked about. We've heard many things this week about Nick Caserio, working diligently to try and move up and get into those spaces. That I can understand, but I think that in free agency, not being diligent enough to get some more of those confident answers on the offensive line, the guys that you talk about in that same space of being impactful to success in the offensive line, those are the things that I think I would look at.
Yeah, I know. I'm with you. The Will Fries was the guy I really wanted from the Colts who went to the Vikings.
It's a good one. But that one felt like he was the belle of the ball when it came to free agency and with guards or offensive linemen.
But I guess that kind of goes back to the point that got us into this whole conversation as we now put a bow on it, is just that I wanted them to take the big swings on the offensive line, to really commit to the offensive line instead of kind of just throwing a lot of things at the wall, so to speak, where you're just bringing in 17 guys. Is that what they have? Just bringing all these people and hoping somewhere in here we'll find the right combination.
It seemed like they operating like the offensive line last year was good and just, they just had to cut bait with somebody because of money-wise and say, we could just put somebody else in that spot. And it's the best player on the line. So now you kind of getting some mid-type players.
Yeah,
we'll see what it comes down to, and at the very least, right? Ultimately, I'd be very happy being wrong with this and not getting to a place where we have to talk about that cautionary tale being correct about the Bengals. If that offensive line can congeal, and if Nick Caley has a schematic system that very much plays to the strengths of the players, all of them, including the offensive line, then we'll all be good. But those all still feel like a lot of ifs to answer. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Friday. A lot of fun things happening, including a thing that's always fun, our lunchtime confessions. We'll do that next.
All right, perfect time to get in with Underdog, guys and girls.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I gotta admit, I gotta confess, I need to learn how to let things go sometimes. I learned that yesterday when I literally lost sleep. Literally lost sleep.
Over what?
So, I don't even know how I got to this point of just listening to some music last night, which I typically don't try and do while, sports are on. And I was watching various games and obviously getting ready for the show today. But I was listening to music, and in my streaming app, I saw this one song that was no longer streaming, but it was, but it had been on streaming at one point. So like they took it off of streaming, and I was like, well, let me go see, because sometimes they'll take it off of streaming and then they'll put it back up. So I was like, all right, let me go see if maybe I need to go re-find it. And it was a song by the rapper MED, who is from LA or whatever. And it was a song called Therapy. And so Med Therapy, you might imagine, not very easy to just Google, right?
Yeah.
But as I kept looking, trying to find details for this, it was impossible. I mean, I started down the rabbit hole of, I was looking through discographies. I was learning about imprints and record labels and stuff to try and find where this might have been released on. I spent literally a guess game here, fellas. Help me out here. In looking up information on one song, just one song. It wasn't other songs I was looking up. How much time do you think I spent? And when I say that, you can hear it as wasted. How much time do you think I spent looking up information on this one song to ultimately find the info I was looking?
I'm going to say 45 minutes.
45 minutes?
That's what I was going to say. I'll go an hour.
An hour? Somehow, both of you were wrong and right. Because it wasn't 45 minutes, nor was it an hour. But if you put those together, you're correct. I spent almost 2 hours digging on this song. And as you might imagine, that took me away from thinking about other things. I was up till 2 in the morning. I was up into the...
You are a sicko, man.
That's what I'm saying.
What's wrong with you?
I don't know. I want to be better. But I was looking at the time, and as the time kept going, I was like, man, am I really going... I need to go to sleep. But I want to find... And I was like, I need to let this go. I'm obsessive. I think I might need help.
I can relate. I do that all the time. I look up, I'm like, oh, shoot. I just wasted a whole hour Googling this or looking this up, trying to find this answer. Yeah, I always stay up later than I should. I always say I'm a completist. And
yes,
it is like a condition. It drives some of the people in my life crazy. If you say I'm looking for something, I can't stop till I help you find that thing around the house.
Yeah,
you'll give up, and I'll keep looking. Like I have
no
to
longer
just
are you looking for it. We are looking for it now, right? And so
I have to complete the task.
If you're wondering, like, why does Reggie go looking up these stats? That right there.
Yeah.
Like that is because I'm like, I'm curious about that, and now I'm on the hunt for what is the stat that speaks to this. Where is that stat? You want a little insight into the crazy that I have? That was it right now. Spent yesterday, an hour and 45 minutes just looking up details on a song.
I'm kind of like that when it comes to names. When it's like, oh, this running back played for this team. What's his name? Like, it will drive me nuts to the point I would sit here, like, the next day I'd be like, oh, Adrian Peterson, that's what I was talking about. I come out of nowhere like that, but that will drive me nuts.
It did drive me nuts. Thank you for your sympathy.
These are my confessions.
I got a lot to choose from. I guess I would say my confession is I need advice. I need help here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm coming to you guys.
Remember,
to the right place.
Completionist, I'm with you.
That's right. I need help. Quick story. Brought my car in to get the tires realigned. They tell me afterwards, hey, you got this problem with the car. The arms need to be replaced under the car. The boot is leaking. It's going to be almost $1,400 to fix this.
Man.
Well, I mean, I know somebody who might pay you $1,400 for a job. You know, you might have to. It might require a little bit of gasoline, but it's fine. You can.
Shout out to Lynn.
Some quick money.
Lynn from Turkey Leg Hut.
I was hoping that you'd pick up the throwback to
I'm
yesterday.
like $1,400. I'm like, oh yeah.
Anyway, sorry. If you weren't listening yesterday, the former co-owner of Turkey Leg Hut, apparently we find out not yesterday but recently that he had spent $1,400 or paid dudes $1,400 a piece
to go gasoline the
burn down
straight out Goodfellas.
Yeah.
I love it. So they tell me it's going to be about $1,400. I say, well, I'm definitely getting a second opinion. So I go to a second place yesterday, independent shop. I don't tell them what's up because they're going to say, like, oh, yeah, that's true. You do have to fix that. So I say, hey, can you look at my suspension, see if there's anything wrong there? They have the car for the day. They get back to me. They said, no, we don't see anything. Everything's fine. And then I told them what's up. I said, well, somebody else told me the arms need to be replaced. The boot is leaking. I got to do all this. And they said, no, we didn't see any of that. It's fine. You're good to go. And so I took my car and I went on my merry way. Complete opposite. So now here's my dilemma.
Okay.
Who do I believe? Do I accept yesterday's report? Do I get a third opinion to see which side they're on? Am I good to go? And I just drive around thinking my car's fine?
If it was up to me personally, I'm good to go.
Yeah?
Because I'm guessing the first place you went to was probably a more pricier type of place, like a high-end
like
place.
Mainstream, chain place throughout the country.
Yeah, see, I don't salute to everybody that worked there and all that stuff, but I don't be trusting them at times.
Oh,
man,
okay. See, we got the car people coming in, too.
Salute to the car people, man.
Because some from the 832 said control arms, that's not a bad price. Did you a solid 2 would have needed another alignment before long.
That's what they told me. You're going to have to keep getting your wheels aligned. Now I get free alignments because of some deal. So that's not a problem, but I don't know.
Because I was about to be with you, Figgy, and saying, nah, you good. Because it seems like somebody was scamming you. And maybe that first place maybe didn't need your business no more.
Yeah, but sometimes the fan place, sometimes they look at certain things and be like, oh, let's just get all new parts.
Yeah.
And if you go to an independent place, they might be like, nah, it's still good to go.
That's
like
true.
You can still roll on it a little more. That's kind of like when you go get an oil change and they always try to change your air filter. And then you go to a backyard mechanic or something like that. They're like, you could get away with it one more time.
Right.
And then change it.
Or you could just go get the air filter yourself and put it in.
Exactly.
It's pretty, like, and I say this understanding that not everybody is like savvy. It is easy to put your air filter in by your lonesome.
Yeah.
This is my other confession then, which ties into this. I wish I was good with cars. Just like, Reggie likes his colorful, fruity drinks and doesn't care if people think...
You're damn right I do.
That's not manly. I admit I'm not man enough to know all about my car, and I wish I did.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to.
I wish, so I could handle these situations, so I know what I'm talking about. And I can I don't know. I don't know if they're trying to screw me or if the other place just doesn't know what they're talking about. I've been thinking, I guess I'll just go get a third opinion, but then you're throwing more money at potentially no problem because, they charge you just to look at the car. I don't know. I've been torn up.
The best is at least have knowledge of the car where you get, like if something is wrong, you could get up under there and look and be like, oh, you know what? This is exactly what I need. Let me take it to this place and tell you exactly what I need, and y'all fix the car.
Right.
Not necessarily me fixing the car, but hey, I need some new rotors. I looked under there already, and I need this. I need a water pump. So I need,
exactly.
if I could have that type of knowledge, I'd be good.
Yeah, I got to replace. I have no idea. I don't know.
Johnson Rod's hilarious.
Johnson Rod.
Keep helping us out. Help my boy out on the text line, 713-572-4610. They said if it's all about perspective. If you're not a car person, you might decide to get the arm change. If you can live with it, it's not a death blow. Keep it. Okay. There's a lot of we'll run through these in the break. So please send them in, 713-572-4610, and we will hopefully it will help our guy Luke out so that he is not broken down, but also not broke.
Yeah. Seriously.
These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, man. I don't know how I feel about pre-ordering video games in this day and age now. So I just got a notification probably like 15 minutes ago saying, "Hey, this game is available for pre-sale." So I'm like, okay. And then it said it I guess it officially drops in October.
Hey, yo.
So I'm like, why y'all doing this, man? Like, why the hell would you show me something if I couldn't have it?
That's right.
The quote, the great Kevin Garnett, and was it Righteous? What's his name?
Uncut Gems.
Uncut Gems, yeah. But I gotta confess, man, I don't know about. I never understood pre-ordering like digital games like that, because I know some of them do have its perks where it might be cheaper if you pre-order it, or you could get early access to it, like a week access. Like, I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about the ones that just say, hey, pre-order it right now. And, like, what? Like, tell me, what's the... It'd be one thing if it's going to sell out. because back in the day you could pre-order something because it might sell out fast.
Right. No, exactly.
But it's always going to be there, so I could just buy it the day it drop. So I don't know. I always thought that was a little bit silly.
No, it is. It absolutely is a little bit silly. But I think the thing that gets you now is if either it's a game with microtransactions and they're like, we'll give you some of this currency, or they'll be like, here's some add-ons that you get for pre-ordering that you don't get otherwise.
Yeah, because even with like the game Madden, like I kind of understand it a little bit because they do give you access like maybe 3 days before if you buy a certain one. But at this point, I'm like, man, I could just wait till it drop.
Also, you're an adult. How much more are you going to play in those 3 days that you get it before?
Yeah. So I'm just like,
you got a whole job.
Dog, I can wait until the game drop. And then also my beef with this is, why y'all saying pre-order and it's in October? We in freaking May. Like, I'm not about to pay, 70, it's probably like $70, $80. I'm not about to pay that right now. I could just wait till October to get it.
Okay. I'm with you. Put that on the list of things from earlier, the question of the day. Pre-ordering. I don't get it. I'll just order it when it comes out.
Do you put in reservations?
Yeah, if I have to get a spot, yeah.
Okay, no, I was
reservations.
I was just wondering because I was like, how far do you go? Because I know some people are like, I'm not reserving. If I get there and it's not available, I'll just go somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm kind of 50-50. I usually only get reservations if it's a big night, like for like New Year's Eve, like a night like that. Take my chance. There's plenty of restaurants around here. You don't have availability, I'll go next door.
Yeah, I do use the Pluggers app. Like if I'm going to Pluggers ahead of time, like you can stand in line on the app,
and you will stand in line.
Yes, that's why I'm like, when it comes to Pluggers, I would get right on that app and be like, hey, I'm here for 2, and then about 5 minutes later, you come in and your seat is good to go.
I like how Confessions has just become a place where we like give people game. Because there's folks giving loot game right now, like from the, let me see, what did I just, 2A1, you might need a new flux capacitor. I'm sure that's accurate.
Yeah.
And everything.
I believe it.
Or I've learned that the Pluckers app will help me out if I'm trying to get some Holy Mac. I like what you're doing there. All right. Those are our lunchtime confessions here on a Friday in Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about the Astros once more, because we haven't had an opportunity to talk a ton about them before as they head into the White Sox series in Chicago, but they've figured out. I mean, they've had a month. Let's kind of check in on them, and especially when it comes to Yordan. Like Yordan has had a very weird month, maybe one of the worst months of his career. Is it time for a change for him? Is it time for this specific change for him? Let's talk about it next.
SportsRadio.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
No, big voice man, it's not John Lopez. It is Luke Morrow, the hate machine himself, hanging out for the OG John Lopez on this Friday. It's still In the Loop. Reginald Atatula with you as well as Figgy Fig, helping you get through this Friday and get towards all of the fun sports that's happening. Obviously, we got the fighting that's happening, from Ring Magazine out there at Times Square. We got Astros baseball going on this weekend, starting this evening with Framber Valdez on the mound in Chicago. We'll talk about that here in a second. We got Rockets Game 6 happening in San Francisco as they try to stave off elimination further and push a decisive Game 7. What else am I missing? Is there other stuff? Oh, if you want to go and see the Space Cowboys, they got the Spencer Arrighetti bobblehead coming up. Like, there's all sorts of stuff going on this weekend. Did I forget something? He was looking at me like
I don't know. I was half listening.
Okay,
admittedly.
no problem.
Did you say Kentucky Derby?
I guess the Kentucky Derby is also happening.
Kentucky Derby. Let's go.
The one thing
Did you bet on it yet?
Did you bet on it?
I always
bets.
I will.
Ooh,
okay.
I don't know.
Can we steal?
I'm trying to think
Can
of
we
some
steal the best bets?
What's some good names?
Oh, there's great names. Actually, I'll give you some of the names that are coming to the Kentucky Derby, and we'll rank them.
Yeah, if there was ever a year to pay attention, I think journalism is the favorite.
It is, yes. There is
So
a horse named
you should be
journalism.
into it. Come
and
on.
it's capital J journalism at that, which is good. But we did mention, let's talk about this baseball team with the Astros. I mean, there's been things that have been trending up. There's 16 wins. I think they have as many wins as a few other teams in the AL West. Not a lot of space in the AL West between all of the competitors there. It's a pretty tight division, and thankfully the Astros pretty close to the top of that. I think they're 2 games back. Nothing that a week of good baseball and bad baseball from your opponents couldn't change, although the Mariners actually seem to be hitting. Someone who's not hitting nearly to the degree that you want him to, the man who is batting .219 thus far in the season, his name is Yordan Alvarez. Like, that is
That don't even seem real.
It does not seem real. I know that sometimes he can start a little slow. It can happen or have at least some down points. I know that's the marathon, not sprint nature of baseball. But this has been an abysmal month for a dude, considering who is typically one of the most feared hitters in baseball. And no 8-3-2. We're not going to get that aggressive. They sent in, trade Yordan. Please stop. Stop that right now. Like, cease and desist in that moment. But is there something that you see, Luke, that could maybe be done to possibly help him get back to his ways?
Yeah, and I don't know if I would do this, but I do think it's an interesting conversation to have or something to think about, and that is just simply he's on pace to DH more this season than any other season in his career. I believe he's only played the outfield, I think it's 6 times so far this year.
Has it been that many?
I think.
Because I wouldn't have even guessed that off the top of my head.
I was going to say like 3.
Maybe it is only about 4. It's somewhere in that area.
I'll look it up here just to make sure. But yeah,
it's somewhere to 4 to 6 through the first month. And if you go back and you look at the splits, he's always been a much better hitter. It is 6?
It is 6 times.
So, yeah, 6 times out of the regardless, he's still on pace to play a season-low amount of games in the field and DH a career high this season. And if you go back and you look at the splits, he's been a much better hitter when he plays the field than when he DHs throughout his career. This year, the numbers aren't too different because
they're not.
Small sample size, but also he's just struggling in general. But I wonder if, to get him out of that funk, you put him back in the outfield at least for a short period of time. And I would also look at somebody else in the AL, at Rafael Devers, who has made that switch. And you might know that story because the whole Bregman connection and Devers wasn't happy and yada, yada, yada.
That's right.
But he's DH'd every game this year. He's not played the field once, and that's the plan all season. And he's hitting about .215. Now, his power numbers have come up. He's hit like 3 homers this week, but still, he's gotten off to – he was 0 for 21 to start the year. And I think, A, it's an adjustment. These guys are so used to playing the field their entire lives, growing up, minor league, everything. But then also, B, when you are struggling, I think it can really snowball because when you're DHing, all you have is those at-bats.
Correct.
So not only does it put more pressure on you, but then what do you do in between innings? Instead of focusing on playing left field, you're just sitting, how did I miss that pitch? Why did I chase that?
Yeah, maybe you're looking at a pad and going and looking through pictures or some video, if that's allowed, I can't remember. And then, or you might even go into the cages, right, for a little bit and get some swings in. But what's interesting is I had not considered this because typically I think of I do know about the ways in which DHing can, in a way, actually make a hitter less good for a period of time. But I usually think about that with young players, because young players, that they have not had that particular change of having to find a way to keep yourself locked into the game as you have nothing to actually do for maybe 2 or possibly 3 innings. But, after getting used to getting up and having something defensively that you're focused on at any given time. But Jordan is not that. He is neither a young player nor a player that is unfamiliar with DHing and the rhythms of it.
It's true.
And that's the thing that kind of is weird about it for me is he should be, of maybe any player that you make an everyday DH of the potential Astros that you could do that, he would seem like the guy that is most well situated to be able to handle that. It just feels like a really bad stretch. So I hear you, and I know that you're not saying put him back in the outfield, because the whole idea was trying to get him to be a DH consistently, to try and protect him and shield him for potential injuries. So even if you would do this, it would have to be for a short period of time, which I think is what you're putting up there. I'm wondering if it is so grim to the point where that jump start is absolutely necessary. And oddly enough, I'm leaning to yes. And the reason why that is I'm seeing the weirdest stuff from Jordan. Jordan Alvarez is a dude who punts, and me and Lopez have talked about this here and there. I have been fascinated by the number of times that I have seen a bat stay on Jordan's shoulder with a pitch that is meaty through the middle of the zone. It has been so weird to me to see that instance, and I don't know what it is. I'm not well versed enough to tell you the methodology of how a manager should get a guy into the space of feeling more confident in those spaces. But it feels like it's got to be something that has some level of teeth to it, something that that might be a little drastic. And putting him back in the field and having that everyday feel, I do wonder if that maybe does jolt him into that rhythm.
He has, and part of it might be because he's not playing the field very much, but he has the lowest WAR on the team, which is crazy to think. Right now, he's played as the least valuable player on this roster.
That is unbelievable. Jake Myers, talking Chaz McCormick. Is it literally that far when we're talking about WAR, which is a cumulative stat, but literally everyone?
Yeah, McCormick is half a win higher.
So, I don't know if I've seen Chaz play in all that long. Talk less of accumulate WAR.
Yeah. So it's not great right now. Now, look, I don't know. It's just a theory. I don't know if maybe it's just a coincidence, but it was just a thought I had we know he always hits better when he's playing the field. He's playing the field less than ever, and he's also having a really, maybe the worst start he's ever had. Correlation, causation, coincidence, whatever it might be. And I also think back in the first month, and I wonder if that is the biggest change or the boldest move the Astros have made more so than even.
Ooh, that is quite a take. That is quite a take here.
If then this might be a big if, but if the slump is correlated to DHing more frequently.
And that's the tough thing is I don't know that we're ever even once he comes out of it, I don't know that there's going to be anything that can serve as proof positive to the idea that was the cause of this slump. So yeah, that's going to be the tough part of that. The question I will ask here, Luke, is does the offense seemingly coming around to a point where it's still not incredible, but where it's passable, where you're finding some offensive runs, we've moved some things around to get Jeremy Pena's bat, as it's been a little bit better than what we've seen in the last few years from him, into getting more and more at bats at the top of the lineup. Do you think that the offense has progressed to a place where you have enough buffer to feel comfortable about letting him work through it? Because that's another part of this, right? If we were 3-4 weeks ago still, or 3 weeks ago still, where we were looking at it and we're like, it's so dire and nobody's there where we need to have somebody do something and Jordan is the most likely, I would feel even more emboldened to possibly try this wild strategy that we're throwing out here. As you're finding more offense, it feels like you're having more cushion to let him find himself in a space where you're not exposing him to more of that potential of injury back in the outfield.
Yeah, I agree. So that's why you got to hope the offense continues. This has been a good week for the Bats in terms of just scoring runs, and now you get the White Sox, who they do have a pretty good pitching staff, but they're just such a bad team that you should hopefully have a pretty good weekend in Chicago, so that buys you another 3 days. And look, maybe that's what you need. Maybe that's exactly like three-point shooter that needs to see the ball go through the net. Maybe he has a nice weekend against the worst team in the AL, and that catapults Jordan. But you at least buy a few more days with the White Sox, and then if guys start hitting around him or continue to hit around him,
then it takes off some of that pressure. But, of course, he's the biggest bat in the lineup. He's the most important hitter in the lineup. If he's hitting, that goes such a further way. That makes this lineup so much better. And, again, to go back to the Devers comparison, like Devers has been struggling, but you know what? Alex Bregman, sorry to bring it up, he leads the AL in extra base hits, and he's batting 400 the last 2 weeks, and he's off to a great start. So that helps take the load off. But if those guys start to go cold, you got to rely on your biggest hitter, which is Jordan, and he just hasn't been there yet. And I will also say that the benchmark I usually set is a month. Give everybody a month into the baseball season. I don't even need to look at stats. You got to get into your midseason form. But once we get to May, once you get a month into the season, it's like, okay, now you got to kind of put up or shut. Now we have to kind of see some of that production. Otherwise, we got to start having some real conversations. And here we are now at that month. So if this slump continues for, say, another 2 to 3 weeks, we really have to have some talks like, okay, what is going on here? This is more than just a slow start.
Yeah. So, I mean, what I really hope is that this weekend goes a long way and we see him, park a few in the outfield, right, like or beyond the wall rather, and we could put any of this wild conversation of changing up what Jordan is doing to rest, and we just have him back as the most dangerous batter in all of baseball, and then everything is hung. We'll see what it looks like as they start a 3-game set over the weekend at Rate Field in Chicago versus the White Sox. 6:40 p.m. today is first pitch in Chicago. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Wanted to remind you that we're proud to partner with the Insperity Invitational that is happening at the Woodlands Country Club Tournament Course this weekend. You got Steven Alker, David Duval, Ernie Els, John Daly, and more of the PGA Tour champions' best. They're all on the course right here in town for an incredible weekend of championship golf that has teed off today. Entry to the tournament is free, and you can get score updates, tee times, weather notes, and more information at InsperityInvitational.com. All right, coming up next, let's return to the Rockets, who, again, they're trying to stave off elimination in Game 6 tonight. And I don't know, maybe this sounds a little bit like loser talk or what have you. I'm still very hopeful that they win, but even if we don't reach, if we don't get to Monday and with continuing basketball, is the season already a success for the Rockets? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It is Reginald Atatula alongside Luke Morrow, who's in the place of John Lopez, who's probably just very happy on his boat, fishing, having a good time. We're having a good time, too, with our guy Figgy Fig. Oh, man, close to the mixtape. I can't. Yeah. I'm excited for what's happening.
I want to get some more hate out of Luke Morrow.
Yes, we've gotten so much hate today, including like Greg Popovich, who is stepping down as he's moving into a permanent role as the president of basketball operations. And Luke was like, "That's all fine and good. Did y'all know that he stinks when he doesn't have a superstar?" Just wanted you to know that.
You know, it goes along with, I always think when people pass away, after people pass away, no one refuses to say the bad things about them, where we should just be honest and tell the whole story. So similar here. Look, it's sad that he has to retire because of health, no doubt. But come on, he's been underperforming since Duncan.
It's great. You're not wrong. I want you to know that.
No,
I want you to know that my laughter does not mean I think you're wrong. I think you're right. It's one of the things that has been very not said very loud about the Spurs recently is that yes.
What I got from that is don't invite Luke to your funeral. You're gonna bring up all the bad stuff.
He's a great dude. However,
he was cool, but
no, not at the funeral, but like the years later.
But maybe at the wake. You know what I mean? Like, or maybe when we eating.
Yeah.
The repass.
We always romanticize the people.
You know, this guy was a jerk for real, man.
All right. Hopefully, we don't have to romanticize or even have any level of wake of the Rockets season after this weekend, because even if they're able to stave off elimination for Game 6, Game 7 would be on Sunday. So we would not be able to talk about this. Like, it'll be Schrodinger's Rockets team until we get back on air on Monday. So
Monday we either gonna be celebrating or we gonna be like, well, that was a good season,
right? And I feel like the old school football folks, where it's like when you throw the football, there's 3 things that can happen. And 2 of them the outcome of that series, and I guess 2 of them are bad, whether it's losing in Game 6, losing in Game 7, or winning Game 7 and being on to face off against the Timberwolves. But regardless, right, with that lack of knowledge as to what the series or what the playoffs or what the season will look like come Monday, I kind of want to have this conversation before we have the actual answers. Regardless of how this weekend ends, has this season been a success? Particularly, has this postseason been a success? 713-572-4610.
I say yes to both. I think the season certainly has been a success just to get here. I know as things change, so too do the expectations. But if you signed up for this season the Rockets had this time a year ago, I think everybody would agree. And they've been competitive in this playoff series. It's been a fun series. Even if they were to lose, these games have been fun along the way. A year ago, if you told Rockets fans you win over 50 games, you're a top team in the West, you take the Warriors, let's say, to 7 games, but you lose in the first round, I think everyone says yes, absolutely. So I know expectations change once they start actually winning the games, and you think like, we're actually pretty good. We should be able to compete in the West. So I think the season, yes. And then I would also say win or lose tonight, I also say this series is a success because I think clarity is so important in really everything in life. And I think the Rockets have gotten the clarity this series of who you can trust and who you can't in these big spots. And it's a lot better. I always say, look, in life, hell might be the worst place to be. I think in sports, the worst place to be is purgatory. I'd rather be in hell than in purgatory. And so I don't want to keep moving forward thinking like, could Jalen Green be that guy? What about Amen Thompson in a big spot? Yada, yada, yada. I think we have the answers. Jalen Green's not that guy. And you can trust Alpi and you can trust the men to a certain extent. He's shown enough. And even Fred VanVleet, I would love to bring back. I've always been a fan of his, and he's played well these last couple of games.
Especially in a role where maybe the pay is not necessarily as exorbitant as it feels like it is. But yeah, and especially if you can limit the role to some degree. But you can definitely see, and maybe you can't see it, but it is there, some of the things that he does to help stabilize what is a young team.
But I think this series has shown you what the plan should be this offseason and moving forward, as opposed to different sport, like the Jaguars getting to the AFC title game and re-upping Blake Bortles.
Buddy, I still get, like, when I think about that, which I hadn't in a little while, so I guess thank you for doing that.
Yep.
Makes my blood boil. Like,
happy to do it.
But it was hilarious, at least for the Texas perspective, because that blew that team up.
Yeah.
Legitimately, like, they found house money in the idea that this team that I don't think anybody would have looked at under the helm of Blake Bortles went to an AFC championship game, right? And if they were smart, they go, okay, take the parts that did a great job, make sure you accentuate those, and then fix the other ones, right? That seems reasonable. And if you were smart, you looked at that and you were like, that defense was incredible for the Jaguars that year.
Mm-hmm.
You keep that, and you figure out how to make the offense better. And they were like, let's keep Blake Bortles around.
Yeah.
And that literally the defense looked around and were like, are y'all for real right now? I'm done here. Send me somewhere else. Hello, somewhere else. Fun enough. But yes, I think that's fair. Clarity definitely matters. And it seems like you're getting some of that. I do wonder, right? Because you're talking about, I think you said it in pretty absolute terms, and I think many people listening would agree with the absolute terms that you utilized when you talked about Jalen Green, that he is not that guy. And I mean, I think I would be inclined to lean that way. However, the question I have is, do you think that the Rockets view it that way? I don't want to get too much into the terms of what players could be out there. I know the Giannis Antetokounmpo is out there, especially with the injury to Dame Lillard and where it feels like the Milwaukee Bucks might not have any path, really don't have a path to be a championship team again in the near future, right? How he might be available. And there's the talk about whether the Rockets could be a destination. I don't want to get into that. I feel like that's a little disrespectful where their season is at the current point. But within some of the dispatches that we've gotten about that, we've learned a little bit more about what the Rockets feel, and it seems like Amen Thompson is one of those guys that is just untouchable. But outside of that, it could be anything. However, also in hearing about Jalen Green, we've seen people talk about, or we've seen kind of the conversation about where the Rockets feel like they are going to make their evaluation not strictly off of the postseason, but what they saw in the 82 games of the regular season. And I think you could reasonably get yourself to a place where you go, he is growing and he is developing, and we still give him time. And I do wonder if that's a scary point for anybody who is watching this Rockets team in this postseason.
Yeah, and it's it's kind of a corny expression, but I do agree with it. Where the regular season is for show, postseason is for dough, and the point being, like, you have to step up your playoff. Regular season's great. But this is the time of year where you really earn the reputation and the big contracts and being that star, and just haven't seen it. I know someone on the text line just disagreed about Jalen Green and referencing his youthfulness and first playoff series, and I do get that. But typically you can see enough from a guy where they don't have to be scoring 30 points a night in their first playoff series, but you see enough where they're not overwhelmed by the moment. They still hold their own, and then you hope as they continue to develop and get more playoff reps and get older, the numbers continue to climb. I know Lopez had referenced a handful of guys earlier this week, I think it was, or last week, that fit that same profile, same age, same playoff, put up good numbers. I'm not asking, like I said, don't score 30 every night, but can you at least hit 12 more than once in a series? Is that too much to ask from a guy who's supposed to be like that star on offense? So I don't know how the Rockets are going to go. I don't know which way they're leaning or what they think. I could just tell you, for me personally, I've seen enough specifically in this series where it's like that viral video on Twitter, like, what, you're just not that guy, whatever that expression is.
Yeah, you're not that guy, buddy.
Yeah, and that's just, to me, that's Jalen Green. He just hasn't shown enough for me to believe he can carry this team in the playoffs, and I need somebody who can do that.
Yeah, I was looking, and even I was watching last night the Pistons and the Knicks.
Yes.
And just honestly looking at Cade Cunningham. Now, he had an okay game, and I think he didn't shoot as well, but you could tell in the moments he was like, "Give me the ball, let me score. Let's try to take this game over." And Green don't have that, or haven't done that in these playoffs like that outside of the 38-point game. And I think, I don't know, I just think they got to find somebody that can do that.
Yeah,
if he's not going to do that.
The consistency has constantly been the issue, and like finding that consistency and helping tweak that to a place where it's more frequent, you do wonder if that's something that you will find. And so that's going to be a question. I think I personally am in a somewhat unresolved place, even though I know that I still lean towards looking at this. You have to look at the series reasonably and go, whew, this has not been what you expected from him in a postseason setting at all.
Is it fair to blame it on like his youth? Because when you look at like Cade Cunningham, like, he's young too.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's tough. Because
like, I don't want to sit there and say, oh yeah, he's young, he'll get it. When if he never get it? Like, are you counting on that?
Right, and I think for me also with the Cade Cunningham comparison, I think the tough part is I would look to Jalen Green. I was like, this is his first time in the postseason, not just as a relatively young. Like, there's dudes that are his similar age that have been in a place where they've had an opportunity to play more winning level basketball, and so maybe they had, maybe at that age they've had more, I guess, exposure to more run-ins with that type of environment. But Cade Cunningham hasn't played that much high-level basketball, or I guess really high-level basketball. Like, they just started being good.
Yeah, he's been on some of the worst teams.
Right.
And I don't know. We talked about Jalen Green being on some bad teams too.
Yes,
but Cade was right there. They was fighting for first place or last place, or whatever.
Yeah, and so you could see.
By the way, Cade Cunningham, same age as Jalen Green. This is his first playoff series of his career. He's averaging 25, 8, and 9.
He is. And that clearly doesn't look good for Jalen Green. One of the places, though, I will say I feel like it's also a success this series is outside of Jalen Green himself. I feel like there has been a level of exposure for all of these dudes because he's not the only one who's young. There's a lot of dudes who are young. And I think one of the things that's awesome is so many of them folks have shown up in a way. I think the one that I was most concerned about was Amin Thompson in those first 3 games, or maybe two and 3 quarters of a game where you were looking and you're like, ooh, this does not look, or actually, no, probably the first 3 games, right? It was just like, it did not look like the Amin Thompson that we saw in the regular season that looked like he was a defensive player of the year kind of. We were talking about him as a potential winner of that. He's kind of in that range. He's widely regarded. I think he'll be at the very least a second-team all-defense, but I think he should be a first-team all-defender. That kind of player. You weren't feeling his impact in the first few games, but you could tell that he got a level of understanding and feel for what the playoffs are. You're seeing him deliver. Alper Şengün dropped in and immediately being asked to be kind of a hub for the entire offense, stepped up to the occasion. You've seen Jabari Smith Jr. figure how to be a high-level role player in this playoffs to the point where people are like, actually, give him a little bit bigger role as this goes along. You see the ways in which, I think even Ime Udoka, who has been in the playoffs before, I don't want to make it seem like he hasn't, but with this team, I think finding the right leverage to pull, you're seeing some of that, the experience with this cohesive unit, finding the places where the exposure to the playoffs then allows you to move forward, because that's one of the things we talk about being a championship team, is getting into the playoffs, learning some of your lessons, and then coming back and actually being able to contend. It feels like they're learning all the lessons that they need to. They've been exposed to a lot of those, having competitive games all the way through this series to this point. Even if they lose in 6 and 7, they have gotten all the competitive games that I could have possibly hoped for in a pretty quick succession, to where if they come back next year, when they come back next year, I feel good about the idea that I booked them for a series. I booked them for maybe going deep into a second series. I have that confidence to go the next time around and say, no, now is the time, and you can't say it's because they haven't experienced something.
And that's the way the NBA works, which maybe contradicts my whole Jalen Green point, but not a lot of stars win young or win early, and it's like, knocking over a vending machine where you don't do it on the first time. You got to rock it back and forth. It takes a few tries, and we see that in the NBA. Like the Celtics did not win this current group, the Celtics who won the championship just a couple years ago. They did not win right away. You have to first get to the conference finals, then you get to maybe an NBA finals, and eventually you work your way up to that. The Thunder are trying to go through that right now, where they hope they get to the point where they can actually win the West and then maybe win the NBA finals in the future. You typically don't win the finals on your first run. There's steps to this. You lose in the first round, then you lose in the conference finals maybe, then you win your conference, and eventually you try to win a championship. So, yeah, this is important for them to check that first box and get some of that playoff experience. But it goes back to what I was saying in the beginning, where I've seen enough with all these guys, except for Jalen Green. But I've been impressed enough, or I've seen enough from everyone else on this team that I can trust these young guys in their first playoff series. I can ride with you moving forward and in future series, and hopefully through a run through the West. Jalen Green's the one guy, though, that I've seen enough from him. I put him in the other category that I just can't trust you in this spot.
All right, shout out to Sonny Steve, who is riding for Jalen Green, and I appreciate it. Always love the interaction from you fine folks on the text line 713-572-4610, and also on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyer live streams. I appreciate all of that. But Sonny Steve is throwing out a few things, right? One of the things that he talks about when it comes to Cade was more polished coming out of school. He went to college in a way that Jalen Green did not. And it is fair to point to the idea that Jalen Green jumped right into the G League as a path forward, and that G League Ignite program that is no longer going to be there. And I did have concerns about how good that was developmentally on top of the early years, although I guess you can't necessarily compare early years under a coach that maybe didn't properly prepare and get him ready because, Cade Cunningham under, what was that? Old boy that took a whole bunch of money to get there in Detroit?
Monty
Williams.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That didn't necessarily go well. But, yeah, man, like, does that move you at all, right, when you talk about the distinction there in the polish and readiness?
Well, I guess that kind of speaks to the point. I mean, look, Jalen Green has played, I think, 100 more games in the NBA than Cade Cunningham at this point.
Yeah.
It's been over a full season. But I guess that's to the point is also of the ceiling. These might be fair points to make, but they also might prove the point of this is just not going to be the type of that are. Yeah. That he has a ceiling, and that ceiling might be lower than a Cade Cunningham or a Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or any of these other stars, these young stars in the Western Conference. And if that's your answer as well, then that's another reason to move on. I'm not saying that Jalen Green is never going to get any better. He's not going to develop. But Can he develop enough to the point where he's the star, he's your Anthony Edwards, that he'll carry you through a playoff series and hopefully eventually all the way to a final?
Yeah, I was wondering. I was probably going to ask y'all this. Do y'all feel good? Like, let's say the Rockets lose and get bounced out of the first round. Do you feel good moving forward with Jalen Green? Or, I mean, if you was a Pistons fan, would you feel good just the way, even though you got bounced out of the first round, do you feel good about the future? Saying, man, give it a go give it a go again, and we can take that step further because this was our first time in the playoffs in a long time, so now I feel good about the future.
If I'm the Pistons, I'm very optimistic because they had a similar turnaround to the Rockets. I mean, they just came out of nowhere. They had this great year. They competed. Took the Knicks to 6 games. Probably should have won last night, forced Game 7. In a lot of ways, they outplayed the Knicks this series. And then you have that go-to guy in Cade Cunningham. For the Rockets, I also feel optimistic, but again, you're just missing that piece.
It's just that one piece.
Cade Cunningham.
Yeah, it's just the
Jalen
one.
Green's not that.
Exactly. That's the part you don't feel good about, where you just not you know he's not the person.
Right.
Like you got to find that person. We talking about trades. We talking about Kevin Durant and all that stuff. So you need that one piece.
Right. I think it's all they're missing. And I don't want to beat a dead horse, but hang a balance. Game 3 the other night, Jalen Green was on the bench the last 5 minutes of that game, right? So I think
he had a particularly bad game early, to be fair. But I mean, context matters there. But I get your general point, and it is well taken. So there you go. Excited for a Game 6. Hopefully, and I tried to make the case. Hopefully, you get a good Jalen Green, and you can continue this series. But on Monday, we'll know one way or another if the Rockets were able to get it done and get bringing the third comeback from a 3-1 deficit in franchise history to fruition. Excited to see what it looks like. It starts tonight, 8 p.m. ESPN versus the Warriors there in San Francisco. All right, coming up next, typically the time where we hand it over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us, brother?
Yeah, so I'm going to try to keep this Luke hate train going on right now, man. So I got a list of 10 overrated rock bands from the 80s and 90s, and I want to see if Luke agrees with this or not. Plus, I got a couple rebranded words. Couple rebranded words in honor of this word that I found that people use today, and it's kind of a little weird to me, man.
Some rebranded words, but the hate train keeps going. We'll do it next.
All right, guys, if you're thinking about selling your home,
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. And I felt like the theme of the show today was Luke hates.
Oh, man.
Luke
hate.
Luke hates.
I thought, see, Luke.
I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts.
Yeah, I feel like it's just a lot of random stuff. He was just getting his hate off.
And I love it. It's great. See, honestly, Luke in studio, you've been sitting, I think we've both been in a seated position during the entirety of the show. You were standing up at the start of the segment. I thought you were getting ready. Like, I thought you were cracking your knuckles like, oh, rock bands? Yeah.
That's right.
Let's get this hating
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Let me tell you why the Beatles suck.
No, I would never go that far.
Yeah, so I got
that's a popular one. Do you not have friends that try and say the Beatles over it? Like, that's probably the most popular, like, I am trying to be edgy with my music taste and saying that the Beatles
I actually
suck.
know a lot of people that when it comes to the Beatles, they say nah. And they're a little Stones over the Beatles.
I probably do too, but I love the Beatles enough. I respect them.
Okay, so he does have a boundary. Like, there is a limit to the hate that he will give. All right.
So I got in my hand. I got this list. On the text line, y'all was going in on me during the break. I did not come up with this.
I don't know. I think I saw you typing it up.
Nah, I did not. I did not. Yeah, I promise. I did not come up with this list. But I'm gonna just read this list, and I want Luke. When I name,
I'll clear out. Go ahead, Luke. Luke, you got it.
So when I name this person, I'm gonna go through this list. I'm gonna start at number 10, and I want you let me know if you agree with this take. All right.
Sounds good.
So number 10, they have Creed on this list as the top 10 overrated rock bands of the 80s and 90s. Now they just snuck in towards the end of the 90s. But
I know. I'm surprised they made the list. I go the opposite. Creed is underrated.
Really?
They become like a punchline.
Wow.
Go back and listen to some of those songs.
Okay.
They had some hits.
I like that. I like that.
Creed.
Yeah, the Rangers just had them like all over the place because of so that I was gonna say, like, I would agree with this just off of that. Like, they got so much run during that World Series run. It's just like, all right, guys, let's
I think our station, sister station up at Philly, they actually sing.
They do, because they were annoying everybody up there
at Radio
Row.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So number 9, they have Aerosmith. Hold it. Aerosmith post Toys in the Attic era.
Oh, probably. I would say so.
Post Toys in the Attic era. So you think that's a little overrated?
Yeah, I could agree with that. I won't. Yeah, I don't feel strongly enough to disagree. I could get.
I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts.
I will say though, they had that hit song for Armageddon. That was a jam in the 90s.
What, Don't Want to Miss a Thing?
Yes.
That joint.
That's right. You two turned that song down.
Still does. It still goes up.
All right, what about this one? Number 8, coming in number 8, Smashing Pumpkins.
Oh, overrated, really? I like Smashing Pumpkins.
Okay.
I like Billy Corgan. Okay. Underrated.
Okay.
Wow. Wait, can I press pause here? Because from the 713 on the text line, they said classic rock bands are not overrated if they're still going. So that's just a blanket statement?
Yeah, I don't know about
that. Now this list said top 10 overrated rock bands from the 80s and 90s.
Sure. No, but this person is asserting that if a rock band, a classic rock band, is still making it shake to this day, that means that they're not overrated.
I disagree. Especially the bands that are like, I love Billy Joel. He has not come out with a new song in 30 years. These are a lot of guys that are just resting on their laurels. They haven't come out with new music in decades. They're playing the same song you were making out to your high school girlfriend decades ago.
Yeah, but
now you're geriatric and you're listening to the same songs. I mean, come on.
But see, I mean, you could kind of say that too. Like as far as that, what he said, you could apply it to like a Taylor Swift. Like her music plays all the time. And some people feel like she's a little bit overrated. People feel like Beyonce is a little bit overrated.
I would never say such a thing.
I wouldn't. I'm saying some people say.
Not on open airwaves. What do you mean in these parts?
That's
they
true.
will find you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean when I say they.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Number 7, U2. How you feel about U2? Do you feel like they are overrated?
U2's really tough. They were great in the 80s, but then there was a point there. The last 20, 30 years have not been great for U2, and then when they forced everybody to have their album on their record, that really hurt U2's reputation.
Yeah, that one hurt so bad.
That one hurt.
Everyone went.
That's
Bono,
the only thing people remember them for.
Yeah, Bono became a bit of a pretentious jerk the last 2 decades.
That is correct.
Should they be on this list?
Yeah, it's tough because when you say overrated, it speaks to a certain rating, and I don't know exactly what that is at this point.
Nowadays it's true.
Yeah.
I'll say overrated.
Overrated?
Whoa! Oh. I hate you. I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts.
All right, it's the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio system. We going through the I found this list. I did not make this list. Let me be clear. I did not make this list of the top 10 overrated rock bands from the 80s and 90s.
You two made a Spider-Man musical?
Ooh, I didn't even know about that.
Are you for real, Isai?
That's silly.
Number 6, Red Hot Chili Peppers.
No, get out of here. Love the Chili Peppers.
I don't think anybody's giving you that one.
Their music is not, their lyrics are nonsensical, but I love them.
I'm surprised they actually made this list.
Yeah.
What about this one? Number 5, coming in number 5, Def Leppard.
Yeah, probably. They're really
overrated?
Yeah. I like Def Leppard. I feel like they're more of like a women's band. Like I was almost ashamed to be there.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts.
Yeah, I admit it. I was kind of embarrassed to be there, but I like them. But yeah, I would say so. They had some great arena rock of the 80s. Didn't really carry on beyond that. A lot of props to their drummer who only has one arm. I like them, but I would say overrated.
Okay. Number 4, Kiss, but the 80s version of Kiss.
Yeah, when they're coming out with their ballads, I say Kiss.
The 80s version.
I say Kiss. I say the whole catalog's overrated.
Man.
You love to see it.
Yeah.
I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts.
Oh, man.
And I love Detroit Rock City, but come on, get them out.
This is fun.
All right, number 3, getting a little spicy now. Guns N' Roses.
No, I won't say over. I like Guns N' Roses.
All right.
And I tell you what, when I was in here 2 weeks ago, someone was making fun of Chinese Democracy on the text line, the album that Axl Rose finally put out in like 2005 after talking about it. I like that. That's a good album. Guns N' Roses, underrated. I like
underrated.
that.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Number 2, Poison.
Yeah, overrated.
Overrated?
I hate you. I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts.
Yeah, Poison stinks. Brett Michaels has had a better career on VH1 than he did in music. Yeah.
All right, the number 1 overrated rock band of the 80s and 90s on this list that is not my Bon Jovi.
Ooh, this is another tough one. Because he's done nothing since the 80s. And I once bought a bootleg Bon Jovi album on the streets of New York in about 2001.
That is a wild statement that just came together.
Yeah.
Okay.
He had a good song then. It's My Life. That was that song. Great song at the time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Bon Jovi's tough. I feel like he was perfect for his era. If he came out any other time, I don't think there is a Bon Jovi. But he was perfect for the 80s. He has some great songs that people just love to sing. I won't say overrated. Plus, he's Italian. Let's go. Overrated.
Okay. I didn't realize that was the tiebreaker. All right. I've learned something.
You said he's not overrated.
I'll say not overrated.
Okay, I got you.
Now you just got It's My Life stuck in my head. Like, it's just...
Yeah, that was a jam.
It is going. And by the way, there are people, some Def Leppard fans on the text line that are basically saying, come outside, we won't jump you. That's what I'm reading this as.
I see somebody from the 713. This is a dumbass list, except for the Kiss and Creed. These idiots made this list are not rock music fans. Man.
You know what's funny? Somebody was like, the number 1 on this list better be Nickelback. And this is where I will give my hot take. They are underrated at this point. Just because y'all have gone so hard on trying to like say that they're all terrible. They got some stuff. Like, we're not gonna pretend like they don't got some stuff.
Yeah. Like I was never on the hate Nickelback train at all. Like, I didn't grow up really listening to them like that, but every time I hear the music, I'm not like, oh, I gotta cut this off.
Yeah, they're a band where like their deep cuts are better than their hits. Their hits were too poppy and overplayed, but they can rock and they got some good stuff.
Just the framing, because they've been panned so
true.
Like consistently,
right,
and like all the way across. Unanimously is the word that I was looking for. And now, they're underrated. The rating is just really, really low.
Which is, I'd say the same for Creed.
Okay, I guess, you know what? I hear that.
Creed came out with a song "What If" for the Scream 2 soundtrack. Great song. Listen to it on your way home. Good band.
Okay. So I feel like we did it. I feel like Luke did a pretty good job with this list.
I was kind.
People are not a fan of this list, by the way. So
that's what lists do, man.
Yeah,
they might not be right, but they get the people going.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. So, have y'all heard of the term raw dogging?
Yeah.
Yes.
What about the term barebacking?
Yes. Yeah.
Do y'all want to explain to the class what those terms mean?
No.
Don't do it, because it don't mean what y'all think it means. So, one of the biggest viral terms to come out in 2024 was the term raw dogging flights. Do y'all have a clue?
I do.
What we're talking about now?
I do know what
so
that
apparently, raw dogging flights is basically avoiding all technology, all entertainment while flying. So if you see that person just looking at the back of their seat and not listening to anything, not doing anything, just sitting there.
You know what the thing is that people have been doing with this so-called raw dogging the flight? These flights will have like the trackers where they'll show you where on the flight path.
That's real. I will have that on. Yeah, I never watched the movie or TV show on the screen.
But are you listening to something like in your headphones?
Sometimes I do. Sometimes it'd be a podcast, but
at least you got that.
If I'm tired, if it's just like nighttime or something like that, it would just dead quiet, listening to nothing.
Oh my gosh! I know. I was gonna say mean things.
Yeah.
Go ahead and get that hate, man. We done already built the segment around.
I'm a crazy person. I'm a low key serial killer. But so it's another word that popped up in 2025 called barebacking.
I haven't heard this one. This one is for the youth.
So barebacking is pretty much being on a train or a subway or bus commuting without, I guess, using your phone, without looking at video or.
Okay, so they basically took the same idea,
pretty much the same
with the
thing,
same genesis,
but you on the bus.
They were like, "Hey, look, what's another way of saying that you are not using protection? And then let's turn it and make it something else." All right, guys.
So real quick, I'm gonna go through this list real quick. Words that got rebranded over time.
Okay,
this is kind of interesting. So the word "silly." So
what did it used to mean?
So it used to mean blessed or worthy. Then it got evolved into like being naive and foolish. And today it's more of a lighthearted insult type of thing. That one I did not know.
I would have never guessed.
Yeah. Another one, number 2, is awful.
Yes.
So awful was more of a awe-inspiring type of full of awe.
Yes. Right. Yeah.
So now it's more feeling bad, I guess. Yeah. Another one.
Oh yeah, I had never considered like what the.
Yeah, it used to mean artfully created or skillfully created by human hands.
Okay, that makes sense.
So now it's just more fake.
Yeah, because it was made by humans. So I guess okay, as opposed to organic. Okay, yeah.
On the list too, we got naughty, which I guess in earlier English it meant nothing.
Right.
So having naught.
Yes.
So being poor.
Right. That I know, especially because I guess as people were trying to find like after the 80s and the 90s, what do you call this next generation? Like some people would call them the naughties, and that didn't stick, as you know. Like we haven't really come up with something that sticks. I go with the aughts, but even then, like I know that that's not popular. But yeah, that's why I know the genesis of naughty otherwise.
Yeah, some more real quick. Broadcast. This one kind of shocked me a little bit. Shout out to all my farmers out there. Originally a farming term meaning to scatter seeds.
Well, yeah, that makes sense, right? You're casting seeds broadly. Okay, I got you. I never considered it though.
I never did either. And these are the last two. These are a little more that just went total opposite. Climax. We know about climax, which is the referred to the peak of the story of a.
Sure, yeah, that's immediately where my brain went.
Yep, and intercourse. Did y'all know intercourse in older English really meant conversations or communications?
I should text her.
Hey, you want to have intercourse? Just a conversation, baby. That's all it is.
It's like discourse.
Let's have some intercourse, y'all.
That's I need you to go. Just gonna be here saying things like that without repercussions. You will hear that again back at some point. All right, that is Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy. All right, it's been a fun day all the way around. 979 H-Town fan said they are terribly depressed about this Rocket season coming to an end tonight. Do you believe that the Rocket season comes to an end tonight? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about that and maybe draft the weekend. We'll do it next.
The Rockets' playoff hopes are still alive with a 131.
Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Been a fun show today here in the Loop. Appreciation to you, Mr. Luke Morrow, for sitting there for the man John Lopez all day long. Hope that you've had fun. We've had fun just getting your thoughts and your takes and your hate. It's all been very fun.
I hate you. I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts.
Of course, appreciation to Figgy Fig also for using the words raw dogging, intercourse, and all sorts of climax all in a segment in a very genuine way. And did not you were not pointing to anything particularly illicit. I appreciate that.
People are the ones that make these words all dirty.
Yeah, get your minds out of the gutter.
It wasn't dirty before.
But yeah, we'll see what's going on. Obviously, we might mention that the Astros starting their 3-game set versus the White Sox. If you're interested, the Houston Dash playing tonight. I think the Dynamo are on the road against the LAFC over the weekend. We got all the boxing. I'm super excited for that. I'm interested to see if it rains out there in Times Square in New York City with the Fury, the Fight Fury, what have you. That Ring Magazine's putting out there with Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney all doing that. Apparently Pat McAfee's out there for some reason. I'm so interested in that. But the big thing that I know that is going to take a lot of our attentions is Rockets-Warriors Game 6 in San Francisco, 8 p.m. on ESPN, just to remind you again. How are you feeling about this one? We've talked all the way around it, but we haven't decided. We haven't laid out. What do you think is actually going to happen here?
I hate to say it. I won't be rooting for this. Sorry, but the Warriors win tonight because in large part, really, it's more than even the matchup or anything else. It's just simply that zigzag theory and home favorites coming off a loss or something like 10-3 this postseason. You got the Warriors coming off that embarrassment. They're back home. They're favored by like 5 for a reason. I think it'll be a good game. I think it'll play out like a lot of the games earlier in the series where the Rockets probably will be leading at halftime. The Warriors have been so good in third quarters since getting Jimmy Butler, so they'll probably jump out in the second half and they'll take over in the second half. So I think it'll be a fun game, entertaining game, close game. I think Amen Thompson has a good night, put him close to 20 points tonight, and the Warriors win, not by a ton, but unfortunately they pull it out at home tonight.
Yeah, if I was going to be like as fully honest as I could, I think it could be very much a close game, having a productive game tonight, which unfortunately you have not seen through the entirety of the series. But even if I have it as a close game, which I kind of think it could be, it feels like this Rockets team does not compare clutch time circumstances with what a Warriors team can give you. Mm-hmm. And so it feels like if you want to win games versus the Warriors, you kind of need to win kind of going away. And I don't necessarily think that that's something that they have in their bag. So I remain hopeful that it'll be a close game, that they can actually finish out a game. And that would actually be very encouraging for a Game 7, is that you're wearing them down to a point where, you're remaining in a close game. You're getting better acclimated to the confines of this particular series in the postseason, and you can close out a game. That would mean something great for going into a closeout Game 7 circumstance. But if I was being completely honest, I think they lose tonight, but I'm very hopeful, and I can see the path forward to a victory.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And I think that goes along with our conversation from earlier this hour about their progression. That's kind of the next step, is finding a way to win a playoff game, to beat especially this type of team, the Warriors, in their building tonight, but find a way to win that close playoff game, to out-execute your opponent in those clutch minutes. We're still waiting to see that from this Rockets team in the playoffs, and then that can help you move forward in your development as a team when it comes to playoff success in the future. But yeah, I just, unfortunately, I don't see it tonight. Earlier this afternoon, I compared this series to 2022 with the Rockets playing the role of the Grizzlies against the Warriors, and it's played out almost as ago. The Grizzlies blew out the Warriors in their building in Game 5, then had to go out west to Golden State for Game 6. And I think tonight will play out like that Game 6, where it was nip and tuck all the way through, and then the Warriors just kind of pulled away in the fourth quarter because Grizzlies were a younger, more inexperienced team. I think we see something similar tonight. Close game throughout. It's going to be a good game, but like you said, those clutch minutes, well, I think that just continues to do in the Rockets, where we'll see the Warriors create that gap down the stretch in the fourth quarter to pull out a win of what should be an exciting game.
Now, I've said all that, but what do I know? I'm going to lean on someone who might know some things. Are you familiar with Air Korg, who is a corgi that predicts sporting events by bouncing a ball downstairs into various wastebaskets that are labeled with the contending teams in that series.
Mm-hmm.
Just to revisit, Air Korg had this series playing out to a place where the Warriors would lead 3-2. Air Korg had the Rockets winning Game 6 and Game 7. So, sometimes you do the thing where you trust the people who give you the results that you like. Maybe you didn't like what myself and Luke had to tell you about this series. Air Korg believes that the Rockets will win. And you know what? I believe in Air Korg. How does that sound?
I like it.
All right.
Man's best friend for a reason.
That's right. Real quick before we go, one more time on the Kentucky Derby, an event that I'm not particularly excited about, but it's happening this weekend. And the thing that I can say that I'm decently excited about is just the idea that they got all these names. Like, one other thing to remember is that they have to go through horse racing, like the actual apparatus that maintains this, and they have to actually apply to make sure that after a certain amount of time, maybe you could reuse a name, but they don't want reused names. And obviously Seabiscuit has been retired. But here are the top 10 names as given by USA Today. I want you to tell me if you agree with this list here, Luke. All right. So number 10, when it comes to the names that will be competing in the Kentucky Derby this year, American Promise.
Solid,
but it feels like there's better, right?
Yeah.
All right. Number 9, Baeza, who actually is not going to be competing. I think Baeza is being pulled due to a hoof injury.
Oh, really?
So, yes, Baeza is actually going to be pulled.
Dang, I kind of liked Baeza in this race as like a long shot. Yeah, I don't know what that name means, but it sounds cool, so not bad.
All right. East Avenue comes in at 8th.
Solid.
Nothing really catching your attention? Chunk of Gold.
I like that. That's a good one.
So we're starting to move into the range where you feel like these are fun. I like what's happening here.
Best one yet. Yeah.
Number 6, Final Gambit.
I like that too. That's solid.
As good as Chunk of Gold or better? You think that we're still
Chunk of Gold I think is better.
Okay, all right. So we're already disagreeing with this list. Here we go. Flying Mohawk.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, we got some movement there.
Yeah.
So no hate there. You would maybe cast a bet if you're just betting on these just based off the name. Yes or no thus far. So just going back. Chunk of Gold, you bet on Chunk of Gold just off the name?
Yeah.
Final Gambit?
Yeah, I would bet on
yes. Flying Mohawk is a yes?
Absolutely.
Render Judgment, number 4 here. Okay.
Stay away from that.
Sovereignty?
Solid.
Okay.
I don't know if that's getting me to the betting window.
What about Publisher?
No, not really.
And then finally, Journalism.
Oh, of course.
And then
betting on that.
Journalism is getting a lot of love. I think they're a favorite in this. I do love that the two, we got a Publisher and we got a Journalism. Who are the newspaper nerds that decided that we are going to own horses? Do newspaper magnates still exist? Do they still have money? Are they still playing
I don't know.
in these spaces? But yeah, there you go. That's what's happening in the Kentucky Derby. At least you will see some of those names. I don't know if that provided you any level of assistance. And if you were going to bet on the Kentucky Derby based off of anything I said, you probably need all the assistance you can get. All right, at this point, let's turn our attention to the fellas of the drive. It's Clint, it's Ron. They are out at the Annex Craft House out there off the 249. Fellas, what's it looking like?
Oh, man, this is going to be a good spot. I could see it, man.
Really?
This is a good spot right here. Shout out to Ashley, not her twin. Shout out to Ashley. She's going to be taking care of us out here. It's going to be a good time. I already see people at the bar, rounding the bar. She's curtsying for some reason, but she's rounding the bar. It's going to be a good time out here. Clint has already ordered 3 pounds of bugs.
Yeah.
By the way, they're usually 4.5 pounds today. You can get them from 2 to 6 for 3.5 pounds, so you can't beat that. So get on out here and have a good time. By the way, also, as you know, you got 4 opportunities. So all of you in here, if you don't like to get a little free money, that's fine. Just stay in your seats. If you do, you can win $25 to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We're doing it once an hour. All you got to do is finish. But no, man, it's going to be a good time out here. It's going to be a good time. Our fifth stop.
Yeah, man. It seems like y'all have been going pretty well out there in the various places that you've stopped down on. I feel like you guys know this because you guys worked with Luke a decent amount. Did y'all realize how much of a hater he is?
Well, I mean, I don't typically
I don't know
throw
that I got the hating spirit from Luke.
Yeah, That may be a Reg problem. I don't know. I don't throw that term. That term is not one of my favorite. But,
okay, all right.
I was listening to you guys, and it played very well on radio. Well done.
What did I miss? Because I did listen and hear a little bit of his hating. You said I just remember you saying at the end of Inside the NFL. He really around the NFL. Excuse me. He really showed his hating spirit. I just missed what he was hating on.
I'm trying to remember what it was around the NFL. It was what's popping for sure when we were talking about Greg Popovich, who's announced that he's no longer going to be. He's going to suspend
I thought
his.
That was beautiful.
Did he take down Greg Popovich?
He sure did. Take him down. He just kept it 100. Hey, look. I mean, he's had a great career, but let's be honest. He Bill Belichick that thing at the end.
No, he did.
It
was a bad. Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know why he was hanging on. I'll be honest with you. It was weird. It was like, why do you want to take all these flights? Just be Sean Connery and just go ahead and go off into the sunset and enjoy yourself. But damn, man.
Hey, I got one to pick with y'all though. Y'all. My generation, but it's definitely the generations that came before you.
He walked right
guys.
in. He walked right in talking about this. Didn't even sit down.
I mean, there's certain phrases that I feel like you youngsters, this young generation, needs to leave alone. And raw dogging, barebacking, intercourse, all those phrases that y'all screwed up for me.
Relations.
Yes, Tyler, you wouldn't have made it through that segment, Tyler. As perverted as you are, you wouldn't have made it through that segment right there, boss.
Whoa!
Hey. Well, I mean, I think that in a good way. Whoa. I mean, I think every man has a little bit of perversion in them. They just don't typically.
Tyler, I know you.
They don't all show it like you do.
Just appreciate a woman's figure, man.
Well, you get it. Yeah, you would have enjoyed the segment, but not the way that they were just butchering some very, very.
Yeah, raw dog and what's the other one? They
bareback, and
those only have
making whoopee.
I mean, it's
you went newly.
Now that was probably Luke's doing. That probably was. If I
that was Figgy.
That's probably
that was
Figgy.
Mixtape, yeah.
Figgy's mixtape was that had me pissed off driving over here. Like, nah, don't do that.
Sorry, Luke.
Well, I tell you for damn sure. I'm always good raw dog in the drive. Listening.
I'm uncomfortable with that, Reg. I'm going to tell you that right now. I'm uncomfortable with that, Reg. I'd like for you to take that back.
I will not. I will not. You have to live with that. But, of course, it'll be good living. 4 hours of the best afternoon drive show in Houston.
Hey.
And some crawfish, too. Mm-hmm. What a time. Get out to the annex out there. Fellas, I look forward to listening. I will not say that. Luke, I appreciate you spending all day with me. It was fun, even though I poked at you a little bit. But yeah, for the time being, you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Go Rockets right now. The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. As Reggie just said, we are live here at the Annex Craft House. Vintage Park. Come on out. I just drove around this piece. This is nice.
Yep.
I came through. The GPS didn't take me right to this bad boy, so I had to drive around and circle a little bit. But this whole area is nice and a good spot. But you need to be out here. I already see my man. He got bugs already. There you go. And Clint's are coming soon, so he should demolish those, Tyler, in a commercial break.
And for the record, Tyler, I'm a 5 pounds at a time kind of man. But with radio, the break really makes me. I got to rush 5, so 3 I can usually knock down a break. So
I'm usually 3, and how fast you bang out 3 makes me feel really uncomfortable about myself at times.
Well, that's all right, man.
That's all right.
I mean, you're young in the game, man. You're young, underdeveloped. You're a developmental player.
Yeah, I'm in here. Yeah, I'm still at the start. But no, come on out here again. As we said, you got a chance to win a $25 gift card, 4 of those. Here at the Annex, and all you got to do is put your name. As I just saw, multiple people putting their names in the raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win. And if you are here also, we have an awesome deal happening right now. Our guy Shay has hold it up. All you got to do is hit this QR code, and you can be our grand prize winner, which includes a $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. And I don't want to stutter on this. A year's worth of free Bud Light, a year's worth of free Bud Light or Budweiser, dude. A year's worth. You can be eligible to win that. All you got to do, hit that QR code and then go ahead and sign up from there on out. So a good time to win some and have a good time with us ahead of a big day. So the Rockets got Game 6 tonight, and I want to get into that. But first, I would like for those that are watching on YouTube and Twitch right now, we appreciate you. I see the gang is all there. Toby was good. Brandon, Kick Rock's always in the building. Our 979 H-Town fan who's kind of tortured. I see all of you on there. What y'all think about Clint going in here on the Rockets jersey? No sleeves, no shirt, just going.
I didn't even notice.
Just going guns out. I don't know if you see. What do we think? What do we think?
I mean,
no T-shirt here, baby.
You can't do T-shirt.
He just came in. No, you can't.
Well, you can, but I can't.
You can. And just came in. He just said guns out, and I'm going out. How we feel about Clint just rocking the guns out here?
I mean, I feel pretty good about it. I'm not a jersey guy. Not been a bunch of a tank top guy in my time. But I think the Rockets deserve it after the way I've treated Fred VanVleet. After the way I doubted the Rockets in the last.
Gotta forgive yourself, man.
I'm okay with it. I feel like they deserve it. If I'm ever going to throw a jersey on, it might as well be the one they hooked us up with, and it could be the last time this year that I could actually rock it. And so I said, man, what the hell? Why not, man?
Well, but you know what you have to do now.
What is that?
If the Rockets win, you have to keep wearing that on game day.
Fact. I'm fine with that.
That's true. But by the way, coming in, some people saying Clint looking swole. Sally, our first female listener, Mel, says Clint's looking buff.
Got a big ass.
No, that's not what Sally said. Sorry, Nick. Lauren Mack, our second female listener, said, Clint, I'm feeling it. Toby said, that's a bold look, Clint. Bold look.
It is bold. I love it.
I mean, it's. I put it together nice with the H-Town hat on, and
I feel bad
and the black on black J's, and I mean, I put it together nice. I mean, I look in the mirror before I leave the house.
I almost wore my throwback yowl.
He went to the spots that you can't see. Want to let you know about the shorts and the shoes.
I mean,
is what he wanted to do. I feel bad that I keep looking and just keep thinking Reed Shepherd, but that's just unfair.
I mean,
and that's not right. I don't know why I just keep going to the white player that comes to mind. But it's just Reed Shepherd. I don't know.
I mean, I guess I'd prefer Reed over Jacques. I guess.
No, that's John Cena right there, dude.
Yeah, man, what are you talking about?
Right. Yeah, you are. Coming out the doctor of thugonomics, John Cena, when he used to.
Can't see me!
The previous. There he is. Damn it. Boy, I can still never get over that. All right, man, it's going to be a good time being had. Clint is already ready to go. He's at jersey mode already. But let's start here. First off, how y'all feeling about this Game 6? How's everybody feeling about this Game 6? Our engineer, Matt, a big-time homer, he came through and said, I'm feeling real good. I'm feeling real good about this thing. I'm feeling it. He's already drank his drink. I'm feeling real good about this thing. How's everybody feeling? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. How y'all feeling about Game 6 going into this thing? Because y'all was down in Game 5, all right? Hell, I was the one on the show, almost seemingly even in the text line, that I was like the most confident in what they could do. How y'all feeling today going into Game 6 on the road against Golden State?
I feel better than I should. I'm going to move to a 5 where you were. I'm going to go from a 3 to a 5. I don't know. I've told you multiple times. The last game, Game 5 was a good win. I don't know what I can take from Game 5 though, and say, boy, it's going to help us in Game 6 and potential Game 7.
Unless they shoot like that again.
I mean, if anybody shoots damn near 70%, you're going to be hard to beat.
They're going to beat the Shaq and Kobe Lakers.
Right. So, I don't. The good from the Rockets, the way they jumped out, the high percentage that they shot, the fact that they made Golden State tap out, at halftime pretty much. I mean, that just. Warriors. I don't know what I can take from that. But I tell you what I did like was you mentioned it, pro to hell with trying to get certain guys involved. Let's just play fast. Let's just be aggressive. Let's get the tempo up in our favor. I love that part of it. And I tell you, man, when I woke up this morning, I'm reading these reports on Steph Curry's thumb, and now I don't know if this is just the media doing their thing with the picture of the thumb when he was getting on the plane.
It does seem like this has been a bigger talking point. He's been having
Rub some dirt on it. What
He's
a
had-
whiny little bit.
Once again, the media is reporting this. He's had the thumb thing for a while. But it seems like it's picked up steam here
Well,
lately.
for whatever it is, I saw it wrapped up in the last couple of games or whatever, and then I did see the picture of him getting, I guess heading to the plane, and it does look like that shooting hand thumb is. He's either got some Deion Sanders toes for a thumb, or he's got something jacked up with
Charles
his
said,
thumb.
Just preparing his excuse, man.
Charles said that's not a human thumb.
It is. It's weird looking. That top knuckle is really big, and it's not like swelling all the way around. It's just the knuckle's really big. So I don't know if I've never noticed his hands being like that before, but I mean, you look at Jimmy Butler's, his glute, whatever the hell's going on with his back, whatever that is,
and all of that.
and he was stiff early in game 5.
Whoa!
And then stiff. I meant as in moving, an older player moving there, Tyler. And then
this is the guy who said, "Whoa, you call me a pervert?" Whoa.
Still thinking raw dog, and it's Reggie's fault.
You're right, and then the Steph Curry thumb. I mean that works out in our favor any way you slice it. I don't know to what degree, but any way you slice it, that works out in our favor. So I'm probably feeling.
Yeah. As I see some people chiming in, Izzy, more optimistic mood. Got my Rockets golfer hat on and Liftoff 2025 T-shirt on. Rockets going to Game 7. Obed said many people are chiming in as well on the text line. Tonight is going to be an Amen Thompson game from the text line. Drive the paint, please. I'll be honest with you. This sets up for the Warriors to close it out, right? This is the Game 5. You can even tell from the jump they weren't matching the intensity. They look like a team that was like, all right, we'll go home and do it. So it generally sets up for them to close it out at home. Hell, they set for a longer period of time. They only played half the game. Really, it feels like they're main guys, and then they come home. And it feels like this is where they would generally take care of business. But I'm in the same spot as you. I'm not by any means going to say, I'm telling you, the Rockets going to win this one. I do feel a lot better about their chances in winning this game than if you told me once they went up 3-1, like, all right, hell, if they don't get them in Game 5, they damn sure going to get them in Game 6. I feel a lot better about things in this game than as you said, as you should. I am kind of sharing that same sentiment of, I shouldn't feel this good about the Rockets because I don't think the Rockets are going to shoot 70%. Again, and we've seen that this sucker comes down to the end of the game. It seems like the Rockets are at a big disadvantage. But some reason, the way they were going, this feels a lot. I feel a lot better about this game than I thought I would. By the way, let's kind of look at that piece of it, Clint. If this thing comes down to the last 5 minutes, and outside of the two games the Rockets have dominated, right, Game 2 and then Game 5, they've all come down to the end of it. They've all come down to where it was a 1 to 5 point game in the last 5 minutes. And in that time frame, Golden State has always, in those 3 games, prevailed and won the game and showed to be in a better spot late in games. And that's been the thing for the Rockets all season long, 82 games and through these 5. We've seen them, though, for now, 87 games. What is the plan tonight? What is the plan tonight if this thing, like if we've watched this now, what is the plan tonight if this thing is tight in the last 4 or 5 minutes like we've seen in 3 of the 5 games?
Yeah, I don't know what that plan is.
Yeah.
I think that having that plan goes out the window the minute that Jalen Green, that I lost faith in Jalen Green and he's done 4.
That's why I was wondering because it is different because I think the thought would be the plan is to go there.
Yeah. So now I don't know. Here's where I'm at. I hope it's different. Like to me, I hope there's some kind of play in place advantage. I hope it's not giving Şengün the ball as soon as you hit cross half court and letting him go one-on-one with the third best defensive player in the NBA. I hope that's not it. That there's That's where I think Ime Udoka is going to have to earn his keep. I mean, he's going to have to come up with something with these guys from a movement standpoint to get somebody a good look in those moments. And more than likely against this squad, he's going to do it more than one time. It's the last 2 or 3 minutes of the game where this really tilts in the favor of the team that's been there before, the team that has a great system, the team that has a coach that is a weapon in those moments, the team that moves more. That in those last 2 minutes, it really is obvious that it's Golden State favored, right? I mean, I don't know what the answer to that is. I just hope it's something different than what we've seen to date.
One of the things that, to me, we see sometimes in basketball, and this is in college or the NBA, is late, especially late in the shot clock or even late in games, it ends up being, a 1-4 set or ISO, and you go one-on-one, and that's what happens. Whether it's in the post with Şengün like they try to do. To me, do what you were doing in Game 5 that got you going on offense, and that was ball movement, player movement, even late in games. Like, you don't have a one person that you're going to be – unless the game just plays that way, and I don't know, maybe Jalen Green has turned into the good Jalen Green or Şengün has such an advantage somewhere, something like that. That they were moving around and playing good ball in Game 5 and putting up those points. Yes, they got hot, but there was no standing around. Like, there was cut, there was moving, there was screen. I think that has to be the plan, and not just, hey, let's just put it on one person, because I don't think that kind of matches up well for them. But I do think Brandon Scott, when he was with us on Wednesday, said something to the effect of like, hey, they're going to play the hot hand. And I do think that is the case. I don't
Anybody
think
in here acting like no bitches.
I know it. They got one off early, didn't you? But I didn't think that but I'm with him. I think playing the hot hand, whether that's Fred, maybe you're running something to get him going, which I can't believe I'm saying, or Şengün or something, but it should be something involving the entire offense and making the defense play everybody and not just, hey, they got this. It's easy. We know exactly where you're going to go. We know we're just going to corral Jalen Green to a spot that he's not comfortable, or we're just going to stop Şengün or something like that. I have a feeling, Clint, that it will probably come down to a tight game late, and to see, as you said, is there anything different we see execution-wise in this thing? I can't believe I'm saying this, Clint. I think I don't know if it's maybe your apology tour you went on yesterday, but I do. I feel like Fred VanVleet is one of the real keys tonight. I cannot believe I'm saying it.
There's no doubt he is.
I do. Just I mean, you just have to. You have to just be honest about how you've arrived here in Game 6, and how you've arrived here is he has been the one most willing to confident in taking shots, and that's let alone he has the experience. Like, they're going to hopefully need to have the good Fred VanVleet again, and he is he's going to be out there. Like we know he is trusted. He ain't going to be out there unless he's hurt or something. We know he's trusted, so he's going to be a big key.
He's been lights out the last 3 games. He's shooting over 50% from 3. I mean, he is the reason that we're having a conversation about a Game 6 today. And so I don't think there's any doubt about, like, in order to be there late and to give yourself a chance, Fred VanVleet has to be the guy. And the way he's playing right now, we just got through talking about Ime Udoka. Stay high. From an offensive scheme standpoint, in those critical moments, getting somebody some open shots. Hell, I ain't mad if it's Fred VanVleet, given what he's done. I know we watched him take 19 threes or 13 threes or whatever the hell that was earlier in a loss. But since then, man, he's been absolutely on fire. So, Fred's got to show up big time tonight.
Yeah, someone texted in, he said, VanVleet holds it down. What do you mean? I mean, he's held it down the last 2 games. Fred don't always hold it down, though. So, but you just need him to stay hot. He's in a good spot right now. Need him to stay hot. His last 3 games, as Clint said, he's really been big time. All right, coming up as we continue here live on our 5th stop as the 610 Crawfish Circuit continues. We're at the NX Craft House here in Vintage Park. Come on out, hang out, get you some bugs. Get you some bugs, and then get yourself a chance to win a little bit of action, courtesy of our good friends of Academy Sports and Outdoors, and shout out to our good friends at Bud Light as well. We will continue going into this. We'll talk about the Rockets, but I like this. I want to hear this. Whenever you get something like Clint saying, I want to tell you the truth about something. He said he's about to tell us the truth about this offensive line. Cannot wait to hear that. We'll do that coming up next. But before we get there, fellas out there, I just talked to my guy last week, my man Dan Denny, who was over there.
the course at the Insperity Invitational.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
This is drive time, isn't it? Back in Houston.
Live from the Annex Craft House, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live, and having a good time out here at the Annex Craft House in Vintage Park. Come on out, hang out with us. You can get you whatever you want. Big drinks. You get, hell, if you get a large margarita, you get a free duck with it, is what I heard. My man right here just came in. He said, Rockets in 7. That's what he said. Clint said, yeah. I don't know what other option we got here.
That's our choice right there, baby.
Sure as hell ain't Rockets in 6. No, but he said he's feeling good about it. Many of you are feeling good. And if you are in the building, make sure you sign your name up. Sign your name up to put your name and enter our raffle today. 4 different opportunities to win a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoor. And if you're in the building as well, use that, and you can be our grand winner, which includes $500 to Academy Sports and Outdoors, and Budweiser or Bud Light free for a year is what you will win if you enter and win that. So go ahead and do that right now. Hey, listen, Tyler, Clint.
Yes, sir.
I get a lot of hail from some of our listeners, and sometimes I do get to myself and think, what? It's nothing quite like a welcoming feel from some of you all out here.
Hold on, so.
But then our guys come and take care of us. And I tell you, anybody say something bad about these Aggies, I can't get with you. These Aggies are all right with me. My man here, you remember we talked about the drink that I could get? And Blanton's wasn't on the table. But my man said I was listening, and he said he tracked down some Blantons and found me some Blantons. And I mean, look at this right here on YouTube and Twitch. You can see this right here. That's
the real deal,
That's the real deal right
Straight
there, man.
from the distillery.
How about that, man? I know how much that cost you, too. How about that?
What are we going to crack that thing open and have us a little rattler?
Listen, let's not take away from Annex here, man. Trying to drive the guys here. Let's not.
That's a hell of a thing for that gentleman to do for you.
I thought we'd have us a little birthday rattler.
Like that, man.
Come on, man.
They'll tell you, man. My wife, she gonna love that too.
The Drive family just always looking out.
They do, man. The Drive family always looking out for you. All right, like hell, you can call me. You can call me whatever you want to. Got that Blantons, man. I appreciate that. No. That is a nice gesture. Really appreciate it. And, man, good for you. Shout out to the Maggies. Go A&M. Please. Man, win a national championship.
Can we get a gig 'em?
Can we get a gig 'em, baby? Yeah! Gig 'em, baby. I got it for you. No, man, but it's a good time being had here as well. And come on out here, man. This is a great spot. Every Wednesday they do steak night here, man. You can get you a 12-ounce ribeye. You can get you what else can you? I know you can get you a ribeye. You can get you a filet. You can do all you want. Couple of sides every single Wednesday.
You see it?
Yeah, there you go. By the way, Thursday nights, ladies' nights, everything's half off, so you might want to get on out here to the Annex. And usually, ladies' night means the fellas are coming right behind them. So,
yeah, man.
Good time being had here. All right, I said this in the tease, Clint. Want to make sure I hit it and get to it. I said this in the tease. You said you want to tell the truth about this offensive line. Said you want to tell the truth about what is going on with this offensive line, and we've talked a lot about it. What is it for you that you're getting to?
We have a lot of conversations, and it seems like it always leans towards, this free agent haul and even draft haul of offensive linemen, and it's just underwhelming. And while I agree with a lot of that, I do think there's two things that are involved here. I think number one, did the Texans fix their problem? Right, and this is the angle that I have a hard time.
Do we know the problem?
Well, yeah, hell yeah, you did. Your quarterback was the second most pressured quarterback in the league last year.
Okay, that part. I didn't know if it was multiple problems, but that is when it comes down to it, that's the problem.
Every 99% of my conversations, our conversations that I'm involved in, I'm talking about the Texans as Super Bowl contender. I'm talking about the Texans as in what we watched 2 years ago against Baltimore and what we watched last year against Kansas City, and it's all geared towards is this offense geared to help the team make a Super Bowl run or not? And I've talked that to death, right? I think that's where most of my opinions stem from when I'm talking offensive line. I do think there's a conversation that needs to be had. The reality of this offensive line. So right now, I don't doubt with all the moves, staff moves, the guys they sent packing as well as the guys that they brought in, I don't doubt one bit that they've fixed the problem. Like, I don't doubt one bit that they're going to be significantly better than bottom of the barrel in terms of their quarterback getting pressured and sacked.
Oh yeah, that they won't be second worst in the league.
Yeah, no, I think they are going to be significantly better. As I've said before, I think there's so many layers to fixing that problem. Just correct 2 or 3 of the layers, then you're going to be significantly better. Not just a little bit. You're going to be noticeably better.
That's what I was going to say. What's the level of better? You mean, right? Like, is this going to be better in terms of that's not going to be a central thing that we're looking at? Because the last 2 years, I think this time it was for your quarterback was getting killed. Last year it was they can't get a running game to save their life, and they got to bring somebody in who, if you're going to run behind that offensive line, you got to make the first guy miss in the hole, right? So their offensive line after each year offensively has been the place to go, but like how much better will they be?
I just don't think at the end of the year you're going to look up and you're going to have a quarterback that's the most sacked and the most pressured quarterback in the league or one of the top 3 guys. I don't believe that. I think they've accomplished that. I think getting rid of Laramie Tunsil, getting rid of whatever communication block there was in the building with Bobby Slowick and the O-line coach, promoting a ton of competition and bringing in a bunch of guys that have no reason to have an ego. They're middle-of-the-pack guys. Sure, some of them are veterans, but they're middle-of-the-pack guys. They have no reason to be comfortable and get fat and happy. They all should be working. They all should be grinding. I don't think it's going to be hard schematically to do better than what they were doing last year as it pertains to pass protection. So I think the truth of the matter with this offensive line is I think they're going to be significantly better than they were last year. Now, the other conversation, the other part of that conversation, or where I think most fans are, at least the most, invest. Where are we at in terms of getting beyond the second round of the playoffs? Where are we at beyond? Hey, whenever we meet Kansas City, Buffalo, Baltimore, whenever we meet one of those teams in the playoffs, where can we knock one of them guys off? And I don't know where we're at relative to that, because you got to have some dudes to be able to do that, and you got to have some weapons to be able to do that, and your quarterback has to be really good in the big moments in order to do that. But big picture, fixing the offensive line, if that's all you're looking towards, I think they've done a hell of a job.
And I would just say this as we're just talking and you're going about this. I mean, you guys tell me if this is too far. And it may not happen, because I do think there is a feel of confidence in these guys. But this feels like, to me, if we turn around for a 3rd straight year and we look at the offense and we understand that it is clear the issue with the offense is the offensive line. I don't care how much better it got, but the issue that is preventing this offense from being as what it could be, this feels like there has to be a significant change somewhere. I'm talking about a significant change in who's ever putting together these offensive line, because this is the way they've gone about constructing this one is at least say, hey man, you better be right on this one.
Yeah.
Right.
That's I agree wholeheartedly. That was the finishing line of this thing right here. Right. Is I don't doubt that they fixed the problems, and if they haven't, then it's a fire. It's one of those where if you can't fix offensively the problems, and we're talking Nick, D'Amico, obviously Kaylee and all these guys, like if you can't fix the offensive problems, you can't compete at a Super Bowl level. You can't compete in the playoffs ultimately with the top 3-4 teams in the AFC or NFC if you can't put an offense together that doesn't have these major problems. So I think I'm confident that they have. We'll see how it all plays out, but it is one of those things, boy, if they haven't, this is going to get real ugly quick.
All right, as we continue here live and stop five at our crawfish circuit here at the NX Craft House, Vintage Park. Come on out and hang out with us as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. The Astros, they get back on it tonight, and listen, they are playing the Chicago White Sox, and they ought to beat the hell out of them. The White Sox are terrible. Awful. You've got Framber, you've got Hunter Brown, the return of Lance McCullers. They ought to beat the living daylights. If they lose this series, there's a problem. I don't care if it is early May. But I would ask right now, what would you say, this could be good or bad, what would you say is the biggest surprise for you this early start for the Astros? A month in, what's the biggest surprise of this season thus far? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Those Astros, they're kicking ass and taking names.
The Texans brought in 9.
10% on fuel with Coast. CoastPay.com/SPORTS.
Coast Card products are issued by Celtic Bank. All card accounts are subject to credit.com. Looks person and characters in this ad or actor portrayals.
Live from the Annex Craft House, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. We are live here at the Annex Craft House. Is our fifth leg of our crawfish circuit. How was it? How were they? You got
really
3
good.
pounds already?
Really good. Great size. Great flavor. Cooked right because that meat just slides right out of there. There's no sticking in the head or the tail.
Nice.
They were good. They were really good. Really good.
Yeah. Usually $4.50 a pound. You can get them today for $3.50 a pound. Here, 2 to 6. So y'all better order them up.
That's a hell of a deal. That's good. You know, if I wasn't already here, that's enough to get me up off my couch.
Yeah. I'm just telling you, if you're in your car, you might want to come on out, man. It's Friday. Have you some drinks? They got $4 bottles of any Mexican beer on draft or bottles that you can get here, $4.
You know, I've been jonesing for a Mexican beer that's dressed.
I'm gonna get one.
I don't know if I'm gonna go salt or tahini. I don't know. I've been about 2 days now. I've been every time I see one on TV or something. You know, like, I don't know what commercial is on TV, but it starts and it's got one of them glass, like the glass they're dipping in the salt. I've seen that commercial probably 4 or 5 times recently, and every time my mouth waters.
I hear you, man.
I feel like I need one.
I get you, man. That Wendy's Baconator gets you.
Hey, get you a Mexican beer and stop at Wendy's on the way home, baby.
Yeah, there it is. Tag team it up.
My boy Ron?
Damn right it is. But no, come on out here. Happy hour's about to start here at 3 o'clock. So going in here, man. They got $1 off drafts, $2 off cocktails, $3 off wine, $3 wine. You can get in here and have yourself a good time as you hang out here. So do your thing right here. All right, Clint, as we said, the Astros, they're getting ready to they're in Chicago. What a nice spot to be in on a day off on Thursday, ain't it? Chicago right now, about 60 degrees. They probably flew there yesterday, had that day off in Chicago. Not a bad spot.
Yeah, it's that day when them old depth players, boy, they have to be at the patio somewhere, shouldn't they?
Boy, you're right, man. Somebody that's a lone reliever out there.
Somebody that pitched yesterday.
Oh,
Augusto.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to tell you, Augusto,
man.
He ought to have his ass on a patio somewhere, boy.
Lying, boy. That'd be somewhere. They'd be rolling in there right on time. Hey, where is Gusto? He should be here.
He hopefully he has a friend in Chicago.
Hey, man.
The best thing is with social media nowadays, you don't even need a friend there. You just need to plug in with a couple of people, and he's got the pro athlete tag. I mean, it's not like somebody's not going to respond.
Yeah,
I mean, just find you a nice little group that runs Chicago streets and say, hey, I'll be in town Friday, Saturday, Sunday. What do y'all recommend?
Man, dog, I'm telling you, man. I'd dip out in the 6th. Be honest with you. Get this thing started, Tyler. Let me get out here in the 6th, man.
He could do a little lunch. He could do a little lunch where do recruiting.
Yeah,
and then,
got him late again. You know what, man? Why don't you? Hey, let's meet up around 9. 9? Don't you got a game? Yes. It'll be about the 6th. I get out. I pitch Thursday.
Hey, rally up your friends and y'all be at that bar across the street.
There you go. That's all right. I'll get some of the other ones here. I'll get this Enzo and these nuts out there. He'll be out here soon.
I got a couple fellas y'all love to meet.
There you go. But all right, I want to hear from the people as well. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch as well. For you, this early season, as the Astros, they are second right now, 2 games back behind the Mariners in the West. And they are 2 games above 500, 16-14. We know from the good and the bad, there's a lot been going on during this season. By the way, Brian Abreu, he is back, being reinstated after he had his son. He is back, and they've sent A.J. Blue Ball, damn it, H, back to AAA. I think he wasn't surprised by that. But what is the biggest surprise to you? What's the biggest surprise? You know, team-wise, individual-wise, good, bad, whatever. What is the biggest surprise to you this early month in, so to speak, for the Astros?
For me, it's how well the the Tucker trade worked out for the Astros. Now, I'm no fool. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it was ever going to work out in the favor of the Astros with what Tucker is capable of doing. But the way that you look at Isak Paredes, he's top 3 or 4 in average. Consistently has batted second. Obviously, they've juggled the lineup recently, but it's not because of anything he's doing. But that move was a plus. The Cam Smith move, obviously very promising in spring training to the point to where he makes the opening day roster, and now he's swinging the bat. I think better than most expected. I mean, everybody was talking about. We were talking about the Bregman struggles early in his career when he was on opening day.
He's not.
He's not doing that, right? I mean, he's so the Cam Smith move, and then from a pitching perspective, getting a pitcher that is not only he obviously being the fifth starter, but Wisniewski, but he has been a bright spot.
He's pitched better than Framber, you can argue.
Yeah. I mean, he's been a bright spot, and with obviously Spencer Arrighetti and his getting injured during batting practice, with that going on, you need that even more. So I think just how well the players that we acquired in the Tucker trade, I think how well overall they've worked out is the brightest spot for me this early in this season.
Yeah. There's a couple people here with one of my thoughts that I will share and agree with, but as we look in here from the text line, they have a better record right now than they had last year at this time. Currently, Alvarez, Christian Walker are not hitting the ball great. Bregman's gone, Tucker's gone. Our 2 days play a position. Play a new prize to me at this point. Yeah, all the movement in the lineup, movement with guys, and I've seen a couple people say this, and I would say there are a couple of things that are surprising, but I would agree with this one that a couple people have made here. Clint, Jordan's struggling because he just sits on the bench. He needs to be in the field sometimes. Astros' biggest surprise is Jordan's decline at the plate. I would say to me that it has gone on this long, Clint.
The Jordan
thing. Yeah, that to me is one of thanks Spencer. Maybe that's one of Clint's biggest surprises that Spencer Arrighetti got hurt in the outfield with his back turned.
I damn sure would have went with that one if I'd have thought about it.
But
long toss in the outfield while the opponent is taking BP.
It happens, man.
Got it. You got 23 hours in a day.
Yeah, but for me it's Jordan and it's this extended. Like to be here that we're approaching 30 games that he's played in, and he is still like hitting 219, and everything is down right now. 3 homers, only 7 extra base hits right now, and I tend to think he is the best hitter in baseball. And to think that he is at this pace right now, then you go look at guys like Aaron Judge and what he's doing. Aaron Judge is hitting over 400 right now and is running away with this MVP race. I know it's early, but he is having a hell of a start. It's just usually, yes, Jordan might get into a slump, but not 30 games. Like 30 games. That part's been pretty surprising to me. I still have confidence in that the best hitter in baseball will get back. I thought this might be a little 2-week thing, Clint, maybe coming out of spring training, but this is really kind of lengthened a little bit longer than I thought it would from Jordan.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but I mean to and by the way, whoever the texter was that's comparing to last year's record, let's not do that. Last year they made a historical run to dig out of a hole. So comparing records right now to last year,
losers talk about next season.
Hey, Linda, hold on a second now. I'm talking.
Wow.
I
don't remember that.
I don't remember that one either. But yeah, it's to think that you're only 2 games back with Jordan Alvarez not swinging the bat. I mean, anywhere near where he's expected to in the middle of that lineup, I think I view it as a positive. He'll figure it out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying he won't. It's like we get up there, and I think it was about maybe 2 weeks ago. I'm like, all right, come on, here we go. Come on out of it. Now, I will say that last game Sunday against the Royals was maybe the best swings we've seen from him. He just absolutely destroyed that ball over the center field walls, multiple walls. Yeah. He hit it over, and then he had a really good double as well. He seemed to swing the bat better in that. But But I just I'm waiting to start to see where he gets hot because, again, the feel right now is the offense is struggling, right? Like that's the feel overall is they're having to pitch their asses off, and can they sustain this? And the person that completely, obviously Christian Walker too, but the person that changes this thing, if he is swinging the bat and hitting the ball, that changes everything. So I believe I'm with you. I believe that he will get there. It is just surprising that he has fought it and struggled to this level. All right, coming up as we continue here live. Also, want to let you know real quick before we go to break, we are a proud partner with the Insperity Invitational. It is happening at the Woodlands Country Club tournament course this weekend. Many, many great golfers, including John Daly, Ernie Els, and more of the PGA Champions Tour. They will be on the course, and they're going to be on the course and on it right now today as they teed off. Today, entry to the tournament is free. For score updates, tee times, weather notes, and more information, head to InspirityInvitational.com. All right, coming up, what do the Rockets need to do in terms of handling the Warriors tonight? They have got to stay alive. What do they need to do? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, I don't know what they're going to need to do, but I know what you need to do is download the Underdog Fantasy app. It is available in Texas. You can download it right now. Use promo code HTOWN to unlock big-time specials, y'all. I'm telling you, take your viewing pleasure, your sports viewing pleasure to the next level with the Underdog Fantasy app. There's a lot to love about this. One thing is how simple it is, man. It's easy to play. All you do is choose whether a player will go higher or lower.
Auto Parts.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Tyler is my daddy.
Live from the Annex Craft House, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit. Supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That was completely unnecessary, Tyler.
I knew you'd feel that way, but it's Bijani's fault. That's all I'm saying.
It had to be done. It had to be done.
No, it didn't have to be.
Well
it was no Bijani's fault.
It is. I swear. I'm being dead serious with you.
Welcome to our crawfish circuit right here, 610's crawfish circuit, as we are at stop 5. Shout it out. Let me hear from the people that are out here. There we go. My man's got bugs right there. I see you, Joe, over there eating them up. Can't mess with. Oh, the wife's got her some too. There we go, mixing it up. You see it, don't you?
Yeah, he done got out ahead of it.
Joe got on the Maggie's got on gloves.
He done got out ahead of it.
An Aggie?
Yeah, an Aggie. Yeah, an Aggie's got on gloves. Yeah.
Bro.
Yeah, it's all right, Tyler. He said he had to get it done. hey, Tyler, I ain't gonna lie to you. What I did to that shirt last week, I might need a bib. I might need.
Bib.
Am I all right with that?
A lot of places will have them for you. You can tuck it in your shirt. You can tie it around your neck.
Tyler, I tried to do a treatment on it to wash it right away because I had to roast the garlic. I tried to do it all, pull that thing back out.
Didn't come out, did it?
No, not a drip of it.
No, sir.
Go ahead and quit that one. Had to fire that one.
Yeah,
no, sir.
When you're a beginner, when you're getting started in your crawfish adventures, it's the eating clean part's a little tougher.
Oh yeah, it looked like it rained.
Still should never be wearing any damn gloves.
It looked like it rained roasted garlic all over.
If you're going to eat crawfish, wear dark gear. That's it.
Yes, also a great tip.
Before you leave the house, put on dark gear.
I just want you to know that gray can be ruined too.
And it
can, but boy, it stands out on that white now.
No, yeah, the white
or that minty green.
That minty green, it stands out. No, but come on, have a good time. The bugs are good. Clint's already punished off 3, and 3 pounds. I'm sure he will attack again. And by the way, it is happy hour now at 3 o'clock. So all Mexican beers, you can get $4 draft or bottle. So come on out. By the way, hey, $5 shots, Clint.
Buttery nipple
at 1,800, 500, $5 shots, baby. Jello shots. They got Jello shots around here. Jello shots too, man.
Unless I'm sleeping on this side of town, I got to be careful.
That sounds like a party, man.
I just want to let you know. You got them options there. But come on out, have a good time. Congratulations to Nick, our first winner. We will hook somebody up with a $25 gift card to Academy Sports in the 3 o'clock hour. Once every hour, you got a chance to win a 20. What are some of the, because you feeling like there's something that the Rockets need to target? What's something that the Rockets, in your mind, need to target for this game coming up, Game 6 tonight against the Warriors?
Let's not act like this doesn't happen, right? There's a couple of things going on with Golden State that could really, really change the outcome of the series. It could damn sure change the outcome of the game. Right now, the end game for the Rockets is to get back to Houston. How can we get this thing back to Houston? And it's blatantly obvious. Now, it's probably a little bit better, but it's blatantly obvious that Jimmy Butler was stiff as all get out after that fall on his tailbone and missing a game and a half. He's one little old slip and fall, one little old run through on a charge. One little yeah. I mean, he's one away from being in some serious pain, and now, after seeing the thumb of
there's no way he's not getting something with that.
What?
Shot up or something.
The thumb?
No, I'm talking about both of them. Yeah, because he seems to be a bit more stiffer in the second half.
Well, I mean, there's just when here's my experience with it is when it's something that ties to the back and ties to the hamstring and all that. Like you can deaden certain parts of it, but I don't know that you can keep it from the stiff aspect of it. Like I don't know how you keep that from happening. But either way it goes, I think that's something that the Rockets could target. I think the thumb of Steph Curry is something that the Rockets could target. I'm talking about a good, hard shooting foul. I don't care. Good hard fouls early in the game, particularly on that right hand, that right thumb. Maybe even coming from behind him and swiping hard over the top and really, really catching that thumb the right way. I just let's not act like it didn't happen in the NBA, especially in the playoffs.
I like where your head's at, man.
Well, I mean, it happens.
We're watching Dylan get after it.
Yeah. And we got the guy that's perfect for it.
Digging for it.
Yeah. So
I don't think it's beneath Tari Eason either. I just would say he seems like a guy that. But I think Dylan. Like I think Dylan has practiced in his hotel room. I think
the angle that he's got to come across.
The angle has to come across.
Yeah.
I think Dylan has practiced all of these.
Yeah.
Watched film on the release and how I can get it. Because that one he got that looked clean. That looked good and clean. Like he came and got him right on the release.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No. Listen.
I'm dead serious about it.
Oh, I know you are.
I think it's something that could turn the game tonight. And could really turn the series ultimately. If you're able to turn the game tonight in any way, shape, or form, obviously the game changes with the Rockets in Houston in a Game 7 with guys that are banged up again. So I think part of the reason that you saw those guys get yanked early in the last game in Game 5 was in part due to the injury. And so look, I'm dead serious when I say it.
Let me ask you this, because Dylan Brooks after the game was saying it and was talking about, hey man, that's what happens. If I had a bad ankle, they would go after me. But you've been in professional sports. What's too far? What is too far? I can understand that's gamesmanship, man. Steph's got an injured thumb, and I'm going to try. What's too much? Is there
anything excessive is too much? You don't have to get real excessive to get.
Like if he's coming around off picks and you're that.
No, I mean you can't make it obvious. I mean, but you can damn sure. Yeah, I mean anything I think blatantly obvious, any kind of swing, any kind of punch, anything like that is obviously off limits. But when you're in that game, the way that you can swat at shots and swat at passes and try to steal the ball, you could get real aggressive until fouls become a problem. You get real aggressive in hopes that you make it worse. And then I think the same thing with Butler. I mean, in terms of whoever's guarding him on the defensive end, every time he turns his back, he's catching a knee in that glute. I mean, I think that's all fair game.
Yeah. As you said, not excessive, not making it too crazy, because
you can't tackle the guy, but. I wouldn't advise you undercut him again. That would probably not be a good idea. But
no. The thing is, and I think the point you're getting to is, man, either one of those guys not given the output that they need them to, or coming close to giving the output they need to, changes their team. Because we have watched some of their others step up and come forward like they did in Game 4, but it's not a given, right? Like Buddy Hield can go cold and cold, and that's not something they depend on. And it's a deal of, if you get a 17-point effort from one of them, a 15-point effort from one of them, that means others that you don't necessarily have as much faith in, if you're Steve Kerr, have to pick up the slack, and that changes the game big time, and obviously increases the Rockets' chances of winning if it's at least one of those guys. See, like in Game 1, they're 31-25.
Yeah.
And even their last win, Jimmy goes up for 27, and Steph has 17. But that was a game you had a chance in. Just you had a couple of the other guys go off on you. So if you can just slow at least one of them down, in some form or fashion, like that increases their chances, obviously, big time.
Right. Well, the other side of that too is this is where Draymond Green I think could have a negative impact on what they do.
And by the way, he is probably searching for somebody that he's watched the thumb stuff. He's probably searching.
Well, but I mean, you look at him. To me, that's like his style. We've heard the commentators talking about it. Hell, I've heard you say it multiple times just watching regular season games of when they let the game get super physical and he messes around and gets a technical and they know he's one away from getting put out of the game, then they're never going to tighten the range down. They're going to continue to let him get away with it in order to try to keep him in the game. And I think in turn, everybody, it ultimately leads to a more physical matchup, a more physical game. Rockets are a more physical team already, and now you've got two beat-up superstars on the other team. I mean, I'm telling you, this could end up playing a huge role.
No,
hell, it should have already played a huge role. Let's be honest. The Rockets let a couple get away.
But I think it may have been, right? I think those two are probably in worse shape than they were whenever their injuries started, right? I think Steph's it's probably bothering a lot more than it did in Game 1.
Yeah,
I'm guessing maybe Jimmy's getting better, but I don't think so. I think this is probably still giving him problems and just dealing with it. So this is something that to look at if there's anything slowing those guys up. It's big. As I see some people texting in, Draymond, he's going too far. That's how you go too far. Just be a Draymond. Yes, and I agree. Draymond would be coming after both of those things. He would be coming after
question.
That. I mean,
it would be obvious, and he'd dare the ref to call it. What are you talking about? I'm playing basketball, man.
My son does. Commit a foul. So no, I agree. By the way, real quick. As we look at this thus far, right, we're going into Game 6. They're going to play at least 6 games in this thing, hopefully 7 games. And the hope is that they get past this Warriors team and win the next 2 and start a series at home against Minnesota. But what's the number one thing you've learned thus far in this playoff run to 6? What's the number one thing you've learned from?
Well, I know we've talked a lot. I think the elephant in the room here with this conversation is definitely Jalen Green. I think the most valuable thing to come out of the playoffs for the Rockets.
It's crazy we're not even talking about him tonight in terms of his performance. It's the first time it's been mentioned.
And hell, I was sold out on him before
Never would have thought we wouldn't have. He's going to a spot of, like, hey, man.
Just be a good role player.
Yes, and to a point you don't even talk about.
Yeah.
Like, not even.
Just get us 12 to 15 and stay out of the way. Don't turn it over.
You're not even into a space anymore of, like, man, we need him to do this.
Well, you just can't. We do need him to, but I mean, you can't bank on it. I mean, it just because to think the team as a whole is going to shoot damn near 70% is if it happens, great. But you do at some point you're going to need one guy to absolutely be out of his mind, and the best guy for that is Jalen Green. But I don't know that you can wait around. I don't even know that you can plan on it attempting to get him hot the way that you could have earlier in this series. But that's the elephant in the room, I think. But I'll tell you one thing that has really stood out and we know is working and we know is going to be a long-term play for the Rockets is Şengün. I mean, as frustrated as it is, as I am with Jalen Green, the Şengün thing is impressive. I mean, he ain't backing down one bit. He's matching the physicality. He, for the most part, has held his cool and not. He's played the Draymond Green. Played opposite Draymond Green without getting kicked out of a game and without letting Draymond Green getting totally in his head. So I think Şengün for me.
No, yeah, he's been great. He's been really, really good in this series. For me, I would say the thing that I have learned is this Rockets team, like moving forward, they are legit one piece away from winning a championship. Like I think they are one piece away. Like I look at them in Minnesota very similar, and I think Minnesota has Edwards, and the Rockets just still need that type of guy. And I don't even know that it has to be like somebody that young. It's just right now we've watched, you can see everything. The only thing you're looking at that they're missing is just like they just got to have that one dude. Just one guy that is an elite player that can go get buckets, go get things, and I think with what the team they have and the ammo they have with the picks and the other young players they have, they can go get it, right? And that's like, and that to me is what you're looking for in this run to see. Like I didn't know if they were that close, right? I wanted to see if they were that close. But, as you said, Şengün is ready. Amen Thompson's only going to get better, and he is getting better with it. Tari Easton's going to get better. Jabari Smith, somebody I've been kind of up and down on. He's got it. Dylan is the right kind of crazy that you need for the team. They are just just one and like one particular type of piece away from really doing something. Someone texted and said, one thing I've learned is we suck at free throws. Yeah, that is it's
a rough stretch here for a bit, didn't we?
Yeah, that's a tough one. Yeah, like someone texted in like, yeah, man, OKC a big difference. They've got SGA, somebody you feel like that can go and get a bucket, and they don't right now. So, but this has been, as I said, we talked about it with Brandon. This has been a very, very clear learning experience that they have gotten a lot from. All right, coming up, let's slide off the Rockets as we'll continue to get you ready for this game tonight coming up against the Warriors. But let's look at this. We look at this offense. That's the big thing. The defense, man, we know that defense over there is going to be nasty and probably win you half the games this year. But offensively, we're looking at this. Who on this Texans offense do you see could be a real player and taking the next step on this offense next year? Who is that? We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
We're going to give you your flowers for sure.
The Rockets' playoff hopes are still alive with a Night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Annex Craft House, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in, boy. I was getting nervous. I was gonna say, boy, they said they're gonna make it to all 10 stops, and they finally rolled in here. I see. Boy,
we got the couple.
Yeah, they here. I knew it. I knew. Boy,
you love birds.
I knew Shannon smoked Newports. Everything. I mean, everything in me. I knew. I knew she everything about her. Said, hey, you Marlboros, ain't you? I could. Yep, I see them. Yep, everything. I knew her ass was Newports. I could just tell the whole way. They've been to every one of our stops. She finally became a winner last week for a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors in 4 trips. You can be a winner, as we will hook somebody up at the end of the 3 o'clock hour. And the other big thing here is our guy Shay, if you're in the building holding it up, you can use our QR code to enter the grand prize, where you would win a $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser or Bud Light for a year, free for a year. So you don't want to miss that, as we'll be doing that coming up in just a bit. By the way, I just saw we'll hold their rookie minicamp coming up May 9th through the 10th. And
let's get it on, baby.
May 9th and the 10th. They will host it coming up. And my man DJ Bijani said, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel, they're going to be the ones people watching for. Yeah, because, I mean, the offensive line, man, you ain't D-line, you can't do nothing. But you want to see these dudes, him, Woody Marks, probably somebody else that'll be exciting to watch. I see it. The Bud Light girls are out here, too, as well. Shout out to Bud Light as well, as they've got some prizes for you as well to take on. But the rookie money camp, man, I'm sure we're going to hear, woo.
Another step closer, man.
Oh, I mean, it is. You ain't lying, man. Training camp is going to be here for you. Know it.
We'll be sweating our asses off, like you said.
Hell yeah, and you're going to be wearing pants out there.
Yeah.
I feel like it was unnecessary.
It's a curse and a blessing.
I just don't think it is. I just want to.
It's like just one of them things, man.
Like anytime I see Tyler in shorts, I want to buy champagne.
Well,
it just popped. Like this pop bottles right there. My man went out there and said to hell with it, because that's when I know it's hot.
I mean, if I told you why, though.
I don't know if you have. That's when I know it's really hot, is when Tyler wears shorts. Why? Yes, please. We've seen Tyler in shorts less than 5 times in the times that we've known him.
And the reason for that is because you're my coworker. And I had a grandfather. Oh, we brought him up yesterday whenever I told y'all my grandpa was a white guy. Hubert.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hubert. White Hubert.
So Hubert. I called you. But
no one did.
That was Pawpaw, and that was my guy, man. That's the best man I've ever known in my entire life. Love that dude. Miss him every day. But he instilled a lot of things in me when I was growing up, and one of which was he always told me, boy, you're going to church or you're going to work, you wear pants. And I know that's kind of out of the box thinking or old school thinking, but it's always stuck with me, and I've always done it.
Well, I ain't going to tell you.
I think Pawpaw would cut you a little slack at training camp. I think we're going to.
Yeah, probably so.
He might cut you a little slack depending on
it's hot.
What the work is that you're doing, right?
But it's because I come to, the station here where I am right now.
If you did porn, I don't think hey man, you better wear pants to work.
You know about that?
I think you can.
Thought I had that buried.
Get away with it. You can get away with it. I'm just saying, whatever it is, I think the job depends. But hey, man, that's what old Hubert taught you.
Yeah,
so
man.
You do what he does. But I know some days you sit up there and say, well, damn it, you know what, Pawpaw, I just can't do it. Man.
It's 104 out here, Pawpaw.
Back of my knees are sweating like bullets. All right, I did say this in the tease, Clint. Who on this offense do you get a sense can be a real player, take a next step? Because I think obviously last year there's a lot of candidates there that you would say, I don't know if they had a disappointing year, but disappointing to maybe not seeing exactly what you think they could.
And it starts with Juice Scruggs. We've talked about the O-line, I mean, ad nauseum here in Houston. And the truth of the matter is,
somebody for it to be.
If Juice Scruggs, and I'm just higher on him than most folks are, if Juice Scruggs can come in and just be a serviceable starting offensive guard in this league, or center, even better off center, then I think this offensive line takes a huge step in the right direction. And so, and for some reason, I got a level of confidence. I like what I've seen, even through the struggles. I just think there's an extremely high ceiling. I think he's built the right way. I think he's got that dog in him. I think he's going to end up being a really good interior offensive lineman for the Texans. So it starts with Juice Scruggs for me.
Yeah. I'll let you go again because I got one that I don't. I'll let you go. You said you got a few.
The other one for me is Cade Stover. I don't think there's any secret that Cade Stover is going to be the hand in the dirt inline tight end, and they've got high hopes for him. I think that's a tip of the iceberg, but I do think that there's maybe not a Dalton Schultz level of overall athleticism, but I do think he can have the ability to separate a little bit more, play the game more physical, and I think that'll definitely help us in the run game and ultimately the pass protection game as well. And so I think Juice and Cade are the two for me that I for some reason have more confidence than I probably should in them in taking that next step.
Yeah, for me, Clint, it's Dalton Schultz, man. I know I don't mean to get you here, but I'm just saying it's Dalton Schultz. When you start thinking about just from the thought of someone that can come and take the next step and be a real player for this offense, to take it to the next, to at least add to this offense, it's got to be him, man. He's got to be one of the ones at the top of the list in something, right? It's like last year, one of the things that was most frustrating is like he didn't even perform well enough at the part of the job that he's supposed to be good at, the part of the job that he got paid for. Now, listen, we're not in there. Obviously, Bobby was just awful for everybody, we've learned, apparently. And maybe Bobby really, caused him to play terribly as well in the passing game also. But it's not just all him. Like, there are moments where he was open. There may have been some things that he didn't. But Dalton Schultz, I know you talked about Cade Stover. Dalton Schultz has to give them more. Obviously, as you've mentioned, the contract that he has and the money he's making. But he has got to be the guy on that list to take a step forward. It is Dalton Schultz, and we've talked about it. It's ridiculous out there. He is one of your highest paid guys on that side of the ball. He has got to take a step.
Oh, ain't no doubt about that. Hell, don't get me started on that. I mean, that is, that's one of them deals. When you get Nick Caley as an offensive coordinator, and you look at Dalton Schultz last year, and you look at the overall contract, like that's one of them deals that just has to happen. And I'm fine with it just being in the pass game, being a predominantly a pass catching tight end. I'm fine with that. I don't need him to go out there and be the greatest pass protector out there, but you got to get some value out of that guy some way, shape, or form, or you can't justify him being on the field. Like when you've got a one-sided player like that.
Yep.
Like there's got to be like an undeniable advantage in the pass game when he's on the field. He has to be the security blanket for C.J. Stroud. He has to be the guy that when you get covered by a linebacker, it's a mismatch and he can separate. There has to be some level of big-time advantage in the pass game because you're a liability in the run game. I take it back. That's it. You're a liability in the pass protecting game, and you struggle getting it done in the run game. So that big time advantage in the pass game has to be there. Absolutely. He has to produce in a big way in clutch situations, which may be the most disappointing part of Dalton Schultz 2024. It is in clutch situations a couple of times when you needed it the most, when the offense was struggling, he dropped balls or he wasn't able to separate. A couple of those plays, I think the narrative changes.
I got another weird one. And did he take the next step of staying healthy?
Ooh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, some of the stuff you can't control, but he does seem to have the same type of injuries. And, like, when he's on the field, the last 2 years, he has been one of the best in the game. But every single year of his career, I believe he has missed, multiple games. Last year was a big 5 or 6 weeks that he missed. This had nothing to do with him taking a step on the field, although nobody is stopping you if you want to improve your game and take it up a notch. But when you look at their receiving, they need him to be on the field and stay healthy. And some of that, I do think there's some guys that have got to, in the offseason, do things to work on themselves with these soft tissue injuries that he's always getting. It's a hamstring. I think it's multiple years he's had hamstrings that have set him out. So there have been some big games that he has missed. So you can jump in on the chat as well on guys that you feel like need to take big steps. All right, coming up as we continue right here, we will hook somebody else up with a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. So if you have not done so, you might want to do that. We'll be doing that in about 20 minutes. And we'll look at a team that the Texans potentially will have to deal with. And they are making some changes, potentially. We'll let you know what that is coming up next.
I'll tell you about a team that we don't have to deal with, but we choose to deal with here in Texas, and that's them cold Coors Light, y'all. It is a beautiful.
Remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Live from the Annex Craft House, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, I'll let you know when I come up with something. Welcome back in as we are here live here on our fifth stop. And shout out to our couple. They've been to every one of the stops here. This is their fifth stop. They've been here, and we'll see if they actually gonna make it to all 10 of them. We'll see if they. But they said they takes off work to come join us every single week. So we're happy to see everybody who decided to come out as well. Coming up. As I see someone just entered our competition, you got a chance to win a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors coming up after this segment. We'll do that after this segment, and you can enter to win our grand prize as well, $500 to Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser Bud Light free for a year. As we're live here at the Annex. I saw someone texting, where are you all at? We're at the Annex Craft House, Vintage Park. Come on out, have a good time. It's a good spot. Don't let the rain, hey, it stopped. It came out, it sprinkled a little bit, but don't let it slow you down. Coming out and have a good time.
Beer's still cold when it rains, y'all.
Oh, it is. It certainly is. Crawfish is going. You can normally get them here for $4.50 a pound. Now from 2 to 6. They're $3.50 that up, so you might want to get those. And Clint said that he would recommend them.
$3.50 a pound?
$3.50 a pound.
Oh, let's get your ass off the couch, take the next exit. That's a price right there. And I'm gonna tell you, these ain't $3.50 a pound type of crawfish.
First thing you said, good size.
Size is tremendous. Like I said, the meat just slides right out of there. The spice is right. You can add the spice, whatever spice you want to it. I mean, come on, $3.50? You kidding me?
That's when he did
like
say
it's
that meat
lubricated.
That meat just slides right out.
I mean, that's if you don't cook them right, it gets the meat gets stuck. It's hard to get it out of the tail.
You never want your meat getting stuck.
Yeah, you don't want it hard to get out of the tail.
You never want your meat getting stuck in the tail.
Never.
That is the deal. I mean,
you made my man whip around. I see.
He's like, I hear you, man.
Well, hey, boys.
Yeah, hey, girl, how you doing? We're talking about crawfish, though, Laura.
Hey, Clint, we are still in this deal where the Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback is still Mason Rudolph right now. He is still their number one quarterback right now. We don't know what's going on with Aaron Rodgers yet. I thought after the draft we might see that come about. But, Clint, now a new part to this. Ian Rappaport says this, Clint, that the Steelers could be an option for Kirk Cousins if this thing with Aaron Rodgers doesn't go through. If Aaron Rodgers doesn't go to Pittsburgh, I think it's a real possibility for Kirk Cousins, who's with Atlanta, maybe the backup right now. But that could be an option. Because this is a team that made the playoffs with the Texans. I think right now you would have them in whatever tier behind the Texans, I would say, just because their quarterback situation is so up in the air right now. I know you are high on the Steelers with an Aaron Rodgers, especially if they get the Aaron Rodgers who was starting to play a little bit better down the stretch for the Jets last year. How do you view them with a Kirk Cousins? How do you view the Steelers when it comes to the AFC, when it comes to a football team, with everything they've got? Obviously, they've added DK Metcalf. They had a pretty good draft by most counts. How do you view them if Kirk Cousins is the quarterback?
Well, more dangerous than they were last year.
With either Fields or Russ.
Yes, more dangerous than any quarterback that was available when they got there. So I think your options are limited. But look, when you've got two, killer wide receivers out wide. You've got a great tight end. Assuming they got their offensive line right, which I think we got better as the year went on. Last year was actually pretty good mid-year on. Yeah. Getting a veteran quarterback that's not going to be surprised, that's going to handle pressure well, that's going to deliver the football wherever it needs to be delivered on time, which is Kirk Cousins. He's not going to try to do too much kind of deal. And when he does, it turns into interception. So there is a boom or bust factor here with Kirk Cousins. It could be really good or really bad. That team needs that veteran that when a mistake is made, it's not made out of youth. It's made because he got too aggressive, or it's made because the defense made a play. I don't like him anywhere near as much as I do Aaron Rodgers, but obviously I do. I think that team's a tough beat if you got either one of those.
I'm not going to lie to you. Kirk looked bad at times last year with Atlanta,
yep.
But he was coming off of year one of that Achilles.
He couldn't even move early in the season.
I do wonder, because some people say, that first year you don't feel right until maybe the year after. I do again. Kirk's not going to be somebody that's running or anything, but he just seemed like he wasn't right the whole time and just a sitting duck in a way he couldn't even maneuver around the pocket. I do wonder how he feels year two of that Achilles because if they get Minnesota Kirk Cousins, then that fits in with what they have.
Well, that's what you're betting on. Hopefully not Atlanta, right? But the thing is, the thing is with Arthur Smith there as the offensive coordinator. I mean, I like Kirk Cousins doing what Ryan Tannehill did a couple years in Tennessee. I think is very doable. Now he doesn't have Derrick Henry, obviously. So that's a different animal, but. I think that would be a very good fit with Arthur Smith. Now, the interesting thing is Aaron Rodgers, and how does Aaron Rodgers and Arthur Smith fit together? I mean, if Arthur Smith has any sense, he would adjust his offense to Aaron Rodgers' strengths, and they would meet in the middle and be really dangerous with the weapons that they have. So I think that's the interesting thing. Aaron Rodgers, it changes the offense pretty significantly, and can Arthur Smith, can he handle either way?
Yeah, because I know you said with Aaron – how did you feel about them compared to the Texans? With Aaron, you felt like they were in the same range. If the Steelers were to get,
I mean they're in the same tiers. If you get an Aaron Rodgers, hell, they may even be there with Kirk Cousins. I mean,
I was going to say, do you feel that way with Kirk too?
Well, yeah, I mean, because you're talking about a playoff team without Kirk. So I mean, however you feel about Kirk with that guy, I mean, he obviously makes you a little bit better. I mean, Aaron, I think, makes you significantly better. And so, I mean, we're talking a team that's a first or second round playoff team. Yeah, I think they're in the same.
Yeah.
Not near as sexy because the Texans are trending in the right direction. Where I don't know that even the Steelers with just adequate quarterback play getting to the second round, I don't know if that's really going to turn Steeler Nation on.
Yeah.
I mean, I got a feeling.
Well, I don't know. They had won a playoff game in quite some time.
Yeah, but there's some high standards.
I know
there's some high standards, man. And I think they could stomach a young quarterback that's their future winning 10 games and getting to the first or second round. But boy, you start kind of floating around, the middle of the pack, and you got a quarterback that's a rental that's 40. And, I mean, I don't know if that's going to keep them happy.
No, they're looking. But right now, they're staring down Aaron Rodgers, Mason Rudolph, the kid from Ohio State and K-State.
Will Howard, maybe, and I started to add him into my list yesterday, Ron. He may be sitting in the captain.
He might be in play, yeah.
I mean, if you're talking about a guy like that is just not the most gifted, so in the draft and in the combine settings and all that testing stuff, tangibles, he's just never going to compare. But if he comes in there and he can take an average team and be the intangible that that brings them together and does something, I mean, I don't know that he's that guy, but he clearly did a good job at Ohio State. Long shot. I don't think Steeler Nation wants to see that, though. Will Howard, even though he did win a national title, I don't know if that's real sexy.
Before we get to Dirty's Daily, did you see your boy J.J. Redick?
What about it?
His press conference yesterday after his after-season press conference, they asked him, what do you think the Lakers need to do to get better, to advance? He said, first I think we need to get into championship shape. He said there are individuals that were in phenomenal shape, and then there's certainly other ones that could have been in better shape. We have to get in championship shape, is what he said. My man JJ, boy, you should have just said Luka, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Nico Harrison sitting at home smiling.
I'm just saying, JJ might want to. might want to rethink maybe a little bit his tactic and ways of how he's going on this thing here, man. Because I mean,
I like it.
I know you like it.
That's one reason I love Ime Udoka too. Just the flat. I love that. I love it. Now,
Ime will though, but you got to take responsibility also. Like I mean, there's not much accountability when he's. Like some of these decisions that he's made.
Sure, yeah, I don't follow him close enough to know whether he's.
It's been more of the feel of hey man, what? I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. Not yeah, I made that call. Maybe no, he's in there. They ask him, what can we do to get better? Certainly, he wasn't going to say, hey man, maybe not play these guys. But I'm just saying, if you're going to say my man needs to get in championship shape, what's championship shape? Is that playing the entire second half of a game without coming out? I just wonder if, and I know you love it, but I do wonder with everything that's happening, you know exactly what this is gonna mean and do. And I think he's smart and understands that this is going right to Luka. Right, this one.
Yeah.
Not handling.
Well, you just hope Luka hears it, right? He hadn't heard it yet to this point in his career, so you hope he hears it.
And I wonder if JJ's gonna be the one to clean it out. But yeah, my man, going for it. I just want JJ to come through and say, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have played them 24 minutes. Second half, maybe I should have played the center. That is a cat right there that is so stubborn. My man came in and said, you know what, I made the decision. I believe this is the best chance for us to win. I don't care how many rebounds Rudy gets. I am not going to
stick with it.
I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to stick with this thing until the end. I don't care how many rebounds he gets. All right, as we continue here live on our fifth stop, Clint, what you got coming up in the fourth?
Well, I got there's pissing me off.
Oh God.
He's pissing me off, Tyler.
He's been on the show before. I guess that was the last time.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying anything bad about the man. He's just pissing me off. I mean,
You're rightful in these feelings, bro.
I mean, I just all this Oiler Texan Titan thing has really never bothered me.
I think we should get him on here to answer.
Warren's he's pissing me off, and I got a question for
I'll text him.
I got a question for all of our female listeners out there. I got a Mother's Day right around the corner. I got a question for all the lady listeners out there. We'll do that next, right here on Sports Radio 610.
Drive's busting this day open.
Busted what the hell open, ain't it?
And we're telling them to bring it back.
The Texans brought in 9 new faces in the draft. How does Coach D'Amico feel about their selections?
Brought in a ton of great people, also great players, and that's the formula that we like, and it's been.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We're working with Clint here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Yeah, it is, and Ron's finally getting that cold beer that he's been jonesing for over here. No salt, man. What are you doing, man?
I didn't want no salt, man.
You fully dressed that sucker, man.
I didn't want salt.
Golly. Man, you got your no Mexican beer and you didn't put no salt on it, no tahini, no nothing, just no dry,
man. Hey, man. All right, man. You out here with no sleeves on. Now let's come down, man. I'm just trying to enjoy my
I'm no sleeves. Leave you alone about that no salt, huh? Hey, Dirty's Daily, y'all, is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. It's hard as hell to say, easy to dial, y'all. 281-222-2222. We got a lot rocking and rolling today. We are at the Annex Craft House.
That's right.
Off 249. We up off 249?
Yep.
I think I hit every highway getting around this way, but up off 249. Y'all come on
made
through.
It.
Yeah, me too. I made it on time. See, I made it on time. Barely.
Easy,
I had the skin on my teeth, but I made it. Yeah. But
Vintage Park.
Come on out, hang out, man. It's a happening area. A lot of people walking around. I mean, my man Shay done walked next door to the cigar bar and got him a couple sticks, and so there's a lot going on around these parts. You can slide through here and hang out. You got a couple of options tonight. The Rockets, obviously, the Astros tonight as well. But this place is a solid joint, man. They got them mud bugs as well. They're boiling, and the beer's cold, and food is good. The service is big time as well. Bud Light girls, they still here? They still walking around?
I saw them walking around.
Where are they at? I think
there they are, right there. I see them at the bar.
But yeah, y'all come on through, man. This is a good time, a good spot to just grab a bite to eat. It's a good spot to hang and drink. It's a good spot to watch sports, whatever it is you want to do, man. Plenty of elbow room, good people. I always talk about it, man. Up on the Northwest side, man. This may be Ron. Did I tell y'all this last time? Tyler, did I tell y'all this last time? I think the Northwest side. Now they may not appreciate this, but I do. The Northwest side seems to be more similar to the East side.
You've said that.
I don't know if they would claim that, but and I mean that. I mean that is a absolutely
compliment.
Absolutely. But I don't know. You get different sides of the city. It's all good. It's all beautiful. But the Northwest side just seems to remind me of home. So it's good to be up here. Appreciate everybody for coming out, hanging out with us. Appreciate everybody for coming out and listening for damn sure. And we couldn't do it without you. If you are, I had a friend of mine just hit me up and said, hey, man, that AM dial is a little fuzzy today. And I apologize. The AM dial, when that weather gets, when it's a little cloudy out, I think that AM dial fuzzes up a bit. But there he is. You can get on that FM HD2, 100.3 HD2. You can catch us as clear as I'll get out. And obviously on Twitter, you can catch us there. Twitch and YouTube. I always say Twitter, man. But you can catch us on Twitter, too, at Clint Stoerner.
You can.
At which one is yours?
Real Ron.
Real Ron. Real Ron, the show.
That's right.
At T-Mill, which one is it? Real Deal T-Mill. Why do y'all feel the need to tell everybody you're real?
Because mine rhymes.
Mine
That's
was
right. T-Mill on the mic.
Mine was stolen early.
Oh, so you had to go with something.
Someone had already when I started doing radio, somebody had taken Ron the show. Tried to sell it to me.
Got it.
And I'm
tried to sell it to you.
Tried to sell it.
Well, he should have known that sure as hell wasn't going to happen. Poor guy probably started exploring the deal and had to find.
Tyler, to sell it to me.
You beat me to the punch, Tyler. You beat me to the damn punch.
And this was early in my career. This is 10 years ago, Jack. Tried to sell it to me. I said,
left that guy on red.
I said, that's all right. I'll get around it. I'll underscore this.
Tyler, if Ron would have said, yeah, he sold it to me, I actually bought it. That'd have been, find that guy and give him the Salesman of the Year award.
That would have been the biggest breaking news of the Friday we're doing right now.
Tyler hit the breaking news sound. Oh, that is beautiful.
I said, who the hell took Ron the show? Somebody out here named Ron the show.
This just coming in. Ron the Show Hughley has not always been cheap.
No.
Well, hey, dude, DM me and said, here, I'll sell you Ron the Show. I said, man, I'm good. That's a real suck-ass thing to do, right? Just say, hey, man, I'm just going to start scooping up these names.
Hey, find that DM and hit him back and say, hey, man, I'm making a little money. I'm making a little money nowadays. You think I can get that?
He also, and then he also took real Ron the Show Hughley. I think Ron the Show Hughley. At that time, I couldn't get either
Well,
one.
it is. There are some vultures out there because the interesting thing, this is obviously before the social media like that. When it was back in the day, like when I was playing, it was you wanted to get your name.com, right?
Yeah.
And so what these companies were doing, they'd go around and they would register them all under their company, and that way, if you ever wanted it, you would have to buy it from them. So they were getting paid big money for, obviously not ClintStoerner.com, but for like the guys that became big enough to have a brand back in the day, they were getting big money for that stuff. But anyway, where I was going with all that is you need to have the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download the Odyssey app. It's clear as day. There's all kind of features on there. Hell, we done gave away $20,000 in a trip for 4 expenses, flights and hotel paid to Vegas for the college basketball tournament. So you never know what you're going to get, as well as the podcast are all on there as well. The segments from the shows are all podcasted, and Tyler Milner, Patrick Creighton, they got that big orange wagon, baby. All things Astros,
New
the
episode
podcast.
tonight, baby.
There you go. Well, Warren Moon, I'm going to make this quick with Warren Moon. I'm a big Warren Moon fan to start with. Personally, I mean, the times I don't know, I'm not a friend of his, but personally, I've been around him multiple times. Always a solid dude. Super classy. I mean, always as nice as he can be. There doesn't appear to be a ton of ego there, which I greatly appreciate. Clearly loved him as a player. Clearly a great player. I admire and respect the quarterback play. The Oiler history is big. I'm going to tell you, I've never Tyler, I know this isn't your. I don't give a rip about the Titans wearing the Oilers uniforms. Like I don't get into the uniform thing. It never has emotionally moved me one bit. But what I saw today has flat pissed me off.
Put those uniforms back in the trunk.
Talk to him, Dre.
Now.
So I turn. Kay Adams, she does a hell of a job. Kay Adams is
she does.
I mean, today's
Daniel Jones.
Today's way of doing of media, man. I mean, you like Kay is on her show and is a very interesting follow and watch. She's got Warren Moon. She's at the Kentucky Derby. And one of the things that makes her really cool, she goes to these big-time golf tournaments and the Kentucky Derby, all these different events, and she's got Warren Moon on the set with her. And first of all, Warren is, dressed to the nines, and it is clean now. It is a clean suit, tie, and I didn't realize they were at the Derby until I put,
that's what
me and Ron put two and two. He's got a clean flat brim hat on. And, right now, Warren Moon, boys, Warren Moon is the face of the Tennessee Titans.
And ain't their new young quarterback?
No, Warren Moon right now is the face of the Titans. And it pisses me off. It's something about it's one thing you can have the uniforms, whatever, but I feel like the city of Houston deserves to have the guys that made their name here that you've rooted for and you cheer for. Those guys should belong to Houston ultimately. If you're going to be the face of an organization, I feel like Warren Moon should be speaking for the Houston or whatever organization is representing Houston. He should be speaking for that organization.
Yeah.
Maybe
he should have played for him once.
I got all up in my feelings today listening to Warren Moon, and he was just talking about the Titans and how I think the Titans are fixing to unveil some new uniforms or something, but he was basically being the spokesperson for we're going to unveil some new uniforms and you're going to love them and they're going to be they're going to fit for right now, but they're going to be a little bit futuristic and the whole man.
The Houston Oilers.
Are you kidding me? Like being the face of that, I don't care about the uniforms, but the players, boy, I feel like I didn't know it, but I feel like I'm a little bit possessive.
He is really with the Adams family.
Apparently so.
Really, it is weird. It is weird. Like, I can see Eddie George being this. I could see a lot of guys who
Eddie or if Steve was still around,
Yeah. I could Derek Mason. I could see those guys.
Yes, absolutely.
But it is like, where's Javon Curtis? Can he not hand out some uniforms? I didn't mean to bring up a bad memory.
Javon gave me my only college concussion, man.
I didn't mean to bring
appreciate that.
Sorry about that. But no, it is weird, though. And it's weird that they would go to him and ask him to be that and to do all these things. like he did play for the Titans, because he cannot – there is no any kind of, like, connection with the fan base to him, like seeing him.
Well, I could even like I could get down with it if it were the Tennessee Oilers.
Yeah.
Like I could if there were anything remotely the same.
Wait, that's not what they were called? You got me fooled at this point. It's all petty BS at this point with Amy Adams, man. It's they should be embarrassed.
Well, yeah, but I'm beyond that too. Like I'm talking about Warren.
There's Warren's old hat.
There it is, that old Oiler lid.
Oh
right there.
yeah, but I guarantee Amy Adams is running out of the goodness of his heart. Like, I'm gonna go do all these hits and talk about it.
I think Warren's a paid man.
Yeah.
I was about to say, no, he ain't turning it down. He's in it.
Yeah, I don't know why that chapped my hide this morning, man. I was hot. I'm Clint Stoerner alongside Ron Hughley, the show Hughley. Tyler Milner is behind the glass back at the studio. Tyler, we miss you out here, man. As usual, we miss you on these Fridays. All the people love you and wish that they could hang with you out here a little bit every now and then. But
love you, Drive family.
Yeah, just want to let you know, man, that the love is here. I got to 713-572-4610. All of our female listeners, and I mean, Ron, Tyler, y'all got wives. Y'all can help. Do y'all think? Because I've done both, and I really struggle with this. Mother's Day's right around the corner, right?
Oh yeah.
What do y'all think a mother appreciates more? Like a sentimental gift that takes a little more time to get, or the expensive something that's shiny and hey, Shannon, we can hear you.
No, but Shannon, but it ain't just. It depends on the lady. I think it depends on the lady. I think there are ladies out there who would love. I think my wife's more of a sentimental gift giver. I think the best gift she said I ever gave her was I got a scrapbook and went and got all the different moments in our relationship leading up to that point. Man, hey, man.
So sweet, dude.
Hey.
He was trying to get pants.
Man, I was already in them. But she said that was. But I think there are some people who are like, oh my God, he got me them diamond earrings. Or like he got me that tennis bracelet. I think it depends on the lady of what they would accept. I know they don't like gift cards, but it would depend on.
Yeah, I'm not going gift cards yet.
Yeah, because I mean, you just can't just say, I ain't giving no thought in it. I'm just gonna give you. I'm gonna give you $100 to Ashley Furniture. Like it ain't that. But I think there are some women.
It'd be tough for me to get. I'm be honest with you. If I give my old lady $100 to a furniture store,
don't buy kitchen appliances either.
Well, she'd be talking about me, boy.
But I'm just saying it depends on it, because there are some women, like I bet you the women that we have texting in. Where's Sally? Where's Lauren? Where's Mel? Mel's
gonna show up and really slap one of y'all. Mel,
Perry and Jen, some of the ladies who listen to the show, we're like, I bet you'll get different answers from them. Because that sentimental thing is cool until, like, hey man, let me wear them earrings.
Mel was so great, she'd be out there right now.
Right?
Well, I've done that recently. I've done more of the sentimental, because I'm really, to be honest with you, because I've damn near bought. I mean, the jewelry that she likes, I've damn near bought up. I'm like, damn, I can't buy it. You need one more box from that place?
Man, I'm in between moves right now.
Hey, man, I'm a last-second guy. So, the last second, when I find something you really like, boy, you might get 4 or 5 of them in a row, different colors or something now. Some much better. I had to tell my wife, actually, it was anniversary and maybe birthday? No, Valentine's Day. I had to tell my wife, boy, you are nowhere near as good as me at the last second shopping.
See, Sally,
this is suspect.
Sally coming in on YouTube and Twitch, she said, I love it when they just give me time with them.
Boy, I tell you, my wife's about out of time.
One year, my wife wanted the opposite. She just really wanted to go to the movies by herself. I said, go ahead, do your thing.
I think
time by themselves.
I tell you where I'll take the selfish approach. I think I really appreciate the sentimental stuff more, like the giving of the sentimental stuff. Something that takes a little bit of time, because I'm pretty proud of myself when I actually set some time aside and actually do something like an adult would do. Instead of last second, just because I got $1 in my pocket, go buy something, and know it'll work. So I'm pretty.
Can we be honest to say that I think you're mostly safe if you go either direction. Like the sentimental thing.
Yeah.
And but again, there are some ladies like.
Well, let me
like, I wonder, does Bill Belichick's girlfriend want sentimental, or does she want like expensive?
She's
stuff?
Still in that. I don't think.
I feel like she wants.
I don't think she wants more evidence. Like, she don't want an album of pictures of her and an 80-year-old. I don't think.
Probably wants to be out of the headlines right
she
about
might,
that.
Man, they were, like when he was able to lift her up, laying on his back on the beach. That was sentimental.
With his feet,
like a photo of that.
You think I did it for her?
I feel like she wants expensive ring.
Well, the reason, like, here's
watch out, Joe, for some young one get you
right. So I don't remember if it's anniversary or Valentine's Day, but what I did was you probably saw it. You've probably seen it on social media. It's like that. It's a picture, but it's a wooden background, and then it's metal art, right? So the metal it's like the picture is carved into the metal. The metal's cut out. You know what I mean? So when you look at it, the metal is sitting on top of the wood, and the metal is actually a picture. And so I sent our favorite picture from our wedding of both of us together. And it was unbelievable. And when she looked at it, she was like, she really liked it. But that thing been sitting in the corner collecting dust. It ain't on the wall yet, y'all.
Damn.
It ain't on the wall yet. It's been sitting over in the corner by the old bar, and I'm just like, damn. I wonder, you think she appreciates that, or you think it's just collecting dust?
I just think you shouldn't have told that story.
Why? Because it's still sitting over in the corner? I just noticed it. I'm just telling you. I noticed it this morning. I thought I wanted to talk about it with the people, man.
Just from experience, I feel like maybe that's one that's like, damn. I feel like I've gotten in trouble for saying stuff like, you just gonna make everybody in all of Kansas City think I'm just so great.
I mean, whatever floats your boat. But I'm just telling you, if I bought you something, if I bought you something, and I come to your house and it was sitting over in the corner,
Tyler,
I'd be like, damn,
Tyler, I think we're getting to the bottom of this. I think Clint is hurt, and he needs to talk about this like that, because you thought this one out, didn't you?
Yeah. Well,
you gave some real thought to this.
I just want to spend the money. I want money well spent. I don't like throwing good money at bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe let's talk about getting this thing up. Let's get this thing up. Yeah, I want to know what. Wonder what
Linda likes it. You put a hog on it, Linda likes it, baby.
Linda, do you like the good sentimental gifts, or do you like the expensive? Get Linda.
She's sentimental. She's sentimental. You could give her $5,000 diamonds, and she'd be like, "What is this? I don't wear diamonds. What's wrong with you?"
Get the hell out of here.
That's her right there.
I
give her something with a hog on it, or a picture of me on it, or Hank.
I think that gets you.
Oh, she's done.
All right, coming up as we continue here live on our fifth stop. There we go. Keep walking in. Go ahead and get a chance to get you some money. Win you some money to Academy Sports and Outdoors. All you got to do is fill it out and put it in our raffle box. You got a chance to win coming up. 2 more opportunities as we continue here live from the Annex Craft House here in Vintage Park. Come hang out with us as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. TVs everywhere. You can come and catch the Astros, and then, of course, the big one with the Houston Rockets, as we will continue to cover that. I do want to say this with the Astros. Is anybody right now, guys, we have reached May 1st, and our guy, Yordan Alvarez, is barely hitting over 200. Are we getting concerned at all right now about the struggles and how long it's been for Yordan Alvarez? We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, check it out. I got to tell you a little bit about Twin Peaks now.
seats on the course at the Insperity Invitational.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Annex Craft House, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. Here's the Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here at the Annex Craft House, Vintage Park. Come on out and hang out. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, but it's a Friday night. That don't mean you got to leave after we get done here. This is one, you can hang with the top show in the city, and if you want to pull up and watch the Astros and the Rockets, they've got TVs all over the spot. This is the perfect spot. My man's going to watch the Astros. I see you. See the polo and everything. Man, you got it all. I see it all. He's going to watch it. You can pull up and watch it here. This is a great spot to spend your Friday night. Coming up, your chance to win a $25 gift card at the end of this hour, also in the 5 o'clock hour as well, and our big prize that we'll be doing every single week, all 10 legs of this tour. You can have a chance to win our grand prize, a $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors, and Bud Light or Budweiser for a year. So come on out and have a good time, hang out. By the way, the bugs, I'm seeing everybody eating them. Look, damn, y'all just polished them off. Last time I looked over there, y'all had them. They was gone. Last week you tried to make me finish them off. But I
got 3 more pounds coming.
Oh, you did? Yeah. I didn't know you snuck in 3 more pounds. Yeah. There you go. All right, there you go. Do your thing. I see our guy Joe and his lady. They snuck in another 4 pounds themselves, and I'm seeing them coming around. The bugs are flowing, and you can partake as well on our crawfish circuit here at the Annex here. So enjoy yourself coming there. By the way, this Derby, people, Tyler, you a better too? This something you bet on? Are y'all Kentucky Derby?
I would not claim to be a Kentucky Derby guy. Now, I've enjoyed a couple of Kentucky Derby events, and not there, but like parties, and
you ain't never been there?
It's a hell of a reason to have folks over to the house and kind of put a little pot together and bet on a horse kind of deal. But no, I've never been there. No.
Yeah, nah, man. As much of a degenerate as I am, and
you don't bet. You ain't never bet on Kentucky Derby.
I know nothing about the ponies. I got no use for the Kentucky Derby.
I'm proud of you. I am.
Who are we taking this week, Tyler?
I didn't think that stopped. I was going to say I didn't think that stopped you, Tyler.
No time to start like the present.
No, hey, drunkest I've ever been. Top 5.
Where at the Derby or like a party?
At the Derby.
Oh, you've been to the Derby?
Oh, well, 2 years in a row I was in the infield.
Oh, no, yes. I'd go check it out like that for that experience. I bet that was pretty fun.
God, hammered. When I was doing my 5-6 year tour in Nashville, we would go up. We knew some friends that lived in Louisville. We would go up, and they had been going since forever.
Right.
And so they knew how to sneak the liquor in, all this. So.
The guy is drunk.
Well, I mean, and I'm with them because they're like, hey, those drink prices. You got to remember, I'm in college. Them drink prices are expensive. I said, bet. So what do we do? Everybody's like, all right, we get these Ziploc bags, and one person had vodka in theirs, one person had tequila, one person had the inside of your legs. And the infield, you go in the infield, and that's a huge party, right?
Right.
And all you do is just go up there and order Sprites.
When you get a chance to party.
And you mix it down your leg, huh?
I mean, you can take it out then at that point, and then pour it in your Coke, and oh man, I don't even know the race. I don't even know who.
You don't remember who won it?
I didn't see any of it. I don't remember any of it. We were in that 2 years in a row. We were in the infield, because it was always my birthday. The couple of days after.
That's right.
Mayweather would
always. We could do
Cinco
de Mayo and Kentucky Derby.
That's a hell of a
birthday now.
There was a time where Mayweather always fought that weekend too. So he did like 3 or 4 years in a row, maybe more than that. He fought that weekend. So that would always be
boxing weekend for sure.
Big betting weekend always for that. And I mean, yeah, Kentucky Derby. I would advise if it's anything like it used to be. I'm guessing they probably cracked down on that thing. You probably ain't able to get them Ziploc bag drinks in there like you did taped to our legs. But, boy, it was something, man. It was to peel that tape off.
inside of that leg. Yeah.
The showman.
but you had to get it done. But no, man, it's a good time. Yeah, them drinks, and I forgot the special sandwich they make in Kentucky. I forgot them hot ham or something like that sandwiches they make all the time for those things.
Luann?
Sure somebody will correct me on the text line coming up. Fairly, probably Greg will correct me. At
most likely.
On the text line.
He'd be the betting favorite.
He'd be the betting favorite. He would be. All right. Any concerns right now about this extended, slow start for Yordan Alvarez? I didn't think that Alex Bregman would lead and then pass it to Yordan, but this is about 28 games that he has played, Clinton. He's hitting 219, and that took him kind of having a nice little stretch here of late. Any concern or surprise that it's this long right now?
I'm definitely surprised that it's this long. I'm not overly concerned. It is strange that he seems to be watching pitches that are right down the gut, and he seems to be swinging at bad pitches, which his plate discipline always seemed to be something that was part of his superpower. You know what I mean? Like just, daring pitchers to give him, something that he could get a barrel on, and it was game over kind of deal. So I'm not overly concerned. I'm sure he'll figure it out, but I am surprised that he's having the struggles to this level.
Yeah, they need it. They need him, and that was the thing we talked about. Their margin of error is obviously lower than it was because there's no Bregman, there's no Tucker right now, and they desperately need him to get going and the guys behind him to get going. And it's Hot Brown. There you go. Shout out to the text line. But that is a real concern of not a major concern because you don't foresee him just having this for the season, but it is like, damn, come on. Offense is struggling right along with him.
Well, the interesting thing to this is, and we've talked about it half the time, we're joking about it, but the interesting thing, I heard in the loop, the guys talking about it, Luke Morrow and Reginald Atatula were talking, having this conversation.
That was tough, wasn't it, for you?
And what, Reginald Atatula?
Yeah, Reginald.
Oh, no.
When you say the full name, that's right.
The decision is, the stumble is the decision. Do I go Reg or do I go full name? We're talking to our listeners. I want them to know exactly who I'm talking about, so I'm going to go Reginald Atatula. But Luke pointed out his splits when he's playing in the field versus when he's just DH, and he's on pace to DH more and play less than he ever has in his career. And again, if you look at his career, he has, the numbers will tell you that he swings the bat better when he's playing in the field versus DHing. And so I do wonder when something like that is part of the equation, I do wonder how much of it is he's got too much to think on the bench. He's got too much. I know, I was a big baseball player coming up, and there was a time when I was pushed to a DH. When at the better teams that I played with in the summer, when I was pushed to DH, and I hated it simply because I'm a mental midget. I'll sit over there and beat myself up for an entire inning because I don't have anything else to think about versus going out and playing in the field, and you put it behind you, and you move on, and you just go on to the next at bat. I believe that that's a real problem, potentially a real problem. And I do wonder if that has anything to do with his issues.
Yeah, it's weird because I get it, but he's been doing this for a while.
Just the numbers will tell you that he hits better when he's in the field, and right now he's struggling like he's never struggled.
Just to try to get him going, just to jumpstart him to maybe get him.
Well, you just wonder how much of it is like if the plan is for him to be a full-time DH and play, 25, 30 games in the field all year long. Is that really a good idea when he swings the bat better, when the numbers will tell you that he swings the bat better when he's in the field? I don't know that we have a large enough sample size of either or right now to say, hey, this is the way to move forward. But I do think it's something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, well, luckily for him and the Astros, who they're in Chicago to take on the White Sox, one of the worst teams in baseball. Luckily for them, as they sit here, 2 games over 500, Clint, they are in a space where they have really been helped by their pitching staff. That's been one of the big things. Like guys that are stepping up, especially an injury to Spencer Arrighetti, and guys still stepping up big time. to help their staff. That's been something that has really Hayden Wisniewski has been huge. The Ryan Gusto kid, man, who even knew that was a space that they would go in. So luckily for them, they've been able to kind of counteract the struggles of guys like Jordan and Walker and Diaz with that. By the way, lineup is out. Pena is still leading off, so luckily for you. And Jordan is the DH tonight, so they won't make a move there. But at some point, this hitting kind of equals up with where the pitching is, because I don't think that's something that they can roll with the rest of the way through. All right, I cannot believe I'm going to say this about tonight's Rockets game. There is no chance in any way that I was going to – I think Clint is to blame for this. But there was no chance that I thought I would ever even say this. I'll tell you what that is coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, too many Houston home sellers. They make this one costly mistake, and that mistake.
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Annex Craft House, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Get it. All right, we are back here.
Yeah.
Get it. That's it, right there.
Run it. DJ Mac.
Get it, man.
DJ Mac.
We are live here.
What the hell's going on around here?
Hey, man, it's Friday, man. We out here trying to get it. The people out here, look at Joe. He's getting it. It's Friday, man. We're having a good time. No,
attack that ass.
Yeah, attack that ass on a Friday. It is. I'm sorry, that lady laughed out. She caught her admit she got bugs over there too. Caught her admit bite. That's right. Get him. I don't know who you sitting with, but tell him to attack that ass on a Good Friday. That's all right. But no, you can come on out here and you can attack ass or not have your ass attacked here at the Annex here, Craft House in Vintage Park. Come on out and have a good time here. We will be here till 6 o'clock, but that doesn't mean the party has to end. Also, Clint just went in, just an update for you all. Got another 3 pounds of bugs, and I think he's a little disappointed that he didn't put more of a dent in that during that commercial.
I knew when they sat him down. I knew when the heat, they were hot. Not hot.
Spice?
Not spice, like fire hot.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I'm not going to sit there and just
burn your fingers.
Well, I'm not going to blister up my fingers trying to get them. I'll let them cool, and I'll hit them when I get done.
Yeah,
so I couldn't really dive in the way I wanted to, which is the way it ought to be. They ought to come out. They ought to come out on fire. But yeah, they got a little spice to them. That batch got a little kick to them right there too.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
good stuff. Good stuff.
There you go. So he's got another 3 pounds, and I'm seeing them all around the building. You can come out and get them. But by the way, they are usually here at the Annex. They are usually $4.50, $4.50 a pound. Now you can get them for $3.50 a pound today from 2 to 6. So you might want to get in here right now and get Clint's got 3 here. Get 5. Hell, get 10. You and do whatever you need to do and come on out and enjoy yourself. By the way, it is happy hour until 7 o'clock, which means $1 off draft, $3 wine, $4 Wells as well. And right now, Sunday, Cinco, they got it. Cinco de Drinks is coming up. Starting Saturday to Monday, where you can get $4 Mexican beers on
Cinco de Drinko.
They do. Cinco de Drinko.
Come on.
And you can get them also in draft as well, $4. So stay tuned for that coming up starting tomorrow into Monday on Show's birthday. And I did go third person. Felt good. Felt good to do that third person.
I think you should. It's your birthday, man. Why wouldn't you?
You're damn right I should. All right. I can't believe I'm going to say this. As obviously we know tonight is a big night for the Houston Rockets. Their season's on the line, just like it was the other night. They need to win this, and if they can win this, they will make Golden State have to come back here to Houston Sunday for Game 7. And they will. One of the other Western Conference series is going to 7. James Harden played his ass off, but didn't get enough assists to screw Tyler over. By the way, when we get to T-Mill's Best Bets, this is a heater I don't know we've seen on T-Mill's Best Bets that we have seen.
Have you hit any?
I haven't, but Tyler,
I tailed him again last night.
Did you make a little money again? Yeah, Tyler.
Sure did.
80% last night, 4 or 5 last night. Again, that's the second time.
Sitting on the sideline watching.
That's right, man. I'm sitting on the sideline.
This guy, Tyler.
I tell you, man, got to get them floors, man. Guys coming in next Wednesday to take a look at them.
Saving up for a Twitter name.
Yep. Well, no, I ain't. It just went in a different direction. But I can't believe I'm saying this about this tonight, Clint. It feels like Fred VanVleet is one of the real big key parts to tonight's game for the Rockets. He has been as consistent as anybody in the last 3 games. His jump shot is going right now. As you pointed out yesterday, he's shooting, I think, over 55% from 3, over 50% from the field right now. And he's the one with the most experience in terms of playing this deep into series. He's won a championship. He is one that we can clearly see, Clint, does not appear to be phased at all. And they've been leaning on him a little bit. He's been a big-time scorer for them. It feels like he is a huge, important part. And, Clint, I don't think I would have ever thought to say that before this series started.
Yeah, look, clearly I wouldn't. I was leaning so hard into Jalen Green, I got my heart broke. But the reality of it is, we're not talking about Game 6 if it ain't for Fred VanVleet. And given what Jalen Green has repeatedly done here, it's pretty convincing that the odds are you're not going to get the 38-point Jalen Green. You're going to get the role player Jalen Green. And the one thing that has been more consistent is one, Fred VanVleet's willingness to take the shots, but two, the last 3 games he's been lights out, and he is the reason that the Rockets are where they are. So you know he's going to get the touches. You know he's going to get the minutes. There's no doubt about it. You think this series is going to go as Fred VanVleet goes. I mean, they absolutely have to have him lights out tonight in order to keep this thing. Yeah. And now, unless the Jalen Green, they just happen to stumble into the 38-point Jalen Green, that changes the whole game. But Fred VanVleet, going into it, Fred VanVleet has to be the guy.
You think? Oh, you're saying has to be?
Ain't no doubt. There's no other way around it. They're not going to look. I mean, I hope I'm wrong, but you got to win 2 straight games here, and I don't believe they're going to be able to shoot high 60s, damn near 70% from the field kind of deal.
Yeah,
so there's got to be a little different, not different approach, but it's got to be a different angle that they take to this win, and Fred's got to be a big part of it, man.
Speaking of Fred. Do you take it as far, too, because obviously one of the big things the Rockets have had an issue with in this series and all season long was if this game is tight in the final 4 or 5 minutes of the game, they don't seem to have as much ability to end and finish those games. The Warriors have –
let's be honest, it's been ugly.
It's been rough. And every time it's been tight in this series in particular, the Warriors have come out. And they've won the games because obviously they've had Steph, and they've got Butler that can finish games, and they know exactly where to go. Hell, they didn't even have Butler in one of them games they won, and were able to finish it off. And we've seen it throughout the year. We've seen of their struggles late in games. You're just talking about Fred. Is that where you're turning to in those moments? If this game is down late in the last 4 or 5 minutes, is Fred where you're turning to? I would imagine it probably starts with him.
Yeah, look, I think it starts with him, but I think you pointed this out yesterday and even today. You know, the one difference, if we are going to talk scheme, that the Rockets, showed last week was, in Game 5 was that there was more ball movement, there was more player movement, there was more getting everybody involved, and it seems like to this point when the games are tight down the stretch, we're just going to give Sengun the ball at the top of the key and let him try to back down the third best defensive player in the game, right? I mean, there's what I hope to see is if the game is tight, which the last 2 or 3 minutes it's going to be somewhat.
I would assume it probably is.
At that point in time, Ime Udoka has to be a game. He has to be a difference maker. There has to be some level of offense ran. There has to be some level of plays called. It can't just be stagnant. Everybody clear out and let Sengun do this, or stagnant. Everybody clear out. Let Amen Thompson do this. There has to be some level of scheme, some level of movement that creates an open look for somebody. And because the reality is, it's not just one series down the floor when it's a 1-point ball game. The reality of it is we're looking at a 2 or 3 minute span where it is clear that the Golden State Warriors have an advantage in player, coach, scheme, whatever you want to call it. Like that 2 minutes has to change, and hopefully Ime Udoka is better in those moments.
And listen, hopefully they have at least a plan, right? I don't know if it's going to work. At least a plan. It does seem like at times, Clint, one of the major differences is that like one group in the Warriors look like they know without a shadow of a doubt exactly what they're going to do. And the other side, it seems like, and like I said, that's why I don't just say in the last shot. And like the last 4 or 5 minutes, there might be 3 or 4 different type things they might try to do. Yeah. Right, we might try to go, all right, let's go to let's go to Şengün on this one. All right. Maybe that didn't pan out. All right. Well, let's give it to Jalen at the top of the key and see if we can do that. Hopefully they're to a point, Clint, that they have a better understanding of what it is that they're going to be doing in the in late in games. Because to me, I know many fans are very, very confident, but I think, Clint, even the biggest fans at least have a little bit of concern or doubt.
Sure.
If this thing comes down to it being a close game late with what the Rockets have struggled with and how good the Warriors have been with it.
I think that's fair.
If you get down here, they call that media timeout, 4 minutes, 3:50 left, and it's a 2-point game. You're just hoping. You're hoping at that point. All right, as we continue here, it's been a fun time here. A little 5 o'clock fire at this thing as we are live here at the Annex Craft House here, Vintage Park. Come on out and hang out with us. Coming up, if you have not done so, at the end of this segment, as soon as this is over, we will hook somebody up with our third $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We will have one more that we will hook somebody up with in the 5 o'clock hour if you do not win that. So if you have not filled one out, you might want to do that before we get up out of here. Little 5 o'clock fire coming up. We'll get you ready for the Astros as they head to Chicago to take on the White Sox. Also, a little bit more on that Rockets game. And one of the top coaches in the history of basketball has called it quits. We'll discuss that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. I've bought and sold several houses. I've dealt with several paint contractors along the way, and Serta Pro Painters, man, they knocked out a couple of projects for me at my house right now, and I'm telling you, man, they were tremendous. And
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock flyer. Brought to you by the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club Tournament Course.
I just got to the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show and the man trying to put me in a bad mood with that Jim Nance play. T Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest is. And the latest is, this is 5 o'clock fire, brought to you by Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club Tournament Course. And I want to let you know we are extremely proud to partner with Insperity Invitational. And it's happening at the Woodlands Country Club Tournament Course over this weekend. And many, many greats are teeing off. And they are teeing off today, including guys that we spoke to. If you missed it earlier this week, on Tuesday, we talked to John Daly. He will be a part of this. Not to mention also he will have his long drive competition tonight. Just hit it as far as you can off that thing.
Grip it and rip it, baby.
A little grip it and rip it from John Daly coming up tonight as well after the first round. As I said, they do tee off today on these great courses for this incredible weekend. By the way, entry to the tournament is free. For score updates, tee times, weather notes, and more information, head to InspirityInvitational.com. All right, Clint, the Astros, they get going in a 3-game set tonight, Clint, and they will take on the White Sox. And this is a series that they should win, and they need to win. The White Sox have 8 wins on the season. They're awful. One of the worst teams, and I think they are trying to be one of the worst teams in baseball. And you should go in there and take care of business, especially when you have Framber, your ace, going tonight, Hunter Brown, who is quickly overtaking him as the ace going on Saturday, and then obviously the debut of Lance McCullers, him coming back to this team for the first time since 2022. Those are your starters this weekend. We'll see about Lance 2 games of this series, Clint, against this White Sox team. And, by the way, the lineup coming out tonight, Jeremy Pena continues to stay in that leadoff role. Jose Altuve is in left field batting second. Yordan Alvarez is the DH batting third. Paredes, Walker, Diaz. Brendan Rodgers is in at second base. And then Cam Smith with Myers in center field. So that is the lineup today, Clint. And this is a big weekend, mostly for Lance McCullers, but one of those weekends, Clint, where you just got to take care of business against a team like this.
Yeah, I'm jazzed up for Lance McCullers, I'm going to be honest with you. I hope they handle their business. I really do. There's the Hunter Brown outing. Every one of those is must-watch TV for me.
It's becoming there, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive. We'll see what kind of strides he can make. But the Sunday's all about Lance McCullers for me, man. I mean, we got Rockets tonight. We got Kentucky Derby Saturday, quick 2 minutes, and then little Hunter Brown, and then Sunday we got Lance McCullers.
Yeah, I think his coffee shop should be packed that day. They should have TVs out there for everybody to watch it, to watch the old great Lance.
You been yet?
No, I ain't been yet. I'm going to get out there, though. I am going to get out there. No, I'm with you, man. As you say, like, those 2 games, they should be going to that final game looking to sweep. And Lance McCullers, who is, as you said, is the story of the weekend. We talked about it earlier in the week when it came out. Just hopeful, man, healthy. But if he is healthy, Clint, that's the one thing to watch, man, is he going to be the same dude that we remember? That's the one thing is, right? It's been a lot of time. Obviously, you look at the elbow and you look at the work he's had on it, where he tried to avoid surgery, then had surgery and he healed. Like, it is a wonder, is Lance going to be the same pitcher that we remember? Because the same pitcher we remember was the ace of a staff that went to the World Series. And that is that is the big thing. Is what is he going to look like? And is Lance? Does he have a new normal now? Does he have a new? Does he throw it? Is his velocity down, or is it the same? That's the thing to really watch to see what kind of Lance are you getting.
Yeah, I don't know how healthy this is, but I don't expect him to be the Lance that we last saw, because I think that'd be high expectations. I mean, ever, much less first start out of the gate. But I do expect him to be good enough to be a starting pitcher in this rotation. And I don't know if that's healthy or not. I don't know if that's good
top
for me.
Top three in the rotation.
I don't know. Top three is a big ask. I mean, Fromber and Hunter are
wait, hell, they're two. I'm just the third spot. That's
yeah. I mean, I don't know. I just to be a starter in a 5-man rotation, and like a legit starter, not somebody that's just because he's got a history with the Astros and we like Lance, he's getting a 6-man, a 6 spot in a rotation, like legit. Like I expect him to be back to a spot where he can competitively pitch at an elite level. Maybe not an ace level, but an elite level. So some pretty high expectations given what he's been through, but that's where they're at.
Yeah, someone texted in, I expect it to take him some time to get back to whatever his new normal is. Yeah, I don't expect it immediate. Like, I'm not with that person who texted earlier this week, hey, give me 6 innings and 75 pitches. No, yeah. I'm not expecting that, but it is a wonder, does he not throw his curveball as much? As we all know, that was a big pitch for him, because does that put more pressure on his elbow, and they maybe go away from that? Yeah. Does he change anything up? That's what I'm saying, is what is he going to look like?
Yeah, that part of it's fascinating, right? I mean, we talked about a couple, like more from the conversation of Lance McCullers, more from a concern or worry with him in terms of whether he works out or not. I don't have any of that, but I do have some expectations from a sense of, like, I mean, if he can stay healthy, I do have higher expectations than I probably should.
You're on higher expectations.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to be disappointed, because I still think it's a luxury. Like, if he pitches well and can help us, I think it's a luxury. I don't think it's something that we just have to have, but it's a luxury. But I do. I mean, I don't know. I expect the guy to be able to go out there and bring to some level, some of what we saw from him in the past. Again, maybe not ace level, but some of what we saw from him in the past. And I'd be disappointed if he doesn't.
Yeah. All right, big weekend coming up again. Framber gets the ball tonight, Hunter Brown on Saturday, and then Lance Mother effing McCullers Jr., according to Tyler Milner. Into the lineup against the White Sox: Pena, Altuve, Alvarez, Paredes, Walker, Diaz, Rogers, Smith, and then Jake Myers is in center field. So that's the lineup tonight. We'll see if the Astros can go ahead and handle business against the Chicago White Sox.
Bury me in the H.
5 o'clock fire.
Almost forgot Lance says that. Don't bury me in the H. All right, we've got the Astros tonight, obviously, but the Rockets. That's the big one tonight. Their season is on the line, just like it was the other night against the Golden State Warriors. Game 6 tonight. And Clint, I guess the overall thought, we talked about this a bit throughout the day. We've had a day to kind of look at this and digest this. We saw the dominant performance that they placed on the Golden State Warriors. How are you feeling right now, as we are a couple of hours away from it? How are you feeling right now about Game 6 for the Rockets?
Better than I felt last week. I mean, last game. Better than I felt about Game 5.
Yeah.
There's. I don't think they're going to shoot, 68, 60 some odd percent, whatever they did last week or in Game 5. But there is something there to the point of playing up tempo. That there is something there. Of having that level of success immediately out of the gate against Golden State. There is something there to add one more game to Fred VanVleet shooting it lights out. And so I feel better. I've gone from a 3 to a 5.
Yeah, 5. Yeah. I think there's some keys, man, and you have to go out. And listen, as you said it a couple of times, and I think obviously you're right. You can't bank on shooting like that. You can't bank on a team that has struggled shooting the ball throughout the season. That's not their calling card.
Right.
And then expect that they're going to do that. But I think, to me, the way they played, where they decided, hey, we're going to try to make this an up and down game. We're going to try to use our athleticism. We're going to try to make them go. We're going to try to pressure Steph. We're going to try to pressure Jimmy Butler. And we want to get out. We're going to have ball movement, player movement, right? It is just going to be an up-tempo movement type of game. I do think that is the route, though. I think that's got to be the way they're going. It will be really disappointing if you walk in there and you see a team that looked and played different than they did the other night. Yeah, so that's it to me. I know for you, you're saying they need to go ahead and make sure Steph Curry feels that thumb a little bit.
Man. Yeah, look, I'm dead serious on that, man. You got Steph Curry with on his shooting hand with a bad thumb, and you got Butler with a bad glute, and leg, and back, whatever the hell it all is. Man, I think the physicality can take a toll on both of them. I think they should target the thumb and target the glute. No question. No question about it. Dead serious.
You broke down, come from behind and get a slap.
Yeah, when Steph comes up, boom, and he goes to shoot one of them threes, somebody come from behind and swat that whole ball, get both hands if you want to. Early in that game.
You'll take a foul for
make them fouls count. Forget about pulling on them shorts and all that job. I'm talking about make them count, man.
Baby.
Get in right hand, elbow down. Get it.
Yeah,
get after it.
Come in there with them little floaters. Go ahead and hit that hand.
Yeah, that's right. Jimmy Butler put a knee in his tail every time he turns around on the offensive end.
There you go.
You bet you.
Yep. That has been a talk. That has been a talk about his thumb. His thumb does, clearly it is bothering him. And hell, the way we've seen a still shot photo on it, it is hard to believe that it wouldn't be bothering him. He's almost playing in like a soft cast is what he was playing there.
And it's his shooting hand. It's the top knuckle on his shooting hand. So I guess from a grip standpoint, it doesn't have a whole lot. But you got to think that's got some effect on his shot, man, especially a guy that shoots that much.
Pain also that just.
Well, in that thumb, I mean, whether it's pain or it's stiffness or it's just the inability to use it the way you typically do, you think that would affect his shot in a big way.
Yeah. I just want to see a game 7. I want to see a game 7 at least, man. That way I'm with you. I feel a lot better than I thought I would when they went down 3-1.
Yeah.
I feel a lot better about this game 6 in Golden State than I did before. My man's feeling it right there, just like our other guy said. Rockets at 7. Really, no other option for the Rockets
at 7. I feel you, baby.
That's what it's got to be. So we'll be watching that one. Get ready. We'll also continue looking at this game and how big it is for the Rockets.
Let's go Rockets.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. We've got our first action to understand as we're getting closer and closer to this football season start, which is crazy right now. We've gone through the draft, and when that draft hits, that means it's May, and that means minicamp, which starts rookie minicamp for the youngsters, starts on the 9th, and that means rookie minicamp goes to OTAs, that then hits to mandatory minicamp, and then it's off and going right now. Who are the rookies for you that most excites you as we get ready to see them for the first time as Texans?
Well, I mean, look, you can take the O-line and chunk it out. There's not a lot going to bring that to the table. But in terms of a rookie minicamp, you just can't see anything. I mean, there's nothing you can tell. But when you talk about the 2 wide receivers they took with 2 of their top 3 picks, I mean, those are the 2 guys to watch. Higgins and Noel. Those are the 2 guys to watch. And I mean, there's going to be a lot of pressure on those guys because I know Nico is really, really good, but in order to keep the pressure off, the focus constantly off of Nico, those guys opposite him are going to have to do work. And so I'm anxious to lay our eyes on those guys for the first time, see what we're dealing with.
And I don't know how much we'll see them, going against each other. I would like to see also, I know a guy you're really high on, the corner they took out of USC, kind of see where he looks and how he looks moving forward. And see what he looks like. I think it will be interesting to see how many guys they have to keep away from the practice field. When I say guys, I bet you CJ's out, maybe in the building.
Oh, just out there watching.
Yeah, I bet you like to try not to participate in these camps that they might try to. You might try to see CJ out there trying to throw balls with Higgins and Noel out there. Yeah,
The other one that I'm anxious to see is the Woody Marks kid out of USC. Like I said, he really caught me. I really liked him coming out of Mississippi State, and he obviously went on to USC and did some good things, but just kind of wasn't on the radar. My radar the same because I cover the SEC, so I'm anxious to see him. Man, I really like not only the number 2 back, not only was running back a need, but you're talking about a guy that's played in the air raid offense in two different capacities. And in the air raid offense, the running backs used significantly different. There's not a whole lot of hey, let me keep the running back in and pass protect. It's more, I'm going to get him out, I'm going to get a mismatch and get him the ball underneath and get him in space and let him run with the ball. That's the guy the Texans need bad, man. Is Woody Marks as good as I think he is? Taking a peek at him is going to be big too.
Yep. All right, that's coming up here on the 9th as this thing gets started. Boy, like we said, man, training camp will be here before you know it, and then obviously the season right behind that.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, this does not really come as a major surprise as obviously with the medical situation and how the season ended for the Spurs, but head coach of the Spurs as he will transition to being the full-time president for the San Antonio Spurs. And I'll be honest with you, Clint, I'm not going to try to take him out the way that Luke Morrow did earlier today.
But it's time. It's time.
Well, yeah, it's time, and it's been time to me. And they've already hired a new coach, the guy who was the interim coach, Mitch. I can't remember his last name, but he is now the head coach, Clint.
I got him.
For some reason, I got his Mitch. Mitch is his first name. Got a good S curl going too with that hair. Good texture with that hair. But no, man, he's one of the greatest coaches of all time. Obviously, with the 5 championships he won and all the things he did in San Antonio. But yeah, Clint, it felt like it was time, and it was always a wonder. You clearly saw a point where the Spurs were in rebuild, and it seemed like it was in rebuild a long time until the infusion of excitement happened when they got Victor. But still, you can tell they're building up, and it seemed like a wonder of like, man, why is he still doing this? Why is he still doing it? But no, I'm with you. It had been time.
Yeah,
been time for Greg.
Well, it's a hell of a time to take over that organization with Wemby, and they just made that trade, mid-season for De'Aaron Fox, and so yeah, it's if you're going to take it over, you got a couple guys you can build around. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm really surprised they went ahead and that quickly named his replacement, because there were some coaches on the market. Taylor Jenkins, who was the Memphis coach that got fired mid-year, and obviously the championship coach Budenhouse, Denver. They just fired him, a.k.a. Championship Parade, had a real Paul Wall vibe to him as well. So surprised they filled that up quickly, because that would have been a job people have been going after with Vic.
What's his damn name?
Who? The coach?
The Denver coach just got fired.
Brendan, not Brendan. His dad's Brendan. His last name's Malone. But his dad's name is Brendan Malone. I don't know why I have lost his name. Mike Malone. Yeah, they're good. All right, coming up as we continue here live here at the Annex Craft House here at Vintage Park as we continue our crawfish circuit. Coming up, who do you see right now? Who do you see with this Texans specifically on the offensive side of the ball? Who do you see as a guy that is ready to take the next step, with this team? We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all, look, if you love football, which I'm assuming many of the listeners do, you are going to love the Houston SaberCats rugby team. Professional rugby in H-Town, baby, repping the city. 7-3.
tonight on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Annex Craft House, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. The Drive is live, and we are live on the road, and we are on the fifth leg of our Crawfish Circuit. It has been a good time here at the Annex Craft House here in Village Park, and you might want to, you can still make your way down here. It is not over. The bugs, I'm telling you, I just shout out to my daughter. She wants some bugs. You know, Lauren loves her some bugs, or she calls them, man, I want the red spider.
There you go.
Yeah, the red spiders. So I got me some to go, and look, right now they are generally here $4.50 a pound. Now you can get them for $3.50 a pound until 6 o'clock.
Yes,
been doing that from 2 to 6, so you got about 30 minutes, a little over 30 minutes to still get that great special they have here, along with the other specials they have here. Happy hour is still going until 7 o'clock, so this is a good spot to catch the Astros, catch the Rockets tonight, and not just tonight, but go ahead and do it over the weekend, as they have their Cinco de Drinko Saturday through Monday. $4 Mexican beers, bottles, and drafts. They got $5 shots. $1,800 is included in that. They got $1 Jello shots as well. So it's a lot to get done here at the Annex Craft House here in Village Park. So come on out, have a good time. By the way, after this segment ends, we will hook somebody up with our final $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. So if you are in the building and you have not gotten your name in our raffle, you might want to do that before this segment ends, because that is when we will be hooking someone up. All right, Clint, we've kind of talked about this a bit with the offense. With the defense, we can look over there and we can see a lot of dudes that not only took steps last year, but you feel like are also going to, even get better than where they were last year, and they were damn good last year. But on the offensive side, I think there are more questions. There are more guys that you're looking at. Who are some out there, or maybe you got one in particular that you look at that you're looking to take a big step next year?
The top guy for me is Juice Scruggs. I think I'm high on. I think he's built the right way. I think he's got the right mentality. I think he's that physical mentality that D'Amico and Nick are looking for in the offensive line room, and Cole Povich are looking for in the offensive line room. I think he's got it. The year for him is now. I mean, he's been in the league. He knows how to be a professional. He knows what it takes. He's had an off season. He's getting another off season under his belt. The time is now. Look, I think he plays multiple positions. He can play center or guard, so there's two options there. So I just think if Juice Scruggs, and I feel really good about Juice Scruggs on this team. He's one of the options at the interior offensive line that I really, really like. He's got to take the next step, but for whatever reason, man, I just feel like that was a great get by Nick Caserio in the second round, and I feel like it's going to come to fruition this year.
You think he's going to be one of the ones that's in there?
Yes, I like him at guard better than center. Really, I mean, for multiple reasons. I think when you look at the best guard-center combination, I think right now it's Jarrett Patterson and Juice Scruggs at the other. I don't know what you're going to do the other. I still think they're a guard away, but in my mind, I've always felt like it was enough with Jarrett Patterson at center and Juice Scruggs at guard. I think he's a guard. I know there's a lot of people out there that think he's a center. I really don't care. Starter and go out there and be a good, to above average center or guard in this league, then I think we're on to something. And to be honest with you, I think we are. It's one of those things, Ron, where you need him to step up and play big, and if he does, I think it's going to solve a lot of offensive line problems. If he doesn't, it's going to magnify the problem in a significant way. So, because the guys that you brought in, I don't know are going to be able to do what I hope he can do. So, yeah, man, just Juice Scruggs for me. That's the one for me that I could see him taking the next step, and it would mean a ton to the team.
Well, let's kind of pull over right there because when you get into Juice Scruggs, that goes to the biggest question on the offense, and that is the offensive line, Clint. And do you get the sense that he's a part of what potentially is the fix there?
Absolutely. Given what they signed, he's got to be.
Yeah.
There's given what they've signed, Titus Howard and Juice Scruggs, the best case scenario is Titus Howard at guard and Juice Scruggs at guard.
With Patterson at center.
Yeah. Now, I don't know exactly where Laken Tomlinson fits in there somewhere. But if he's better than either one of those two, then I think it's a really good thing. And then if he's better, then you got a chance to move Juice to center and him and Patterson. Yeah. So I mean, but I think he's got to factor in some degree at one of those positions. Yes. Really at guard and center. So any of the three.
But with, I guess that with all those names that you just brought up there, and there's even more on that O-line, Clint. Do you get the sense that they have fixed or that they're in good place to fix the issues they had last year? Obviously, the issues is ultimately there was a lot of things, right? But ultimately, were narrowed down to us, they could not keep their quarterback up. And it looked like it was just a matter of time before he would get injured. The last thing we saw was against Kansas City, and he was on his back often. And that was something we saw a lot throughout the year. You think that they have at least the potential of fixing that right now?
I'm confident that they have fixed it.
Already? You'd like to?
Yeah. I mean, look, here's the deal. Let's say that they don't – we get midway through the season and the protection issue hasn't been fixed. I think as we list what the issues still are, I think talent on the offensive line is going to be low. I think if there is still a problem protecting the quarterback mid-season, I think we're going to be talking about C.J. Stroud, Nick Caley, and Cole Popovich more so than, boy, these guys just aren't talented enough.
Because
and I'm talking.
That's been the issue.
I'm talking. If we're not better than worst in the damn league, what we've seen, kind of deal.
Well, yeah, that's the other thing is like when they got to.
There's got to be a lot. The thing that is refreshing if you're a Texans fan is there's got to be that bad. You have to have 5 different issues, let's start with C.J. Stroud. If C.J. Stroud plays it, if he takes the approach of I'm going to protect myself, I'm going to stay upright, I'm going to keep us ahead of the chains, first and foremost. We're not talking about a 5-headed monster. We're not talking about to be aggressive, throwing the ball in the field. We're not talking about receivers getting 1,000 yards or 100 catches. No, we're not doing all that. We're going to protect ourselves and be upright and to stay ahead of the chains and allow ourselves to win games with a great defense. That in itself will be a huge upgrade. If Nick Caley and Cole Popovich can just figure out how to get these guys to give a rip, compete, and give elite effort, it'll change. It
seems like a lot of the fixing of this stuff is
Well, there's just
or even some of them don't even have as much to do with them.
I firmly believe that they fix their problems. Now, are they good enough to fix the playoffs versus Baltimore problem 2 years ago? Are they good enough to fix the Kansas City in the playoffs where, you just in the most critical moments you're just getting ran through up front? I don't know about that. But being one of the worst pass protecting teams in the league, I'm confident they'll fix that.
As you said, I agree with you. Because to me, if we get here for a 3rd consecutive year and it is clear the thing that is holding this offense back, a team that wins 10 games and wins the division,
right?
A thing that line will look at what they did year 1. Right, they give Titus Howard a new contract to play right tackle, but then move him all over the place, and then they kind of go through these injuries. Year 2, they come back and they're like, hey, all right, Shaq Mason, we brought him in, and we're going to do all these things. We're going to draft Blake Fisher. Like this year, they've drafted Juice Scruggs in the 2nd round, drafted Blake Fisher in the 2nd round, now drafted Ursay in the 2nd round.
So they didn't draft Ursay, did they?
Not Ursay, but Ursery in the second round.
I don't know how to make sausage.
They've brought in –
Cal got really desperate, didn't he?
They brought in Cam Robinson. They've decided to go – like, what have you said? Decided to work with less. More
with less.
Yeah, they didn't attack this offseason the way other teams maybe attacked this offseason, or more proven guys. But if they come to this at the end, Clint, and it is still a problem, like at this point you've got to make a change with the picker. If that's
the most interesting thing, and not so much as good, bad, or indifferent, but the story. What's going to be the it may not even be a topic, but what's going to be the thought if the 4 offensive linemen other than Cam Robinson are the exact same?
Yeah.
And all you did was remove Larry Tunsil, and you end up being better.
Yeah, and now it's Bob. Now
we had the right guys all along.
It's all
man.
Bob. Yeah, it's Bob.
It was the veteran captain and Bob, man.
That's what it was. All right, coming up as we continue here, as soon as this segment's over, the $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We'll do that, and we will get to T. Mill's best bets. And folks, he is hot. This is as hot as he's ever been. I challenged him to get me to 65% this week. He's going to have a hell of an awful play today to not get that. He's at 76% already for the week and had 4 or 5 yesterday that he nailed. Clint made some money off the back of Tyler. Tyler has had
I'm gonna do it again tonight.
A great week, so we'll make you some money. So you might want to stay tuned for that, and we'll get you ready here. Finish getting you ready for this Rockets Warriors Game 6 coming up tonight, right here live on the Drive.
All right, y'all, check it out. If you're looking to build a custom home, you're looking to build that dream home, Our Vision Homes is where it's at, y'all. Do you own acreage? Do you own your own lot? Our Vision Homes will build on your land. They're a turnkey custom home builder that can dream, design, and build your family's home, whether it's just a home or it's a home, a casita, a shop, the pool you've always wanted. One stop.
apply.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Tyler, sir, in the world.
Live from the Annex Craft House, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, I've never seen more talk for a 7th-round pick in Ladarius Henderson. I see that name come rolling through. People try to bring him whenever time we have offensive line conversations about Ladarius Henderson. Somebody, my man Lloyd, said, if Ladarius Henderson is healthy this year, you won't have to worry about it.
That's
I mean, he got to fight through a lot there, champ. Health and that they've invested high capital on other people before they get to him. We'll see if maybe he's the best in the bunch. He'll jump in there and get that thing going. But we'll see there. I see a lot of people rolling in. My man here cracks me up. This dude sends this in all the time. Ron, get a grip. Titus is going to play center. Yeah, maybe it's his 3rd spot there. Well, if I see Titus snap stop it. Are you ever contemplating this? Clint, stop! He ain't playing no damn center. You got him in the gun. You think he's got that?
As a former quarterback.
I knew you were gonna say that as soon as I said that. Stop it! While you mull that over. First off, we want to shout out here the Annex here, Craft House in Village Park. It has been a crawfish circuit. They've had They've given us a great welcome. We've had a good time with so many people who have come out. Shout out to the Bud Light girls walking around. And they have helped us out. Shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors as well as being a part of this. Shout out to the staff here. Ashley, who took care of us, did a great job. Clap it up for Ashley. She did a great job as well. Shout out to our promo staff, Shay, doing his thing. And
He's all right. He's all right,
helping us out, doing his thing, man. Out here, also our engineer, Matt, who has kept us on the air and on YouTube and Twitch as well. So shout out to him.
You need a DJ for any corporate outings. You met Matt right here. You contact his agent.
Okay, yeah, there it is. Me is in the building. But also Tyler Milner, who is back at the station, holding it together and keeping us on the air as well. So we appreciate. There you go. See Joe waving at us, seeing us on there. Yeah, it's been a good time out here as always. Look for us each and every Friday. We will be at different stops. They believe we'll be in Sugar Land next week. So look forward and see where we are next week as we are gonna hit our 6th stop in our crawfish circuit right here. And remember, again, if you have not done so, I just helped somebody out to do it. If you have not registered for our grand prize, you can do that still with these QR codes win grand prize, which is a $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light Budweiser free for a year. So that is the grand prize. We'll have that each and every week. And we were out. And by the way, hey, folks, Tyler Milner now, y'all better stay tuned for this. He's out here just handing out free money. I'm telling you, if I didn't have that man to come out on Wednesday to come look at them floors, I would be right there with you, Tyler. I'd throw something in on you.
You're gonna get hard.
The hell?
There you go.
How did that fit?
I mean, he's winning, man. He's winning.
It's making me feel some blood flow. The hell of a week I'm having.
All right, I just wanted to get how you got there. I just didn't. I wasn't sure how you arrived there. But T-Mill's best bet's coming up in just a bit. Mark Vandermeer. There you go, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, somebody else who gets fired up. Frank Ross. He will be on the show there coming up after us. Special teams coordinator for the Texans, Frank Ross, will be there. And Area 45, live and local, the best late-night show in all of Houston. They've got Sports Talk on lock, 7 to 11. As you can hear, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and our guy, Chris Santiago. They will hold it down, as always. All right, Clint, as we look at this thing right now, what for you do you believe is going to be the biggest key tonight? What one thing do you think the Rockets need to do? You're going to be looking at and say, if this is something they're going to be looking game 7.
Fred VanVleet's a low-hanging fruit there. I'm going to go with Ime Udoka. Like, Ime Udoka, he has to be a factor in down the stretch. I mean, if you look at kind of how they've handled late-game situations, it's not been impressive, man. And a lot of times you can't tell what they're even trying to get accomplished. But, for whatever reason, to illustrate my point, the giving it to Şengün at the top of the key and just letting him face up, that far from the basket with everybody else just clearing out. I mean, that is – hell, I can draw that up. Yeah. I think on the offensive end of the floor, Ime Udoka in critical moments is going to have to be a weapon. Like, there's going to have to be some level of basketball scheme thrown in here instead of just, hey, this right here has been working for, a good chunk of the game. This is where I've got most of my production. Let me go back to it again. There's got to be more to it than that in critical moments, because we're talking 2 and 3 minute stretches of the end of a game or the end of a half, and it's 3, 4, 5 possessions where you're going down there and it looks like guys are just free for all. So I'm going to go with Ime Udoka has to be some level of a weapon in those critical moments.
Yeah, Clint, to me, they have got to come out with the same everything they had. They've got to come out with the same intensity, the same that they did from the get-go. Not just because they're at home, not because they know like their backs are against the wall. They have got to show what they showed from the beginning. Obviously, Clint, as we have spoken about, you can't depend on shooting like that. Nobody is saying don't do it. Nobody's saying stop it. But you can't depend on shooting like that each and every game. But they can bring that intensity and that effort. Amen Thompson led it. Dylan Brooks was with it. Those two in particular were guarding the 2 major stars for the Warriors. Dylan Brooks was a lot on Jimmy Butler, and then Amen Thompson was on Steph. Because I guarantee you, Clint, and you know this, with a team like that knows we got to get this thing done right here, the Warriors are going to come out with a different level of intensity than they came out in Game 5. They're going to come out up and intense, very similar to the way I'm sure the Rockets did, and you got to keep playing the way that you're doing. Someone just texted in, Jalen Green is turning into Harden when it comes to a no-show in the playoffs and in big games. I'll be honest with you, I think it's a little disrespectful to James Harden right now when you look at what and how different. They're not even the same ballpark. Yeah, James had some moments. James isn't 1 10-point performance from going for the low flush. Like, he's my man has got 7, 8, 9, 11 in a game. Like, yeah, I don't like James may have pissed you off. James may have scored 23 on 38 shots, but it wasn't like this. It wasn't like this. But again, like you bring up Jalen Green, Clint, that's not even like going on anymore. And we started the series all the way up until I guess probably this game, and started with the thought of we're not even talking about him. He's not even been a real topic of conversation because he to me is in the range right now. The way he has played, he's in the range of a Tariq. He's in the range of a Dylan Brooks, like right now, to where you expect, hey man, just be a role player and just don't blow it.
Yeah, look, those guys have knocked down shots. Those guys have been really good on defense. Jalen Green, the best case scenario is you get role player numbers. If I can get 12 to 15 out of Jalen Green tonight.
That's got to pain you to say that.
Well, no, that's just the reality of it. I don't blame Ime Udoka one bit. I don't blame Fred VanVleet one bit for going away from the feeding Jalen Green. That's just the kind of player Jalen Green is. Jalen Green is a player that needs to be the number one option. He needs to be the guy that's the predominant ball handler, and he needs to be hot. And the reality of it is four games out of 5, he's not. Well, let's say 3 out of 4, because last game they kind of went away from it. 3 out of 4, he hasn't been hot. Yep. And so at some point in time, you got to quit banking on it. When it happens 25% of the time, you can't win a series with that. So I just don't know that Shedeur. I'm looking at a Shedeur Sanders report. I don't know that Ime Udoka can even have the energy, right, and the time to see if it's there.
Yeah. All right, let's do it. The hottest betting man in the world right now. Maybe that's a little far, but let's get to it. T-Mill's best bets. What you got for tonight?
Yeah, like Ron said, it's been probably the hottest week we've ever had to date.